You are clearly a mere mortal with no cultivation, yet the entire world's countless races revere you as the heavenly emperor, all because you came with 99 of the strongest martial arts techniques. Although you can't cultivate them yourself, you have taught countless disciples who defy the heavens. A homeless man, whose meridians were shattered, obtained your techniques and instantly transformed into an immortal war god. A meek maid, after your guidance, reversed her fate and became the empress of the human race. However, when you took your first disciple, the students avoided you like the plague. Why? Because after years of signing and since you crossed over, the system had rewarded you with a mountain of pills, martial arts techniques, and divine weapons, yet the problem was that this mortal body of yours simply couldn't cultivate. The system never thought to give you a powerful constitution, and all these years you sat on a treasure mountain but could not use anything, without any cultivation. Who would want to be your disciple? Ding! Detected the host's strong desire to take disciples, successfully triggering the system's main task of recruiting disciples. Ding! Detected the presence of an immortal battle soul body within a 100-mile radius, with unmatched talent and qualifications. Please proceed to take him as a disciple as soon as possible. Success in taking him will grant the host the immortal battle soul body and trigger a tenfold cultivation return mechanism, where the disciple's cultivation achievements will be returned tenfold to the host's body. The sudden voice startled you, and as you reacted, you almost went crazy. How could the system not trigger this incredible main task earlier? It was outrageous. At this moment, the Academy's triannual recruitment event was happening, and the huge discipleship plaza was already packed. All the top talents of the Great Zhou had gathered, and many wanted to join the Jisho Academy. Suddenly, 3 bells rang through the plaza. Everyone's face changed in shock, including the elders sitting in the front row, who now gazed with shining eyes at the young genius who had triggered the 3 bell rings with his luck. This must be the young master of the Zheng family? The supreme genius, Zheng Qianquan's future was destined to be one to look up to. I want this disciple. Suddenly, one of the elders at the martial arts palace slammed the table and said, "Step aside, what does it have to do with you? Can't you see that my precious disciple is a sword cultivator? He must join my sword palace." Another elder from the sword palace rolled his eyes and already warmly called out to his precious disciple. Watching the elders argue over who would take him as a disciple, Zheng Qianquan's face showed a proud expression, and he looked down arrogantly at everyone, exuding the aura of a supreme ruler. Everyone was watching him, but no one noticed the beggar crawling like a pile of mud towards the crowd in the distance. Just as the elders were debating, Zhu Qin arrived with you, causing everyone's attention to shift. Zhou Xianyu, what are you doing here? Is this the lazy fish of the Daozang Palace? Out for a stroll today with such a good mood? Seeing you, the elders couldn't help but laugh with a mix of helplessness and a touch of nervousness. The helplessness came from the fact that the academy had such a waste, bringing shame to them, and the nervousness came from the fact that this guy, being the only heir of the Daozang Palace, still had no disciples. According to the rules of Daozang Palace, when each palace recruits disciples, the first disciple has priority. This meant that if this guy wanted, he could steal away the most talented genius in the crowd. Everyone now looked at Zheng Qianquan, hoping he wouldn't foolishly choose you as his master, otherwise, it would be a wasted opportunity. I came to take disciples, of course. Why should you all have so many disciples while I'm all alone? You rolled your eyes and surveyed the crowd, noticing that anyone who had passed the assessment but caught your eye would quickly step back, avoiding you like the plague. When you saw Zheng Qianquan, he too took several steps back. Sorry, Elder Zhou, I'm not willing to join the Daozang Palace, Zheng Qianquan said quickly before you could speak. This made the elders burst into laughter. Not only in the Great Zhou, but even in Dinghai City, everyone knew that this lazy fish standing at Jisho Academy was too eye-catching. You gave him a blank look, speechless. This kid must be out of his mind. Did he really think you wanted to take him as a disciple? He's worse than a rogue, just looking at him feels like a crime. Just as you were thinking that, your eyes suddenly brightened, and you locked onto a beggar outside the crowd. To call him a beggar would be too kind, as his hands and legs were disabled, and he could only crawl, slowly moving toward the crowd. Stop. Begging somewhere else, don't cause a ruckus here. The academy disciples quickly came to drive him away, but at that moment, you kept seeing his information in your mind. Qin Bei, known as the Overlord, born with the immortal battle soul body, 9th stage of the fate-severing realm, born for battle, destined to protect, capable of killing gods and Buddhas alike. He was once the prince of the Great Qian Kingdom. Displeased by the major sects exploiting the land and treating the people as ants, he fought back, wiping out dozens of small sections. He even clashed with large sects, eventually angering the masses. After the death of the previous emperor, a power struggle broke out in the court. Just as he was about to take the throne and control the national fortune, all major sects attacked him, along with the other princes and the betrayal of his fiancée. The overlord bloodline was completely wiped out, and under siege from countless experts, he was shattered into pieces. Everyone thought he was dead, but no one expected him to survive and escape from the Great Qian Kingdom. As an immortal battle soul body, even in such a dire state, he still fought desperately for survival. After learning all this, you couldn't help but marvel at his resilience. Even after everything that happened, he still refused to give up. Why couldn't he just take a rest and lie down where he fell? So comfortable. Move along, this isn't the place for you, the academy disciples impatiently shouted, trying to drag Qin Bei away, tossing him a few copper coins. However, Qin Bei struggled to raise his head, mumbling something unintelligible. At that moment, Chen Bei looked up at the Jixia steel and the luck bell in the plaza, his intentions clear, he was here to take part in the academy's disciple selection.
What the hell, what does this mean? Is this guy also here to participate in the disciple selection? Are you kidding? In this day and age, even cats and dogs can join the academy's disciple assessment? The people around were speechless, pointing and whispering, making the academy disciples feel a loss of face. If such a person can participate in the academy assessment, what face would the academy have left? I told you to leave, didn't you hear? Though unhappy, the academy disciples did not go overboard and stepped forward, ready to take Chen Bei away from here. Wait, I want to accept this disciple, help me take him back to Daozong Palace. Just then, Zhou Hai's voice rang out, instantly causing an uproar among everyone. What, you want to accept this person as a disciple? Goodness, is this Daozong Palace elder out of his mind? Countless pairs of eyes almost simultaneously focused on Zhou Hai, all displaying faces of disbelief. Even those elders were dumbfounded, but after realizing it, they became overjoyed. They thought Zhou Hai would compete with them for disciples, but unexpectedly, this guy had such a strange train of thought, choosing such an elder. Does he think he is too idle and wants to invite an elder back to serve him? Junior brother, please don't joke around. Since you are here, choose a disciple properly. I think Sheng Qiankuan would be great. If you accept him under your wing, he could inherit your legacy in the future. At that moment, a dignified voice came through, and the elders were startled, joy fading instantly. Why did the sect leader come out? They were initially thinking Zhou Hai would accept a major disciple, losing priority rights, allowing everyone to continue competing. But now the sect leader Morong Xiao strongly intervened. This was clearly a blatant grab. Cough, cough, sect leader, selecting disciples depends on personal affinity, you can't decide for junior brother. The Sword Palace elder couldn't sit still first and quickly said. Yes, sect leader, each palace has its own rights, you can't forcibly take away others' rights. Sect leader, though my junior brother is young, we as older brothers should take more care of him, rather than interfere forcefully, this isn't how the rules work. Sect leader, I believe my junior brother has his reasons for choosing, perhaps this person has some merits. The other palace elders quickly echoed, shamelessly arguing to snatch good disciples. No, sect leader, I'm not suitable for Daozong Palace. Even Zhang Qiankuan hurriedly spoke up. He didn't want the sect leader to force him onto Zhou Hai, he was famous for being a slacker in the entire Zhou. Shut up. All of you, I don't normally see you being this nice to junior brother, why are you so talkative today? Who just said this person has merits? Come on, step up and tell us his merits, so he can join under the roof. Morong Zhao's reprimand left everyone speechless. The cultivation world is like this, though the Jixia Academy doesn't see all beings as ants like other sects, not just anyone can associate with them. They can save the common people, but they still won't treat the common people like elders to serve them. Junior brother, aren't you coming to choose again? Turning back, Morong Xiao cast a helpless glare at Zhou Hai. Senior brother, I really chose well. I believe what Dan Shinzi said makes sense, everyone has their own merits, and my disciple can't be worse than others. Zhou Hai replied helplessly. You rascal, are you even listening to me? You pity him, wanting to take him in is understandable, but when it comes to inheritance, it cannot be a joke. How about this, you first accept a disciple. As for this person, I will respect your opinion on how to deal with him. Morong Xiao glared, a bit exasperated and helpless. Looking at his biased expression, the faces of the other elders turned dark. Does he even care about face? No. Zheng Qiankuan was completely anxious, today Morong Xiao was determined to stuff him with this slacker. He had thought it through, if Zhou Hai really wanted to choose him as a disciple, then he would never agree even if he left. Senior brother, the key is that I don't think highly of the others. It's him. Zhou Hai shook his head, noticing Zheng Qiankuan's dissatisfaction. The other party looked down on him, and he equally didn't care for them. What kind of thing dares to look down on him? Is it because of his mountain of immortal tools and divine weapons that he couldn't give away, or is it because his endless divine pills and spiritual materials have no place to stay? Things that bring no benefit, why would he accept their plea? I ask you, are you willing to be my disciple? Before Morong Xiao could speak again, Zhou Hai looked at Chen Bei and asked. Under his messy hair, Chen Bei's bloodshot eyes stared intently at Morong Xiao. Before his teacher died, he said that if he could survive, the only one he could rely on was Morong Xiao. Only by becoming Morong Zhao's disciple would he have the chance to make a comeback. But in his current state, he couldn't even speak, how could that person pay attention to him? Thinking of his former invincibility, moving forward without hesitation. Now, however, his brilliance was gone, becoming something like a maggot in the eyes of others, Chen Bei couldn't help but feel desolate. Looking again at this so-called salted fish in front of him, he had become his last hope. Chen Bei closed his eyes, trembling as he took a deep breath, suddenly raised his head, and heavily knocked on the ground. 3 times in a row, representing bowing to his master. Good. Ha, my Daozan Palace finally has a successor. Zhou Hai laughed heartily. The elders were even more excited. Ah, indeed, fate is determined by heaven. This master-student relationship is bound to become a legend for the ages. Junior brother, congratulations, congratulations. Ah, junior brother, you finally have a disciple, your senior brothers are happy for you. A group of elders rushed over excitedly. Very good, this kid's first disciple spot is gone, finally, he doesn't have to worry about him stealing disciples anymore. You brat, Sai, there's no saving you. Morong Sha was furious, feeling annoyed and leaving in anger after flicking his sleeves. With no first disciple spot, he couldn't even be bothered to look at the upcoming selection of disciples. How could this kid compete with that group of shameless old folks? Ha, this is too funny, a perfect match for a master and disciple. They say that great teachers produce great students, this saying is too true. A waste of a master is destined to only teach a waste of a disciple. Finally at ease, thankfully I wasn't chosen, otherwise, if I had to join Daozan Palace, I'd rather die. A group of people whispered, although their voices were not loud, they became quite noisy in the crowd. A waste of a disciple? My waste of a disciple can attract attacks from major sects without dying. Who of you has that qualification? I'll let you see what a true genius is. Hearing these people's discussions, Zhou Hai secretly curled his lips, laughing coldly in his heart. And on the ground, Chen Bei's already crimson eyes turned even redder. A tiger falls in the plains, bullied by dogs. In this life, how has he ever suffered such a disgrace? It was one thing to insult him, but how dare they insult his master? As the only light that shone into his life during despair, he had determined to accept this master. He scanned those speaking people, secretly making up his mind. One day, he would use his actions to tell the world what a true great teacher producing great students means. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully accepting a disciple, the following rewards are now granted. At this moment, the system's voice rang in Zhou Hai's mind, instantly brightening his eyes. Good things, it has finally arrived. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring the indestructible battle soul body. Ding, 10 times return boost activated, congratulations to the host for the indestructible battle soul body upgrading to perfection. Ding, detected the disciple's cultivation level at the Death Hollow Realm 9th level, now 10 times return, congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Divine Powers 1st level. Ding, system reward, Emperor level Divine Weapon, the Destruction Battle Halberd. Ding, system reward, Emperor level skill, Annihilation. Ding, system reward, 1 Breaking Destruction Pill. Ding, system reward, 1 Heavenly Dragon Blood Pool. Ding, system reward, Supreme Hidden Skill, the one who slipped away. The system's voice kept ringing, Zhou Hai couldn't help but feel his heart race. For him, although the following items were all great things, he didn't care. What he cared about was that his body structure had finally changed and he could cultivate now. Before he had time to be happy, Zhou Hai suddenly felt a blur in front of him. He saw the universe, as if it turned into a furnace. The Great Way intertwined, reforging him. A feeling like enlightenment came over him, and as his mind cleared, he distinctly sensed an earth-shattering change in his soul. Deep within his soul, it seemed to contain the essence of battle from the universe. At the same time, a violent power was born from the Tao, growing wildly inside him. His cultivation level started to break through madly from 0. Refining body 1st layer. Refining body 9th layer. Foundation establishment 1st layer. Foundation establishment 9th layer. Innate 9th layer. Death seizing 9th layer. Divine ability 1st layer. In just a few breaths, Zhou Hai's realm skyrocketed, directly fixing at a height that countless ordinary cultivators would never reach in their lives. At the same time, the technique, the one that escaped, circulated on its own, instantly hiding his aura, making him appear as an ordinary person. Who would dare to think, within just a few breaths, his body had already transitioned from ordinary to extraordinary, containing power that could destroy the heavens and the earth? Divine ability 1st layer. It really is divine ability 1st layer. Zhou Hai's heart trembled, even his breathing became hurried. In the cultivation world, the cultivation levels are refining body, foundation establishment, innate, death seizing, divine ability, enlightenment, and unity. Each realm is divided into 9 layers. 99% of cultivators, throughout their lives, could not step into the foundation establishment's secret realm, let alone above foundation establishment. It can be said that anyone who reaches foundation establishment is 1 in 100. And once entering innate, one becomes a celestial being. Spitting clouds and vapor, moving through heaven and earth, capable of anything. Looking at the Jisha Academy, even among the elders' direct disciples, and even the chief disciple, the highest realm is only foundation establishment's secret realm, and most are in their 20s or nearly 30 years old. Aside from Chu Chen, there was not a single disciple in the entire academy whose cultivation reached death seizing.
And Chen Bei, at just 16, already had the cultivation of death-seizing ninth layer, a true prodigy of 1,000 years. Even Zhou Hai, due to his breakthrough in divine ability, was at the same realm as many elders. Good. Good apprentice. Don't worry, I will never treat you unfairly. Feeling the powerful force within him, Zhou Hai looked at Chen Bei with increasing satisfaction, crouching down to pat Chen Bei's head. Master Uncle, I will take you back to the Daozang Palace. Chu Chen shook his head. If anyone cared the most for Zhou Hai, aside from his master, it would be him. Don't help him, let him carry it back himself. But just then, Morong Zhao's voice came. Clearly he was genuinely angry. To punish Zhou Hai, he actually planned to make Zhou Hai carry someone for 100 miles. Seeing this, those around looked over again, most showing mocking expressions. Even the elders who had shown concern for Zhou Hai just moments ago were now shaking their heads, looking as if they couldn't help Zhou Hai against the master's punishment. Master Uncle. Chu Chen also spread out his hands. He couldn't disobey the master's orders. Woo 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 woo. Chen Bei was still lying on the ground, looking up at Zhou Hai, letting out whimpering sounds, seemingly expressing his apologies. In the end, it was because of him that the master was put in a difficult position. Come on, if you're not going to help, then don't. It's not a big deal? When my master left back then, you said you would take care of me. Now you do this, do you think it's fair to my master who took you to the brothel? I even introduced the best-looking girls in the building to you back then, you're really loyal. Zhou Hai's face darkened, a single sentence left everyone dumbfounded. What? Did I hear correctly? The head of the Jisha Academy, a famous saint of the great Zhou, actually went to the brothel? Wow, can you say that again? I didn't hear clearly. Everyone looked at Zhou Hai, their faces filled with gossip, practically eager to pay to hear more. Master Uncle. Only Chu Chen was shocked, hurriedly trying to stop it. He couldn't let anyone expose the master's secrets behind his back. And at this time, murmuring with indignation, Morong Xiao, who wanted to help Zhou Hai again, stumbled mid-air upon hearing those words and, without a second thought, turned around and walked away completely. You useless brat, there's truly no saving you. Morong Xiao cursed in his heart, and for a moment, he really wished he could send a palm strike to Zhou Hai, sending this fool to meet his dear master uncle. Soon, Morong Xiao returned to the Temple of Inquiry. Meanwhile, Zhou Hai, seeing that no one around had offered a helping hand, pouted and squatted down, saying, Disciple, did you see? We rely on each other, and no one cares. Remember, if this group of shameless people asks you for help in the future, never agree to them. Let's go home. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Hai lifted Chen Bei with one hand, and with a powerful push of his feet, his energy erupted instantly. Boom! With a loud bang, the blue stone floor in the square was swept away by a violent energy, rolling like ocean waves. Ah! The people around were stunned, feeling an overwhelming pressure sweeping over them, and most of the onlookers were blown away by the force. Many disciples from the academies were also immediately sent tumbling by the gust of wind. Fortunately, the elders reacted quickly and immediately unleashed great power to suppress the situation. Otherwise, with Zhou Hai's sudden explosive power, a group of people would have surely been killed. At this moment, Zhou Hai had already soared into the sky with Chen Bei. But this wasn't the end. The elders looked up, their mouths agape in shock. Who was this kid venting his anger at? Such a release of power, was he going to defy the heavens? Under everyone's watchful gaze, dark clouds rolled ominously, accompanied by distant thunder. The vast energy released by Zhou Hai constantly changed the weather, creating an impression of shattering the heavens. To the elders, this seemed purely like an act of venting frustration. Until Zhou Hai had completely left and the weather returned to normal, the crowd finally let out a sigh of relief. Just now, they had the illusion that Zhou Hai was about to fight someone. But upon reflection, the elders couldn't help but change their expressions drastically. Wait a minute, who was that just now? Zhou Hai. Isn't he just a waste of space? When did he become this powerful? At this moment, the elders finally realized, all of them were dumbfounded, unable to suppress their existential doubts. Even Chu Chen was dazed, thinking this was still the Zhou master uncle who had to be carried down the mountain by someone else? Such formidable strength, yet he had to pretend to be helpless. Just how many secrets did this master uncle hide? The elders were stupefied. Chu Chen, as the head disciple, was astonished, and even Zhang Qiankuan in the crowd was bewildered. What incredible power! It could even easily interfere with the phenomena of heaven and earth. This was the kind of ability only found in the realm of divine powers. This chief of the Daozang Palace seems to be just over 20. How did he achieve such strength? Who spread the rumor of him being a waste? Zhang Qiankuan's heart trembled violently. He had a strange feeling that missing Zhou Hai might be the most regrettable decision of his life. Chapter 4. Unlike everyone else's shock, Zhou Hai was startled for a moment. Feeling such immense strength for the first time and soaring into the sky, he had accidentally used too much power and nearly ascended to the heavens. Bei, who was being held up by him, also felt his pupils contract in that instant, his whole body covered in a chill. He vowed that even when he first learned to fly, it had never been this thrilling and terrifying. Especially as Zhou Hai lost control of his power, the raging energy whimsically stirred the phenomena of heaven and earth, nearly attracting countless bolts of thunder. At that moment, Bei's breath hitched, he felt that he was doomed. If this went on without control, and the heavens were to change, 1,000 bolts of lightning would strike down. This cheap master, though unharmed, would leave him in a state of smoke and ashes in an instant. Fortunately, after Zhou Hai lost control initially, he quickly reacted, immediately controlling the energy inside his body, changing direction, and heading straight for the Daozang Palace. All he could hear was the sound of the wind howling, and when everything finally calmed down, when Bei opened his eyes again, he had already arrived at a small courtyard. "Good kid, I can't believe you're still an indestructible battle soul body, born a god of war. And you're even a cultivator who defies the heavens and steals life. How could you be so scared that your whole body froze up just from flying in the sky?" Seeing Bei's nervousness, Zhou Hai felt a little embarrassed. To ease the awkwardness, he casually threw Bei onto a reclining chair in the courtyard and jokingly said. Bei's eyes instantly widened. "Listen to this, is this even human speech? So what if he's a god of war? If it comes to actual fighting, it's still up to oneself. Life is in one's own hands. Even if I can't win, it's still my choice to go and die. At least I can be mentally prepared. This is completely different from handing your life over to someone else to play with, right?" In that instant, Bei felt his gratitude for this master lesson. Wait, indestructible battle soul body? Defying the heavens and stealing life. How does he know so much about my situation? Suddenly, Bei thought of something, and looked at Zhou Hai again, feeling a violent shock in his heart. You have to understand, right now, his cultivation had been completely scattered, and any random dog could tear him apart. In this situation, in the eyes of anyone, he was a completely powerless cripple. Even Morong Shao couldn't see that he had once defied the heavens and stolen life 9 times, nor could he see his original body constitution, so how did Zhou Hai see it? Could it be that this person already knew who he was and was deliberately waiting for him to fall into his trap? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Bei's mind, and he felt an immense sense of caution. Alright, I know you're pitiful, stop looking at me like that. Since I've accepted you as my disciple, I will never let you down. Eat this. Zhou Hai's messy black hair didn't notice Bei's watchful eyes. He thought Bei was pitifully staring at him. He was the softest-hearted person, even stopping to chat for a while with beggars on the street, offering them comfort. What's more, this was his own disciple. Without hesitation, he pried open Bei's mouth and stuffed the destruction pill, which he had just obtained from the system, into it. Bei had no strength to resist and only let out a muffled grunt as the destruction pill melted the moment it entered his mouth, turning into strands of destructive laws that immediately stirred within his body. Ah! With a scream, even though Bei was known as the god of war, he could not resist the pain of destruction that obliterated all vitality. In an instant, his whole body was covered in blood. His 5 organs, all his meridians, and every bone seemed to be crushed in that moment. Even his skin was constantly tearing apart, extremely miserable. Fortunately, although the destruction pill was called destruction, it contained a strand of the way of life, always preserving his last thread of vitality during destruction. You, huff. Bei's eyes were fixed on Zhou Hai, already certain that Zhou Hai was trying to harm him. The intense pain made him wish for his soul to be destroyed immediately, to die quickly and escape the agony. But he was unwilling. Strong unwillingness constantly stimulated his battle soul, forcing him to stand firm even in the agonizing pain of destruction. Not bad, as expected of my good disciple. As the saying goes, you must endure the toughest pain to serve those above you. You must hold on, my good days in the future depend on you. You must hang in there. With the indestructible battle soul body, your will is indestructible, and your body and soul will not die. You must be strong. Looking at his disciple, still resilient in the midst of pain, Zhou Hai quickly cheered him on. The system provided matching items, and now Bei was at the moment of total destruction to build anew. The destruction pill could completely destroy his body while preserving his life. With his indestructible battle soul, as long as his will didn't die, his body would be rebuilt, shedding his current severe injuries and disabilities, and his power would be restored. Of course, this step was painful. To let his power increase further, he had no choice but to make his good disciple suffer. Ah! After 2 hours of torment, it finally ended with a roar from Bei. He felt as if every cell in his body had been wiped out. Blindness in his eyes, deafness in his ears, and his senses shattered. At this moment, he lay on the ground like a puddle of blood and mud, miserable beyond words. You made it through, the indestructible warrior spirit is tough. Hurry, my obedient disciple, I will pass on my skills to you, you must recover quickly. Seeing Qinbei's pitiful state, Zhou Hai gasped in shock, pointing a finger at Qinbei's head, instantly transferring all the information of the Imperial level skill, Silence and Oblivion. At that moment, Qinbei felt as if his soul was about to scatter. Even the indestructible warrior spirit struggled to withstand this pain. But at that moment, his spirit suddenly jolted awake as a skill entered his mind, carrying the laws of heaven and earth, and instantly brought him back to consciousness. In silence, one is extinguished, from oblivion, one is reborn. Such a powerful skill. Is this an Imperial level skill? Qinbei's spirit trembled violently, and without hesitation, he began to practice right there. Unfortunately, his body was too weak. Although his spirit could practice this skill, lacking the support of his body, it still felt insufficient. At the start of practicing this skill, the focus is all on cultivating the physical body. My obedient disciple, keep it up, I believe in you. At this moment, Zhou Hai summoned the dragon blood pool again, raised his hand, and waved it, soaking Qinbei's flesh and blood body within. In an instant, while practicing Silence and Oblivion, Qinbei felt as if he had taken a miracle elixir. His speed of cultivation surged hundreds of times. He could feel an exceptionally large energy swirling outside, madly repairing his body. At the same time, his foundation was loosening, being reshaped. Everything about him seemed to collapse in silence and then be reborn within that collapse, becoming tenfold, even 100-fold stronger and more resilient. Qinbei's recovery had completely begun, and at this moment, Zhou Hai also sensed the changes in his own body, feeling a force constantly transforming him. This bond feels wonderful. Even though I can't bear the suffering for my disciple, enjoying tenfold the blessings is truly delightful. Realizing the changes in his body, Zhou Hai was filled with joy. He knew that the enhancements from their bond had begun once again. As his disciple grew stronger, he could gain 10 times the benefits. At this moment, Qinbei's evolution was also his own evolution. This feeling was exhilarating. Watching his obedient disciple enjoying the bath in the blood pool, Zhou Hai sat down on a reclining chair, basking in the sunlight, while reviewing the system's feedback on Qinbei's cultivation and battle insights. After taking in a disciple, he could receive 10 times the feedback on the disciple's cultivation progress. Insights into various paths, battle experience, willpower, and more would also feed back to him tenfold, just like data. But even data needs to be digested. He had just not digested well before, causing him to soar high. It was like turning up the volume to the max while watching a movie in an internet cafe. At this moment, he began to review. This information was like buffering, continuously merging into his soul and marrow. It was as if these things were already his own experiences. Roar! About 3 hours later, a roar erupted, and the energy of the surrounding world surged, turning into a tide that continuously poured into the blood pool. Zhou Hai hastily turned around, and he saw a naked man standing up in the blood pool, his hair flying angrily, like a divine demon descending from the heavens. It was Qinbei. Chapter 5. Oh my, has this been a complete recovery? TSK, look at this sturdy body, this explosive power. If you don't say it, I won't say it. Who would believe that my disciple is only 16 years old in bone age? Disciple, how do you feel now? Zhou Hai looked at Qinbei like he was admiring a masterpiece, surveying him from top to bottom, and then took out a set of clothes from the system space, tossing it over with a smile. Qinbei did not speak. He looked at Zhou Hai with a complicated gaze. There was a moment when he wished he could tear this person to pieces, thinking he was here to harm him. But after experiencing what happened later, he knew he was wrong. His master was not here to harm him, nor was he a slacker as others said. The depth of his cultivation was unfathomable. This great emperor's technique of silence and extinction, he actually passed it on to me, a mere beginner. And that pill, seemingly destructive, actually reshapes one's body. Its divine effect is unparalleled. And this pool of dragon blood, he generously allowed me to bathe in it. One must know, aside from that emperor-level technique and supreme divine pill, just this pool of dragon blood is a supreme treasure. Even a single drop would attract countless talents to compete for it outside. If this pool of dragon blood were to be exposed, all major sacred places in the North Wild would fight fiercely over it. My master has given me so much. Just from our first meeting, his gifts already exceed the foundation of the Dacian dynasty by hundreds of times. Thud. Countless thoughts flashed through my mind as Qinbei put on clothes and suddenly knelt down, heavily knocking his head to the ground 3 times towards Zhou Hai. Thank you for the life-giving grace, master. From today, you are Qinbei's reborn parents. I vow to repay you with my life. Qinbei's voice was strong, naturally carrying authority, like thunder in the 9 heavens. Zhou Hai was taken aback and quickly helped his big disciple up, laughing. All right, obedient disciple, get up. You don't need to repay me, just practice well and gain the power to protect yourself, and I will be satisfied. While saying this, Zhou Hai was already determined in his heart. This big disciple of mine is truly resilient. Such a resilient body is a natural working body.
If he doesn't practice more to bring himself greater benefits but instead wastes time repaying me, wouldn't that be a great pity?
In an instant, millions of special training ideas flashed through his mind.
No matter what, he must not waste this big disciple's resilience. Thank you, Master, for your cultivation. Rest assured, Master, I will never let you down.
Bully has never been weaker than others and has never accepted favors, but at this moment, he was deeply moved by his master's benevolence. His master gives so much without asking for return, only hoping for his success. How could he betray his master?
Disciple, it's good that you have this heart. I happen to have a technique here for you to carefully study. Later, I will help you with your training.
Zhou Hai nodded in satisfaction. He loved this kind of grateful worker. After thinking for a while, he still decided to dig out Chen Bei's resilience to the extreme.
The indestructible battle body, the physique is not important, the indestructible battle soul is the focus.
This kind of physique has a naturally powerful will. As long as the will does not perish, the battle soul will never rest. In the path of cultivation, against the heavens and fighting against the way, there are many obstacles and various hardships. Many people are destined to be unable to bear it. But for the indestructible battle soul, it is not worth mentioning. They can endure greater pain and walk towards a more distant future. Such a powerful talent must be matched with more terrifying devil training. Thinking of this, Zhou Hai pulled out a technique called 100 Refinements Emperor Scripture from the system space. The technique was recorded in a jade slip, which he casually threw to Chen Bei.
Disciple, take a good look at it. Chen Bei frowned. His master had already passed him the Supreme Emperor technique. What other technique could compare? Isn't abandoning the Supreme Emperor technique to practice other techniques forsaking the essence for the trivial?
However, the moment his spiritual sense entered the jade slip and received the information within, he trembled all over and was stunned.
Another Emperor Scripture?
Such a terrifying cultivation method. This integrates the principles of the heavens and the earth, absorbing the power of countless weapons into one. After roughly understanding the training outline of the 100 Refinements Emperor Scripture, Chen Bei's heart raced and his breathing quickened. He originally thought silence and extinction was the supreme technique tailored for him, but unexpectedly, this 100 Refinements Emperor Scripture is not to be outdone. In fact, he even prefers the latter. It's just a pity that the resources needed for the 100 Refinements Emperor Scripture are too much. Probably exhausting all the world's resources would still be hard to achieve great success. This point cannot be compared to silence. Seeing Chen Bei starting to comprehend the Emperor Scripture, Zhou Hai was also too lazy to wait any longer. For a whole day, I haven't eaten, although with my strong cultivation, I don't feel hunger at all. But not eating for several mealtimes still makes me a bit uncomfortable. I was just about to go to the kitchen to get something to eat, when suddenly, a sound of breaking air rushed towards me. Zhou Hai was startled, and saw a figure appearing, raising their hand to attack me. In an instant, he saw the space vibrating in the opponent's palm, with the power of thunder surging, as if gathering the thunder from the sky into one hand. If this hand were to hit, let alone a person, even a mountain would be turned into dust in an instant.
Who is it?
Zhou Hai shouted loudly, and his fierce battle instinct exploded, stepping back, creating a distance of several dozen feet in an instant. Then he threw a punch, a terrifying power erupted, his fist seemed to turn into a bottomless black hole, even the white clouds floating in the sky were drawn as air currents flowing into his fist. The spiritual energy of the mountains and rivers instantly gathered, crazily boosting the power of his punch.
Boom!
The violent thunder in that person's hand was unleashed, a thunder dragon roared, carrying the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Zhou Hai's fist mark swelled in the wind, colliding instantly with the thunder dragon.
Boom boom boom.
In an instant, the sound of explosions filled the sky, the shockwave radiated outwards centered on Zhou Hai and that person. The yard where Zhou Hai stood was instantly turned to dust under the furious power, not a single tile remained.
Damn it!
Looking at his yard that disappeared in an instant, Zhou Hai was furious.
A powerful pressure swept in, the power of a divine ability realm expert poured out. The sky that was still filled with the setting sun a moment ago was suddenly covered with dark clouds, the thunder dragon roared.
At the same time, a fierce wind howled, the sound of the wind like a tiger roaring in the mountains, shaking people's hearts. The might of the divine ability realm expert seizing the transformation of the world, harnessing the energy of heaven and earth to transform into divine abilities was fully displayed at this moment.
Junior brother, wait a moment.
As the battle was about to erupt, Morong Zhao's voice suddenly came. Zhou Hai was stunned, just about to throw another punch when he saw that person standing in the thunder, looking at him with an extremely complex expression.
What the hell, senior brother, you're full and have nothing to do, coming here to tear down my house?
Seeing clearly that it was Morong Zhao, Zhou Hai withdrew his hand, the strange phenomena in the sky dissipated, but his mouth was scolding. Behind Zhou Hai, seeing the great enemy approaching, Chen Bei, who was prepared to join the fight, couldn't help but frown.
Alright, the house is gone, I'll help you rebuild it. Junior brother, you truly surprise me?
Morong Zhao waved his hand, interrupting Zhou Hai's curses, and stared at him with a complex gaze. He initially thought his junior brother would live like this for his entire life, but unexpectedly, he silently cultivated to this level of strength. The key was that no one, including himself, had noticed for so many years. Even when the divine ability realm might erupted in the square that morning, he didn't think of Zhou Hai. When Chu Chen spoke of Zhou Hai's cultivation, he found it incredibly hard to believe. If it weren't for everyone saying it was true, he would never have come to test Zhou Hai. As a result, not testing would have been fine, but when he did, it was truly shocking. How old is this kid? In his 20s, yet he already possesses divine ability realm power. What kind of trash is this? The sons of various holy places can't compare. I don't care if you're surprised or not. You owe me, rebuild my house, give me back my house first. Zhou Hai's heart raced, knowing Morong Xiao came looking for trouble. He had no idea how to explain and immediately changed the subject. You. Morong Xiao frowned. Did this kid not understand the main point? It was just a broken yard, was it that important? Don't you me, give me back my house. Zhou Hai reached out, looking like he was here to collect a debt. You little brat, I'll give it back to you. As soon as Morong Xiao saw Zhou Hai's rogue face, he instantly had a headache. He raised his hand and waved. Countless towering ancient trees in the dense forest 10 miles away were uprooted and flew high into the sky. With another wave, countless sharp beams of light flashed in the sky, and these trees were instantly reduced to giant logs. Then he stomped his feet, and the veins of the earth trembled, the crust changed, and walls solidified into being. Giant trees fell from the sky, some became beams, some became pillars. Finally, he waved his hand again, and the soil flew up, magically shaping into tiles that covered a newly built courtyard, instantly taking form. Is that enough? Morong Xiao glared at Zhou Hai, his head aching. Enough my foot. Why don't you help me decorate? Besides, everything I had is destroyed. Don't say I can't read those precious books anymore, now even getting a meal is a problem. You owe me. Zhou Hai was stunned by this miraculous scene. Although he tried, he knew he couldn't do it as smoothly as this. Cultivators in this world are simply impressive. To get to his hometown, even a real estate tycoon wouldn't hold a candle to a foreman. Chapter 6. You brat. Morong Xiao was furious. He realized this kid was deliberately changing the subject and didn't want to answer him. He wanted to say something more, but the corner of his eye suddenly caught sight of Chen Bei, and his pupils shrank. Who is this? Morong Xiao didn't recognize Chen Bei, but he instantly saw through Chen Bei's strength, which was actually at the 9th level of life seizing. The most critical part was that this person was not even 16 years old. A 16-year-old in the life seizing realm, what does that mean? A real genius of heaven. And he was also at the 9th level of life seizing, which had an even deeper meaning. You must know, the path of cultivation is long, and the future is full of difficulties. Every level is a barrier. To transcend life and death, bones are piled like mountains. Life seizers go against the heavens, fighting upstream. If they succeed, they flow against the tide. If they fail, they perish. What had he experienced by the age of 16 to reach such heights? And what had Zhou Hai experienced? Indeed, Zhou Hai had given him too many surprises today. A godly figure in his 20s and a 16-year-old life-seizing 9th level beside him, these two prodigies could easily surpass the saints of every major sacred ground. How could such characters appear in his branch of the academy? This was beyond his imagination. What are you staring at? This is my disciple Chen Bei. Senior brother, don't change the topic, let's talk about my courtyard first. Zhou Hai said impatiently from the side. What? Your disciple. Could he be the one from this morning? Morong Xiao was astonished, unable to believe it. But in fact, Zhou Hai only had one disciple. Why was this happening? This morning he was just a disabled beggar, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into an unparalleled genius. Is this a dream? What kind of sleep position could lead to such a dream? Disciple Chen Bei, reporting to the master. Chen Bei bowed respectfully, performing a Confucian salute to Morong Xiao. Chen Bei? That name sounds familiar. Wait, you are Zhu Yu's disciple? The overlord of the great Qian dynasty? Morong Xiao furrowed his brows, suddenly realizing something, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Bei. Reporting to the master, it is indeed the disciple. Chen Bei constantly observed Morong Xiao, trying to gauge his attitude toward him. Would he be driven away, or would he be attacked directly, or perhaps kept around? He hoped his teacher wouldn't misjudge him. Teacher Zhu Yu had once said that Morong Xiao was absolutely trustworthy. It's really you, weren't you already dead? No, I only saw blood and severed limbs, but I didn't see the real corpse. How could I conclude you were dead? I was wrong, you are indeed still alive. Only you could have such talent. Only you could make the major sacred grounds feel threatened and eliminate you in advance. Morong Xiao shook his head, unable to believe Chen Bei was still alive because he had indeed searched for Chen Bei. But coming back to reality, he had to accept this fact.
Just as he spoke, a flurry of figures flew in from the sky, alarming the elders of the academy.
Seeing this, Morong Shao raised his hand, and formidable power surged, instantly forming a barrier that sealed the entire courtyard. Child, since you have come here, settle in calmly. It is indeed fate that you can become a disciple of Zhou Hai. From now on, you must diligently cultivate with Zhou Hai, and unless necessary, do not step out of this courtyard. Morong Shao looked earnestly at Chen Bei and then turned to Zhou Hai, saying, And you, kid, I don't care what you are hiding. As a teacher, you must have the demeanor of a teacher, do not be lazy any longer. Also, keep a close eye on your disciple, do not let him go out easily, or the consequences will be disastrous. After speaking, before Zhou Hai and Chen Bei could respond, Morong Shao soared into the air and directly rushed out of the barrier.
Sect leader, what is this about? Sect leader. Sect leader.
Outside the barrier, elders and heads from various palaces, including the Sword Palace, the Academic Palace, the Martial Arts Palace, and the Alchemy Palace, had all arrived. Seeing Morong Shao flying out, everyone had a puzzled look, unclear about why he had set up a barrier. It's nothing, just testing the little junior brother. From now on, this place will be the quiet cultivation area for the little junior brother. Everyone, go to the Daozan Palace and do not set foot in this small courtyard, otherwise, the punishment will be severe. Morong Shao stood in the air with his hands behind his back, speaking in a deep voice.
But sect leader, can we see the little junior brother now?
Everyone frowned, feeling that Morong Shao was hiding something, and someone asked. There's nothing to see, disperse.
Morong Shao frowned.
Zhou Hai's matter was easy to manage, but he did not want Chen Bei to be exposed. The Zhuyu of Dakian Academy could not protect Chen Bei, and he could not be confident either, so caution was the better part of valor.
Hearing this, the elders wanted to say something else. But at that moment, Xu Chen flew over.
Master, all the elder uncles and aunts, someone from Dakian Academy has come, saying they want to discuss the matter of the 4 academies debating. However, there are people from the Dakian dynasty among them, and it seems they are not friendly. Xu Chen arrived before everyone, cupped his hands and said.
What?
Just the people from Dakian Academy are enough, why would the Dakian court send someone? Hearing this, everyone looked puzzled. But as for Morong Shao, he instantly understood what was happening. Let's go, the debate of the 4 academies only happens once every 10 years, and it's indeed time to discuss it.
Morong Shao waved his hand and led everyone away from here.
What they said was heard clearly by Zhou Hai and Chen Bei below. Watching these people leave, Chen Bei frowned, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Big brother, are you so restless that you sent someone to hunt down here? Chen Bei clenched his fists tightly, muttering to himself. Alright, don't think your master and uncle are being petty, they are doing this for your own good. But as my disciple, having a natural battle spirit, how could you be timid? Take this, in the future, you can go wherever you want, do whatever you like, there is no need to hide in this courtyard. If anything happens, your master will cover you. Seeing the killing intent in Chen Bei's eyes, Zhou Hai waved his hand, and a storage jade pendant flew before Chen Bei. Chen Bei was stunned and picked up the jade pendant to inspect it, and his expression changed drastically. The jade pendant actually concealed over 100 sage-level talismans and dozens of puppets. Each puppet exuded a suffocating aura. And that wasn't the most terrifying part. The most terrifying thing was that among these treasures stood a square sky-painting halberd. The halberd was surrounded by a destructive aura, seemingly sleeping. But even while sleeping, this halberd still gave a feeling of world-destroying power that should not be approached lightly. It was a supreme divine might that mere mortals could not gaze upon directly. Imperial weapon. Sage-level talismans. Sage-level puppets. Master, you. Looking again at Zhou Hai, Chen Bei felt he was about to go crazy. Did his master plunder an emperor's treasury? This foundation accumulation was too strong, right? The key point was that he just waved it all for himself. Even the strongest of warriors could not help but feel his eyes turn red at this moment. His master was really good to him. With these things, traversing the world in the future, what would he have to fear? Alright, get ready to cultivate. Today we will go against the heavens and seize its fortune, striving to enter the divine power. So, do you have confidence? Looking at the move Chen Bei, Zhou Hai waved his hand. Replying to master, the power of the dragon's blood is too immense. The disciple absorbs less than 1/10, and there is more power hidden within the disciple's body. If the disciple refines it one by one, I estimate that he can reach the 3rd level of divine power. Moreover, after being modified by the dragon's blood, the disciple's foundation is nearly perfect. It's a pity there aren't enough resources, otherwise, refining the 100 refinements Emperor scriptures would make the foundation and body even more perfect, and the help from the dragon's blood might be even greater. Chen Bei shook his head, feeling a bit disappointed. He truly wanted to refine the 100 refinements Emperor scriptures. Who says there are no resources?
Here, take these divine weapons, try to see if you can refine them into your body. Zhou Hai smiled, saying that others have no resources, but saying he has none? What a joke!
7 years of system sign-in, he had no less than 100 imperial weapons, and these low-level divine weapons were even more countless. The so-called 100 refinements Emperor scriptures is to refine oneself through the forging of weapons. Once the technique is practiced, it can devour other weapons to strengthen oneself, until finally, refining oneself into a supreme divine weapon, truly unmatched in all realms. However, for Zhou Hai, these weapons were like sand, while in the eyes of others, they were incredible treasures. As he caught the storage bag tossed by Zhou Hai, Chen Bei looked inside and gasped.
Divine weapons? At least 1,000 pieces? He was stunned. Are divine weapons really worth so little now? Chapter 7. These things should be enough for you to practice for a while, right? Zhou Hai stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Chen Bei. Enough, master, this is more than enough. Chen Bei's heart was racing, and he looked up at Zhou Hai. In that moment, he felt his master was towering, like the greatest person in all realms. His master not only gave him a shock but also an immense sense of security. To be able to have his master as a teacher in this lifetime was truly a great fortune. He vowed that with such strong support from his master, he could not let him down. If it's enough, then start. Zhou Hai didn't waste time, urging him to begin. Chen Bei responded promptly, sitting cross-legged to focus on comprehending the 100 refinements Emperor scriptures. As the imperial scriptures swirled, countless imperial runes flew out, continuously merging into Chen Bei's body. He suddenly felt as if his body had become an endless pit. At this moment, he felt like a furnace, as if nothing in the universe could escape his refining. Feeling the changes in his body, Chen Bei quickly took out a divine weapon. As the runes flowed around him, a powerful refining force surged, and that divine weapon began to dissolve. Not only did the crafting materials of the divine weapon merge into Chen Bei's body, but even the principles upon the weapon were melted down, absorbed by Chen Bei like nutrition. Boom! At the moment the divine weapon melted, Chen Bei felt an explosion in his mind. His internal world seemed to have exploded. His foundation suddenly collapsed. His cultivation instantly extinguished. In an instant, he transformed from a powerful life-taking realm cultivator into an ordinary person without any cultivation. He was recultivating. With the 100 refinements Emperor scriptures, he was reshaping his cultivation path. First level of body refining. While others were forging their flesh and blood, he was transforming into a furnace, using strong divine weapons as materials, merging them into his body, refining himself. Divine weapons, the divine artifacts of enlightened realm experts, hold the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Not only do they contain the insights of enlightened realm experts, but their refining materials are also incredibly precious, truly indestructible. At this moment, Chen Bei was merging these materials, along with various insights of the path into his body to aid in refining himself, and the power was astonishing. Boom boom boom. A loud roar sounded, and Chen Bei's cultivation realm soared madly. Second level of body refining. Third level of body refining. Fourth level of body refining. In an instant, his cultivation broke through to the 9th level of body refining, yet it showed no signs of stopping. Boom! With another rumble inside him, his Dantian's foundation was reforged, officially stepping into the foundation building realm. And at the moment the foundation was formed, another burst of powerful energy erupted, countless imperial runes emerged, crashing down onto the foundation, carrying the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. It is the Emperor's Sutra of Mediation. As the Emperor's Sutra of Refinement shines brightly, mediation seems unwilling to be lonely. At this moment, the two great Emperor Sutras are competing against each other, one focused on refining, the other on attacking. In their entanglement, Chen Bei's body not only transforms into a divine weapon but also becomes a supreme great formation. And the two great Emperor Sutras are the foundation of this formation. So strong. Chen Bei is shocked inside, speeding up his cultivation again. However, soon, after absorbing a path soldier completely, his cultivation only barely reaches the 3rd level of foundation establishment. Chen Bei is once again greatly shocked. This is a path soldier. A path soldier that could kill everything below the enlightenment realm in an instant can only help him cultivate to the 3rd level of foundation establishment. How many path soldiers would it take to reach full mastery? And at this moment, how powerful would he need to be? Without daring to hesitate, Chen Bei takes out another path soldier to absorb. Meanwhile, as Chen Bei grows stronger, Zhou Hai's body undergoes earth-shattering changes. His Tao foundation is constantly mutating, becoming stronger and stronger. His body surface looks as if it is coated in gold, with a metallic clashing sound when he moves. At this moment, he feels that even without any defense, a full-force strike from a cultivator below the divine ability realm cannot harm him at all. Is this the strength of the Emperor's Sutra of Refinement? Tenfold feedback, this feeling is really satisfying. Zhou Hai wears a face of enjoyment. Wait, since my body is undergoing mutation, can I cultivate too?
Realizing this, Zhou Hai quickly sits down, wanting to try the feeling of cultivation. But soon, he is dumbfounded. He indeed possesses the qualities of an indestructible battle soul, and inside him, there is also powerful energy. But the characteristics of an earthling still don't change, he still cannot cultivate. In other words, no matter how much his body changes, he cannot cultivate. To gain cultivation, he can only rely on feedback from the disciples' cultivation.
Damn it, broken system, what is going on?
Zhou Hai is unhappy. He thought his physique was 10 times stronger than his disciples, and he should shine brightly. But in the end, he still cannot cultivate.
Who can bear this?
However, the system does not respond to him. Seeing this, Zhou Hai can only helplessly leave and find a way to cook. But as he catches a glimpse from the corner of his eye, he notices a blood pool buried in the ground. It is the blood pool that previously contained the blood of the flood dragon. In the destructive clash just now, the entire courtyard turned to dust, yet this blood pool remains unchanged, only sinking deeper into the ground. Seems like a good treasure, I'll take it.
Zhou Hai raises his hand and collects the blood pool.
Looking back at the empty courtyard, he ponders for a moment and decides to arrange it again. The courtyard is too simple and lacks rockery and flowing water, this must have. Rubbing his chin, Zhou Hai takes out two sacred weapons from the system space, the sacred mountain seal and the fixing sea pearl. Previously, without cultivation, he couldn't use these treasures. But now, with just a thought, the sacred mountain seal instantly turns into a continuous rockery, and the fixing sea pearl transforms into a spring.
Mist surrounds, and the ethereal rockery and flowing water form instantly, pure and elegant, with beautiful scenery.
With another thought from Zhou Hai, flowers bloom all over the rockery, and rainbows arc through the flowing water, making it incredibly beautiful.
Not bad, not bad.
Looking at this scene, Zhou Hai nods in satisfaction.
Soon, more treasures fly out. Ice bed, Tao comprehension mat, devouring cauldron, soul suppression bell.
Various treasures that others dream of have all been turned into furniture and decorations. In no time, the small courtyard regains the flavor of human life. With so many treasures, even if the sect master brother puts all his effort into it, he should not be able to break anything here.
Rubbing his chin, Zhou Hai thinks proudly.
It's a pity, my silver bottle and my Shaoran book are gone, and there are many similar books I haven't had time to read. I need to find time to take a trip to Dinghai City. With another sigh, Zhou Hai takes out some dragon liver, phoenix marrow, and other ingredients from the system space.
Start his cooking. And over here, Zhou Hai enjoys his strength growing while he relaxes with cooking.
On the other hand, inside the main hall of the Taoist temple, the atmosphere is exceptionally serious.
Bastards! Are you trying to search my Jixia Academy?
With a shout, Morong Xiao slams his palm onto the table in front of him. The overwhelming aura of a peak-level Insight Realm expert bursts forth, pressing down on most of the people present, causing them to gasp for breath and turn pale.
Why does my Taoist friend need to be angry? The third prince and the ninth prince have deep brotherly love.
He has come specially to look for him, this is a good thing.
Isn't your academy supposed to value human relationships the most?
You should support the third prince's longing for his brother. A light laugh sounds, and a man in a black robe steps out, effortlessly dissolving Morong Zhao's oppressive aura, shocking everyone in the academy. This person is also a peak-level Insight Realm Master, his strength is not below Morong Zhao's. At this moment, the elders of the Dakian Jixia Academy present, along with the third prince of the Dakian dynasty, all breathe a sigh of relief. Just now, they felt as if Morong Xiao had grabbed their throats, teetering between life and death, it was truly terrifying.
Chapter 8. Oh, you mean to say that to fulfill his brotherly affection, my academy must obediently let you search?
Morong Zhao's eyes are cold, staring hard at that person in black.
My friend is joking.
How ugly does it sound to say search and not search? Jixia Academy is a sacred place for cultivation, and my Qiangyo sacred land has 1,000 years of friendship with you.
How could Qiangyo sacred land humiliate the academy? We have come this time simply out of request from Jixia Academy. I believe the academy will not let my Qiangyo sacred land be in a difficult position, right? Isn't that right, Elder Lu?
The black-robed man shakes his head and smiles, seemingly trying to build rapport, but in reality, he is bringing up Qiangyo sacred land to pressure others. Indeed, Jixia Academy is a sacred place for cultivation. If it were the main academy, they would not fear Qiangyo sacred land at all. But this is only a branch, they are not qualified to wrestle with Qiangyo sacred land.
Yes, my friend Dongwei is right.
My academy has been in contact with Qiangyo sacred land for many years, we should give each other some face. The person in charge of the Dakian Academy, Elder Lu, hurriedly nods and smiles, trying to smooth things over.
Impudence! Elder Lu, are you representing the Qiangyo sect in this conversation with me? Or are you saying your attitude represents the main academy?
Morong Zhao's eyes are icy as he shouts again.
Elder Lu is startled, how could he possibly represent the main academy? However, to say he represents Qiangyou sacred land is absolutely out of the question. That would be a betrayal of his own academy. Obviously, Morong Xiao doesn't regard his identity at all. This is intentionally humiliating him. Dao friend Morong.
The black-robed man furrows his brows and speaks again.
Shut your mouth. What the hell, am I very familiar with your Qiangyou sect? If you want to talk friendship, go talk to the main academy. Let the main academy speak with me. I want to see if the main academy will give me an order to let you search. Morong Xiao waves his hand, showing no consideration whatsoever. You.
Dao friend Morong, this time we come, I represent not just Qiangyou sacred land, but the will of all major sects and sacred lands.
Are you sure you really won't give any face?
The black-robed man's expression becomes ugly, no longer hiding anything as he directly threatens.
He. What do you mean? Today I won't let you search. Do you still want to attack my great Zhou Academy? Come. I am looking forward to it. See yourselves out. Morong Xiao finds it amusing out of anger.
These people come and immediately start probing for news about Chen Bei. The academy's stance is also very clear, there is no Chen Bei here at all.
But these people are not giving up, even wanting to visit on some excuse and search personally. With Morong Xiao's temper, how could he tolerate this?
If he hadn't controlled his anger lately, he would have definitely left a few people here today. Well, since Dao friend Morong insists on being stubborn, please do not regret it.
Let's go. The black-robed man's gaze is sinister as he turns to leave. Elder Morong.
Don't forget about the four-house debate in 3 months, I'll be waiting for your arrival in Deqian. Elder Lu's gaze was equally dark as he deeply stared at Morong Xiao, before leaving with the third prince of Deqian and others.
Bastards!
The Qiaoniao sect is bullying us too much, daring to use their power to oppress us. They really don't take our academy seriously.
And this Deqian academy, it's getting worse and worse, allowing various sects to control us freely. It's really embarrassing for our academy.
Humph.
To search our academy?
Such humiliation, even the King of Heaven can't help. If they really want to start a war, we'll fight.
Even if the main academy doesn't help, what do we have to fear?
As these people left, the elders of the various palaces, who had been silent up until now, all spoke, their voices filled with righteous indignation.
Enough!
There's no need to discuss this further. Everyone, remember, our academy does not provoke trouble, but we never fear it.
We must never fall as low as Deqian Academy. Go back and prepare. The four-house debate in 3 months will decide the allocation of resources for the main academy.
In recent years, our great Zhou Academy's disciples have been weak, and we've ranked last for 3 consecutive terms.
If we rank last again this time, the main academy will blame us.
Morong Xiao waved his hand, speaking solemnly.
Yes, sect master.
Upon hearing this, a trace of worry flashed in everyone's eyes, and they all bid farewell and left. After everyone left, Morong Xiao finally showed a hint of weariness on his face. Zhuyu, brother Zhuyu, your death, it's not just the great Qian dynasty that will collapse.
Even Deqian Academy is ruined.
Late at night, in an inn in Dinghai City, a man in a black robe, Elder Lu from the academy, and the third prince of Deqian were gathered in a room.
The atmosphere was extremely tense. It seems almost certain now.
If Chen Bei is not dead, he must be hiding in the great Zhou Academy.
Otherwise, Morong Xiao wouldn't have denied even the opportunity to visit the academy. He's trying to cover it up.
Suddenly, the man in the black robe spoke.
Exactly. Morong Xiao's reaction today was too extreme.
From what I know of him, he would definitely dare to go against the world and shelter Chen Bei.
Elder Lu nodded.
Thinking of being despised by Morong Xiao, he felt a deep discomfort in his heart.
Elder Lu, Elder Donghua, no matter what, Chen Bei must die.
Otherwise, he is not just a threat to our Deqian dynasty, but to all of you as well. The third prince of Deqian, Chen Xian, hurriedly said.
Don't worry. If we can't do it openly, tonight I'll sneak into the academy to investigate.
If Chen Bei really is in the academy, I'll kill him with my own hands.
He's just a talent who hasn't grown yet.
Killing him is as easy as slaughtering pigs or dogs. The black-robed man, Donghua Quan, stood with his hands behind his back and coldly said.
Really? Then I'll leave it to Elder Donghua. Hearing this, Chen Xian was overjoyed and quickly bowed in gratitude. Now that Deqian's foundation is finally solid, with his same-age elder brother successfully seated on the throne, no matter what, he cannot allow Chen Bei to live. Chen Bei is too dangerous.
His talent is even on par with the saints and saintesses of the major sacred lands.
If he's allowed to grow, it's possible he could overturn the entire Deqian dynasty in the future.
He must crush him while he's still weak.
Alright, you two go rest for now. After an hour, I will take action myself. Donghua Quan glanced at the two and ordered in a commanding tone. Yes, Elder Donghua.
Hearing this, Elder Lu and Chen Xian cupped their hands in respect and departed, their manner so respectful it was hard to imagine that one was a prince and the other was a senior elder of a sacred academy. At this moment, Zhou Hai still had no idea that an operation targeting his top disciple had already begun.
To sing to the moon, how fleeting life is. What is enjoyment? This is enjoyment.
In the courtyard, under the fake mountain, Zhou Hai raised his cup to invite the moon. He savored the 1,000-year-old spirit wine while feeling the changes in his cultivation, and he was completely at ease. Boom! Suddenly, a fierce wind blew in. The sky, which was once dimly illuminated by moonlight, was instantly covered with dark clouds, thunder, and lightning flashing. The overwhelming might of the heavens descended, as if wanting to destroy the world.
A breakthrough?
Zhou Hai's heart stirred as he felt his cultivation beginning to loosen. In Chen Bei's frenzy training, his cultivation feedback was tenfold, and at this moment, he successfully broke through to the third level of the divine passage. At this moment, Chen Bei faced another breakthrough and was about to step into the fourth level of the divine passage. In just one day, his realm soared continuously. Who could imagine that he was still an ordinary person with no cultivation in the morning? But this time, Chen Bei's breakthrough seemed a bit too loud. Looking at the thunderclouds in the sky, this time's earth-shattering transformation was destined to attract the lightning tribulation, and it wasn't going to be small. The commotion here immediately drew the attention of everyone in the academy.
What a terrifying lightning tribulation! Is someone comprehending the Tao and about to face their tribulation? How can it be so powerful? Could it be that the sect master has broken through again? This time, the sect master's tribulation seems a bit too strong. Wait, is that not the sect master's enlightenment palace? Is that the direction of the Tao hidden palace?
Everyone looked astonished in this direction, and then one by one, figures flew out, heading straight for the Tao hidden palace.
How could there be such a huge commotion again?
Even Morong Xiao was startled, and after hesitating for a moment, he flew towards the Tao hidden palace. At this moment, in the courtyard of the Tao hidden palace, Chen Bei suddenly opened his eyes, and his robes billowed in the wind. He looked at the vast thunder tribulation with no fear in his eyes. The aura of a king leaked out, full of heroic spirit as if he was about to battle against the heavens.
Come well. I will fight you in the sky.
Glancing around, Chen Bei didn't want to destroy his master's courtyard, so he shot up into the sky, heading straight for the thunderclouds.
Wow, who is that? Crazy. This guy is definitely a madman. Lightning tribulation. Others avoid it, and he dares to charge into the thunderclouds to face it, declaring war on the heavens? Does he think the tribulation isn't fierce enough? The elders and disciples rushing over were all taken aback, staring in shock, their mouths agape. Wow, disciple, be careful. Don't get yourself killed. You're my only disciple. Zhou Hai was also a bit stunned. Was this disciple a bit too reckless? Challenging the heavenly tribulation? Isn't that a path to death? He was still hoping that his eldest disciple could bring him more feedback. Master, don't worry. I haven't repaid your kindness yet. Even if it's the heavens, they won't take my life. Chen Bei felt moved. His master was too good to him, always thinking about him. Chapter 9. Heaven and earth are heartless, treating all creatures like grass dogs. I rise from the humble, temper my body and cultivate my foundation, defying heaven and seizing life. Heavenly Tao, today I will seize your transformation and give birth to my own divine passage. Come on. Let me see your mysteries. Chen Bei shot into the sky, directly into the thunderclouds. His voice resounded like a great bell, his momentum overwhelming, each word carrying immense battle intent and endless passion. At this moment, he was like a supreme demon lord in a devil's cave, or like an invincible god of war in the heavens. Boom! The heavens seemed angered by his words. Countless roars of thunder rushed towards him, drowning him instantly in bolts of electricity as a response. My heavens! He's gone mad. This guy is definitely crazy. Does he really think the heavenly Tao won't be outraged? Oh no, he's dead. This torrent of thunder, ordinary tribulation seekers can't avoid it. Each strike can take half a life. Who can withstand such a downpour? What a fierce lightning tribulation. I see this person's cultivation is merely at the beginning of the divine passage, yet this lightning tribulation is comparable to the divine thunder of the comprehension realm. Is it just comparable to the comprehension realm's lightning tribulation? With such a downpour, even a strong comprehension realm fighter would be reduced to ashes. Countless horrified voices emerged. The academy disciples were stunned, even the elders were bewildered, feeling their scalps tingle. Including Morong Xiao, who now had a face filled with astonished disbelief. He clearly saw that the one facing the tribulation was Chen Bei. This kid was told to be more honest. The great Qian pursuers were right in Dinghai City, and yet he was being so high profile. Moreover, even if he was being high profile, he didn't care about the pursuers, nor did he care about the heavens. What does he think he is, to turn the world upside down? Come on, disciple, hang on. Don't die.
In the courtyard below, Zhou Hai was heartbroken.
It's hard to finally have a hard-working one. What if the heavens get messed up?
Heaven, please don't hold a grudge against me, have mercy. My disciple is foolish, you must forgive his nonsense.
Zhou Hai quickly prayed, looking devout. I told you to keep an eye on him, and this is how you watch.
At that moment, Morong Zhao's voice came.
Zhou Hai turned to see Morong Zhao glaring at him fiercely. If heaven wants to strike someone, it's not me who strikes, how can I control it?
If you have the guts, tell heaven to stop.
Zhou Hai looked completely speechless. As they spoke, the endless thunderclouds dispersed.
Under everyone's gaze, Qin Bei's figure emerged, still tall and imposing, like an invincible war god.
That invincible form once again faced the thunderstorm, as overwhelming thunder dragons roared and engulfed him once more.
This time, the might of the thunder was over 10 times stronger than before. Damn, heaven, I won't call you grandpa anymore, you don't listen to me at all, you treat me like I'm nothing. Zhou Hai jumped in shock, heart aching as he looked at Qin Bei, swearing loudly. Morong Zhao and the others, who had long been captivated by the heavenly tribulation, turned their heads at once, speechless. Others call heaven grandpa casually, but this guy truly wants heaven to be his grandpa.
Qin Bei? Is it him?
Not far away, a figure soared, lurking in the shadows of the night. Seeing Qin Bei in the midst of the thunder calamity, his pupils abruptly constricted. I didn't expect, at just 16, he has acquired the treasures of heaven and earth, breaking through the secret realm of divine power.
This thunder disaster is too terrifying. This child must not be left alive, otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. Dong Wuquan stared intently at Qin Bei amidst the thunder calamity, ready to strike at any moment.
At this moment, Qin Bei was still unaware of the hidden danger. After another wave of thunder baptism, he felt completely transparent. Under the baptism of the Emperor's Classic, his body had long been pure and flawless. Practicing the 100 refinements Emperor Classic, refining 10 paths of soldiers, his body became indestructible, impossible to break, comparable to divine weapons. Now, after another heavenly thunder baptism, he felt as if he was transforming, his body gradually approaching perfection.
Ah, this feels great. Heaven, is this all you got? Come on, let me see your divine powers. Qin Bei laughed heartily, still provoking amidst the thunder. Boom, boom, boom.
Heaven was furious, and the thunder changed color. Countless bolts of thunder erupted, the thunder was no longer silver but turned golden, as thick as a water barrel, crashing down everywhere. One bolt as thick as an arm separated from the thundercloud and struck a mountaintop dozens of miles away. In an instant, that mountaintop crumbled to dust. The ferocious power of thunder was chilling. Yet Qin Bei remained unconcerned, he saw himself evolve divine powers, no longer bound by the thunder baptism, continuously exploring heavenly might from the thunder, forming his own killing move. He was developing his own path. Everyone was dumbfounded, this guy was simply a prodigy. This thunder tribulation was something even enlightened realm experts might not withstand. He, a mere divine power realm cultivator, not only withstood it but even dared to provoke heaven, and took the opportunity to develop his own divine power. This kind of person is simply intolerable by heaven's principles. This person is powerful. One day, can I also be like him? Beside the Sword Palace elder, Zheng Qianquan looked to the sky in shock, his eyes filled with yearning. Stop dreaming, junior brother Zhang. Even though your talent is exceptional, you still cannot compete with the geniuses of the major Holy Lands. Such power, even those Holy Land geniuses cannot achieve, this person is definitely an ancient prodigy. A voice came, the Sword Palace elder's eldest disciple. These words made Zheng Qianquan's heart tremble violently, filled with an inexplicable unwillingness. He wanted to argue back, but under the overwhelming heavenly might, he felt fear. If he could barely endure this heavenly might, how could he compete with the person amidst the thunder? Who on earth is this person? If he can survive this thunder calamity, among the younger generation of the northern wilderness, he is likely unmatched. Indeed, even senior brother Chu Chen cannot compare to him at all. I'm afraid only the prodigies of the main academy can barely compete with him. Elder brother, what do you think of this person? A group of disciples exchanged glances, and someone asked Chu Chen. Very strong, I am not his match. Chu Chen said solemnly, speaking the truth. But how did this person end up at our Jixia Academy, even crossing tribulation in the Dao Store Palace? Who exactly is he? After a pause, Chu Chen's words immediately drew everyone's deep contemplation. Right, who is this person? How did he appear in the Dao Store Palace? As all eyes focused on him, the time passed slowly. After enduring 9 rounds of heavenly tribulation, Qin Bei not only survived but instead radiated endless black light. At this moment, he truly resembled a demon lord, leaving trails of raging demonic flames wherever he went. The thunder tribulation dissipated, yet dark clouds still loomed, as if bowing down beneath Qin Bei's feet. Indeed, he had evolved his own path amidst the tribulation, creating his own divine ability. Unkillable through 100 forges, the annihilation divine thunder. Ha ha, the divine thunder of the 9 heavens, so trivial. Master, I have succeeded. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Chen Bei laughed heartily, then quickly descended to the courtyard, kneeling heavily before Zhou Hai and bowing deeply. At this moment, he no longer called him master, but instead called him father. Master is for respect, but a father is for a lifetime. Seeing Chen Bei kneeling, aside from Morong Xiao, everyone else was dumbfounded. Father? Zhou Hai is his father? The elders were stunned, as if they had seen a ghost. How is that possible? He is a disciple of Master Zhou. The disciples of the academy stared in disbelief, their faces filled with astonishment, as if dreaming. Father. He calls Zhou Hai father? He is Zhou Hai's disciple? That beggar from this morning? Zheng Qianquan also noticed this scene, his heart shook violently, feeling somewhat incredulous. Zhou Hai's disciple is actually this powerful? At this moment, Zhou Hai was feeling the overwhelming power within him. With Chen Bei's successful breakthrough in the tenfold feedback, his cultivation not only entered the 4th stage of divine ability but also broke through 2 realms to reach the 5th stage. Moreover, the divine ability he derived from comprehending the heavenly thunder tribulation, the annihilation divine thunder, was now also being rewarded. Under the tenfold feedback, the divine ability he gained was 10 times stronger and 10 times more perfected than the creator, Chen Bei. Zhou Hai was secretly amazed. Truly, he is the talent that makes the great sacred places fear and seeks to eliminate early. To evolve such means so early in divine ability is indeed unparalleled in the world. Just as he was thinking this, a voice from the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host's senior disciple for successfully breaking through to the divine ability realm. The host has taught well, here are the following rewards. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a 9-turn resurrection pill. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a saint experience card. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a thunder punishment divine ability scroll. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a transmission array for an Emperor's Corner. Ding, congratulations to the host for teaching well, and now triggering the disciple recruitment mission again, please hurry to Qingzhou to recruit. Hearing the continuous announcements from the system, Zhou Hai was momentarily dumbfounded. What the heck, I get rewards for my disciples' cultivation. Kid, you finally understand. Zhou Hai nodded with satisfaction. Recruiting disciples again, another worker. Let me see who this lucky worker is. With a thought, Zhou Hai hurriedly checked the information of his new disciple. But at that moment, the world around shifted. Chen Bei was still kneeling on the ground, waiting for his father to speak. Suddenly, an avenue of principles surged forth from the void, instantly wrapping around him. The next moment, as the principles pulled, he vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already dozens of miles away. A flash of sword light darted through, aiming directly at Chen Bei's throat. Chapter 10. How dare you, who is so bold to attack my academy's disciple? Morong Xiao roared in fury, immediately rushing toward that direction. Bastard! Looking for death. Other academy elders widened their eyes in anger and rushed to Chen Bei's side. Though they didn't understand what was happening, Chen Bei kneeling before Zhou Hai, calling him father, meant he was a disciple of the academy. How could anyone harm him? Damn! I'm just a worker now, and you want to kill me? Zhou Hai also reacted, rushing over with a face full of anger. Unfortunately, the attack succeeded from miles away, and even if they were faster, they couldn't save him. A sword was close at hand, instantly arriving in front of Chen Bei. You want to die. Chen Bei's reaction was also extremely quick, roaring loudly as the dark flames surged on his body, the violent force breaking the binding of the Tao. At the moment the sword light arrived, he grasped it tightly. However, because of the powerful impact from the sword, his whole body was pushed back and flew out several miles. Yet his physique was so robust that the sword couldn't hurt him at all. What's going on? The one who sneak attacked, Dong Guoquan, was shocked, his pupils shrinking to a staring hard at Chen Bei. This guy could actually catch a Dao soldier with his bare hands, is he even human? For a moment, he felt he wasn't attacking a person but a human-shaped divine weapon. Die for me. Seeing Morong Xiao and the others about to arrive, Dong Guoquan felt a rush of anxiety. The Dao power of a Wudao realm expert was unleashed, instantly shaking off Chen Bei's hand. Then he swung his sword, his raging Dao power summoning endless wind and thunder, even causing the sun and moon to reverse. Everyone looked up and saw endless celestial phenomena contained in the sword, transformed into the Dao sword slashing towards Chen Bei. No. Stop. Morong Xiao was horrified, with no time to save him. Seeing that sword come down, even he had to face it with all his strength. A disciple just entering the Shinton realm had only one way to die. The other elders from the academies also exclaimed in shock, but it was to no avail.
Ha, come on.
However, to everyone's surprise, facing this invincible sword, Chen Bei was laughing heartily, throwing a punch. In an instant, dark clouds rolled, and the fury was overflowing. The might of the battle spirit spread out, endless wind and thunder emerged, transforming into an invincible punch that collided with that Dao sword.
Boom, boom, boom. The aftermath of the battle scattered, shaking the heavens and the earth. Under the incredulous gazes of everyone, Chen Bei actually managed to block this strike. But it was only temporary, then came a crack sound, and Chen Bei's magic power was instantly shattered, unable to withstand the Dao's power. Then, the slightly dimmed Dao sword came down. Yet Chen Bei still showed no intention of retreating. Instead, his fighting spirit sword, evolving his magic power between his palms, again bravely clashing against that invincible sword. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of explosions continued, as the magic power surrounding Chen Bei continuously exploded. With the last explosion sound, a mist of blood burst from Chen Bei's body, and he was sent flying heavily. At the same time, the brilliant Dao patterns in the air collapsed, and that invincible sword also disintegrated in midair. Disciple. Zhou Hai's voice came, 10 times faster than Chen Bei, making him even quicker than Morong Xiao. He rushed to Chen Bei's back and caught him. Yet he saw Chen Bei's hands bleeding profusely, but he was not in mortal danger, instead wearing a triumphant expression. Master, retreat, I can still fight. Shoving Zhou Hai aside, Chen Bei charged towards Dong Guoquan again. Zhou Hai felt exasperated. This rascal, does he not see that the other party's realm is much higher than his? He almost got killed but still wants to fight more? At this moment, Morong Xiao finally arrived behind Dong Guoquan. Dong Guo, old thief, how dare you sneak attack my academy's disciple, you seek death. With a furious shout, before Dong Guoquan could defend, Morong Xiao slapped him on the back. This palm was absolutely not comparable to what he did against Zhou Hai. In his palm, the Dao power of Morong Xiao surged, with the force to move mountains and fill seas, heavily striking on Dong Guoquan's back. Puff! Dong Guoquan spat out a mouthful of blood, directly being blasted away for hundreds of meters. At this moment, he felt like his insides were shattered, his whole body's Dao was in chaos, and he couldn't even raise his cultivation. Dong Guoquan's face turned ash gray. He didn't understand, even a strike from a Wudao realm expert couldn't be withstood by him. How could Chen Bei endure? Unfortunately, no one was there to answer him. Only a massive fist awaited him. Chen Bei leaped forward and threw a punch. Bang! There was no supernatural power, not even any cultivation power. Just an ordinary punch that instantly caved in Dong Guoquan's chest, his entire body's bones shattered in an instant. Bang bang bang! As the explosive sounds rang out, Dong Guoquan's body blew apart, blood turning into mist that enveloped him. No! I am an elder of the sacred land, how dare you kill me? In the end, Dong Guoquan could only let out a reluctant roar. Even his head soon exploded, turning into a pile of mush. This overwhelmingly powerful punch completely stunned everyone. Even Mu Rongxiao looked at Chen Bei with a shocked expression. No supernatural power, just relying on a flesh and blood fist, and he blew apart a cultivator at the Enlightenment realm. Is this a joke? Even if Dong Guoquan was beaten down and his cultivation shattered, that body had been washed by the principles, how powerful could it be? How could a cultivator in the supernatural realm be killed instantly with just a flesh punch? Not enough. Master, you shouldn't have scattered his cultivation. Otherwise, I would definitely fight him for 300 rounds to determine the victor. Chen Bei laughed heartily, his overwhelming fighting spirit left everyone dumbfounded. This guy is purely a battle madman. A beginner in the supernatural realm actually dared to dream of battling a peak Enlightenment realm powerhouse. How could he be so bold? But when they thought of his inhuman battle performance, everyone fell silent. This is a monster, one cannot judge him by normal standards. You're so powerful, why didn't you wait for him to adjust his breath before making a move? At this moment, Zheng Qianquan's voice came. His eyes held disbelief, but more so, envy. As today's most dazzling introductory disciple, he was exceptionally gifted and should have been the center of attention in the whole venue. But now, Chen Bei had captured everyone's gaze. In comparison, he was like a firefly competing with the bright moon, insignificant. He was unwilling but had no choice, he could only scorn Chen Bei in his own way. Fool! Fighting is not about competing for strength and ferocity, it must not always have a clear winner. Since we belong to the same sect, let me give you a piece of advice. Fighting is only for killing, it's either you die or I die. If you have the chance to kill but let the enemy breathe, that is the path to death. Chen Bei glanced sideways, and with a single sentence, he made Zheng Qianquan's face flush. Well said. Fighting has never been about fairness. The way of the gentleman is only for gentlemen. The real battlefield has only two purposes, you die. I live. Mu Rongxiao looked at Chen Bei in awe, praising him. Upon hearing this, Zheng Qianquan's face grew even darker. He was supposed to be the main character, but now he had become the biggest clown of the whole event, only able to watch others shine. Master, this is not the time to rejoice. The one who is dead is the elder of the Cheongyao sacred land, we won't have a good time dealing with this. Just then, the elder of the Dan Palace said solemnly. As soon as these words fell, the venue fell silent, and everyone showed a serious expression. The Cheongyao sect had a sage presiding over it, not just anyone could offend them. Killing their elder was equivalent to declaring war, this was a huge trouble. Whoever kills is responsible. It's not like we killed him, surely we're not going to apologize, right? But at this moment, Jing Qianquan shouted loudly. Everyone looked at him upon hearing this. Rest assured, one person does the deed, one person takes the blame. Now that my whereabouts have been exposed, I will leave on my own. No matter how great the flood, or how many pursuers there are, I will not drag everyone down. Upon hearing Zhang Qianquan's words, and seeing everyone staring at him in thought, Cheng Bei gave a bitter smile and turned into a streak of light, landing in the courtyard. Thank you, Master, for your protection. If there's a chance, Cheng Bei will surely repay this great kindness. Looking at Mu Rongxiao still floating in the air, Cheng Bei bowed deeply. Then he turned toward Zhou Hai and knelt down on both knees. Master, although I have only met you for a day. Once a teacher, a father for a lifetime. Most cultivators in the world wish they could completely annihilate their disciples. To avoid implicating the academy, the disciple willingly breaks the master-disciple bond. Of course, the master's kindness will never be forgotten by the disciple. If there is a chance to return in the future, the disciple vows to serve the master for a lifetime. With that, Chen Bei respectfully bowed to Zhou Hai 3 times. The atmosphere at the scene instantly turned a bit mournful, slightly oppressive. It wasn't surprising that Chen Bei was so resolute, his tyrannical ideals had already harmed countless cultivators' interests. Every cultivator in the North Wasteland with even a hint of self-interest wished they could eradicate him completely. In such circumstances, no one would offend all cultivators of the North Wasteland for his sake, nor would anyone dare to cause trouble easily. Including the overarching academy behind it. Everyone understood this point. However, for Mu Rongxiao and the many elders, they ultimately could not expel their own disciple for this. Moreover, a disciple like Chen Bei. Damn you! Knowing the road ahead is tough yet not focusing on your training, coming here to play the emotional game, are you some kind of sour scholar from the academy? Zhou Hai could not accept it, leaping and kicking Chen Bei on the backside. Everyone was stunned, looking in shock at Zhou Hai. This guy, at such a touching moment, why is he ruining the atmosphere? Especially the academy's elders and a group of disciples, all glaring in anger. Who is he calling a sour scholar? Chen Bei was also taken aback, involuntarily turning to look at Zhou Hai. But he quickly understood, his master was simply worried about him. In just a day's master-disciple bond, the master's concern for him was higher than the sky and deeper than the sea, comparable to a biological father. This kindness and emotion were destined to be hard to repay for a lifetime. Master, if there is a chance, I am willing to follow you through countless lifetimes. Even if I can only be a servant, I would do so with pleasure. Feeling touched, Chen Bei bowed again to Zhou Hai. Damn you! You've only been my disciple for one day and already want to fly solo? How can I rely on you in the future? Hurry up and train. If you dare to mention breaking the master-disciple bond again, I swear I'll smack you, believe it or not? Zhou Hai was angry, raising his hand and grabbing Chen Bei's ear, delivering a few kicks to his backside. He was furious. As a mortal, rolling around in the cultivation world for 7 years, who knows how he has endured these 7 years? Finally, he had a disciple to help improve his cultivation, yet after just one day he wanted to sever their bond. He could leave gracefully, but what about him? Hey! Master, what are you doing? Chen Bei was confused, even a tyrant shouldn't have their ear tugged like that, who could stand it? Especially since it was his most beloved master doing it, he had no way to retaliate. If it were someone else, he'd have slapped them dead. What are you doing? What do you think I'm doing? Get back to your training. Zhou Hai shouted with a dark face. Elder Zhou, are you trying to forcibly keep him at the academy? Have you thought about it? If we keep him here, we not only have to face the responsibility from the Cheongyao sacred land, but also the hostility of many cultivators. Can the academy handle that? Zhang Qianquan looked over and couldn't help but frown. He already looked down on Zhou Hai, and now he was even more displeased. No matter what, he didn't want to be overshadowed by Chen Bei for a lifetime, he had to drive this guy out. Who do you think you are, daring to teach me how to do things? If you want to drive away my disciple, then you might as well expel both of us. What kind of sharp mind Zhou Hai had? He immediately saw through this guy's thoughts. Letting it slide once or twice was one thing, but this guy was getting addicted, this was absolutely outrageous. Elder Zhou, you. Zhang Qianquan's face looked ugly, pointing at Zhou Hai wanting to say something. Enough. Always calling me Elder Zhou. Didn't the Zhang family teach you well, or do you not understand the academy's rules? How rude. You don't even know to call your own master uncle anymore? Brother Chen, if you can't teach your disciple the rules, why don't you let the academy's disciples teach him? At that moment, a cold voice called out. Zhang Qiankuan turned around to find elder Li Changqing of the academy glaring at him furiously. Uncle Li, I. Zhang Qiankuan was somewhat stunned. Everyone assumes Chen Bei should be driven away. How can this be blamed on him? Shut up, you ungrateful disciple. Sorry, junior brother Li, it's my inadequate teaching. I promise to set rules for him properly later. The elder of the Sword Palace sternly reprimanded, then turned to the academy elder with a grim expression and cupped his hands. Indeed, he needs to be taught a lesson. Disrespecting elders and sacrificing fellow disciples in a crisis, if such selfishness is not corrected, it will surely lead to disaster in the future. Morong Xiao flew forward, speaking coldly. I. Zhang Qiankuan's face changed repeatedly. He couldn't understand what he did wrong to suddenly become the target of everyone. Chen Bei, listen, my academy never abandons its disciples. If your conduct is improper, our academy will clear its ranks. But if anyone dares to harm my academy's disciples, even if my academy is destroyed, I will never let it go. Turning back, Morong Xiao looked at Chen Bei, speaking with undeniable authority. That's right, my nephew, since we are here, we should settle down. It's fine to occasionally feel sad about things, but we must not run away in the face of adversity. Li Changqing looked at Chen Bei with satisfaction, speaking seriously. Yes, when soldiers come, we fight, when water comes, we block it. The crisis has not even arrived yet, and you're already thinking about escaping. How can we do that? If trouble really comes, I will protect you with my sword. The elder of the Sword Palace, Chen Shuang, laughed. Ha ha, and I will back you from the Martial Arts Palace. And I from the Pill Palace. Junior brother Chen Bei, we are here for you, too. As they spoke, everyone laughed heartily. Chen Bei had just barely escaped the clutches of Zhou Hai, rubbing his ears as he looked up at the crowd. If he remembered correctly, these people had been mocking his master just in the morning. How could they suddenly be so kind to them? Realizing something, warmth filled his heart. Just as teacher Zhu Yu said, the Great Zhou Academy truly is a place to yearn for. Though these seniors bicker with each other, they never lose their camaraderie. Alright, junior brother, let your nephew take a rest, you come with us. Morong Xiao spoke again. Did you hear? Hurry up and cultivate. Zhou Hai glared at Chen Bei, and only then did he leave with everyone. Master. Watching the crowd leave, Chen Bei was deeply moved. He did not cultivate, instead, after everyone left, he transformed into a streak of light, heading straight for Dinghai City. He clearly remembered that Chu Chen had said earlier that both the Great Qian Academy and the Great Qian Court had sent people. Since these people had already chased him to this point, there was no need to return alive. Circling over Dinghai City, Chen Bei quickly fixed his gaze on an inn. Outside this inn were more than 100 guardians from the Great Qian dynasty. Each one had foundational cultivation, and some leading figures even had innate power, clearly an elite force. Confirming their identities, Chen Bei descended directly. Meanwhile, inside the inn, Chen Xian was sitting across from Elder Lu. One was the elder of the Great Qian Jixia Academy, and the other was a prince, soon to be conferred as a king, both of high status. But at that moment, both felt uneasy. Elder Lu, do you think Elder Dongguo will be alright? Chen Bei is a ruthless person, there is no one he dares not kill. If Elder Dongguo is exposed and the assassination fails, the consequences would be unimaginable. Finally, Chen Xian could sit still no longer and frowned. Enough, third prince, you have asked that many times already. I have said before, Elder Dongguo is from the Qiangyou Holy Land, the Great Zhou Academy would not dare to do anything to him. After all, not everyone is like the Overlord, who acts without considering the consequences. Trust me, Elder Dongguo will return. Elder Lu waved his hand irritably, although he was anxious, he firmly believed that before the Qiangyou Holy Land, the Academy would not dare to act rashly. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than a series of horrifying screams came from outside. Elder Lu's expression changed, and Chen Xian jumped up, both feeling their hearts tighten. Just then, a strong wind blew, and the doors and windows of the room burst open suddenly. Both looked up at the same time to see that outside, black clouds were rolling ominously. There is more thunder moving around. And in that dark cloud, a figure looked at them coldly. Chapter 12. Chen Bei? Chen Xian was shocked, retreating several steps in fright. Elder Lu was equally surprised, unable to stop his pupils from shrinking. Chen Bei, you broke through to the divine realm? No wonder you dared to appear before me? After confirming that Chen Bei was alone, Elder Lu finally calmed his mind and said coldly. Humph, Lu Bai Tao, the academy was established to spread the Tao to the world and protect the peace of the people. But what have you people done? People like you disregard the academy's purpose and harm the common people. Now that teacher Zhuyu is dead, you collude with other sects, working with the court to create continuous disasters. Aren't you afraid of being blamed by the main academy? Chen Bei's gaze was sharp as he coldly shouted. Blame? The world is bustling, interests intertwined. With the world trend, who still adheres to so-called benevolence? Now, you dare to seek me out alone for justice, truly unaware of your own death. Do you really think that breaking through to the divine realm makes you invincible? Lu Baitao laughed coldly, looking down on him. Lu Baitao, I am alone, but I can still kill you. As the king of Deqian, today I shall seek justice for the people of Deqian. Chen Qian, Lu Baitao, come out and die. Chen Bei shouted loudly, raising his hand to point at the two inside. Daring to be so arrogant while alone, you are seeking death. Elder Lu, kill him. Chen Qian's eyes turned sharp, shouting loudly. However, before he could finish, Lu Baitao had already charged out of the inn. Ignorant child, since you seek death, I will grant it. With a loud shout, Lu Baitao had already rushed to Chen Bei's side. With a push of both hands, the celestial energy surged, and his palms instantly grew several times larger, smashing towards Chen Bei like two grinding wheels. Ignorant child, die. Lu Baitao grinned sinisterly. If it were the past, with many protectors by Chen Bei's side, he would definitely retreat. But now, Chen Bei's power had already been completely eliminated, even if he had broken through the divine realm, so what? A cultivator just entering the divine realm, he did not put him in his eyes at all. However, just when he thought this palm could crush Chen Bei, or at least seriously injure him, he saw Chen Bei strike out with both fists, without any divine power, even without any fluctuation of spiritual energy. Relying solely on his bare fists, he heavily collided with Lu Baitao's palms. Boom boom boom. Ugh. The sound of explosions echoed, Lu Baitao let out a muffled grunt, and the power of divine energy in his arms was instantly shattered. At the same time, an overwhelming force surged into his arms. His arms twisted, bones cracking, the violent force exploded at his shoulders. Then his internal organs burst like they were crushed by a mountain. But a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out, and Lu Baitao was sent flying. He was greatly frightened, his eyes instantly covered with fear. Before he could land, the world went dark, and Chen Bei flew over, grabbing his neck and lifting him high. How could this happen, you, pfft? Another mouthful of blood sprayed out, and the color drained from Lu Baitao's face. He did not understand how Chen Bei had achieved this. As a cultivator on the same physical cultivation path, his iron palms were supposed to be unbeatable. But why couldn't he even defeat Chen Bei's fists? He knew that Chen Bei's cultivation was lower than his, and just now he hadn't used divine powers. Yet, he felt as if he had struck a divine weapon, it was too terrifying. You don't need to ask so much, it's time to atone for your sins. Chen Bei looked at Lu Baitao with cold eyes, exerted a bit of strength, and instantly snapped his neck. A mere 4th-level divine realm cultivator. The indestructible battle spirit's fighting intent was unparalleled, inherently carrying fighting power that was lower. Now, with the 100 refinements Emperor scripture, his body was cultivated to be comparable to a divine weapon, a mere Lu Baitao was simply a piece of cake. The cultivation method passed down by my master is so powerful, this is true invincibility among the same rank. Releasing his grip, Lu Baitao's corpse fell from the sky, and a trace of excitement flashed in Chen Bei's eyes. It's your turn now, my third elder brother. Once again, Chen Bei looked coldly at Chen Qian. How is this possible? You actually killed an elder of the academy. Aren't you afraid of being held accountable by the academy? You are a disciple of the academy, and the academy forbids harming fellow disciples. Chen Qian's face changed drastically, looking at Chen Bei with terror. Harming fellow disciples? I am indeed a disciple of the academy, but what right does Lu Baitao have to call himself my fellow disciple? The current Deqian Academy has long lost its kindness. So what if it is destroyed? Moreover, I have even killed the elder of the Qiangyao sacred land. Why would I care about a Lu Baitao? Chen Bei laughed loudly, his eyes filled with disdain. What? You killed Donghua Quan? Impossible, you. Chen Qian's mind buzzed, his face filled with disbelief. Donghua Quan was a powerful figure at the Enlightenment realm, how could he possibly have died at Chen Bei's hands? Enough. Stop asking so many questions. Have you thought about how to die? Chen Bei stepped forward, each step bringing him closer to the room. No Xiaojiu, I am your third royal brother. You cannot kill me. Chen Qian's face changed again, having just broken through to the innate realm, he had no chance to escape in front of Chen Bei. He tried to appeal to their familial bond, but what responded to him was Chen Bei's eyes filled with killing intent. No, don't come over. Ninth brother, spare me, I don't want to die. Chen Qian screamed heart-wrenchingly, fear inside him making his legs weak, and he fell to his knees in front of Chen Bei. You're afraid of death too?
In your rage, you sent people to your city to unleash continuous torrential rains for 3 months, resulting in devastating floods. Have you thought about how terrified those who died were? For fun, you drove beast hordes, causing a beast tide, killing over 100,000 of my Deqian citizens. Did you ever consider how desperate they were? Now the Deqian dynasty is in chaos, with various sects taking whatever they want from our land, killing for amusement. The scorching sun beats down, and floods rage. As part of the royal family, instead of stopping this, you cheer it on. Do you think you deserve your royal status, your Deqian citizens, or your ancestors? Qianbei gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with anger, shouting loudly. No, ninth brother, I realize my mistakes. But I didn't cause this current situation. The various sects are too powerful, how can our Qin family resist? You are strong, and you resisted. But what about now? You lost your throne, and you can't even return to Deqian, you're being hunted everywhere. We are not as good as you, what can we do? Chen Qian cried loudly, his eyes filled with fear. You can go die. As part of the Deqian royal family, you control a nation's fate, but you can't even sacrifice your life to protect your country's fate. What good is living? Chen Bei scoffed, lifting his hand as a powerful force surged in, instantly grasping Chen Qian. No! Chen Qian screamed in terror, still trying to struggle. But as the thunder surged in Chen Bei's hand, the violent power instantly refined his body, turning him to dust. Watching Chen Qian's ashes scatter, Chen Bei lifted his hand in a flash, collecting them into a storage bag. Then he turned, gathering Dong Guoquan and all the bodies of the dead outside before he left. This was Dinghai City, the academy's territory. Generally, there were seldom conflicts here. Now that the battle had occurred, he didn't want to leave any trouble within the city. He took the bodies hundreds of miles away and buried them in a valley before returning to the academy's Daozang Palace. As Dong Guoquan, Lu Baitao, and others died one after another, it enraged the powers behind them. The Qiaoniao sect, a leading sect in the North Wilderness, had produced a saint, and thus was also called the Qiaoniao Sacred Land. As one of the most powerful forces in the North Wilderness, the Qiaoniao sect had always looked down on the world. Any disciple walking outside had to be treated with respect. Who would dare to kill? But that night, a name tag of an outer elder was shattered. What? Outer elder Dong Guoquan was killed when he went to the Dezhou Academy? Pass my orders, let Qian Santon lead people to destroy the Dezhou Academy. They killed my sect members, even the academy headquarters can't protect them. An angry voice rang out, and that night, experts attacked the Zhou dynasty's Jixia Academy. Chapter 13. What? Elder Lu's token is shattered? How is this possible? Morong Xiao actually dared to strike against his fellow disciples? Is he seeking death? Immediately report this matter to the main academy, and also invite Master Qingju to go to Zhou dynasty's Jixia Academy. We must seek justice in this matter. As the Manhwa Holy Land was filled with rage, the voice of the leader Fu Shuerong of the Dakian Academy also echoed with anger. Some left the academy town of Beiqing overnight, heading for a bamboo garden thousands of miles away. At this moment, the imperial city of the Dakian dynasty was even more grim. Arrogance. Does the Zhou dynasty not take my Dakian seriously? Send orders to mobilize troops to the border of Zhou dynasty. Demand that they hand over the murderer of my third brother. Otherwise, don't blame my Dakian for disregarding the suffering of the people and attacking the Zhou dynasty. The new emperor of Dakian, Chen Xian, also received the news of the third prince's token being shattered and issued orders directly. Without a doubt, Chen Bei's actions tonight have thoroughly stirred the hornet's nest, prompting various forces to initiate their plans. In response, Chen Bei clearly had anticipated this long ago, but he did not care. Even if he did not kill anyone, these individuals would not let him off the hook. What he could do was to kill one when he encountered one. Until he forged a bloody path and carved out peace. At this moment, Zhou Hai was still unaware that numerous troubles were about to arrive. Sitting in the elder's seat of the Wendaegong Hall, he faced many skeptical gazes from the elders, his eyes observing his nose and his nose observing his heart, with an expression that said, "Don't look at me, I know nothing." Feeling pressured under their stares, he simply closed his eyes and pretended to snore. There was no way out. When these people arrived, they asked him when he started cultivating and what level he was at. He had not prepared an excuse at all. If he made up a story, they wouldn't believe him, so Zhou Hai could only respond with silence. After 2 full hours passed, seeing that he still had not said a word of use, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads. Alright, regarding your cultivation, if you don't want to talk, then forget it. Let's talk about Chen Bei. What happened with him this morning? Everyone saw it clearly. How did you manage to help him recover? And his cultivation has also broken through. Morong Zhao's face showed signs of a headache as he changed the topic. Brother, allow me to speak the truth. There are many things that I genuinely didn't have time to fabricate a story for, so don't ask me, alright?
How about this? Let me go back first, and once I've made up a good story, I will definitely tell you all a reasonable account. What do you think? Joe Hai opened his eyes, and a single sentence instantly brought dark expressions to everyone's faces. Make up? Can't you just tell the truth, huh?
Morong Xiao was furious. He was truly angered by this brat.
He couldn't comprehend, was it really that difficult to tell the truth? I say, master brother, enough is enough. Why did you go to the brothel? Wasn't it just to hear flattery and concoct stories? I'm someone you dragged out from a brothel, what else do you want me to say?
Joe Hai curled his lips, and with the word brothel, he instantly caught the attention of all the elders.
This brat was brought out from the brothel by the master and his teacher?
As soon as this thought crossed their minds, everyone looked at Morong Xiao with strange expressions.
So the leader also had a hobby for visiting brothels. You.
Morong Xiao's face turned dark, he felt like his secrets were exposed.
What are you all looking at? Don't listen to his nonsense, does this brat have a single word of truth?
Seeing the elders staring at him, Morong Xiao panicked and shouted urgently. However, what responded to him were those pairs of suspicious gazes and faces full of gossip.
Joe Hai.
Morong Xiao was confused, gritting his teeth as he glared at Joe Hai, wishing he could slap this brat dead.
His lifetime reputation was completely ruined.
Reporting to Master, news has come from Uncle Du Hai in the court, saying that an epidemic has broken out in Lucheng, Qinzhou, with poisonous insects rampant. Emperor Zhou suspects someone is stirring trouble and has sent out 3 envoys continuously, along with 5 groups of people to investigate, none of whom have returned alive.
Uncle Du Hai will go as an envoy tomorrow. I want to ask the master if I can go together.
Just as Morong Xiao looked embarrassed and didn't know how to regain his reputation, Shu Qin walked over quickly and cupped his hands in greeting.
Hearing this, everyone's expression darkened. What? Did they say where to meet?
Morong Xiao hurriedly changed the topic to escape the awkward situation.
Reporting to the master, they said that if the master goes, we will meet in Qinzhou tomorrow. Shu Chan replied truthfully.
Zhou Hai listened nearby and knew that Morong Xiao had more work to do.
This is how the academe is.
In the cultivation world, other sects either retreat from the world to practice or seize resources from the world, taking whatever they want from the common people. Some even fall into the demonic ways, using various bloody methods to prove their path.
But the academe is different.
The founder of the academe was a top scholar and warrior who emerged from the mundane world, determined to educate the world and establish the path of benevolence in cultivation, teaching virtue and morality. Therefore, the academe never retreats from the world and does not exploit any commoners. On the contrary, the strong in the academe are like celestial beings, wherever they are needed, they go there to summon winds and rain, slaying demons and monsters, protecting all lives. Now that such an incident has happened, as the sect master, Morong Xiao cannot just stand by.
Understood, you all step back for now, I will personally handle this matter.
As expected, Zhou Hai's prediction came true, Morong Xiao's voice came, directly confirming this matter.
Little junior brother, you will set off with me tomorrow.
Morong Xiao paused, looking at Zhou Hai who was trying to leave.
Why are you taking me when there are so many people? Zhou Hai was stunned, could this guy be holding a grudge? What? Can't I bring you? I previously thought you didn't understand cultivation, which was fine.
Now with your current cultivation level, as an elder of the academe, you should also do your part for the common people.
Go back and make some preparations. We set off tomorrow morning. Morong Xiao glared, leaving no room for doubt.
But senior brother, you know I just came out of a brothel in Qinzhou.
Asking me to go back is like reopening my old wounds.
Zhou Hai wore a sorrowful expression.
Stop with that nonsense. Even if we were to open a brothel this time, you still have to go with me.
Morong Xiao was furious, this kid was even trying to threaten him, truly outrageous.
You? Fine, I'll go then. I was also planning to visit Qinzhou. Seeing the threat ineffective, Zhou Hai could only reluctantly agree.
Returning to the Daozang Palace, he happened to encounter Chen Bei engrossed in hard training, and Zhou Hai couldn't help but stop.
Thinking about how capitalists work 9 to 9, yet he made his disciples train day and night, wasn't that a bit too much?
Disciple, cultivation requires a balance of work and rest. You should rest when you need to, don't wear yourself out. After all, taking care of your health allows for better cultivation.
A certain person, realizing his conscience, couldn't help but step forward. Master, you're here. Don't worry, Master, I'm fine.
You should rest first.
Chen Bei opened his eyes, revealing a bright smile.
He knew that the master cared for him the most. Even knowing that cultivators didn't need to rest and could sit in meditation for years without tiring, the master still couldn't help but worry about his health.
Alright then, continue. Don't pretend to be working hard. The results won't wait for you to act.
Zhou Hai patted Chen Bei's shoulder, feeling a sense of lament in his heart, how hard-working these workers are. He must care more in the future.
Understood, Master. I will definitely work hard in my cultivation to enhance my strength quickly. That way, you won't have to worry about me anymore. Chen Bei felt greatly moved. After all, besides his deceased father, only the master cared about his safety the most. Chapter 14. Qin Xiao, Empress Dao Fruit reincarnated. Back in his room, Zhou Hai sat cross-legged on the holy level mat, pulling up all information about his new disciple from the system, and suddenly looked stunned. He had thought that the undying battle soul body was already powerful enough. He didn't expect the second disciple to be even more incredible. The Empress reincarnated, and it's the Dao Fruit reincarnation, which is extraordinary. You must know, reincarnation is like a knife, cutting through countless souls. Among the countless who enter reincarnation, under the rules of the Great Tao, there is rarely one who retains the memories of their past life, let alone preserving the Dao Fruit of their previous life. Dao Fruit is the essence of one person's cultivation, a summary of the Great Way. Without this, the reincarnators can hardly recover their past cultivation, and most can only fall into being ordinary humans or livestock and plants for countless lives. But reincarnation with Dao Fruit is different. Besides losing past life memories, it is a rebirth of the Dao itself. According to the system, because it conflicts with the Great Way of heaven and earth, it may be suppressed by the Great Way and persecuted by fate, unable to escape the 3 disasters and 9 tribulations in their life. However, once these shackles are broken through, one can easily return to the peak of their past life, and gradually restore their memories after reaching the peak, living another life. It can be said that during the 3 disasters and 9 tribulations, as long as Zhou Hai successfully protects his second disciple, she is destined to become an emperor. Wow, oh my, in this day and age, a sage is hard to find even in 1,000 years, let alone an emperor. The legend of the last emperor seems to have been 300,000 years ago. To take an emperor as a disciple, I'm going to swagger through the myriad worlds. Zhou Hai smacked his lips with a face full of expectation. Then he checked the various rewards from the system after Chen Bei's cultivation was raised. 9-turn resurrection pill, with the effect of reviving the dead. Even if the soul is damaged or the Dao Fruit is lost, 1 pill can restore it. Thunder Punishment Great Divine Ability Scroll, can release corresponding heavenly tribulations based on the opponent's realm. Once the scroll is opened, whether the opponent is 1 person or 1,000 people, they will be engulfed by the Thunder Punishment, facing either death or injury. Emperor's Teleportation Array, can be activated to freely travel anywhere within 1,000,000 miles. If the entire teleportation array is collected, the myriad worlds and cosmic heavens can be freely traversed. Seeing these rewards, Zhou Hai's eyes widened. He was incredibly excited. Especially that Sage Experience card, which could grant 12 full hours of Sage cultivation once activated. This is simply invincible equipment. Over the years of signing in, he has received many good things. Unfortunately, they are either divine weapons or various pills to enhance cultivation and comprehend the Great Way. In short, for him, who cannot cultivate, these things were completely useless. Until this moment, the system finally gave him something truly useful. The Sage Experience card, if he had gotten it earlier, he would have been famous all over the world by now. If others met him, they would have to kneel and call him the Sage Ancestor. Who would dare to call him a salted fish, he would squash them. Damn it, is the Holy Land really that great? Isn't it just that ancestors have produced sages, and there's sage relics to protect them? The major Holy Lands don't even know if there are any living sages. I can turn into a sage at any time. Who dares to provoke me? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and after a long time, Zhou Hai finally realized. In the past, he would have been dead tired by this time, but today, he felt no sleepiness at all. Upon reflection, he understood, it was different now. He was no longer an ordinary person. However, he could not cultivate, and it was still a bit uncomfortable not sleeping late at night, so he just lay down. Yet strangely, when a practitioner who doesn't need to sleep truly resolves to sleep, they can fall into a dream quickly. In just a few breaths, he successfully entered dreamland. The next day at dawn, just as the sky was dim, a voice from Mu Rongxiao rang out. Little junior brother. The thunderous voice startled Zhou Hai, who jumped up, threw on his pants, and rushed outside. What are you doing? It's not even bright yet. Are you hurrying me to death? Seeing Mu Rongxiao standing high in the morning mist, Zhou Hai complained. Junior brother Du Hai sent a sound transmission talisman. There has been an incident, and we must hurry over immediately. Mu Rongxiao said with a grim face. What? He even used a sound transmission talisman? Damn, how dangerous must it be? Are you sure you want to take me along? Zhou Hai was somewhat confused. In the realm of cultivation, though sound transmission talismans are not too precious, their price is extremely high, and ordinary practitioners cannot afford them at all. Even some elder-level figures in certain sects would rarely use them unless absolutely necessary, or else junior brother Du Hai wouldn't have sent someone to the academy to relay the message. But now, he actually used the sound transmission talisman for help. Clearly, it was an extremely critical moment. You must know, Du Hai was a powerful being on the verge of understanding the Tao. If even he was in trouble, just how dangerous would it be for me to go there? No need to talk nonsense, let's go.
Morong Xiao spoke decisively, and Zhou Hai hurriedly put on his clothes. With a wave of his hand, a path of energy wrapped around Zhou Hai's body, lifting him up into the air. Then, a spiritual boat appeared, and as soon as they boarded, it swiftly left the place. They sailed through wind and mist. In just 2 hours, Zhou Hai and Morong Xiao had arrived on the land of Qinzhou, hundreds of thousands of miles away. The city of Qinzhou was bustling. Within the jurisdiction of the city, there were over 100 million people in the vast population of 1 billion across Qinzhou. Early in the morning, the city was filled with curling smoke from kitchens, a scene of prosperity. However, a closer look would reveal that amidst the smoke, the huge city was not calm and peaceful, but rather filled with the sounds of gongs and drums, and the crackle of firecrackers. Amidst the excitement, there was a slight hint of tension. Wow, brother master, it's so lively. I also left from here 7 years ago. I remember there was no belief back then. Now with all this noise, who are they worshipping? Zhou Hai looked down and couldn't help but smile. Evil spirits, ghosts, and monsters. Morong Xiao furrowed his brows, his face looking exceptionally grim. Brother, what are you saying? Belief is your own, I have mine. I don't understand, but I must respect. How can one slander others like this? Zhou Hai curled his lips, speechless. You brat, you don't read serious books, only indulge in wrong ones. Besides the Buddhists, who else needs belief in this world? So-called belief is just a means for most cultivators to enslave others. Look at that sedan chair, with 100 young boys and girls. And in that carriage, 100 beautiful girls, all dressed in bridal gowns. You still can't see what that means? Morong Xiao was enraged, frowning sharply. Zhou Hai focused and looked, his heart suddenly alarmed, his brows furrowed, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Is this a human sacrifice for wedding? Zhou Hai spoke with an icy voice. Let's go down and take a look. Morong Xiao took Zhou Hai down into the city, blending into the liveliest street. Great Lord Mo Hai, please save your poor people. Compassionate and benevolent Lord Mo Hai, please bless your people. All-powerful, omnipotent Lord Mo Hai, please quell this disaster soon. As soon as they landed, they heard countless people praying, all asking for the so-called blessings of Lord Mo Hai. Brother, we just arrived from outside, may I ask who is this Lord Mo Hai? Morong Xiao stopped a tall, skinny man, smiling as he asked. Oh, you're asking about Lord Mo Hai? This Lord Mo Hai is quite formidable, born to save the world and come for all beings. Did you know, a few days ago, a plague spread from Lucheng, and almost everyone in Qinzhou was affected, including the city. The court sent several groups of people, even 4 special envoys, but every single one caught the plague and died. Faced with this world-ending plague, neither the city lord's office nor the provincial administration could handle it, nor could the court. But last night, merciful and powerful Lord Mo Hai descended and managed to control the plague with just a wave of his hand. Moreover, Lord Mo Hai caught the culprit responsible for the plague, and today he will be publicly executed. The man explained excitedly upon hearing this. Yes, I also heard that the culprit is a person from the court, the last special envoy, named Do Something. At this moment, another person jumped in, also excitedly speaking. Du Hai. I heard this Du Hai disrespected the gods and angered heaven, so heaven sent down this plague to punish our great Zhou. Another person joined in, interjecting. What? Du Hai? Morong Zhao's face changed, and he said, could it be that once Du Hai is executed, the plague will end? The few people shook their heads and laughed. One of them said, how could that be? The punishment has come. Is it really as simple as saying disperse and it will disperse? Only with the presence of the Lord of the Ink Sea can we uphold justice, drive away evil, and protect all people. Therefore, during today's sacrifice, we, the citizens, will offer up 100 young boys and girls to be guided to heaven, and send 100 brides to bind their fates with the Lord, leaving behind cause and effect. Only in this way can we free the Lord from the shackles of the heavenly realm, allowing him to temporarily remain in the human world and protect all beings. After this person finished speaking, another person added, however, if the Lord stays in the human world, he will be weakened due to the lack of celestial power from above. So starting tomorrow, Qinzhou will ensure that millions of people mine every day to gather spirit essence minerals for the Lord to replenish his powers. We have already signed up. To contribute to the Lord, we find pleasure in this. Zhou Hai looked at these people with a face full of disbelief. Come on, who actually believes such a crude cult propaganda? If this were on Earth, it would be reported in an instant. Even the elderly can't bear to watch this. Morong Xiao, however, felt a surge of sympathy. These ignorant people are truly protected too well by the academy and the court, each one of them is so happy to be sold. At the same time, Morong Xiao could not help but worry. Du Hai has fallen into the hands of the Lord of the Ink Sea, I wonder how he is doing. To capture Du Hai, this Lord of the Ink Sea is not an average cultivator. This trip to Qinzhou is bound to be filled with dangers.
Chapter 15. Junior brother, we are in big trouble this time.
Such important information, the court has yet to send us any word. If I'm not mistaken, the entire Qinzhou has already been controlled by someone. Under the news blockade, the court's influence cannot reach this side at all. Without the court's help and relying only on the two of us, we will struggle to face the troubles ahead.
After parting from those people, Morong Xiao took Zhou Hai to a small alley and frowned as he spoke. Then should we go back?
Zhou Hai shrugged and smiled as he said.
You kid, why do you always think about running away when things get difficult? Brother Du Hai is your elder brother in your lineage, will you just leave him to fend for himself?
Don't forget, Brother Du Hai is an official in the court and has often taken care of you, sending food and drinks to the academy every few days.
Is this how you repay him?
Morong Xiao was infuriated. This kid could never speak a sensible word.
Alright, can't I make a joke? How about this, we wait for the Lord of the Ink Sea to come out.
No matter what kind of monster he is, anyone who dares to poison lives under the eyes of our academy shall be put to death.
Zhou Hai grinned.
He had to admit that Morong Xiao treated him well, but Brother Du Hai treated him better. After all, Brother Du Hai and I share the same master, and he truly brings back many good things for me.
It's one thing to be incapable, but now that I have skills, how could I neglect my elder brother? Sai, it sounds easy to say, but you and I are bound to be weak on our own.
Forget it, let's take it step by step and first go to the governor's office.
Morong Xiao shook his head, feeling not very optimistic. Soon, the two flew to the governor's office.
Without waiting for the servants to announce them, Morong Xiao quickly brought Zhou Hai into the office, exuding an air of seeking justice.
Stop. Who are you, and what do you want?
A group of guards surrounded them, shouting loudly.
Get lost. Morong Xiao blared with fury and shouted, Where is Lin Shixiang? Why don't you get out here and confess your crimes?
Clearly, the situation in Qinzhou had genuinely enraged Morong Xiao. He came in with the intention of seeking justice. Zhou Hai followed him, but his eyes couldn't help but scan the surroundings. According to the system's indications, Qin Xia was in the governor's office, born to a servant of the Lin family in Qinzhou, and had been a slave of the Lin family since birth. He had originally planned to solve the plague issue before seeking out his disciple, but now that he was here, he certainly wanted to see what his little disciple looked like first. At this moment, the system's voice echoed. Ding, reminder to the host, second disciple Qin Xia is in life-threatening danger. A protection task is now issued. Please ensure the host rescues Qin Xia, and the system will provide a protection gift pack. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai's expression changed.
He checked the system again. After confirming Qin Xiao's location, Zhou Haifei sprang up and rode away on a rainbow. Junior brother, where are you going? Morong Xiao turned around and quickly called out. Just a quick errand, I'll be back soon. Zhou Hai replied.
Be careful, this place is dangerous, don't be careless. Morong Xiao wanted to chase after him, but saw a group of people flying over, so he could only loudly remind him.
Oh dear, isn't this the head of Morong? Why aren't you staying at the academy? What are you doing here?
A group of people flew in from the depths of the mansion, and the leader was the governor of Qinzhou, Lin Shixiang. Upon seeing Morong Xiao, he approached warmly with a smile. Back in the day, the great ancestor of the Zhou invited me to the academy to oversee the great Zhou and govern the realm with the Zhou royal family.
What? Nowadays, does my academy need to ask you where it can go in the great Zhou? Morong Xiao's face darkened as he coldly snorted.
Ha, the great land of Zhou spans countless miles, the head of Morong can go wherever he pleases without needing to ask me. However, head of Morong, some places are destined to be dangerous, so one cannot come and go freely. Lin Shixian laughed heartily, his words laced with threat.
Outrageous.
Looks like my guess was right, your Lin family is colluding with others, planning to disrupt the realm.
Lin Shixian, don't you fear the Zhou royal family will settle accounts with you? Morong Xiao shouted angrily.
The northern wilderness is not just about the four major dynasties, if it were counted, there would be countless nations. But only the four major dynasties can be called by name. After all, the founders of these four major dynasties are saints, and their royal families have strong foundations, matched to become sacred dynasties. Each sacred land in the northern wilderness governs about 1 or 2,000 countries, able to demand and take from these peoples, but it is very difficult to extend their hands into the territories of the four major sacred dynasties. One can imagine their strength. As officials of the Great Zhou, if they truly betray, the Zhou royal family can settle scores at any time.
Settle accounts? Head of Morong, I fear you will not see that day.
Lin Shixian sneered.
Seeking death. Morong Zhao's eyes sharpened, and he instantly dashed to Lin Shixian's side, ready to strike.
But at that moment, a black light flashed from the sky, directly aimed at Morong Zhao's face. A strong sense of crisis surged. Morong Zhao didn't even dare to confront the black light, quickly dodging the strike. Hiss. The black light landed, not causing any earth-shattering scene, even without the slightest ripple, only producing a barely audible soft sound, as a black spike plunged straight into the ground. The spike reflected the black light, faintly glowing blue. As soon as it hit the ground, the soil turned gray, and the vegetation within a radius of 10 meters withered and died in an instant. Moreover, this decay continued to spread outward at a terrifying speed. Evidently, the poison of this black spike exceeded what ordinary people could imagine. 10,000 poison sect, Wu Wanli, you're not dead yet? Upon seeing this black spike, Morong Zhao's expression completely changed. 7 years ago, the master of this spike had appeared. In that battle, Zhou Hai's master, Zhang Er, had been ambushed and poisoned, passing away within a few years. But Morong Zhao clearly remembered that the master of this black spike had received a palm strike from Zhang Er, and logically speaking, he shouldn't have survived. Don't forget, Zhang Er was a strong being at the Unity realm, while Wu Wanli had merely reached the Enlightenment realm. Ah, Morong Zhao, after all these years, you're still stuck at the Enlightenment realm. Looks like you really are useless. Let's go, meet at the old place, we'll talk. In the sky, a man in a black cloak emerged, obscuring his face, laughing coldly. Upon hearing this, Morong Zhao's face darkened, clearly realizing where the old place he mentioned was. This guy had invited them to a brothel last time, and to this day, Zhou Hai was still mocking him, and now he's back. Unfortunately, the other party didn't give him a chance to speak, retracting the black spike and transforming into a black light to fly away from here. Morong Zhao, don't even think about escaping. Without my permission, no one can enter or leave Qinzhou. After a pause, Wu Wanli's voice echoed from the sky. Such arrogant words. I want to see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Morong Zhao's eyes were cold as ice, and he immediately flew off to chase. At this moment, Zhou Hai was still unaware of what was happening here. He sped through, quickly arriving at the outskirts of the city 800 miles away. Bang! Bang, bang! At this moment, explosive sounds continued to echo on the grass. A girl was constantly wielding a long whip, striking down on a girl curled up on the ground. The girl was covered in wounds, bloodied and bruised, without a single intact spot on her body. Yet the girl attacking showed no mercy, clearly aiming to beat her to death. Do you see? I told you she is not dead, she can't be killed. Do you believe me now? The girl shouted excitedly while beating, her eyes glinting with excitement as the beast in her arms watched on. Nearby, several carriages pulled by demon tigers, thunder apes, and three-headed wolves were present. All these beasts were of Foundation establishment level, and to control them to pull carriages clearly indicated impressive backgrounds. At that moment, on the shaft of the carriage sat 2 men and 1 woman, all young, also watching the scene with excitement. Miss Lin, what are you planning to do like this? If you have the ability, aim for her vital points. If she survives, we will believe you. Suddenly, one young man said with a smile. Oomph, don't believe, huh? Alright, today I will give you something thrilling. Miss Lin sneered, dropping the whip, and stepping forward to grab the girl's hair, lifting her up forcefully. The girl stared blankly, not understanding how to struggle, resembling a fool. Only the fear in her eyes proved she still had human emotions, but it was little. Watch closely, I will kill her now, and dismember her. In less than 3 hours, she will come back to life. Miss Lin took out a dagger, smiled at the young people, and directly stabbed it towards the girl's eye, ready to torture her to death on the spot. Ah! The girl's eyes were filled with terror, yet she didn't know to dodge, only letting out a terrified scream at the last moment, numbly waiting for death. But at that moment, a figure appeared before her. A large hand reached out, firmly grabbing the dagger. At this moment, the dagger was less than 2 centimeters from the girl's pupil. Seeing the dagger freeze, the girl finally collapsed in fear onto the ground. Miss Lin was taken aback, looking at the suddenly appearing Zhou Hai with a fierce glint in her eyes. The 2 young men and 1 young woman nearby also stared in shock at Zhou Hai. Who is this person, daring to interfere in their matters? Seeking death. Miss Lin erupted in anger, pulling the dagger hard, intending to kill Zhou Hai first. But with a tug, she couldn't pull it out, trying again still yielded the same result. Seeking death. Again, she shouted seeking death, her internal energy circulating. She actually had Foundation establishment level of cultivation. As the Lin family's genius, having Foundation establishment at a young age was something she always took pride in. However, in her full-strength effort, she found the dagger remained unmoved, as if it was frozen in place. How is this possible? Miss Lin was a bit stunned, looking in disbelief at this scene. So young and already so vicious, is this how your elders taught you? Zhou Hai coldly glanced at Miss Lin, then suddenly let go, and slapped her face. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap echoed, and Miss Lin was spun 3 circles before crashing to the ground. You! Feeling the stinging pain on her face, Miss Lin's eyes instantly turned red. Who dared to touch even a finger of hers since childhood? This person actually dared to slap her face. Impudent, who are you?
Do you even know who you are hitting? An angry voice rang out as one young man quickly stepped forward. Let me tell you, Wanner is Lord Lin's precious jewel in Chinjo. If you dare to hit her, you're slapping Lord Lin's face, you are asking for death. Another young man also stepped forward quickly, standing in front of Lin Wanner, glaring angrily at Zhou Hai. Miss Wanner, how are you? Are you all right? The last girl hurriedly helped Lin Wanner, her face filled with concern as she asked. Is it Lin Shixiang? How dare the Lin family treat my disciple this way? What if I slap their face? If I don't get an explanation today, then the Lin family has no reason to exist. Zhou Hai let out a cold grunt, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. 7 years ago, he grew up under the red flag, and after inexplicably arriving in this world, although he was sold into a brothel as a child, he endured torture for refusing to submit, ultimately avoiding being violated. Later, he met Morong Xiao and Zhang Er, who brought him into the academy, allowing him to enjoy 7 years of peaceful life. In that harmonious academy, although he knew this world was cruel, he had not experienced it firsthand. Unexpectedly, just after coming out today, he saw so much darkness, truly infuriating. You bastard, you dare hit me. Kill him, you all, kill him. I want him to be torn to pieces. Supported by others, Lin Wanner went mad, pointing at Zhou Hai and roaring with bloodshot eyes. Hearing this, the two young men exchanged glances, raised their hands, pointed at Zhou Hai, and shouted, "Kill!" Roar! The deafening sound of a tiger's roar came, vaguely holding a soul-terrifying power, instilling fear in people's hearts. Over there, the thunder tiger at the cart front broke free from its restraints, running and turning into a streak of lightning, charging toward Zhou Hai. Bang bang bang! At another cart front, the demon ape also broke free from its restraints, pounding its chest and leaping up, surrounded by demonic flames, descending from the sky, aiming to stomp Zhou Hai into flesh mush. Killing at will, truly unrepentant. Zhou Hai's gaze sharpened, watching the lightning-like thunder tiger charge at him. He threw a punch, unleashing a black lightning force. In an instant, strong winds stirred, and immense power struck like a mountain, instantly smashing into that thunder tiger. The electric light formed by the thunder tiger, in the face of Zhou Hai's black lightning, was like fireflies competing with the bright moon, utterly incapable of withstanding a blow. There was not even the sound of an explosion. At the moment of collision, the thunder tiger was vaporized on the spot, its storm power instantly devoured by Zhou Hai's punch. This. The few young boys and girls over there widened their eyes in shock, their expressions filled with horror. This guy showed no signs of cultivation fluctuation, like an ordinary person, yet his strike had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Such power was clearly only possessed by a strong practitioner of divine ability. How old could he be? How could he be so formidable? However, at this moment, Zhou Hai did not hesitate after his strike. He raised his hand to control the thunder, directly confronting the descending demon ape. That demon ape stood over 3 meters tall, engulfed in demonic flames, radiating boundless fury. But that little bit of demonic flame on it looked so laughable compared to the demonic lightning in Zhou Hai's hand. Annihilate! Zhou Hai shouted, his demonic lightning raging, carrying a terrifying destructive power. Crackle! With a surge of electricity, the demon ape's feet began to vaporize, its entire body turning to ash in an instant. No, how could this happen? Zhou Hai's attack completely stunned everyone in front. What kind of divine ability was this? It was too terrifying. Run! Realizing the danger, 2 boys supported Lin Wanner on the left and right, urgently rushing toward the last cart. The cart was pulled by a 3-headed demon wolf, which also saw the situation here and did not hesitate, running away at full speed. Xiao Cheng! Lin Wanner called loudly, as her flying beast hurriedly came, fleeing with them toward the official residence of the governor of Qinzhou. Can you escape? Watching the few people leave, Zhou Hai was not in a hurry to chase but turned to look at the girl lying on the ground. These people must die, but his precious disciple had suffered, so naturally, he wanted his disciple to take revenge personally. Are you okay? Seeing the girl on the ground, Zhou Hai could not help frowning. At this moment, the girl was trembling all over, her face purple and her eyes looking dazed. She did not respond to his inquiry. As if she could not hear at all. Only the pain everywhere on her body constantly stimulated her muscle spasms. 2 souls and 4 spirits are missing, and yet, at only 15 years old, she has already died 6 times. What kind of cruel heart does the Lin family have? Soon, Zhou Hai reached a conclusion and couldn't help but feel secretly shocked. The reincarnation of Dao fruit led to a twisted fate under the suppression of the great Dao. In addition to the 3 disasters and 9 calamities, there were also endless man-made disasters. Dao fruit could be killed, for each death would cost a soul or spirit to be revived. The key is that others, when losing their souls and spirits, might die on the spot, and even if they survive, they might only live as a vegetable for the rest of their lives. But the reincarnation of Dao fruit would not result in such a situation, it would only affect one's own intelligence, leading to incomplete Dao fruit. Until complete death, the Dao fruit would dissipate.
The girl, missing 2 souls and 4 spirits, had in fact already died 6 times, yet she was merely dull, reduced to a fool, that was remarkable enough.
Come, take this.
Realizing what was happening, Johai quickly took out the 9-turn revival pill, which just happened to be of use. As soon as the pill touched the girl's mouth, it transformed into a stream of light and rushed inside her. In the next moment, the surrounding world changed color, dark clouds rolled, and the heavens were furious. It seemed as if someone had challenged the will of heaven, and heaven intended to deliver punishment. But at that moment, a shocking power erupted from the girl's body.
Boom!
A violent force burst out from the girl's body, sending Johai flying hundreds of feet away in an instant. Immediately after, that force transformed into a tornado, like a funnel sucking in the energy of heaven and earth, consuming the dark clouds and the will of the surrounding heaven and earth, finally converting it into energy to nourish the girl herself.
Wow, is the 9-turn revival pill really this amazing? No wonder it can restore a person's soul, even the Tao fruit.
This is completely stripping away the will of heaven and using the source of the great Tao as raw material.
Johai was dumbfounded. So insane. Heaven and Earth's great Tao probably never dreamed someone would perform organ transplantation on it. Soon, the phenomena of heaven and earth disappeared, and Johai flew to the girl's side. The girl still lay on the ground, but her injuries had completely vanished, and the dullness in her eyes gradually transformed into memories flowing, like recalling the repeated trials of life and death. I'm not dead? I'm not dead? I'm not dead?
The girl repeated, saying it 6 times. Clearly, for her, she had died 6 times, and this rebirth also meant 6 reboots. Finally, the girl suddenly looked at Johai.
It is you, who saved me. Thank you.
She seemed to want to express something, but all her expressions ultimately turned into just 2 words, thank you.
Get up. Are you willing to take me as your master?
Johai smiled slightly, quickly standing with his hands clasped behind his back, pretending to have an aura of a celestial being. But he was too young, without any charm of an immortal being. Instead, he looked quite handsome, giving people a feeling of a young man like Jade, an exceptional talent unmatched by the world.
Take you as my master?
The girl stared blankly at Johai, somewhat shocked. Yes, take me as your master. I will teach you the ways to traverse heaven and earth, grant you the powers to change the world.
From now on, no one will be able to harm you. Are you willing? Johai nodded with a smile.
The girl's mind instantly flashed through various experiences from childhood to now. Her name is Qin Xiao, and her father was a scholar who somehow became a servant in the Lin family. From the moment she was born, her father gave her a beautiful name, hoping that one day she could regain her freedom and be a carefree girl. But fate was twisted. The young lady's cruel nature led to the torture and murder of her parents, and she was repeatedly tortured and killed herself. She did not understand why she had died so many times and yet could still come back to life. But her life had truly been filled with suffering. Since the death of her parents, her world had lost its light. Now looking at the man before her, he was smiling gently at her. His eyes were bright, his smile gentle, like warm sunlight. In an instant, Qin Xiao's heart was melted. Tears uncontrollably rolled down, and she hurriedly knelt on the ground to kowtow to Johai. Xiao is willing to become a disciple. Hearing this, Johai nodded in satisfaction. Good. Quickly get up, disciple, I will take you to avenge your grievances. With one hand, he helped Qin Xiao up, and Johai summoned a long rainbow, taking Qin Xiao to chase after Lin Wanner and the others. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully accepting a disciple, here are the following rewards. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the buried sky demon body. Ding, tenfold feedback enhancement activated, congratulations to the host for the buried sky demon body reaching perfection. Ding, no cultivation level detected in disciple, no feedback given. Ding, system rewards the Imperial Grade Divine Weapon, Soul Devouring Demon Palace. Ding, system rewards the Imperial Grade Skill, Buried Sky Emperor Sutra. Ding, system rewards Repairing Heaven Pill. Ding, system rewards 1,000 years of cultivation. The system's voice came timely, and before Johai could respond, his cultivation began to surge wildly. 6th layer of Divine Ability Realm. 7th layer of Divine Ability Realm. 8th layer of Divine Ability Realm. 9th layer of Divine Ability Realm. Comprehending the way. Since last night when Shenbei broke through the tribulation, with tenfold feedback, Johai's cultivation had already surpassed the 5th layer of the Divine Ability Realm. Now, with 1,000 years of cultivation gained, his level kept rising. He climbed all the way to the 9th layer of Divine Ability Realm before finally stopping. But this doesn't mean that his cultivation had reached its limit. Comprehending the way requires a process, and even if the system provides it, it is still a vast amount of data for Johai. As the insights of the way flooded into Johai's soul, in an instant, Johai felt the world had changed completely. He seemed to see chains in the world. That was the embodiment of the way, the order of heaven and earth, the rules of the Great Way. At this moment, Zhou Hai could not naturally touch these rules and orders, even the moment he could see them was because of a sudden enlightenment.
When the enlightenment faded, those rules and orders disappeared along with it.
But a certain path merged into Zhou Hai's soul, becoming one with him. Zhou Hai was overjoyed and wanted to try to mobilize his own path. However, he found that the path remained motionless, like a pond of stagnant water.
What's going on?
Zhou Hai was a bit dumbfounded. Before he could slowly study it, his cultivation started to break through again.
First layer of comprehending the way. Second layer of comprehending the way. Third layer of comprehending the way.
As his level kept rising, the power inside Zhou Hai also multiplied, like a gathering of tides, growing more and more vast.
Until the 8th layer of comprehending the way, Zhou Hai's level finally reached its peak.
At this moment, Zhou Hai felt that with a raise of his hand, he could destroy the heavens and earth. It was such a powerful feeling, and it felt incredibly satisfying.
Wow, this feeling is really amazing.
Zhou Hai silently sighed in his heart but felt something was wrong, saying, "System, are you skimpy with my rewards? My Chen Bei is only 16 years old, and his cultivation allowed me to successfully break through the 5th layer of the divine ability realm.
This 1,000 years of cultivation only helped me break through a dozen realms, isn't that too easy?"
The system's speechless voice came. To answer the host, each small realm's improvement requires the sum of all previous realms' cultivation power.
A leap of a major realm requires 10 times the total.
The host broke through 12 small realms in a row, and one major realm.
Don't you think that's enough?
Moreover, the system gives ordinary cultivators 1,000 years of cultivation, not the 1,000 years of a peerless genius.
The host wouldn't think it's the 1,000 years of an indestructible battle soul body, and still expect tenfold feedback, would you? Should I give the host a free pass to become an emperor? Hearing the system's disdain, Zhou Hai couldn't help but feel his face turn red.
If that's the case, it seemed he really was a bit greedy. After all, the power needed to improve cultivation isn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, its exponential growth is terrifying. Not to mention the insights of the way that should be given as well. Some people, even if given 1,000 years, may not be able to comprehend their own path.
System, if you're going to give me a free pass to become an emperor, I won't refuse. Zhou Hai grinned and said awkwardly. The system fell silent, seemingly too lazy to respond to him.
Seeing this, Zhou Hai rolled his eyes.
He just couldn't understand why the system was being so proud and aloof. Day by day, always indifferent to others.
The wind howled by my ears, and a long rainbow cut across the sky. After improving his cultivation, Zhou Hai's flying speed greatly increased, catching up with the soaring carriage in the blink of an eye.
Not good, he's caught up.
On the carriage, seeing Zhou Hai approaching, Lin Wanner and the others changed their expressions drastically.
Chapter 18.
Under the terrified gaze of Lin Wanner and the others, Zhou Hai swiftly blocked their path with Qin Xiao.
With the point of Zhou Hai's finger, a streak of black light instantly entered the body of the three-headed demon wolf that was pulling the carriage.
A whoa! The three-headed demon wolf's eyes were filled with terror, howling at the sky, but it sounded more like a wail of despair. In the next moment, its body began to shatter, like a burning piece of paper, gradually turning to ashes, vanishing into thin air.
Ah!
A cry of fear arose. Without the beast pulling the carriage, even with formations, the carriage could not fly away and plummeted to the ground.
Inside the carriage, Lin Wanner and the others screamed in terror, wanting to escape and leap into the sky to flee.
But at that moment, Zhou Hai stepped forward, unleashing a powerful aura of cultivation strength, instantly creating an overwhelming pressure. In an instant, the world around them seemed to warp and bend.
In this space, Lin Wanner and the others lost all control of their bodies.
They couldn't even muster their internal power, crashing down with the carriage toward the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Wanner's flying spirit pet, the Kuemu eagle, barely spread its wings trying to escape.
Poof!
But with Zhou Hai's cold snort and another step forward.
Boom!
In an instant, the world seemed to collapse, a powerful pressure like mountains tumbling. The Kuemu eagle let out a cry of agony, its body instantly exploded, dying on the spot. Only a rain of flesh and blood fell.
No! Shaoqing!
Lin Wanner's pupils widened, her heart-wrenching cries echoed.
Boom!
As the carriage crashed down, the severely injured ones couldn't channel their powers to protect themselves, hitting the ground heavily.
Puff! Puff!
The four of them spat out large amounts of blood, feeling as if their insides were torn apart, their bones shattered like dust. If it weren't for their bodies being far stronger than ordinary people, falling from such great heights, they would have turned to mush immediately.
Disciple, take action.
Kill them, resolve the grudge and cause, to avoid accumulating inner demons. Zhou Hai landed with Qin Xiao, directly handing the power of life and death over to his precious disciple regarding Lin Wanner and the others. At this moment, Lin Wanner and the others were heavily injured, unable to muster their powers, even a mortal could easily slay them.
No, you can't kill me.
Who are you, and why do you oppose the Lin family?
Upon hearing this, Lin Wanner was struck with shock. Always high and mighty, controlling life and death, she was truly terrified at this moment. Zhou Hai was the first to dare to strike against her, and the first to make her feel the threat of death. Shut up! However, in response to her terror, Zhou Hai slapped her across the air, sending her flying back, spitting blood. For this venomous heart, deserving of death, Zhou Hai couldn't even be bothered to talk. But at that moment, Qin Shiyao beside him said, "Master. I don't want to kill her." "Why?" Zhou Hai was taken aback, furrowing his brows. Could this disciple be a saint? Being attacked to this extent, she could still forgive? "Master, may I ask, are you the enemy of the Lin family?" Qin Shiyao frowned slightly, tilting her head in thought for a moment, and countered with a question. "What is the mere Lin family to me? I can crush them with a snap of my fingers." Zhou Hai stood with his hands behind his back, confidently declaring. It cannot be denied, a family like the Lin family could become a royal family in small countries. Even in a great dynasty like Dezhou, they are also a powerful clan, controlling vast territories and are truly powerful officials. Unfortunately, power means nothing to true strong beings, only strength can establish everything. Really, then I definitely can't kill her. Qin Xiao's eyes brightened. As soon as he opened his mouth, Zhou Hai frowned. What is this girl saying? Could she really believe that bullying the weak is wrong and has truly developed a sense of compassion? If so, then this saintly attitude has gone a bit too far. How could someone like her be worthy of being his disciple? Master, could you help me completely ruin her? I want her to be a worthless person for life. Then can you take her to the Lin family and destroy them right in front of her? I want her to witness her parents die in front of her, reducing them to ashes. I want her to lose everything, to be in such pain that she wishes for death. If possible, then imprison her family's souls and torture them day and night, making her live a life worse than death. If that's not possible, then let their souls scatter, not even giving them a chance for reincarnation. They are not worthy. Qin Xiao's delicate brows furrowed, and after pondering for a long time, she said coldly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai, who had been frowning just a moment ago, suddenly widened his eyes, and even his mouth dropped open, staring at Qin Xiao in shock. Lin Wanner, who had just been slapped and was barely recovering, trembled all over, as if struck by lightning, her face instantly going pale. The other three young boys and girls were now staring at Qin Xiao as if they had seen a ghost, all of them collapsing. Just a moment ago, they had heard Qin Xiao say she didn't want to kill Lin Wanner, thinking she was a saint. But now she transformed, even the king of hell would have to bow to her. This contrast is too great. Gulp. Cough cough cough. Zhou Hai swallowed hard, and after being choked, he couldn't help but cough violently. At this moment, he realized that his disciple was not the saint, he was the one. Suddenly thinking of something, Zhou Hai shivered all over. No wonder after taking on this disciple, he would receive the so-called buried sky magic body in the so-called soul-devouring magic palace. It turns out everything had been foreshadowed. What kind of saint or bodhisattva is this? Clearly, it's the reincarnation of a devil emperor. No, it can't be like this. This esteemed one, please don't listen to her. Our Lin family may not be your opponent, but we have a holy person behind us. If you harm our Lin family, that holy person will definitely take action. Esteemed one, why not befriend our Lin family? From now on, we can serve the holy person together. Suddenly, Lin Wanner's voice came through, filled with excitement. Holy person? Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow, abruptly looking at Lin Wanner. What kind of existence is this holy person? In the northern wilds, holy persons are considered legendary figures. Whenever a holy person appears, the entire northern wilds must bow down. Let alone a holy person, even the forces established by holy persons, after thousands or tens of thousands of years, are still called holy grounds, and no one dares to provoke them. What virtue or ability does the Lin family have to actually have a holy person as their backing? Yes, a holy person. Lin Wanner nodded repeatedly, afraid Zhou Hai would doubt her, and continued, Esteemed one, you know about the recent plague in Xinzhou, right? Actually, that is not a plague at all, it is merely the holy person's strategy. Our Lin family has already pledged allegiance to the holy person, and we are currently waiting for the holy person to bestow miracles, completely enslaving all living beings in Xinzhou, and Xinzhou will break free from the control of the Zhou dynasty. At that time, the holy person will lead us to use Xinzhou as a starting point, sweeping through the entire Zhou dynasty, establishing a new holy dynasty. If you serve the holy person, you will be a founding elder, with a status equal to that of the elders of the holy ground. After speaking, Lin Wanner looked eagerly at Zhou Hai, not believing such a huge temptation could be resisted. Sure enough, Zhou Hai's brows were tightly locked, as if he had fallen into deep thought. Seeing this, Lin Wanner was overjoyed, she knew there was hope. Chapter 19. So for the ambition of this holy person, you not only enslave billions of beings but also crazily poison millions, just to lay the groundwork for the plan, right? Taking a deep breath, Zhou Hai looked at Lin Wanner with profound eyes. Of course, in front of the holy person, let alone hundreds of thousands, even billions of living beings, what does it matter? To die for the holy person is their honor. Lin Wanner did not notice the coldness in Zhou Hai's eyes and hurriedly nodded. For those of them who cultivate, even though they are also human beings, ordinary people simply do not qualify as humans in their eyes. Kill them like slaughtering pigs and dogs. He, good, very good. Unfortunately, you probably don't know where I come from. Sorry, I am an elder from the Jixia Academy. Suddenly, Zhou Hai laughed. The title of elder from Jixia Academy immediately turned Lin Wanner's face ashen. She knew very well what Jixia Academy meant. This was a group of madmen, a group of self-righteous lunatics. Especially the Great Zhou Academy. Talking about slaughtering living beings in front of them was no different from digging one's own grave. Why bother? I was still considering whether to let you die quickly, but you insist on looking for bad luck. Since you think ordinary people are lowly and can decide life and death, then starting today, I will let you see what true lowliness looks like. Zhou Hai shook his head, a murderous intent gathering in his eyes. What do you want to do? Lin Wanner shouted in fear, but saw Zhou Hai snap his fingers in succession. In an instant, streams of annihilating power surged into the bodies of the four people. Ah! A piercing scream rang out, and the tendons of a few people snapped on the spot, their cultivation instantly shattered. The foundation of their paths crumbled, and the four no longer had any chance of cultivation. Disciple, I think your suggestion is very reasonable. Let's go, today I will let you have your wish. Zhou Hai glanced back at Qin Xiao, raised his hand, and brought Qin Xiao, along with the now incapacitated Lin Wanner and others, flying toward the Qinzhou governor's office. At this moment, in the largest brothel in Qinzhou, Mu Rongxiu was pale, his eyes filled with despair. He knew this trip to Qinzhou was very dangerous but still underestimated the degree of danger. Seated around him were 10 stunning beauties, each possessing the cultivation of the Path Awakening realm. One of them was even at the peak of the Path Awakening realm, just a step away from the Unity realm. And that was not all, the most disheartening for him was Wu Wanli. He never expected that 7 years ago, Zhang Er's palm not only failed to take his life, but 7 years later, he successfully broke through to the Unity realm. Facing 10 Path Awakening realm experts, along with a super strong individual in the Unity realm, Mu Rongxiu had no power to resist. Mu Rong sect leader, are you really not considering it any further? If we join forces, in the future when the Zhou dynasty changes, the Jixia Academy will still hold an extraordinary position. Otherwise, the Great Zhou Academy will be buried at your hands. Do you really want to become a historical criminal? Opposite Mu Rongxiu, Wu Wanli spoke with a smile on his face, yet his powerful unity pressure was constantly sealing off Mu Rongxiu. Coupled with the joint suppression of the 10 beauties paths, Mu Rongxiu appeared to sit quietly but was actually completely bound, unable to exert even a trace of his cultivation. His life was entirely in the hands of these people. Humph, evil and unorthodox ways dare to covet the humanity and fortune of Great Zhou. You want me to collaborate with you, what a foolish dream. Mu Rongxiu's gaze was cold, even at this moment, he still had no intention of compromising. Paths that are not the same do not work together, he had his own principles to uphold, how could he bow down to these toxic cultivators? Alas, why bother? Since you don't know what's good for you, then I can only ask you to make a trip to the altar for a small contribution to the Holy Lord. Wu Wanli shook his head in disappointment, raising his hand to strike Mu Rongxiu on the top of his head. Mu Rongxiu's internal energy surged violently, his paths trembling. Each time he attempted to break free from the seal, it was rendered ineffective against these people's joint suppression. He couldn't even move his body, he could only watch helplessly as this palm descended, instantly dispersing all his cultivation, even his paths shattered. With a muffled groan, blood trickled from the corner of Mu Rongxiu's mouth, and he completely lost his ability to resist. Take him away, for sacrifice. Wu Wanli withdrew his palm and issued the order, as everyone bundled Mu Rongxiu away from the place. At this moment, Zhou Hai was still unaware of the situation here. With Qin Xiao and others, he directly headed to the Lin family's governor's office. Bang bang bang. As Lin Wanner and the others were tossed like mud in front of the Lin family's gate, the guards of the Lin residence were all taken aback. Miss. Who are you, and what have you done to our young lady? Seeing Lin Wanner in such a miserable state, one of the guards reacted, pointing at Zhou Hai and shouting loudly. Boom. However, what greeted him was Zhou Hai's slap. In an instant, the guard was sent flying, crashing heavily against the gate of the governor's mansion. The guard's body shattered along with the gate. You. Another guard's pupils dilated as he couldn't help but gasp. Yet, what responded to him was still Zhou Hai's slap from a distance. Boom. Another explosive sound rang out, and that guard was similarly sent flying, crashing into the foyer behind the gate. The sturdy stone foyer burst apart on the spot, while the guard's body instantly turned into a mush, splattering everywhere on the debris. Not good, there's a strong enemy attacking. The commotion immediately caught the attention of the entire governor's mansion. In an instant, countless powerful auras erupted. At least 1,000 Foundation Establishment cultivators, over 108 cultivators, and a dozen Death Realm cultivators rushed in from all directions. Their imposing force was overwhelming, and even before they arrived, the powerful pressure made it hard to breathe. Unfortunately, none of this had any effect on Zhou Hai. He didn't even glance at these people, instead turning his gaze deeper into the mansion. There, an even more powerful aura erupted, rushing towards him quickly. It was a divine transformation realm cultivator. Although Zhou Hai had never seen Lin Shixiang, he was sure it was him. Wan'er. Sure enough, the moment that person rushed out of the mansion, he noticed Lin Wan'er and couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. Who are you, to dare harm my daughter? Then, he suddenly looked up at Zhou Hai. Lin Shixiang, you are still alive. Where is my senior brother now? Zhou Hai looked coldly at Lin Shixiang. From his understanding of Morong Xiao, that guy, while fond of visiting brothels, was definitely someone who eliminated evil thoroughly. If a person like Lin Shixiang was still alive, it was either he had been deceived, or he might be in danger. Who exactly are you? Lin Shixiang did not answer but coldly questioned. He did not attack immediately because he could not see through Zhou Hai. This person had no signs of cultivation, appearing just like a mortal. Yet, how could a mortal kill the mansion's guards? Chapter 20. Father, please summon the Heavenly Venerable quickly. He is an elder from the Jixia Academy. This time, before Zhou Hai could speak, Lin Wan'er rushed to call out. Having witnessed Zhou Hai's strength, she knew he was definitely beyond her father's level. To avoid their clan being exterminated, she urgently requested the summoning of Wu Wanli. What? An elder from Jixia Academy? Lin Shixiang's expression changed, and he looked at Zhou Hai with more caution. Coming from Jixia Academy, and showing no hints of cultivation. Could he be an old monster from the Great Zhou Academy that had long since evaded the world? Or perhaps someone sent by the main branch? Whatever the case, it posed a huge threat to Lin Shixiang. At the very least, the strength of the person before him was far above Morong Xiao. May I ask, which elder of the academy are you? Lin Shixiang secretly crushed a sound transmission talisman, forcing a smile as he bowed to Zhou Hai. Great Zhou Academy, Daozhang Palace Elder, Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai stood with his hands behind his back. After being suppressed in the cultivation world for so many years, he felt it was time for his name to be known far and wide. What? Zhou Hai? However, as soon as he finished, Lin Shixiang was stunned. You are Zhou Hai, Elder Zhou Hai from Daozhang Palace of the Great Zhou Academy? Behind Lin Shixiang, a middle-aged man exclaimed in disbelief. Zhou Hai was taken aback. Was he really that impressive? Just by a name, he made someone stutter in fear? Seeing the astonished expressions on these people, he racked his brain but couldn't figure out what earth-shattering events he had caused over the years. I thought I was talking to someone important, turns out it's just the supreme waste produced by Jixia Academy in a millennium, Zhou Hai. At that moment, Lin Shixiang laughed in anger, looking at Zhou Hai with disdain. And the people behind him brazenly stepped forward to assist Lin Wan'er and others, completely unafraid of offending Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai's face darkened, unable to stop the veins on his forehead from throbbing. A once-in-a-millennium ultimate waste? Is this something a human would say? Zhou Hai never expected that he had already gained fame throughout the world, but this fame was not exactly pleasant. Zhou Hai, you are late. If I am not mistaken, your senior brother Morong Xiao must be dead. But don't worry, I will send you to see him. Lin Shixiang's face was dark, just thinking about how he almost fell for it made him want to rip Zhou Hai apart. No wonder this guy, who has no cultivation, could kill 2 guards and even beat up his precious daughter and several Holy Valley disciples like this. To him, everything made sense the moment Zhou Hai revealed his identity. Even if Zhou Hai was a mere mortal, he was still an elder from the academy. He walked out. How could he not have some means of self-defense? With the academy's foundation, it wouldn't be surprising if he injured a death-stage cultivator with his mortal body, let alone 2 body refining guards and his daughter, a foundation-building cultivator. However, that didn't mean Zhou Hai could act recklessly. Morong Xiao dared to kill them. What was a waste like Zhou Hai? What did you say? Where is my senior brother? Upon hearing something happened to Morong Xiao, Zhou Hai's heart tightened. Although Morong Xiao always pointed at him and nagged, he was still the senior brother who had taken care of him for 7 years. He never expected that the moment he left, something would happen to Morong Xiao. I told you, I will send you to see him. Lin Shixiang's gaze was cold as he waved his hand, and 10 powerful death-stage cultivators immediately charged out, attacking Zhou Hai at the same time. After all, he was an elder from the academy. Even as a mortal, to avoid any strong hidden cards on him, these death-stage cultivators dared not be careless and attacked with lethal moves. Next to Zhou Hai, Jin Xiao felt her body tense, as if an icy force was coming at her, threatening to freeze her like a corpse.
That was an attack from a female death stage cultivator, and even from dozens of feet away, it was already chilling. However, the next moment, she felt like she had fallen into lava, a burning heat making her whole body scream in pain. Her long hair quickly curled, her clothes were rapidly becoming brittle, and it seemed like she would be instantly turned to ash. Then, another wave of piercing chill came, as if 10,000 swords pierced her heart. After that, a massive gravitational force surged in, as if a mountain was pressing down, threatening to collapse the heavens and earth. In the briefest moment, Qin Shiyou experienced all kinds of terrifying power waves. These were the attacks caused by the 10 Death Stage powerhouses. Death Stage, a level that defies the heavens and takes lives, inherently possessed the power to turn heaven and earth. In front of such power, Qin Shiyou felt as small as an ant. She didn't even need to lift a finger. These powerful beings could annihilate her with a single breath. However, at the moment she could not withstand the 10 waves of attack and her body was about to burst. Zhou Hai's body trembled, and the multitude of powers instantly vanished into thin air. At the same time, Lin Wanner's voice rang out.
Don't, be careful of this person.
Lin Wanner knew very well that Zhou Hai was not someone these people could deal with, not even her father could contend with him. Unfortunately, she warned too late.
You reckless thing. Zhou Hai's eyes sharpened as he raised his hand and struck down instantly. Boom boom boom. Furious power burst forth from Zhou Hai, instantly forming a giant dark palm print that smashed those death stage cultivators in the air. As blood mist exploded, those who dared to take lives from the heavens met their end on the spot. Boom. Seeing this scene, Lin Shixian's pupils instantly dilated and then constricted to the extreme. His eyelids twitched violently, his mind felt like it was being bombarded with 10,000 tons of explosives, making him a little dizzy. The 10 death stage cultivators. Even the person he wanted to kill needed some effort, but in the end, he was slapped dead with a single strike. Moreover, he saw with his own eyes that Zhou Hai didn't use any external tools. It was a power that came from Zhou Hai himself, a power so strong it made people despair. How could this be possible? Didn't they all say that this guy was a rare idiot in 1,000 years, a useless fool who only ate at the Great Zhou Academy? This fool? Lin Shixiang was stunned, and the other cultivators around him were so frightened that their legs went weak, most of them turning pale, as if they had seen a ghost. The 10 strongest in the deadly realm were just slapped to death like that? So casually. Lin Shixiang, dare to attack my senior brother, you deserve to die. Zhou Hai's eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand to directly grab Lin Shixiang. No. Lin Shixiang's body was covered in cold sweat, and he immediately tried to run away. He realized that this guy was no useless fool at all. His strength was not something he could compare to. But as soon as he turned around, he felt as if the space around him had frozen, a huge black hand forming beside him, grabbing him and lifting him high. The threat of death instantly filled his whole body. His heart beat violently, and the intense fear almost made him fall apart. Don't! Lin Shixiang screamed in terror. Without a doubt, Zhou Hai could kill him on the spot with just a little more effort. Chapter 21. Speak, where is my senior brother? Zhou Hai's cold voice came, like a demon god from the 9th netherworld questioning him. Qingyue Tower. He is at Qingyue Tower. Elder Zhou, your senior brother isn't dead, it was all my nonsense, please spare me. At this moment, Lin Shixiang no longer had any of the arrogance from before. In Zhou Hai's hand, he couldn't even resist and could only honestly confess. Qingyue Tower? Damn. He promised to save the world, but secretly goes to a brothel? Zhou Hai froze for a moment, instantly speechless. He had even worried for his senior brother for a moment. What a waste of emotion. Yes, Elder Zhou's senior brother is at Qingyue Tower. Morong sect leader isn't dead, please spare me, Elder Zhou. Lin Shixiang begged for mercy again. Spare you? Heh, as a minister of the Great Zhou, your Lin family colluded with evil forces, attempting to usurp the throne and take power, and yet dared to sacrifice countless lives. Do you even deserve to live? Zhou Hai sneered, killing intent flashing in his eyes. No. Elder Zhou, it's not true. I am Prince's man, I belong to the prince. How could I betray the prince? Lin Shixiang was sweating cold, hastily explaining. But before he could finish speaking, his vision went black, and excruciating pain struck. His body was instantly crushed by Zhou Hai, turning into a pool of blood. Still trying to argue at this point. It turns out, before death, you and the rest of the world are no different. Zhou Hai clapped his hands, and while speaking, he released the soul-devouring demon palace from his system space. As the palm-sized body of the soul-devouring demon palace appeared, mysterious powers spread out in all directions. Ah! Immediately, a wail sounded. The already dead Lin Shixiang and the 10 strongest in the deadly realm appeared in midair. Their bodies were transparent, faces filled with terror, as if they were enduring unimaginable pain. Is this the soul body? Zhou Hai curiously examined these soul bodies,
watching as they were collected into the soul-devouring demon palace. The next moment, a flash of dark light appeared within the demon palace, and countless blades materialized, instantly piercing through these soul bodies.
The screams became even more miserable.
Even as soul bodies, they now felt the pain of being pierced by 1,000 blades. Furthermore, the pain of being wounded as a soul body was 1,000,000 times more excruciating than a physical body could endure. And this was just the beginning. After the blades passed, the blazing demonic flames began to burn, scorching these soul bodies, making the wails even more intense by 100-fold. Then came the 9 netherworld's cold air, the swarms of insects devouring, the yin-yang grinding wheel, and other various punishments. The tiny demon palace at this moment seemed to turn into the 9 netherworld's purgatory, making one shiver with fear. The key point was that the demon palace came with soul body regeneration. No matter how much they were tortured, even if their souls were shattered, they could instantly be restored, continuing to endure the torment. This scene frightened the nearby Lin Mansion cultivators at the innate realm and foundation building realm, their souls scattering in terror. Some wanted to escape, but they discovered they couldn't even move their legs. They were scared stiff.
At that moment, they were like ordinary people, their calves cramping. Forget about avenging Lin Shixiang.
They couldn't even muster the courage to flee, only hoping Zhou Hai would ignore them.
Dad!
Looking at her father, who was tortured in the demon palace, Lin Wanner let out a heart-wrenching call. She wanted to get up, but her whole body was broken. Not only could she not rise, but her injuries pulled at her, causing her to cough up blood.
Dad! Dad!
At the same time, the 3 young men who had just rushed out of the mansion also saw this scene and couldn't help but roar loudly. Zhou Hai turned his head to see the entire family of the inspector's mansion staring at him with wide eyes, seemingly on the verge of madness. So your inspector's mansion also has people's emotions. So the people of your inspector's mansion can also feel heartache. Just right, a family should be together. Zhou Hai's eyes were icy, and a cruel smile formed on his lips. He raised his hand and waved it. The giant palm print appeared again, now even larger than before, measuring over 100 feet, crashing down.
No!
The Lin family members showed terror on their faces. Some tried to escape but felt the space freeze, unable to move even a fraction, only able to watch helplessly as the palm print fell.
Boom!
The courtyard in front of the Lin mansion instantly collapsed. The ground sunk several feet, and all the Lin family members turned into blood and mud, merging into the earth, dying a wrongful death.
No! Brother! Mother! Grandmother!
At this moment, the entire Lin family was left with only Lin Wanner still alive. Seeing this scene, her eyes were wide with rage, caring not for her bodily pain, her cries like a cuckoo weeping blood, pulling at the heartstrings. She had never imagined that one day she would witness her entire family die a wrongful death. At this moment, looking at Zhou Hai was like facing a devil. She had never thought there was anything wrong with killing. This world was about the weak feeding the strong. In front of the strong, the weak were like pigs and dogs, killing them was just killing. Only now did she truly feel the pain from the weak. But until now, she hadn't considered the pain of those harmed by the Lin family, she only felt her own pain. She hated. Why was this devil before her so merciless, so inhumane? She hated. Why was there such a devil in the world? Why didn't heaven punish him? Lin Wanner, does it hurt? Back then you roasted my father, letting the Kuei-mu sculpture gnaw at my father's flesh. Did you think of today? Back then, you stripped my mother in front of everyone, trapping her with nets, cutting her flesh piece by piece to feed the Kuei-mu sculpture. Did you think of today? You said my parents were lowly, becoming food for your spirit pet was their honor. You said you were strong, their deaths making you happy was their virtue. Now, my master is stronger than you. He kills your whole family, why aren't you grateful to my master? Now, the souls of your parents and relatives are for my amusement, why aren't you thanking me profusely? Beside Zhou Hai, Qin Shiyao coldly watched the scene before finally speaking. Qin Shiyao, you are not human. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Lin Wanner coughed up blood and shouted loudly. When you first tortured me, I said the same. You once said, killing an ant, where is the retribution? I never expected one day you would say this. Qin Shiyao laughed loudly, but tears couldn't help but fall from her eyes. Zhou Hai's heart twitched, realizing this girl suffered, yet he also didn't expect her life to be so dark. No wonder she was so ruthless toward the Lin family. Anyone who experienced such suffering would surely find it hard to be kind, right? At that moment, the demon palace emitted its power again, imprisoning all the souls of the Lin family, letting them enjoy the same treatment as Lin Shixiang and others. In an instant, piercing screams echoed continuously. The entire entrance of the inspector's mansion seemed to turn into a hell of abyss. It was as terrifying as a night of 100 demons walking. Who dares to cause trouble here? At that moment, a cold voice echoed. Master Ruyan, save me. Hearing this voice, those cultivators who had been frozen in fear suddenly felt joy. For a moment, they felt the pressure around them lessen, and they turned to kneel to a stunning woman walking from afar.
Chapter 22.
Zhou Hai turned to look, only to see that this woman was breathtakingly beautiful and appeared to be just in her teens or 20s.
But he knew, in the cultivation world, one cannot judge a person's age by their appearance.
Since the beginning of defying the heavens and risking their lives, every time one defied fate, they could snatch 100 years of life from the sky. Cultivators at the divine ability realm have a lifespan of 1,000 years, and this woman, with her enlightenment realm cultivation, who knows how long she has lived? Master Ruyan, my Lin family is the most loyal servant of the Holy Lord, you must avenge my Lin family. Lin Wanner also saw the woman and quickly shouted.
Master, save me. The young men and women beside Lin Wanner were now shouting with heart-wrenching cries. The woman called Ruyan had seemingly become everyone's hope.
Humph, the Lin family really has sided with the so-called saint.
You are a subordinate of that saint, right?
Zhou Hai coldly snorted, his eyes filled with killing intent.
Who are you, knowing the relationship between the Lin family and my holy valley, yet daring to act recklessly?
The woman was sizing up Zhou Hai, wondering internally, this person seemed to have no cultivation, how could he destroy the Lin family? Until she saw the soul-eating demon palace in front of Zhou Hai, her pupils suddenly shrank.
What a marvelous palace, completely unfathomable. Could this be the legendary holy artifact? Holy artifacts, treasures crafted by the saint.
When still, they appear ordinary, but once unleashed, no one can stand against them. Their devastating power could wipe out everything. Under the saint, even to touch one would mean death. The reason all the major holy lands stand firm is because of the existence of holy artifacts, that is an unbeatable foundation. Thinking of this, a trace of fear flashed in the woman's eyes, and she instinctively wanted to flee. Before a holy artifact, her little strength at the enlightenment realm was not worth mentioning.
Master Ruyan, he is the elder Zhou Hai from the academy, the enemy of the Holy Valley. Lin Wanner's voice came again, making the woman frown. Academy? Zhou Hai?
Ha, so it is that reputed first oddity in the cultivation world, the Waste Elder? What a good day it is today, not only does the leader of the academy come to seek death, but even a useless person with no cultivation is not content to be quiet. At this, the woman laughed heartily, her previous fear instantly turning into excitement. At the same time, she looked greedily at the demon palace. Holy artifacts are strong, and if held by a cultivator, even a foundational cultivator would make her flee in fear. But if it was held by a mortal, without any cultivator's spiritual energy to infuse it, how much power could the holy artifact really unleash? This was a golden opportunity to steal treasure.
Damn, can you stop drooling? Do I look like a fat sheep to you? Look at your greedy expression, tell me, what did you do to my senior brother?
Facing the woman's greed, Zhou Hai really couldn't stand it anymore. At the same time, he couldn't help but start to worry, could it be that this senior brother got caught up in a brothel and fell for a trick?
You want to see your senior brother?
Don't worry, I will fulfill your wish.
The woman sneered coldly, instantaneously appearing before Zhou Hai, reaching out to grab his neck.
Zhou Hai was taken aback, feeling a bit dazed.
Is this woman out of her mind? Coming in front of him to attack, what gave her the gall?
Before the woman could grab his neck, Zhou Hai suddenly threw a punch. There was no overwhelming spiritual energy explosion, just an unexpected punch. Yet at the moment of the punch, a dark golden light flickered on his fist, and a subtle law began to emerge.
Bang! Puff!
The punch instantly struck the woman's chest, and with a resounding explosion, she didn't even have time to scream.
The entire person spat out blood and was thrown backward. Bang bang bang! Once again, continuous explosions sounded, and the overwhelming shockwave kept exploding within the woman's body.
In an instant, her whole body was riddled with countless blood holes, her clothes stained red with blood.
Ah, you!
The woman fell to the ground, feeling the world go dark in front of her, almost unable to catch her breath. She looked at Zhou Hai in disbelief, unable to imagine why his punch was so powerful. Even if she used all her strength to defend, she might not be able to withstand it. This time, due to her carelessness, her true essence collapsed, and her foundation was unstable. Now she couldn't even summon her cultivation. In an instant, she went from a big bad wolf to a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered.
How could this happen? Wasn't this guy relying on the sacred artifact? Fool! Zhou Hai looked at the woman speechlessly.
His offensive means were not only the methods of the Jianming Emperor's classics, he also had the methods of the 100 Refinements Emperor's classics. After Qianbei absorbed so much power of the Dao soldiers and went through countless temperings, his body had already reached the level of a divine weapon. Zhou Hai was 10 times stronger than Qianbei. Anyone coming to fight him in close combat would be knocked down on the spot. This woman was simply looking for death.
Tell me, what did you do to my senior brother?
Zhou Hai shook his head, slowly walking towards the woman, releasing his aura step by step.
Boom! A powerful sense of oppression swept over, and the woman was horrified. 8th level of the Enlightenment realm? You are actually an 8th level strongman of the Enlightenment realm? The woman went mad. Didn't they say this guy had no cultivation? How could he be so powerful? And he was only 20 years old. A 20-year-old in the Enlightenment realm, how unbelievable. Shoo, don't make a sound, be low-key. Zhou Hai raised a finger to his lips. He realized that his reputation as a useless person was deeply rooted, and no one took him seriously at all. Although he was not happy about it, he had to admit that using the name of a useless person for sneak attacks was quite good. That punch just now felt refreshing, like blowing up a landmine with one hit. Look, just a moment ago when this woman appeared, she was so full, now she has completely collapsed. That feeling, who understands it? You. The woman's eyelids twitched violently, and she realized she had been tricked. This guy was just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Stop talking nonsense, what happened to my senior brother? Zhou Hai was still thinking about Morong Xiao, coldly asking. Zhou. Elder Zhou, let's talk nicely, your senior brother is fine. My family master not only invited him to Qingyue Tower as a guest but also invited him to Guanzhong Tower to enjoy tea. He is currently at Guanzhong Tower. Feeling Zhou Hai's killing intent, the woman felt tight in her heart and quickly shouted. At this moment, she was on the chopping block, and she was the fish. He begged for mercy without any hesitation. I believe you, a ghost. Is there anything good when falling into your hands? Why don't you say he was visiting a brothel and didn't pay, so you caught him and reported to the officials? Zhou Hai gave the woman a big eye roll. He didn't believe her words at all. Really, I... The woman still wanted to argue, but Zhou Hai didn't give her a chance at all, raising his hand to summon the soul-devouring demon palace, directly smashing it toward the woman's head. Look, you were just staring at this thing like you really liked it. Today, I'll use it to send you on your way, consider it fulfilling your wish. Zhou Hai gave the woman a big special care, and under the power of the demon palace, she instantly turned to ashes. This was not a so-called sacred artifact, but a true imperial treasure. Imperial treasures cannot be defiled, even just touching them could turn a person to ashes in an instant. Chapter 23. You are truly fortunate, to die under an imperial treasure is enough for you to brag forever. Zhou Hai shook his head. Without a doubt, the woman's soul was also captured by the soul-devouring demon palace. For these so-called cultivators who viewed living beings as ants, Zhou Hai would not have any pity at all. Hearing the terrible screams of the woman's soul, he slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding cultivators. Those cultivators who were previously ecstatic were now once again dumbfounded. No one expected that the Lady of Smoke, who made such an exciting entrance at the Enlightenment realm, would die so inexplicably. Others didn't even use any divine powers. Easily, it took her life. It's your turn. Zhou Hai's lips slightly curved up, and to these people's eyes, it looked like the smile of the devil. No. Countless terrified screams echoed, and over 1,000 people had no time to escape. In the moment Zhou Hai waved his hand, they turned into blood and mud on the ground. One soul after another was taken into the demon palace, making the screams even more chilling, like the cries of 10,000 ghosts. Disciple, do you like this demon palace? Zhou Hai turned back to look at Qin Xiao, smiling as he spoke. Yes, master, I really like it. Qin Xiao quickly nodded, feeling an overwhelming, soul-deep affection for the palace. It was so powerful, like a hell for villains. It's a gift for you. Remember, with this treasure, you can tear the sky apart and nothing will happen. But if you act recklessly and use this treasure to harm the world, don't blame me for cleaning up your mess. Zhou Hai's expression turned serious as he handed the demon palace to Qin Xiao, sternly warning her. Thank you, master, for avenging Xiao. Master, rest assured, Xiao's mind was restored by you, and Xiao still has a heart. I will never lose my humanity. When my cultivation is complete, I will use this treasure to eliminate demons, protect the righteous, and guard all living beings. Qin Xiao's eyes instantly turned red. She hadn't expected such a powerful treasure, and her master just gave it to her. She quickly knelt on the ground and swore to the heavens. Get up, let's go save your martial uncle. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Hai's invisible power immediately lifted Qin Xiao up. The palace, now granted permission by Zhou Hai, instantly turned into a dark beam of light and flew into Qin Xiao's forehead, linking with her. Master, the demon palace has extracted the memories of those souls. The star viewing tower is that way, it's for sacrifices. Today, over 10,000 young boys and girls will be sacrificed, and martial uncle will also be sacrificed. Receiving the revelation from the demon palace, Qin Xiao quickly said. Seeking death. Zhou Hai's eyes turned cold. There was no need to ask anyone else. He turned into a streak of light and flew in the direction Qin Xiao had pointed out. No, you can't leave, you've killed me. Heaven, why did you let them go? Why didn't you punish them? Are you blind?
In the ruins in front of the Lin family's door, Lin Wanner could only watch as all her relatives were slaughtered, knowing she would endure endless suffering. She screamed in agony. She wanted to stop Zhou Hai and Qin Xiao, but neither of them even showed interest in looking at her. They had already disappeared into the sky. Half an hour later, 3,000 miles outside of the city of Qinzhou, a fleet of spirit boats sliced through the sky. Below, there was a large river, and the banks were already filled with a sea of people, countless devout pilgrims. In addition, many spirit boats descended, bringing with them young boys and girls, as well as brides in wedding dresses. These spirit boats came from all parts of Qinzhou. The number of young boys and girls brought from various places was in the tens of thousands, and the brides also numbered in the tens of thousands. These brides were all incredibly beautiful. When gathered together, they resembled a blooming garden, a stunning sight. Yet, these were all women meant for the Venerable One. The devout pilgrims dared not even glance at them. Their eyes were fixed on the upstream of the river, at the towering building that reached 100 zhang, piercing the clouds. This building was called the Star Viewing Tower, and on top of it was a huge platform, the sacrificial altar. The sacrificial altar had already been set up with a teleportation array. Once the array was activated, it would send all the young boys, girls, and brides away. Morong sect leader, did you see this? These brides are all smiling so happily. They all volunteered. I didn't force them. From the star viewing tower came Wu Wanli's voice, sounding very pleased. Not far away, Morong Zhao's face was grim, not saying a word. Next to him sat a middle-aged man, Du Hai. Both of them were in similar situations. Their cultivation had been destroyed, and their bodies severely injured. Leaning on chairs, they could barely move a finger. However, over a dozen beautiful brides were surrounding them, massaging their shoulders and legs. The scene made it impossible to associate their situation with that of prisoners in captivity. How about it, Morong sect leader? Why not enjoy your perfect life? Why struggle so hard? Come on, cooperate with me at the Holy Valley, trust me, the Holy Lord will definitely reward you. Beside Wu Wanli, there were also lovely brides, but those new wives were half concealed, whispering in his ear, almost unbearable to look at. At this moment, Wu Wanli still did not give up on Morong Xiao. As long as there was a chance, he wanted to persuade Morong Xiao. After all, the Jixia Academy was not an ordinary force. Just mentioning the Holy Land's main academy behind it, the retired old guys there were hard to deal with. This was a power that could not be underestimated. Whether you want to kill or cut, feel free. My senior brother is the master of the academy, how can he rely on you evil paths? Morong Xiao didn't speak, but Du Hai forcibly took a breath and said coldly. Alas, why are you all so stubborn? Forget it, I see you really have no hope. But don't worry, even if you die, you must sacrifice for the Holy Lord. Wu Wanli looked disappointed, waving his hand as the 9 beautiful women in the insightful realm walked straight to the array at the stargazing platform. What's going on? Why hasn't Ru Yan come back? Seeing that one person was still missing in one corner of the array, Wu Wanli frowned. Before the 9 beautiful women could speak, a voice rang out. She probably won't be coming back. As soon as the words fell, a long rainbow flew onto the stargazing platform, revealing Zhou Hai's figure. Who are you? Wu Wanli and the 9 beautiful women instantly fixed their gaze on Zhou Hai. The one who wants your lives. Zhou Hai grinned, immediately provoking a murderous intent from Wu Wanli and others. What a cocky kid, looking young but daring to be so arrogant, truly unaware of danger. Before they could speak, Zhou Hai's gaze shifted towards Morong Xiao and Du Hai sitting on the other side, revealing an odd expression. Oh dear, what kind of style do you have, 2 senior brothers? I was still worried about you, but it turns out you're here enjoying yourselves. What a waste of my feelings. Seeing Zhou Hai arrive, Du Hai was utterly shocked. Isn't this guy a good-for-nothing? How did he fly up here without any cultivation? However, before the surprise wore off, his face darkened. Look at this, is this even human talk? Who would want to enjoy such a blessing? Especially you, senior brother Du Hai. You say Morong likes to visit brothels, and I can understand you surrounded by a crowd of women. But you are a minister of the Zhou dynasty. You have students all over the world. Do they know you are so playboy-like? Pausing, Zhou Hai looked at Du Hai, as if he caught an official looking for a mistress. Du Hai's eyes widened, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Isn't this a complete ruin of his reputation? Smelly brat, shut up. Hurry up and leave, what are you doing here? Morong Zhao's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. If possible, he would have beaten this kid. What do you mean, I like to visit brothels? This is slander. I came to catch a brothel, what do you think I came for? Senior brother, it's not that I'm scolding you, but I just left for a while, and you couldn't contain yourself? Running to a brothel in broad daylight, how urgent must you be? No, I must rescue you from this harem.
I haven't enjoyed it, so you mustn't fall. Zhou Hai shrugged, and one sentence almost made Morong Shao vomit blood. Is there any justice in this world? I have lived a life of integrity, yet in the end, I have this kind of reputation. It's infuriating. If you want to die, hurry up and die. Why so much nonsense? At this moment, an angry shout rang out. A beautiful woman in the insightful realm suddenly appeared behind Zhou Hai, raising her hand to slap Zhou Hai on the head. Though she couldn't see Zhou Hai's cultivation level, they carefully observed that this person looked to be just in their 20s. Even if he were a genius, he would only reach the divine power realm at best. For them in the insightful realm, killing him would be too easy. However, just as she thought this slap would be enough to kill Zhou Hai, suddenly, Zhou Hai turned around and threw a punch with incredible speed. Just like when he dealt with Ru Yan, there was no earth-shattering power, just a punch, yet it unleashed the full force of the 100 refinements Emperor Scripture's body refining power in an instant. Bang! His fist landed heavily on the beautiful woman's chest from the Tao Enlightenment realm, and she didn't even have time to scream before her body exploded into a mist of blood with the sound of the explosion. This scene instantly caused others to widen their eyes and become dazed. After Zhou Hai struck, he had no intention of stopping. In an instant, he appeared before several women in quick succession, delivering a punch to each without mercy. Bang bang bang. Explosions followed one after another. How fast was Zhou Hai? In less than a blink of an eye, he had thrown 5 punches, hitting 5 women. These 5 women were all Tao Enlightenment realm cultivators, yet in their days, they had no chance to react. The moment his fists touched them, their bodies exploded, turning into clouds of blood mist. It wasn't until Zhou Hai threw his 6th punch that he finally met resistance. It was a woman in purple, tall and beautiful. Her cultivation at the peak of the Tao Enlightenment realm was the strongest among everyone present, except for Wu Wanli. As Zhou Hai's fist came crashing towards her, she erupted in anger, her powerful cultivation bursting forth as she gathered her Tao power in her palm, colliding with Zhou Hai's fist in an instant. Boom 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 boom. The violent shockwaves spread in all directions, instantly demolishing the sunshade pavilions on the star observation platform. Until the formation on the ground flashed with a light, just barely offsetting the collision's aftermath, preventing the star observation tower from being destroyed on the spot. Looking for death. The woman was furious. No one expected this young man, who looked so young, to possess such terrifying strength and cultivation. Caught off guard, he had killed 6 people on the spot. Those were 6 powerful Tao Enlightenment realm experts. Wow, not bad. As expected from a peak Tao Enlightenment realm expert, you were actually able to withstand one of my punches. But, too bad, you still fell a little short. Zhou Hai grinned, leaving the woman momentarily dumbfounded. Before she could react, Zhou Hai's fist erupted with dozens of Tao forces, and violent power poured out in an instant. No. The woman was horrified. She only had time to let out a gasp before she felt an overwhelming force surge into her body. The violent Tao forces were as cold as knives, yet they also burned like fierce flames. There was the wrath of thunder and the sword aura that could rip apart the heavens. There were too many. This was not just one type of Tao force, but a full dozen exploding at the same time, like more than a dozen Tao Enlightenment realm experts striking with all their might. Even though the woman was at the peak of the Tao Enlightenment realm, caught off guard, she couldn't withstand such an attack and directly exploded on the spot. Body parts flew everywhere, some were as hard as ice, others turned to ash. Some became mist of blood, while others shattered into pulp. Devastating. So devastating. On the other side, there were 2 women, one at the 3rd level and the other at the 5th level of the Tao Enlightenment realm, who had planned to rush up and join the attack. Seeing this scene, they were instantly terrified. Seeing Zhou Hai turn to kill them, they didn't think twice and nearly simultaneously rushed into the sky. The violent Tao power surged, and the phenomena of heaven and earth erupted. One woman had an endless sea of fire rise behind her, creating a domain that seemed to want to burn the very sky and earth. The other woman was surrounded by blooming flowers, creating an ocean of blossoms, faintly carrying the scent of flowers that made one feel weak with just a breath. Both women were fully channeling their Tao powers, and faced with Zhou Hai, they were truly afraid. Seeing Zhou Hai pursue them, they didn't think twice and turned to flee, gathering their strength as they ran. They figured it out, this kid was a strong body refining cultivator. To engage him in close combat at the same level was to seek death. They needed to build up their strength and find an opportunity to unleash their strongest strike. Perhaps they could kill this kid. Can't escape the fate of those who came before them. Ha ha, why are you running? Making me look like a thug. Do you really think that if you don't let me get close, I won't be able to deal with you? Zhou Hai paused, laughing heartily. The 2 women were stunned, looking at Zhou Hai at the same time. Then, Zhou Hai raised his right hand high, and in an instant, a chilling coldness swept over. The 2 women instantly fluffed up in alarm. They sensed an unprecedented feeling of deathly crisis. Instinctively, they turned to flee, but found the space around them seemed frozen, making it extremely difficult to move even a little. At the same time, a scene of a celestial dog eating the sun appeared. A giant hand blocked the sky and sun as it reached down from the heavens, like the right hand of a deity, directly grabbing towards the two women. What is that? Oh no, someone is destroying the sacrifice. So terrifying, this feels like death. What is happening to the sky? Is it going to collapse? Heavenly Lord. Under the stargazing tower, on both banks of the great river, at this moment, hundreds of thousands of people were crowded together, all stunned by this scene. Many knelt on the ground, loudly calling for the Heavenly Lord to save them. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Lord they spoke of was also dumbfounded at this moment. Looking at the giant hand that blocked the sky and sun, easily hundreds of feet wide, even Wu Wanli, who had not attacked and was not in battle, could still feel the terrifying power. That big hand was too terrifying, its destructive might was unheard of and unseen, as if it could destroy everything in an instant. What it brought wasn't just the shock of death, but a kind of obliteration. A power that could silence all things, including the heavens and the earth. Still at the edge of the battle, Wu Wanli was already shaken to his core, let alone the two women at the center of the fight. At this moment, even if they burned their cultivation to the extreme, they still couldn't move an inch. Their Tao had been shattered. Their powers dissipated. Wherever that big hand passed, the heavens and earth cracked apart, and one could faintly see the chaos of space. To break the heavens and earth, that was a power only beyond the Unity Realm could wield. Chapter 25. Despair, fear, and all sorts of negative emotions surged to the forefront of their minds. At this moment, the two beautiful women in the Enlightenment Realm couldn't even muster a will to resist. The celestial phenomena they triggered disappeared. As the giant hand fell, the world grew silent, turning everything into eternal darkness. When the giant hand vanished, there wasn't even a trace of blood left in the world. Under the silence, there was not the slightest evidence. Done. Zhou Hai's mouth curled up as he completely dealt with the two women. He flashed and appeared instantly in front of Morong Xiao and Du Hai. On the stargazing platform, Wu Wanli reacted immediately, wanting to seize Morong Xiao and Du Hai. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. As he just stood up, upon seeing Zhou Hai, he immediately stopped again. You? Wu Wanli stared in shock. Until now, he still hadn't seen clearly the cultivation level of this young man. From the breath that the other party exposed earlier, he was at most at the peak of the Enlightenment Realm. But this guy's combat power far exceeded the Enlightenment Realm and possibly even surpassed the Unity Realm, otherwise, he couldn't have torn through the barriers of space. What kind of monster is this? Why is he so powerful? Morong Xiao and Du Hai also stared at Zhou Hai in astonishment, their breathing becoming rapid. In less than 20 breaths of time, he had killed 9 powerful beings in the Enlightenment Realm. Is this still human? It's known that this kid is still 2 months shy of 20 years old. Little senior brother, you weren't a loser before, right? When did you gain such cultivation? Du Hai was dumbfounded, unable to hold back. Zhou Hai was still thinking about how to give them a flashy turn. After all, this move was too cool, he had to give a stylish pose as a finale. But upon hearing this, his face instantly darkened. Can't you speak? Not revealing my power usually makes me a loser? Please, I'm just low-key and don't like to show off, okay? Do I really have to be like you, acting arrogant all day, only to be taken down the moment I step onto the stage to not be called a loser? Zhou Hai rolled his eyes, delivering a sharp retort that left Morong Xiao and Du Hai with dark expressions. Low profile? Does this kid have anything to do with a low profile? Hey, you're the only one left. Let's have a showdown, don't let me down. Too lazy to deal with the two, Zhou Hai turned to look at Wu Wanli. Wu Wanli trembled inside, instinctively stepping back several paces. This kid already displayed the might of the Tao Enlightenment Realm and was already so strong, who knows what level he really is. If a fight starts, can I, with my Unity Realm cultivation, withstand it? He. They say Jixia Academy is the righteous path of the world, but it seems no different here. Dare I ask which senior from Jixia Academy has taken over a young man like this? Is this what you call the righteous path? Wu Wanli sneered on the surface, but secretly took out a wall-breaking talisman, ready to escape if things went wrong. Taking over? Zhou Hai was stunned, looking at Wu Wanli as if he were an idiot. Morong Xiao and Du Hai also looked speechless. Even academy members, including the disciples, are generally mature and steady, let alone those 1,000-year-old seniors. There are hardly a few brash and annoying ones like this little junior brother found in the outside world, and none in the academy. Moreover, even if the academy sages died, it's impossible for them to do something like possessing someone. This is definitely the little junior brother's true self. You really think you're clever, throwing mud when you can't win? Too bad that won't work on me, you will die as well. Zhou Hai curled his lips, his form moving as he directly charged at Wu Wanli. Seeing this, Wu Wanli's eyes sharpened, the Unity Realm surged forth, instantly transforming into a domain that enveloped Zhou Hai. At the same time, his powerful cultivation energy swept out, trying for a full-force strike.
Zhou Hai's steps paused, feeling as if he were being taken into another world, each step difficult, feeling an intense restriction. This was suppression of realms. Wu Wanli, after all, was a strong unity realm cultivator, and the suppression on the Dao Enlightenment realm was too obvious.
Cultivators of the Dao Enlightenment realm can bind others, but they absolutely can't create their own space.
However, strong unity realm practitioners can do that, it is their domain.
In their domain, any enemy will be subject to life and death.
Unfortunately, this kind of domain is useful against others, but has no effect on Zhou Hai.
Suddenly, a holy artifact-level jade pendant flew out from Zhou Hai's system space. The moment Zhou Hai grabbed the jade pendant, an invisible order of saints protected his entire body, rendering Wu Wanli's domain binding ineffective. In just an instant, he had already rushed to Wu Wanli, his fist unhesitatingly smashing out. You are indeed hiding your cultivation.
Wu Wanli was struck with fear. Zhou Hai didn't even show stronger energy, yet could easily break free from his domain cage, enough to scare him to death. With a loud shout, he hardly had time to dodge, a full-powered palm struck toward Zhou Hai's fist. The moment the two palms collided, Wu Wanli felt as if he had struck an invincible Dao weapon. No matter how violent his unity realm power was, it was hard to harm the opponent. The immense force from the clash knocked Wu Wanli flying backwards. He looked in shock at Zhou Hai. This person was too strong, able to block his full-powered strike merely with his physical strength. If it were really a fight, he had no chance at all. Thinking this, Wu Wanli hesitated no longer and crushed the wall-breaking talisman on the spot. In an instant, the spatial barrier broke, and a spatial doorway appeared behind him. As his figure flashed, he and the doorway vanished completely, leaving no time for anyone to stop. Junior brother, root out the evil, don't let him escape. Mu Rongzhao's voice came through urgently. Junior brother, chase after him. Du Hai followed, also shouting. None of them expected Zhou Hai to be this powerful, but now wasn't the time to be amazed. Obliterating the evil was the priority. Zhou Hai frowned, quickly using the jade pendant in his hand to lock onto the opponent's aura, to catch up using the teleportation array at the Emperor's position. But at that moment, dozens of divine ability realm cultivators rushed in from all directions. Quick, protect the teleportation array, request support from the Holy Valley. Stop him from destroying the sacrifice until the Holy Master arrives. These people shouted loudly, each one rushing up the stargazing tower, trying to activate the teleportation array to summon stronger fighters. Looking for death. Zhou Hai's eyes sharpened, no longer caring about pursuing Wu Wanli. After all, at this moment, Morong Xiao and Du Hai's cultivation had been shattered, leaving them completely defenseless. Falling into these people's hands was suicide. And who knows what kind of person this teleportation array would summon. He must first break the teleportation array and eliminate all threats. With this thought, Zhou Hai soared into the air. The violent force of obliteration surged towards the sky. A hand larger than before appeared out of nowhere, carrying destructive power, as if intending to destroy the world, slamming towards those numerous divine ability realm cultivators. Chapter 26. Be careful. Countless shouts rang out. Over 100 divine ability realm cultivators initially wanted to gather together to resist Zhou Hai, but now, facing that handprint covering the sky, they realized how ridiculous their idea was. The violent power of destruction brought endless death threats, causing their hearts to tremble, wishing they could turn and flee. Yet they found that at this very moment, even the wish to move was a luxury. Faced with the descending handprint, they couldn't even unleash their inner manifestations or divine abilities, only able to watch as darkness engulfed them, completely trapping them in eternal oblivion. No! Someone cried out in heart-wrenching despair, but it was all in vain. As the handprint crashed down completely, a cloud of blood mist exploded, ultimately turning into nothingness. The power of obliteration completely erased all traces of existence. Seeing this world-destroying hand, Morong Xiao and Du Hai were completely at a loss. What a powerful offensive capability, truly invincible. Is this the true power of my junior brother? In an instant, he wiped out all the divine ability realm cultivators, and Zhou Hai's obliteration handprint descended once more. On the sacrificial altar, the teleportation array erupted with endless light, trying to withstand the force of this blow. However, as a wave of dark light flashed, the protective force of the teleportation array continued to shatter, along with the formation patterns completely breaking apart. When the handprint disappeared, the world returned to normal. The formation patterns on the sacrificial altar, and some of the equipment used for the formation, had already turned into fragments. Seeing this, Zhou Hai once again fixed his gaze downward. Looking below the stargazing tower, he saw that hundreds of thousands of people on both banks of the great river were already scared stiff on the ground. Among these people, there were at least hundreds, if not more, foundation building and innate realm cultivators. These people were clearly disciples of the so-called Holy Valley. To cut the grass and eliminate the roots, Zhou Hai had no intention of letting these people go. However, just as he was about to act, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding, host's second disciple has fallen into Wu Wanli's hands, and is in danger.
A path protection mission is now activated, please proceed to protect immediately, there will be substantial rewards. What? The last path protection reward hasn't even been given yet, and now there's another one? I've already sent that girl 1,000 miles away, how could she still run into Wu Wanli? Zhou Hai was dumbfounded, unable to restrain his shout. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the path protection big gift bag. The system did not respond, but directly listed the rewards from the previous path protection. Open path protection gift bag. Zhou Hai frowned tightly, though unsatisfied, he still opened the path protection gift bag. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully opening the path protection big gift bag. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 300 return yuan pills. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 1 death substitute puppet. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 3 exploding yuan pills. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 300 years of cultivation. As the system's voice fell, a massive force of cultivation surged into Zhou Hai's body, allowing him to break through to the 9th level of the Dao Enlightenment realm on the spot. Zhou Hai's eyes brightened. Not knowing how this happened, having previously received the immortal battle soul body and the burial sky demon body, he still found it impossible to cultivate. Even the ability to draw the energy of heaven and earth into my body was unattainable. So after the battle just now, the consumed spiritual energy could not be replenished at all. As a result, with this breakthrough, he had regained his vigorous spirit, full of energy, as if he had endless strength inside him. This feeling was incredibly delightful. Recovery pills, what a good thing. At the same time, he also noticed the rewards given by the system. Especially the recovery pills, which came at just the right time. 2 senior brothers, you can divide these 20 recovery pills among yourselves, they are enough for you to recover your powers. Eliminate all evil, leave these small fish and clean up matters to you, I will go deal with that Wu Wanli first. He took out 20 recovery pills and tossed them to Morong Xiao and Du Hai. Considering Qin Xiao's safety, Zhou Hai raised his hand to tear open space and instantly disappeared from the spot. He can tear apart the void with a wave of his hand, isn't that the power of a saint? Du Hai's eyes widened, showing a ghostly expression. It seems we really underestimated this junior brother. He is right, he has been too low-key all these years. Everyone thought he was just a simpleton, who would have imagined he is already a saint? They said he had an ancient, unprecedented waist physique, in the end, it was just that we ordinary cultivators could not touch it. Perhaps his physique is already far beyond our imagination. Morong Xiao also looked astonished, recalling their first meeting with Zhou Hai years ago. That time, he and Zhou Hai's master, Zhang Er, were also brought to Qingyue Tower by Wu Wanli. Zhang Er was known as a master of all trades in the cultivation world. The moment he saw Zhou Hai, he could tell something was different about him. This kid actually resisted the energy of heaven and earth. You must know that the energy of heaven and earth is as crucial to cultivators as staple food is to mortals. Mortals cannot go without food, cultivators cannot go without the energy of heaven and earth. Since ancient times, anyone could cultivate, but the quality varied. A physique like Zhou Hai, which resisted the energy of heaven and earth, destined him to be unable to cultivate, a true rarity in ancient times. Zhang Er, feeling inspired, took him as a disciple, planning to take him back for thorough research. Over the years, Morong Xiao had never thought of letting him cultivate, he just wanted him to take a disciple and pass on Zhang Er's legacy. Who would have thought that this kid, without saying a word, became such a world-shaking powerhouse? Looking back now, Morong Xiao felt as if he were living in a dream. Yeah, only now do I realize how low-key our flamboyant junior brother really is. If it weren't for the need to save us this time, he might forever hide his powers. Du Hai nodded slightly, feeling a heartfelt sigh. Alas! I taught the saint the ancestral teachings, righteous cultivators should cast aside fame and fortune and take it upon themselves to protect the people. All these years, I thought I was doing well and felt quite proud. But looking at junior brother now, I realize my level is too low. Those like junior brother, who hide their achievements and are willing to silently protect others, are the true great sages. Morong Xiao felt melancholy, inevitably feeling a bit ashamed. In his view, if it weren't for not letting Chu Chen guide Zhou Hai yesterday, and for saving himself and Du Hai today, as well as the people of Qinzhou, Zhou Hai probably would never have revealed his powers. Such low-key and righteous behavior style, he could hardly reach. For a moment, he had elevated Zhou Hai to the position of a sage in his heart, his admiration flowing endlessly. At this time, Zhou Hai had no thought of these things, in the midst of busyness, he only knew to use the Emperor's transmission array to show off in front of his 2 senior brothers. From today onward, his reputation as a simpleton should be completely washed away, right? The Emperor's transmission array allows for travel within 1,000,000 miles, freely coming and going. In just an instant, he had already appeared 1,000 miles away, at the place he arranged for Qin Xiao. After all, since it was a battle, and Qin Xiao had no cultivation, Zhou Hai could not truly keep her by his side. So after figuring out the location, he placed her halfway. However, he never expected to run into the fleeing Wuwanli. The key issue was that this Wuwanli dared to attack a mortal. At this moment, Zhou Hai's killing intent surged like a tidal wave. These evil sect members were truly addicted to killing, wanting to strike down any ordinary person they encountered. However, after arriving here, Zhou Hai realized he was wrong. As soon as he appeared, he used the supreme concealment skill, the vanishing one, to hide himself in the void. As he got closer, he saw that Wuwanli was in a state of utter disarray. Half of Wuwanli's body had nearly vanished. He had gone from having 4 limbs to only 1 hand and 1 foot. Hand over that item, and I will spare your life. Wuwanli's face was twisted in rage, and his remaining hand was gripping Qin Shiyao's slender neck, lifting her high into the air, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Zhou Hai was taken aback, seeing the soul-devouring demon palace floating in mid-air. He suddenly understood. Wuwanli was not just killing people at random. He was clearly murdering for treasure. He must have lost half his body due to the soul-devouring demon palace. You won't succeed. This was given to me by my master. I would rather die than give it to anyone else. Qin Shiyao clutched Wuwanli's arm tightly, struggling to breathe. You're seeking death. Do you think an ordinary person like you deserves such a treasure? Since you refuse to hand it over, I'll see if it will still resist after I kill you and it becomes ownerless. Wuwanli roared furiously. He was very angry, but even more so, he felt humiliated. Originally, the Lord's plan was going smoothly, but then Zhou Hai appeared, forcing him to flee in panic. He had intended to escape thousands of miles away using a barrier-breaking talisman, but it lacked the power, and after running only a little over 1,000 miles, he was kicked out of the spatial passage. As he got up to continue fleeing, he saw a girl playing with a small palace. That palace instantly caught his attention. Its mysterious aura and the anguished screams coming from within all indicated its extraordinary nature. Especially when he saw the smoky souls inside, he was completely stunned. He tried to extend a thread of divine thought, but just as he was about to touch the palace, it nearly tore his soul apart. He realized the power of this treasure. This was definitely a sacred artifact, perhaps even something beyond a sacred artifact. The thought of such a thing falling into the hands of an ordinary person made his heart ache painfully. What a waste of heavenly treasures! Then he thought of Zhou Hai. If this treasure were in his hands, no matter how powerful Zhou Hai was, what could he do? He was sure he could kill Zhou Hai and take his life. After much deliberation, he made his move. However, as soon as his right hand touched the demon palace, a corrosive power surged towards him, almost melting him away instantly. Had he not severed his own hand and foot at the critical moment, he would have long since been reduced to ashes. Realizing that the treasure had recognized its master and could not be forcibly taken, a furious Wuwanli was left with no choice but to force Qin Shiyao to willingly surrender. But Qin Shiyao was uncooperative, so he had no choice but to try to kill her, hoping the treasure would become ownerless and then attempt to seize it. However, just as he was about to crush Qin Shiyao, his entire body suddenly erupted with cold chills. The immense sensing power of the harmonization stage made him feel the shadow of death wrap around him. Without thinking, he immediately released Qin Shiyao, his body erupting with great power, instinctively slapping his hand to the left. Boom! His palm seemed to collide with something, and the powerful impact sent him flying backward. At that moment, Zhou Hai's figure finally appeared. It's you? Wuwanli was horrified and pale. He had not been confident about fighting Zhou Hai to the death before, and now, half injured, he had even less hope. Cough, cough, cough. Master, you've come? Qin Shiyao, who had escaped from Wuwanli's grip, saw Zhou Hai and felt a surge of joy. Having survived after a disaster, her heart was filled with both grievance and happiness, all kinds of emotions swirling together, making her want to rush up and hug Zhou Hai. Get up, and put away the demon palace. In the future, keep this thing hidden, don't take it out casually. Don't let your wealth show. Zhou Hai looked at Qin Shiyao and reminded her. Wuwanli, when you have the chance to run, you dare to attack my disciple. I see you are truly seeking death. Without waiting for Qin Shiyao to speak, Zhou Hai turned again to Wuwanli, his eyes filled with killing intent. If it's a fight you want, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Without the barrier-breaking talisman, Wuwanli also abandoned the thought of escaping. After all, this person's strength was truly greater than his, and he had no hope of fleeing. Instead, it would be better to fight desperately, perhaps there might still be a chance. Thinking this, Wuwanli leaped up, his spiritual energy exploding around him. Boom boom boom. A vast sea of poison appeared on the horizon, his unified domain fully erupting. At this moment, he seemed to transform into the god of plague, freely controlling life and death. Let me see today if a unified realm cultivator can take a beating. Zhou Hai felt a stir in his heart. He truly wanted to know if he could explode a unified realm cultivator relying only on his own strength, without any outside help. However, just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly thought of something and quickly stopped. He couldn't help but observe the principles he mastered after breaking through to the enlightened realm.
These principles seemed as if they had fused into his soul, while also integrating into every inch of his flesh and blood. As his strength continuously increased, these principles were also growing stronger and becoming increasingly profound, as if ready to break through shackles and create a new world. Yet until now, he had never used this principle that rightfully belonged to him, so he didn't know how powerful it was. During his first attempt, he couldn't activate it, but at this moment, inspiration struck him, and all his power surged into the principle. But he only saw that principle devouring his energy like a black hole. No matter how much power he poured in, it would just swallow it without activating. Only the dark light bloomed on the principle, and at the same time, a mysterious force flowed through Johai's body. Johai couldn't help but turn to look around, wanting to see what kind of heavenly phenomena his principle had caused, but found the surroundings completely still. Just as he frowned in dissatisfaction, his eyes suddenly widened, as if he had seen a ghost. He saw the order of the world, the laws of the Great Road, which could only be seen during enlightenment, actually appearing in the heavens and earth. This is... Johai was shocked, and suddenly understood that this principle was not for fighting, but for comprehension. If he could reference the order of the heavens and the laws of the universe at any time, wouldn't it be easy to attain enlightenment? However, in the next moment, he was dumbfounded again. He saw the order of the heavens and earth continuously collapsing, the laws of the universe constantly changing. To be precise, his eyes seemed to be dismantling the order of the heavens and earth and the laws of the Great Road. It was as if he wanted to find flaws in these orders to directly break the world apart. I'm truly amazed. Is there really no justice in this world? Johai secretly swallowed hard before realizing he had made another mistake. This wasn't the principle used for comprehension at all. Using it for fighting was simply invincible. With his current realm, it was naturally impossible to truly dissect the flaws of the order of the heavens and earth and the laws of the Great Road. But wouldn't he be able to pinpoint the flaws in other cultivators' principles and magical powers with ease? He quickly turned his gaze to Wu Wanli and saw Wu Wanli standing in the sky, burdened by the 1,000-foot poisonous sea, like a god of plague, radiating an overwhelming aura. However, at the moment Johai looked at him, his gaze pierced through the poisonous sea to see the principles of unity. The so-called heavenly phenomena, that overwhelming poisonous domain, was merely the manifestation of supreme spiritual energy driving the laws to appear. It had the power to destroy heaven and earth, as well as the ability to control life and death. Chapter 28. Facing such a powerful opponent as Wu Wanli, only someone with a higher realm than him could destroy his principles and disrupt his magical power. But under Johai's gaze, the principles radiating from Wu Wanli were continuously becoming coarse, and countless flaws appeared like stars in the night sky. No matter where Johai looked, there were weaknesses. He had a feeling. Just catch one flaw, and with an easy strike, he can defeat Wu Wanli. This discovery made Johai's breathing quicken, and even his heartbeat raced. If this is true, is it still hard to fight above his level in the future? Let alone crossing one great level, he would even dare to slap others across two great levels. Thinking this, Johai hesitated not at all and stepped into the void. Die for me. In my name, I sacrifice my way, to connect with the heavens. But just then, Wu Wanli's voice came, his expression solemn, almost as if swearing to the heavens. This is a type of contractual forbidden spell, exchanging sacrifice for power. Many sects have similar forbidden spells. When cultivators are at a disadvantage in battle, they often use the sacrificial method, offering their way to the heavens, hoping for divine might, instantly amplifying their attack power 100-fold. Though hard to escape a drop in level, they can save their lives and even kill strong enemies. At this moment, as a Unity Realm power, Wu Wanli used the spell, instantly freezing Johai, as if he were encased in ice. At the same time, a massive wave of poison surged into his body, burning his insides. Johai's clothes rapidly rotted away, revealing his strong physique. His skin turned bright red, then continuously darkened, as if it were about to rot. If it weren't for his strong cultivation protecting him, he feared that in just this brief moment, he might have been left with nothing but bones. What the heck, is this a game? Using sacrificial rites to fight against the Insight Realm with Unity Realm cultivation? Johai felt confused, not expecting Wu Wanli to be so resolute. Looking up, under his gaze that unraveled the laws, he saw that this sea of poison was actually connected to heaven and earth. It was as if a drop of water was rushing towards the sea. Once merged, its momentum would change completely. Right now, the great way of heaven and earth was even beginning to take over this poisonous sea. If they completely merged, attempting to break this toxic sea again would be like going against the heavens. Even in just a moment, he noticed that the flaws in the laws of the poisonous sea were constantly disappearing. Those were being repaired by the heavens. The realm of the heavenly way was far beyond what a Unity Realm cultivator could compare. Once the flaws of Unity Realm laws merged with the heavens, there would be no more defects. Break for me. Not giving the poisonous sea the chance to merge with the heavens, Johai's eyes shone brightly, faintly revealing the laws in his vision. He used all his strength, one punch lunging forth, and the violent annihilation power in his body struck at a flaw in the laws that the heavens hadn't repaired in time.
Those tiny cracks instantly absorbed all his power. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, the violent energy, starting from a point, rapidly spread out. The earth-shattering explosion echoed across the sky. Aha, die for me. In the air, Wu Wanli stood on the poisonous sea, laughing wildly. At this moment, heaven and earth revolved around him, as if he were the only true god in existence. He radiated power, his eyes full of excitement from killing Zhou Hai. However, just as his laughter faded, his pupils suddenly constricted. He saw a powerful force surge from the toxic sea, bringing with it the might to destroy heaven and earth, instantly shattering the poisonous sea. At the same time, the laws belonging to him within the toxic sea collapsed in an instant, dissipating into nothingness. The laws are a symbol of the insight realm and above, and also their foundational path. Once the laws collapse, and the foundation shatters, countless blood holes erupted from Wu Wanli's body. An unprecedented feeling of weakness overwhelmed him, he couldn't hold on for even a moment before crashing down from the sky. But Wu Wanli spat out a mouthful of blood, merging with the blood mist dispersing from his body, and that scene was utterly shocking. Qin Shiyao stood on the ground, looking at the sky with a face full of admiration. From the very beginning, she had never worried about Zhou Hai. After all, the treasure bestowed by her master. A mere touch from Wu Wanli could claim half a life. The master coming forward, taking another half a life from him would be as easy as blowing a breath. As she had guessed, the master won without a doubt. Just as Wu Wanli was furious a moment ago, he was now in a tragic state. Bang! Wu Wanli's body fell from a height of 1,000 meters, crashing into the ground and creating a large pit, with bloody mist continuously rising from it. At this moment, Qin Shiyao had no interest in even glancing at him, instead, she continued to stare into the sky. There, the poisonous sea was collapsing continuously, and sunlight shone through, revealing a tall and mighty figure standing there. Under the sunlight, it looked like a heavenly deity had descended. As the poisonous sea vanished, that figure was quickly descending. Seeing Zhou Hai land, Qin Shiyao's eyes turned red. Master! With a voice full of grievance, she rushed towards Zhou Hai without hesitation and held him tightly. She had never worried about Zhou Hai because she believed he was invincible. But before Zhou Hai arrived, she was truly afraid. She had just met her master and felt the warmth of the world. Would she really die like this and never see her master again? At that moment, she longed to see her master one more time. Even if it meant dying, just to see her master again would satisfy her. At this time, many suppressed emotions exploded, and she forgot everything else. She just wanted to greedily feel the warmth that her master brought, along with that reassuring feeling. What are you doing? Get away, turn around. Zhou Hai's anxious voice cut through, causing Qin Shiyao to freeze for a moment. Seeing that the battle was over, she wanted to share her grievances with her master, but why did it seem he didn't welcome her? I told you to get away, did you hear me? Zhou Hai's old face flushed red. Does this woman not understand the difference between master and student? How can she mess up the hierarchy? Testing a leader's endurance with her body, who could withstand that? Qin Shiyao reluctantly let go of Zhou Hai, lowered her head, but suddenly saw something that made her face flush bright red. Ah! She screamed, covering her face and turning away, her ears instantly burning, and her little heart racing wildly. What did she see? The master was not wearing any clothes? So embarrassing. How could she have hugged her master at this moment? But truth be told, her master's body was indeed impressive, and his shoulders were so strong. The more she thought about it, the more bashful she became, and Qin Shiyao felt like she couldn't face anyone. Remember, this matter is known only to heaven and earth, you and I. If you dare to say it out loud, be careful that I clear the door. Only when Zhou Hai's voice rang in her ears did Qin Shiyao carefully turn her head and find that Zhou Hai had already changed into a new set of clothes. Chapter 29. Understood, Master, I will not talk recklessly. Qin Xiao's face was red, and she couldn't help but recall the scene she just saw, her ears heating up again. Such a little secret, of course, she wouldn't share. How could she share her master's figure with anyone else? At this moment, Zhou Hai was completely unaware of Qin Xiao's little thoughts. He was thinking that he did not oppose teacher-student relationships. But if Mu Rong Sanzang found out about this, he would lecture him to death. He absolutely could not let such a thing happen. Moreover, these precious students were all perfect workers. If they didn't hurry to practice, what love were they talking about? Wouldn't that simply be a waste of time? Come here, come here. At this moment, Zhou Hai's voice sounded again. Qin Shiyao was about to respond when she noticed Zhou Hai waving at the demon palace. The demon palace was very obedient, flying directly in front of Zhou Hai, seemingly waiting for orders. But then Zhou Hai grabbed the demon palace and smashed it directly to the ground. Damn it! As a dignified imperial artifact, do you not have a spirit or what? If I hadn't arrived in time, were you just planning to watch my student get killed, right? I'm going to kill you. Zhou Hai cursed loudly, punching and kicking the demon palace recklessly. It was not surprising he was angry. He had expended so much effort to finally got another worker. If someone gets him killed, he will be at a loss, right?
Beside him, Qin Shiyao stared blankly at this scene, her whole person was confused.
What is the master doing? Why does he seem to be crazy?
However, hearing Zhou Hai's words, she couldn't help but feel warm inside, her eyes brimming with tears of emotion.
Sure enough, the master cares about me the most. I will definitely repay the master well in the future. Damn it, I'm exhausted. No wonder it's an imperial weapon, it's really durable. I beat it for half a day and it didn't say a word.
Spirit of the weapon, I give you 3 counts to roll out by yourself, otherwise don't blame me for using you as a toilet. After a burst of violent output, Zhou Hai felt his fists and feet were a bit sore, gasping for breath as he cursed at the soul-devouring demon palace. Surprisingly, the demon palace, which didn't fight back or curse back, became anxious at his words.
Stop, stop, stop. I was wrong, okay? It's not that I wouldn't attack, you came just in time.
From now on, I will definitely protect the young master and will not let her suffer even the slightest harm. It's no wonder the demon palace was anxious, this guy could really talk and put it into action. During those years when the system was locked, it saw this guy, unable to use magical treasures because of his lack of cultivation, using the heaven repair stone to grind his calluses, taking the sky pillar as a firewood stick, and using the great Dao gold brick as a bed frame. Even in winter, he used the emperor's burial cloth because it was warm, wearing it as a cloak. You must know, any one of those treasures placed in the myriad worlds is something that all races would fight for. As a result, he could use the treasure-gathering pot to wash his feet and rub his back with the great Dao Tianling. Who understands the feelings of a magical treasure seeing this scene? That's not acceptable, my disciple must also undergo training.
You cannot deprive her of this opportunity.
Zhou Hai glared, rendering the demon palace speechless again. Okay, from now on, you can intervene when absolutely necessary, but don't interfere too much at other times.
Zhou Hai's eyes turned, ordering seriously.
He indeed did not want his disciple to get hurt, but concerning the protection reward, he felt that letting his disciple undergo some training was also acceptable. As long as she didn't die, and could hold on until he arrived, suffering a bit was not a problem.
He couldn't let the demon palace intervene and cancel the protection mission, that would be a loss. Thank you, master, for your concern.
From now on, I will definitely work hard to cultivate and become a powerful person as soon as possible.
I will never let you worry about me.
Beside her, Qin Shiyao, hearing Zhou Hai's words, was once again moved to tears, unable to help but kneel before Zhou Hai.
Good, get up.
With your words, master is relieved. You must practice hard, only by becoming strong can you have the ability to act on your own.
Zhou Hai nodded slightly, kindly helping Qin Shiyao up. Understood, master. Qin Shiyao nodded repeatedly. The demon palace couldn't help but sigh.
Although it didn't dare to praise Zhou Hai's character, it had to admit that this guy was really good to his disciple, too concerned for her.
Alright, let's go.
After teaching the demon palace a lesson and giving his precious disciple's cultivation a boost, Zhou Hai waved his hand to remove Wu Wanli's head, which flew into Qin Shiyao's forehead, and then took Qin Shiyao away from this place. When they appeared again, the two had already arrived at the stargazing tower. At this time, the tens of thousands of people on both sides of the river had already dispersed. Obviously, Morong Xiao and Du Hai had completed the aftermath work here.
Little junior brother, you're back?
Morong Xiao and Du Hai were still by the river, seeing Zhou Hai, they both stepped forward.
Here, eliminate the evil and do your duty, Wu Wanli's head. Zhou Hai threw Wu Wanli's head to the two, instantly making their pupils shrink.
Didn't expect Zhou Hai to deal with Wu Wanli, who had the barrier-breaking talisman, so quickly.
Truly worthy of being a sage, a truly invincible person.
Great. Little junior brother, you've eliminated a major threat for the common people.
By the way, who is this girl? How come she, like the junior brother, resists the essence of the world?
Morong Zhao's face was filled with excitement, but in the midst of his speech, he noticed Qin Shiyao beside him and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Hearing this, Zhou Hai, who was about to introduce Qin Shiyao, was taken aback.
What did you say? She, like me, has a rejection of the heavenly spiritual essence? Once he realized, Zhou Hai immediately became unhappy. Doesn't that mean that his precious disciple cannot cultivate just like him? Junior brother, haven't you noticed? The heavenly spiritual essence can't even enter her body. Du Hai said from the side.
Zhou Hai frowned and focused his gaze on Qin Shiyao, and indeed saw the heavenly spiritual essence swirling around her, yet not coming close. Finally, Zhou Hai looked at himself again. This was the first time since he gained cultivation that he carefully examined himself. He discovered that the heavenly spiritual essence was even further away from him, as if repelled by him.
System, are you messing with me? What's going on? Is this the worker you introduced to me?
Confirming that Qin Shiyao had a similar situation to himself, Zhou Hai became anxious.
Please, host, can't you stop being so lazy? Aren't you going to take a look at the introduction of the Dao fruit reincarnation? Dao fruit reincarnation, the heavens do not tolerate. If you want to cultivate, there are only 3 paths. First, survive the 9 deaths and recreate your soul. From then on, become a fallen star, with limitless potential. Second, sacrifice to the heavenly Dao, and from then on become an embodiment of the heavenly Dao, invincible in the universe. But the limit means you can only be an emperor, unable to become an immortal. Third, due to Dao fruit reincarnation, the soul is incomplete, inherently lacking. If you want to cultivate, you must make up for your innate completeness. Didn't I give you the heaven-mending pill? Just let her consume it. The system's speechless voice came through. It was truly fed up with Zhou Hai. This guy only focuses on the good news, knowing that Qin Shiyao will become a gifted talent, but didn't glance at the conditions involved. So that's how it is, you should have said so earlier. Zhou Hai rolled his eyes and suddenly thought of something, unable to help but say, wait, my disciple's situation is similar to mine, doesn't that mean I am also a reincarnation of an emperor's Dao fruit? So, can I just take a heaven-mending pill to cultivate? Saying this, Zhou Hai couldn't help but get excited. Host, can you please observe carefully? This girl is a Dao fruit reincarnation, it is the heavens that are rejecting her. Taking the heaven-mending pill will earn her the recognition of the heavens and allow her to cultivate. Now look at your situation, it is your body that is rejecting this heaven and earth. Why don't you consider giving this heaven and earth a heaven-mending pill, begging it to accept you? The system was completely helpless. How could this guy always see things so one-sided? What? Am I the one rejecting this heaven and earth? Zhou Hai was stunned, carefully observing again, and immediately lost his mind. Indeed, he hadn't noticed before, now looking again, the heavenly spiritual essence was fully in a state of rejection towards Qin Xiao. Looking at himself, that rejection seemed to come from him, as if there was an invisible force on him, constantly driving away the heavenly spiritual essence. What the hell, what's going on? Zhou Hai was confused, no wonder he had an incredible physique yet couldn't cultivate, it turned out his own body had a problem. Don't ask anymore, once the host reaches the peak, you will understand. The system had spoken a bit more today. There was no way, Zhou Hai did not take it seriously, and it could only exert itself a bit. Still playing hard to get? Alright, once I become an emperor, I will indeed see what's the situation. Don't let it be that this heaven has let me down in my past life, causing it to treat me as a husband hunting fire pit, that would be way too dramatic. Zhou Hai felt speechless, but in his mind, he couldn't help but construct a story of grudges and loves. Seeing this, the system decided to completely stop talking. It felt utterly at a loss for this guy's train of thought. Junior brother, what are you dazed about? Just when Zhou Hai was fantasizing about the embodiment of the heavenly Dao goddess repenting endlessly for disappointing him in his past life, the voice of Morong Xiao pulled him back to reality. Ah, nothing. Let me introduce, this is my disciple. Senior brother, the matter here has also been resolved, I need to take my disciple back to cultivate. Do you want to come with us? Zhou Hai retracted the dramatic scenes in his mind. Smilingly introduced. Ah, just accepted another disciple? Morong Xiao was shocked, if it were in the past, he would never allow Zhou Hai to take in Qin Xiao, someone destined to be unable to cultivate. After all, having one useless person in the academy was enough, bringing in another would surely make people laugh to death. But Zhou Hai's performance left him unable to say any words of refusal. Perhaps this was another Zhou Hai, a future sage. Junior brother, now that great evil has been dealt with, the teleportation array has also been destroyed. The people of the Wan Poison Valley will find it difficult to stir up trouble again for a while. You should go back first. The people of Qinzhou are in turmoil, many citizens are still suffering from the poison of the Wan Poison Valley. My brother Du Hai and I have decided to stay here for a while, to use the righteous power to eliminate the poison in Qinzhou before returning. After pondering for a moment, Morong Xiao said seriously. Yes, junior brother. This poison sea is nothing to us cultivators, but to ordinary people, it is a deadly disaster. If we do not take action, countless lives will be lost. Du Hai nodded, saying earnestly. Alright then, I trouble you two senior brothers. I do not cultivate righteous energy, so I cannot help much, and I won't add to your burdens. Zhou Hai nodded, raising his hand to tear apart the barrier of space, taking Qin Xiao and disappearing from the spot. Seeing this, Morong Xiao and Du Hai exchanged glances. Their righteous energy converged, transforming into two great pillars of light and clouds in the world, flying in different directions. Under the righteous energy, all evil and poison in the world would dissipate into nothingness. The two began to tread upon every inch of the mountains and rivers of Qinzhou, purifying all plagues and toxic barriers on this land. At this moment, Zhou Hai stepped out, now in the small courtyard of the Daozan Palace at the Jisha Academy. As he emerged, Zhou Hai was startled.
After bringing various holy artifacts to arrange the small courtyard, this courtyard gradually became isolated from the world, forming its own realm. At this time, dozens of Tao principles emerged in the courtyard, with a powerful refining force as if it wanted to completely refine the entire world. Amidst these Tao principles, Chen Bei sat cross-legged on the holy artifact mat, actually comprehending dozens of Tao principles simultaneously. If this scene were to spread, it would surely frighten a lot of people. One must know that Tao principles can only be comprehended by those at the understanding Tao realm. Moreover, most cultivators can usually only comprehend one life Tao principle. Yet Chen Bei, with his cultivation at the divine realm, forcibly comprehended the Tao principles, and he was comprehending dozens at once, which was simply heaven-defying. However, upon careful observation, Zhou Hai quickly understood. These Tao principles were not comprehended by Chen Bei at all. At this moment, he was refining these Tao principles. This was the cultivation method of the 100 Refinements Emperor Scripture. The 100 Refinements Emperor Scripture refines oneself into a vessel, growing stronger by devouring other divine weapons and artifacts. With this cultivation, not only could one cultivate an indestructible body, but one could also encompass thousands of magical treasures and Tao principles within oneself, becoming extraordinarily powerful. This was also the reason why Chen Bei had not yet comprehended the Tao principles but could still manipulate the Tao principles. Seemingly sensing Zhou Hai's arrival, Chen Bei quickened his refining speed. Soon, the Tao principles fused into his body, making his every movement resonate with an invisible Tao rhythm. At the same time, Zhou Hai also felt changes in his own cultivation. Under the tenfold feedback, he clearly sensed that numerous Tao principles were merging into him. With just a thought, these Tao principles could instantly unleash a strong attack. This feeling is really enjoyable. Feeling the changes from within, Zhou Hai couldn't help but exclaim, having a worker help him cultivate was truly delightful. Master, you're back so soon. Chen Bei opened his eyes and quickly stood up from the mat, bowing to Zhou Hai. The situation over there has been mostly resolved, so I returned first. Disciple, let me introduce you to Qin Xiao, she will be your junior sister from now on, so please take care of her. Zhou Hai nodded, smiling as he spoke. Ah, junior sister? Sorry, junior sister, I'm senior brother Chen Bei. I didn't know master accepted another apprentice, so I didn't prepare any gifts. Chen Bei looked at Qin Xiao in surprise. Unable to resist scratching his head, he chuckled foolishly. What else do you need to prepare? I've given you so many treasures, just share a bit. Zhou Hai reminded from the side. He felt helpless too. Over the years, he had signed in thousands of times, and good things had piled up like a mountain. He had no less than 10 imperial artifacts. As for other elixirs and sacred artifacts, he had as many as he wanted. However, the talismans and puppets that could help him fight and protect were so few, and he had given them all to Chen Bei. There was no other way, this eldest disciple had many enemies. All the great sacred places, including the holy dynasty of Deqian, were hunting him down, and he was bound to face life and death calamities in the future. Disinclined to take action himself, he naturally handed all these things to Chen Bei. Now he thought about it and regretted it a bit, how many fewer protective missions he would have to do. But once given, he couldn't take things back, he could only have Chen Bei share a bit with Qin Xiao. Oh right. Junior sister, take this. If it's not enough, just tell your senior brother. Chen Bei slapped his forehead, quickly taking out a portion of treasures to pack into a storage bag and handed it to Qin Xiao. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel touched, it seemed that the master had given all the good things to him. This was absolute favoritism. In the future, if master collected disciples again, he must take good care of the junior brothers and sisters, absolutely not letting them suffer grievances. Chapter 31. Alright, disciple, continue your cultivation. Don't blame your master for being strict. There are a lot of people outside who want your life. A little less cultivation means a little more danger. Zhou Hai looked at Chen Bei with satisfaction, patting his shoulder earnestly. Understood, master. Disciple will definitely work hard to cultivate and will not let master worry. Chen Bei felt warmth in his heart and quickly cupped his hands. Junior sister, if you need anything, feel free to find your senior brother. Senior brother, I'll go cultivate first. Turning back, he waved to Qin Xiao before finally turning to leave. Thank you, senior brother. Qin Xiao nodded quickly, watching Chen Bei's departing figure, she couldn't help but sigh. Is this the master's gate? So warm-hearted. Master is kind, and this senior brother is so kind too. Xiao, take this. At that moment, Zhou Hai took out a pill and handed it to Qin Xiao. This pill was creamy white, emitting no energy fluctuations. However, just a breath of its medicinal aroma made one feel as if they were about to ascend and merge with the heavenly path. Yes, master. Qin Xiao took the pill and swallowed it in one go. In an instant, she radiated a mysterious aura, as if returning to her true nature, allowing her to completely integrate with this world. This is the heaven-mending pill, which completely changed her disconnected situation with this world. Qin Shiyao's eyes brightened, and in a daze, she felt that the world before her had changed, and she directly fell into enlightenment.
Wow, is this enlightenment? Don't rush, disciple. This is the burial of the Sky Emperor classic, you must comprehend it well. Zhou Hai was taken aback. As Qin Shiyao entered the state of enlightenment, he clearly sensed that he seemed to be merging into this world under the tenfold feedback. No need to activate his true name's Tao principles, he could see the Tao in reasoning, order, and rules in the world. It felt as if with just a thought, he could grasp the great ways of the heavens. Without any hesitation, he immediately passed on the cultivation method of the burial of the Sky Emperor classic to Qin Shiyao. The moment the Emperor's classic engraved itself into Qin Shiyao's mind, she seized the opportunity of enlightenment to start cultivating. In an instant, a mysterious power flowed throughout her body, and the spiritual power surged in like a tide. It was so fierce that the spiritual power turned into tidal waves, shrouding Qin Shiyao completely in mist. The spiritual essence of heaven and earth was refining her body, condensing her flesh and blood. This was the first step of cultivation, body refining.
Wow, is this what true talent looks like? I heard that for ordinary people wanting to cultivate, sensing, and using the spiritual essence of heaven and earth takes a year or so. Even some with good talent can't avoid a month or so.
And just at the start, she directly entered the realm of body refining?
Zhou Hai watched, dumbfounded, only then realizing he had been careless. If we do not hurry to prepare, we will definitely delay our precious disciples' cultivation. Thinking of this, he quickly began to search in the system space. Relying solely on the cultivation of the spiritual essence of heaven and earth was ultimately too slow. He must find something to help his precious disciple cultivate quickly. At that moment, Zhou Hai saw that in the system space, a magic pool was stirring, seemingly sensing Qin Shiyao.
Damn, a devil refining pool?
Zhou Hai was stunned. The most sinister thing he possessed was this devil refining pool. It is rumored that this devil refining pool was created by a devil lord refining the blood of 10,000 demons. Just this devil refining pool itself is a supreme artifact, and the blood inside contains boundless slaughter and endless devilish nature. Over the years, Zhou Hai had wreaked havoc with various powerful treasures, but he never dared to touch this devil refining pool. He thought it would always stay buried in the system space, but unexpectedly, it reacted to Qin Shiyao. Hiss, this is the burial heaven demon body, and the soul-devouring demon palace.
Now there's a devil refining pool. What kind of monster am I taking in?
Zhou Hai felt a bit toothache. He really did not want Qin Shiyao to use this thing. But this thing was clearly the most suitable for Qin Shiyao. After pondering for a moment, he took out the devil refining pool and brought Qin Shiyao inside. Splash! As soon as Qin Shiyao fell into the devil refining pool, it instantly surged with turbulent waves. The entire devil refining pool looked no bigger than a water tank, but in fact, it contained a whole world. Once inside, it was like entering a nightmare. Surrounded by a black sea, there were heavenly barriers of magic and endless slaughter. The seawater was filled with unprecedented devil essence. At that moment, Qin Shiyao, who was cultivating, instantly absorbed this devil essence into her body, transforming it into violent power that flowed throughout her. The power of the spiritual essence of heaven and earth was ultimately too gentle for her. Although it could help her refine her body, the effect was ordinary. But this devil essence was different. It was hundreds of times more frenzied than the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Baptized by the devil essence, Qin Shiyao no longer felt comfortable in her body refinement. Instead, she felt as if she were climbing a mountain of knives and walking through a sea of fire. In a daze, this violent power seemed to want to refine her. Qin Shiyao cried out in pain, but she did not struggle. Her master must have his reasons for doing this. Since he wanted her to endure it all, she must not let him down. With her heart firm, Qin Shiyao seized the opportunity for enlightenment, continuing to comprehend the emperor's scripture and refine herself. Under the violent cultivation, her realm also began to skyrocket. Body refinement 2nd level. Body refinement 3rd level. Body refinement 9th level. In less than half an hour, Qin Shiyao's realm had already broken through to the 9th level of body refinement, reaching its peak. At this moment, Zhou Hai also felt the changes within himself. As Qin Shiyao's body continuously refined, his own physique underwent subtle changes. However, Qin Shiyao's breakthrough was too low. Even with a tenfold feedback, the improvement for him was not significant, just slightly adding some power to his own breakthroughs. Oh my, is this just starting to solidify the foundation? Seeing that Qin Shiyao's realm had stopped rising and was actually building a foundational path, Zhou Hai couldn't help but swallow. He was truly envious. No wonder she was the child of heaven. This kind of person was destined to be in the spotlight. At this time, the sky had already darkened. Seeing that Qin Shiyao's cultivation was on the right track, Zhou Hai also began to study his own innate Tao principles. These Tao principles were too mysterious, they did not belong to any attack principles. However, if used well, they could destroy heaven and earth. As he activated the Tao principles, Zhou Hai, though unable to see through the great Tao of heaven and earth and the rules of order. However, whether it was a mountain or a house, as long as he took a glance, he could easily find the flaws. In such cases, he only needed 1,000th or even a 10,000th of his power to destroy a mountain and flatten a building. And this is the power of annihilation, the supreme Tao principles derived from imperial level techniques.
What an amazing Tao! If I go back to Earth and start a demolition company, wouldn't I be making money in no time?
Zhou Hai couldn't help but sigh as he figured out his real name, Dao Zhe.
By the way, I seem to have forgotten to check in today.
Suddenly remembering something, Zhou Hai immediately went to the system interface to check in.
Chapter 32. Ding, congratulations, host. Check-in successful. The check-in gift package has been credited, please collect it. Ding, congratulations, host. Path protection successful. The path protection gift package has been credited, please collect it.
The system's voice rang out. Not only had the check-in gift package arrived, but even the second path protection package had come through.
Zhou Hai eagerly opened the check-in gift package, and the system's voice echoed again.
Congratulations, host. The check-in gift package has been successfully opened. You've obtained an imperial level skill, a complete explanation of the symbol path.
Zhou Hai's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but feel a little excited.
Over the years, he had received many good things, but not many related to the symbol path. In the cultivation world, practitioners of the symbol path were extremely rare. It's not that others didn't want to practice the symbol path, the conditions were simply too harsh. Firstly, a good guide was incredibly hard to find. Moreover, the symbol path had already declined 1,000,000 years ago, leaving few inheritance paths, making it difficult to achieve greatness. But even so, some practitioners of the symbol path were considered peerless talents of their generation. As long as they achieved something, they were almost unbeatable among their peers. Zhou Hai roughly skimmed through the explanation of the symbol path, and it was evident he didn't have the talent in that area and couldn't cultivate it at all.
What a pity, this is a great path. I wonder who I should pass it on to. Let's take a look further.
Zhou Hai had intentions to pass down the symbol path, but it was clear there was no opportunity at the moment.
Next, Zhou Hai opened the Path Protection gift package.
Congratulations, host.
Path Protection gift package opened successfully.
Congratulations, host.
You've received 300 pounds of spirit liquid.
Congratulations, host.
You've received 300 pounds of origin liquid.
Congratulations, host.
You've received 300 pounds of dragon liver.
Congratulations, host.
You've received a bone-grinding relic.
The system's voice sounded again, making Zhou Hai's eyes brighten once more.
Spirit liquid? Origin liquid? These are great things.
The spirit and origin are traditionally referred to as a whole, but in reality, they are two different powers, the spirit chi of heaven and earth and the essence of heaven and earth. Among them, practitioners swallow the spirit chi of heaven and earth, connecting with nature to unleash grand powers and great magic. As for the essence of heaven and earth, absorbing it can strengthen one's physical body. Often, the higher a practitioner's realm, the stronger their body becomes, entirely due to the nurturing effect of the essence.
This is great stuff, let's try a couple of sips. Zhou Hai's eyes shone as he pulled out 2 bowls.
One bowl was deep green, filled with pool water transformed from the rich spirit chi of heaven and earth, the spirit liquid. The other bowl was golden, sparkling, filled with water transformed from the essence of heaven and earth. Zhou Hai had always struggled to absorb heaven and earth essence, which hindered his cultivation. Now, seeing so much origin liquid and spirit liquid, he couldn't wait to drink both.
Isn't it said that I can't absorb the essence of heaven and earth?
I don't believe it, there's no way I can't digest it after drinking it.
And sure enough, as he guzzled down a big bowl of both liquids, changes really did occur within him. His energy became even more abundant.
That's right, that's all there was to it. The spirit liquid and origin liquid, aside from helping him restore some spent spiritual and physical energy, had no effect on his cultivation growth.
Darn, is this it? Let's try 2 more bowls.
Zhou Hai frowned and took another 2 bowls, but the results were no different. On the contrary, because his energy was too abundant, the spirit liquid and origin liquid couldn't be retained in his body, they all transformed into mist, evaporating through his pores. In an instant, the entire courtyard was shrouded in dense mist. The powerful force of the spirit and origin was thousands of times denser than outside, turning it into a supreme cultivation treasure land. Looking at his body, which felt like it was leaking, Zhou Hai was completely numb. Fortunately, the power of these essences was not wasted. After spreading out, they were swiftly absorbed by Qin Xiao and Chen Bei, who were cultivating in the courtyard.
Boom, boom, boom.
At that moment, the baptism of the devil refining pool, combined with the rich essence of heaven and earth, accelerated Qin Shiyao's foundation building. A loud roar erupted, and Zhou Hai focused his gaze, seeing a layer of demonic cocoon appear on Qin Shiyao. This was a sign of successful foundation building. The so-called breaking out of the cocoon to become a butterfly, the moment this cocoon shatters is the time to shed the mortal body and build the foundation to become enlightened. Sigh, some people are just destined to envy. Thinking about his own broken body that expelled the essence even after drinking the spirit liquid, and then looking at his disciples, Zhou Hai felt incredibly envious. Fortunately, as his disciple cultivates, he benefits as well, otherwise, he would be in despair. As time passed minute by minute, after about 15 minutes, the pure foundation building power spread out. In the devil refining pool, the demonic cocoon on Qin Shiyao fell away, and she completely broke through to the foundation establishment realm. Zhou Hai quickly focused his attention, but when all the demonic cocoons burst away, he was left dumbfounded. What's going on? Breaking out of the cocoon is one thing, but why did she lose her clothes? At the same time, Qin Shiyao opened her eyes, feeling the changes within her, and jumped up with excitement. She leaped out, soaring from the devil refining pool. Master, I've shed my mortal body, I can fly. Qin Shiyao's face was filled with joy, and out of instinct, she rushed towards Zhou Hai. At the moment they touched, Zhou Hai trembled, feeling completely weak. Damn, not this again. It's going to take my life. Zhou Hai screamed inwardly. At this moment, under the baptism of the essence of heaven and earth, Qin Shiyao looked pure and unblemished, her exposed skin white as jade. With her graceful figure, flowing black hair, and breathtaking beauty, it was simply irresistible. Disciple, you need to be modest. Zhou Hai's eyes darted around, feeling as if he was about to commit a crime. He quickly suppressed his impulse, closed his eyes, and reminded her. Ah. Qin Shiyao was startled, momentarily not reacting. Disciple, shedding your mortal body is fine, but we can't shed our clothes. This is my robe, put it on first. Zhou Hai hurriedly took out a robe, squinting to take another look before wrapping it around Qin Shiyao. She looked too beautiful, who could believe that this level of development belonged to a 16-year-old girl? If she grew up a little more, what would happen then? He couldn't handle it, really couldn't handle it. Pushing Qin Shiyao away, Zhou Hai fled as if afraid. He feared that if he stayed longer, he would do something that Murong Sanzang would nag him about. Ah. Qin Shiyao was completely confused. It was only when she looked down that she exclaimed, quickly wrapping Zhou Hai's robe tighter around herself, her face bright red, as if on fire. What have I done again? She shouted in her heart, her shyness making her wish she could find a hole to hide in. In a daze, she saw her fleeing master and froze again. Suddenly, for some reason, she felt a flutter of joy in her heart. Master is so cute, really such a gentleman. Qin Shiyao thought secretly, and seeing her master's bashful expression, she felt less shy. Boom, 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 boom. Tightening her grip on her master's robe, Qin Shiyao was still immersed in her own changes. Just then, waves of energy erupted from the heavens and earth. Chapter 33. Qin Shiyao's expression changed. She felt as if her heartbeat was being pulled, a sense of oppression rising within her. Just back in his room, Zhou Hai was also startled and quickly stepped outside to look at the sky. There, in the night sky, clouds seemed to be falling, as if the heavens were collapsing. At the same time, a surge of pure primal energy burst forth from deep within the earth. What's going on? Is this kid about to break through again? Zhou Hai turned to look at Chen Bei's room. He could sense that this was the direction where all the energy was converging. Under the pull of this energy, the clouds above rolled, transforming into pure spiritual power. The primal essence from the earth turned into dragon energy, all surging into the room. Boom, boom, boom. As the power gathered more and more, the fluctuations in heaven and earth became even more intense. The power of the spirit transformed into roaring waves. The entire academy was stirred by the commotion here, and everyone turned their eyes this way. Could it be that Chen Bei has made a breakthrough again? Elders from various halls murmured to themselves, their hearts full of envy. When they accepted disciples before, no one took the nearly lifeless Chen Bei seriously. Who could have imagined that this guy would be so extraordinary? As a preacher of the academy, if there were such a disciple, one could die with no regrets. But at times like this, they couldn't help but think of Zhou Hai. How could such a promising disciple be with such a lazy and careless master? Master, should we go take a look? A girl walked slowly in the academy and said to Li Changqing. No need to go, what's there to see? The headmaster has already ordered, unless that kid needs help, no one can disturb his cultivation. Besides, what's the point of going? To watch such a genius fall into the hands of a useless master? Li Changqing stroked his beard, becoming more and more displeased, truly envious. Master, your mindset isn't right. Perhaps it's fate that he's under Uncle's guidance, it's all predestined. Moreover, Uncle isn't as useless as you say.
He's young and already has a higher cultivation than you, he doesn't look like a slacker at all. The girl looked at Li Changqing with amusement. What are you saying? Always lazy and careless, sitting and standing without proper form, is being strong not a slacker? When I think about it, it makes me angry. This kid doesn't look the least bit promising, how can it be so abnormal? I truly can't understand. Forget it, I'll go into closed-door meditation. You should practice your writing too. Don't become arrogant once you achieve something. The Four Halls debate is coming, you need to give your master a good face. Li Changqing became increasingly annoyed, simply choosing to shut himself away. Oh. The girl pouted, looking helpless, and could only return to her study to write. At the same time, similar events were happening in each hall. In the end, the elders of each hall closed themselves off, and their direct disciples were forced into intense cultivation. Only in the Daozang Hall, after a busy day, did Chuchen see the scene here and flew over. Boom! As soon as he arrived at the Daozang Hall, he saw a beam of light soaring into the sky from the small courtyard behind, stirring up strange phenomena, as if it wanted to take control of this world. Chuchen quickly landed in the courtyard, only to see the beam of light vanish, and Shen Bei stepping out of his room, his aura retracted, his eyes incredibly captivating. Master, I have finally refined all the power within me and successfully made a breakthrough. Shen Bei walked up to Zhou Hai, cupping his hands. This scene made Chu Chen, who had just arrived, feel quite heartbroken. He had come to congratulate his junior brother, to share in the joy. But his junior brother's pace of breakthrough was making it hard for him to feel happy. Why did he look so useless in comparison? It's good that you broke through. But in cultivation, one cannot only seek progress, the foundation must be solid. Otherwise, it will become a disaster sooner or later. Zhou Hai sensed the change in his own cultivation. After Chen Bei's breakthrough, he had also reached the peak of understanding, with a possibility of breaking through at any moment, he said with satisfaction. Master, I understand. So, next, I plan to go out and train. May I ask, Master, are there any tasks in the academy? I want to contribute a little. Chen Bei nodded seriously. Yes, there are definitely tasks. Junior brother, come find me later, you can choose whatever task you want. Before Zhou Hai could speak, Chu Chen hurriedly said. Thank you, senior brother. Chen Bei cupped his hands. You, kid, never come without a reason. Speak, what brings you here this time? Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow and looked at Chu Chen. Hey, uncle, don't say that. Am I that kind of person? But uncle, this time I have come to bring you fame. Master has entrusted me with the preparations for the Four Halls debate. After thinking it through, if junior brother participates, he will definitely sweep through the Four Halls' talents. At that time, who would dare to look down on uncle's Daozang Hall? So I decided to secure a spot for Daozang Hall to participate in the debate. Chu Chen smiled widely, a look of concern for Zhou Hai on his face. Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow, and before he could speak, Chen Bei said, Sorry, senior brother, I can't participate in the debate. If I get involved, it's bound to bring great disaster to the academy. Moreover, I have a feeling that I might not stay long in the academy. Senior brother, please choose another capable person for the debate. Such a straightforward rejection left Chu Chen stunned in place. Zhou Hai frowned as well, he could feel his disciple's inner loneliness. It felt like facing a great calamity alone. However, he didn't say anything. Though he wanted to protect his disciple, he had to face what he needed to face, only then could he grow. Junior brother, won't you reconsider? This is a great opportunity for Master to gain recognition. Chu Chen was somewhat unwilling to give up, he could see that among the younger generation, Chen Bei was invincible. If he acted, the Great Zhou Academy would surely secure first place in the debate. Don't use moral obligation to bind me, if your little junior brother doesn't want to participate, then he won't. What do you mean by bringing me fame? Am I someone who cares for reputation? We cultivators should seek communion with the heavens and question our hearts, to gain the eternal life. Always chasing after fame and profit, where is the cultivation? Zhou Hai opened his eyes wide, standing with hands behind his back. As soon as he said this, Chu Chen and Chen Bei's gazes instantly focused on him. Master has such a lofty understanding, if all cultivators in the world had this kind of awareness, how could there be chaos in the world, harming the lives of many? Chen Bei thought to himself. Being respectful of his master, he felt a surge of inexplicable admiration at this moment. Wow, is this still my master who has hidden a room full of explicit pictures and comic books? When did he become so high-minded? Chu Chen was stunned, wearing an expression of I don't know this person. Though I can't understand fully, it feels like what master is saying makes such sense. Not far away, Qin Xiao's eyes sparkled as she looked at Zhou Hai. She felt that Zhou Hai was like a celestial being from the heavens, untouched by the dust of the mortal world. Oh, who is this?
Realizing that Chen Bei would not participate in the debate, Chu Chen felt somewhat disappointed. But upon seeing Qin Xiao, he could not help but feel delighted. Such a beautiful girl, with a faint ethereal quality about her. Zhou Hai also looked at Qin Xiao and suddenly had a thought. His eldest disciple had many troubles and had no time to participate in the debate, but his little disciple could. Lost opportunity was one thing, but how could he miss a chance? With 3 months left, turning the little disciple into a generation's hero should not be a problem, right? Thinking about it, the person who had just been indifferent to fame suddenly had only thoughts of glory in his eyes. Heaven knows, he really didn't want to be a lazy fish. Cough, cough. This is my newly accepted disciple, Qin Xiao. Xiao, why haven't you greeted your senior brother Chu Chen? Zhou Hai stood with hands behind his back, wearing a stern teacher's expression as he introduced her. Xiao greets senior brother. Qin Xiao hurriedly stepped forward and performed a respectful greeting. Oh, so it's the little junior sister. Chu Chen quickly returned a bow and then took out a sword, smiling, Junior sister, it's our first meeting, and I don't have any precious gifts. This sword is called Xingfeng, it is a divine weapon, consider it a greeting gift, and I hope junior sister won't dislike it. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiao's eyes lit up. Divine weapon? Such treasures are rare. Only those with great abilities can cultivate them for long periods. In the past, the Qinchuan grievance office only had a few divine weapons. She never expected to own one herself. Seeing Qin Xiao's surprised expression, Chu Chen felt a little proud. This was one of the few valuable items he had, bringing it out as a gift should be impressive enough, right? Put it away, who are you trying to embarrass? Using a divine weapon as a gift, how could you be so brazen? Just when Qin Xiao was about to accept the gift, Zhou Hai's voice rang out, instantly making Chu Chen freeze in place. Master, it's a divine weapon, isn't that impressive? Qin Xiao was also somewhat confused. She knew the power of divine weapons, but that was about it, she had no idea about anything more advanced. Otherwise, she would understand that divine weapons were mere trifles before her demon palace. Even the things that Qin Bei had given him before, any one of them was 100 million times stronger than this divine weapon. Yeah, Master Uncle, this divine weapon, isn't it a bit embarrassing? Chu Chen also looked blankly at Zhou Hai. Was this Master Uncle a bit too much? Was he trying to extort better things from him? Put it away, it's not for eating or drinking, and it can't even provide a bit of mental comfort. If you really want to give a gift, don't give it to your little junior sister. Your master destroyed all my treasured books. Go down the mountain and buy me some of the latest books. Zhou Hai curled his lips, he truly looked down on this thing. Even a fire poker in his kitchen, or a piece of firewood, was worth more than this thing. On the side, Chen Bei couldn't help but admire him. Master is indeed a master. This is truly the saying, all things are lowly, only reading is noble. Even Qin Xiao looked at Zhou Hai with admiration. Master is so elegant. The demeanor of a scholar, truly like a jade among common people, a noble young man unmatched in the world, too splendid. Although she liked that long sword, since Master didn't want it, she wouldn't accept it. Unlike the admiration of the two, only Chu Chen had a face like he had eaten feces. Damn, in Master Uncle's eyes, this divine weapon is even worse than his erotic illustrations in comic books? What kind of standard does this Master Uncle have? What will he teach his junior brothers and sisters? Okay, hurry up and put it away, and remember to buy me books when you come back. Considering you've served me for so many years, since your junior brother Chen Bei is not convenient to act, I'll let your junior sister participate in the discussion. Looking at Chu Chen's dark expression, Zhou Hai changed the subject. What? Your junior sister can participate in the discussion? Upon hearing this, Chu Chen was even more confused. Master Uncle, don't joke. Your junior sister is only at the first level of foundation building, what can she use to participate in the discussion? Hearing this, Chen Bei quickly looked at his junior sister, only to discover that she surprisingly had achieved foundation building. To think that just an hour ago, he had seen his junior sister, and she was still an ordinary person. To go from an ordinary person to foundation building in just 1 hour, what kind of talent does this require? Even Chen Bei was stunned at this moment. Who is joking with you? So what if it's foundation building? Maybe tomorrow she'll be congenital, and the day after she'll break through. Look at your expression, who do you look down on? Xiao, don't hold back. This time in the discussion, make sure to defeat all the geniuses from the 4 houses. I don't care about fame and fortune, but I absolutely cannot allow my disciples to be looked down upon. Zhou Hai was unhappy and glared at Chu Chen, giving orders to Qin Xiao. Yes, master. Qin Xiao quickly responded. Hearing about the geniuses from the 4 houses, she felt a bit apprehensive, those were beings she had once looked up to. But since Master said she could do it, she definitely could. She believed in Master. Master Uncle, discussing the way is not a joke. Chu Chen had a headache. Giving a discussion spot to a junior sister who just reached foundation building, he felt that even without master's intervention, the elders from each palace could easily squash him.
Senior brother, my master never jokes. You just give the spot to junior sister. If 3 months later junior sister is inadequate, I will take her place.
This time, without waiting for Zhou Hai to speak, Chen Bei spoke first.
Really?
Upon hearing this, the helpless expression on Chu Chen's face instantly turned into joy.
Chen Bei silently nodded. All right, I believe in junior sister too. This spot will be given to junior sister. Chu Chen decided on the matter without hesitation.
For him, as long as it made Chen Bei act, everything was negotiable. On the side, Zhou Hai's face had darkened. This kid, his words don't count, but as soon as Chen Bei opened his mouth, it was done. It seems being a master isn't even as respectable as being a disciple.
Since it's decided, you can roll.
I wanted to keep you for a meal, but it seems there's no need.
Zhou Hai rolled his eyes, cursing.
Hee, master uncle, then I'll take my leave.
Chu Chen didn't care, smiling as he left.
As for eating, he had never even considered it.
He was already fasting, wasn't it better to keep his body pure and spotless? Eating that stuff would require effort to digest, and he wasn't going to do it. Master, you haven't started fasting yet?
Chen Bei looked at Zhou Hai, slightly stunned.
What are you talking about? What is the point of fasting?
People are born with 7 emotions and 6 desires, and appetite is the most important.
What is the meaning of life if you can't even eat? Look at you two, you have nothing to do right now. So, go and cook for me. Tonight, we will roast dragon meat.
Zhou Hai rolled his eyes. He took out a large piece of dragon meat, instantly leaving Chen Bei and Qin Xiao dumbfounded. The dragon meat shimmered with colorful light, and the rich essence could be sensed from afar. Master is right, eating is a major event in life, it should not be ignored. Master, please give me instructions, your disciple will do it. Chen Bei was a bit speechless at first, but upon seeing the dragon meat, he instantly became obedient. He had already absorbed the spiritual power of the dragon's blood. If he could absorb the essence power in this dragon meat too, how powerful would his body become? At this moment, Chen Bei fully understood one truth: never argue with your master.
The master is always right. Brother, let me do it, I can cook.
Qin Xiao was not used to fasting yet, and when she heard she could cook for the master, she immediately jumped for joy. The master was so good to her, and she was thinking about how to repay him. She would take care of the master's meals in the future.
Soon, the small courtyard became lively with laughter and joy.
On the other side, in the capital of the Great Zhou, the East Palace Hall was extremely tense.
What did you say? Lin Shixiang is dead? The experts from Wandu Valley have been wiped out? Who did this?
A cold and angry voice rang out as Prince Jifeng shouted.
Reporting to your highness, according to news from Qinzhou, it was the academic institution. Below, a middle-aged man spoke cautiously. Academic institution? Could it be those old fellows have made their appearance? Otherwise, who could kill Wu Wanli? Jifeng frowned, his gaze becoming colder. Just as he was speaking, another figure walked in from outside. Not good, your highness. News has come that the Great Qian dynasty is mobilizing troops. The emperor has summoned you to discuss countermeasures. Upon hearing this, Jifeng suddenly stood up. What? How dare they, the Qian dynasty?
At midnight, the majestic imperial city was filled with a chilling atmosphere. Jifeng got off the carriage at the Meridian Gate and quickly walked into the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Inside the Hall of Supreme Harmony, all the princes had gathered.
Many ministers arrived too, their expressions grave. My son pays his respects to father.
Jifeng surveyed the surroundings before bowing to the middle-aged man on the dragon throne.
Since everyone is here, let's discuss what happened.
On the dragon throne, Ji Wujing said expressionlessly. Report to your majesty, the military affairs office has heard that the 9th prince of the Chen dynasty attempted to seize the throne but failed and has fled to our Great Zhou, being rescued by the academic institution. Then the Chen dynasty sent people to demand him back, but they were killed by the academic institution.
Among the dead was the 3rd prince of the Qian dynasty.
The Minister of Military Affairs reported truthfully. Hearing this, Ji Feng's eyes sharpened. The academic institution had ruined his plans, and he was already thinking about how to teach them a lesson.
He didn't expect an opportunity would come so quickly. Continue.
On the dragon throne, Ji Wujing said coldly. Your Majesty, reliable sources indicate that this time the Qian dynasty comes with great force, and many sects and holy places have sent people to participate. If war truly breaks out, the consequences for our Great Zhou will be unimaginable. After all, for thousands of years, our Great Zhou has always adhered to the ancestral teachings. Apart from the academic institution, we have never allowed any sects or holy places to encroach upon our territory.
This approach has long angered various major sects and holy places.
Once the war starts, we will face a situation of being surrounded by strong enemies. The Minister of Military Affairs continued reporting.
As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room instantly solidified.
Everyone could imagine what kind of crisis Great Joe would face if all the major holy places and even nations teamed up.
Minister Kai, what do you think about this?
At this moment, Ji Wujing finally turned his gaze to another person. This person also came from the academic institution, a predecessor from the academy, named Kaizei, currently serving as the Deputy Minister of Rights of Great Joe. Hearing the report from the Minister of Military Affairs, he had already furrowed his brows. Now that he was asked a question by the Emperor, he felt immense pressure. Reporting to Your Majesty, although I am from the academic institution, it has always had the ancestral teaching to be responsible for the people and never participate in the struggles of various forces. Since I have entered the court as an official, I have no ties with the academy anymore. The following words are absolutely not biased. As for the academy, Your Majesty knows, they would never initiate trouble.
I believe there must be some misunderstanding. At the same time, we cannot rule out that the Chen dynasty is deliberately looking for trouble.
After all, the major forces have long eyed our Great Joe, eager to tear us apart. As the saying goes, if one wishes to add a crime, one certainly will find a reason. They just need a reason to send troops against our Great Joe. After pondering for a moment, Kaizei analyzed word by word.
Haha, ridiculous. Does Deputy Minister Kai think our Great Joe is a soft persimmon to be handled as one wishes? Without great hatred, without conflict, they dare to act against our Great Joe with just any reason?
At this moment, among the prince's group, the seventh prince Ji Kuei sneered and said, as far as I know, the so-called ancestral teachings of the academy have no binding force. In these years, which of the other three great dynasties' academies did not participate in the court struggles? They say they do not involve themselves in politics, but in reality, they are eager to tightly control the power shifts. Don't forget that the tyrant also studied under the academy. Previously, the Great Qian Academy was his strongest support for seizing power. Morong Xiao and that tyrant's teacher, Zhu Yu, were even close friends for life. After Zhu Yu's death, Morong Xiao searched everywhere for the tyrant. Now hiding him in the Great Zhou Academy, attempting to manipulate the power struggle of the Qin dynasty is not impossible? I say, some matters do not arise from a vacuum. The academy's back-end headquarters is also a great holy place sect.
Others covet our Great Zhou, do they have no ideas?
Upon hearing this, Kaizei's expression changed.
The seventh prince is intent on driving the Jixia Academy into a place of no return. Seventh prince, be cautious with your words. Who does not know that Master Morong has a kind heart and never does anything to harm Great Zhou? For our Great Zhou's people over the years, Master Morong has worked tirelessly. Has he ever had a moment of selfishness? Kaizei said solemnly.
Deputy Minister Kai, your words are misguided.
You say there is no partiality towards the Jixia Academy, yet every word you speak is in defense of the academy. Is this not a form of selfishness?
Furthermore, according to the news from the Qin dynasty, their demands are very simple: hand over the murderer of the third prince, and the tyrant of the Qin dynasty, and then this war can be quelled. If the academy truly seeks peace for the world, this little request should not be hard to agree to, right? The Deputy Minister of War spoke again, carrying a hint of hostility towards the academy.
Compromise? The truth of the matter is still unclear. How can we compromise? Kaizei questioned. Enough, Crown Prince, what do you think?
Seeing that the crowd was about to quarrel, Ji Wuji, sitting on the dragon throne, interrupted everyone and asked Ji Feng. Ji Feng's eyes flashed. He had already made up his mind. Your Majesty, my son thinks Minister Liu of the Ministry of War speaks wisely. If the academy truly made a mistake, they should apologize and make amends, like the tyrant Chen Bei. Just hand him over to the Qin dynasty.
Our Great Zhou never allows anyone to meddle, nor do we interfere in the politics of other countries.
If the Jixia Academy truly wishes to work for the public good, they should compromise. Otherwise, with ill intentions, it is better for our Great Zhou to clean house ourselves.
After much thought, to clear this matter, why not let seventh brother take people to check it out? What do you think, father?
Ji Feng clasped his hands, casting a sly glance. He knew better than anyone that the seventh prince's maternal grandfather had been killed by the elders of the academy, and he harbored deep hatred towards the academy. Your Majesty, I am willing to help you shed your worries and personally make the trip.
Sure enough, Ji Kuei could not sit still, quickly stepping forward.
Very well, this matter must be investigated thoroughly. If the academy truly made a mistake, considering their contributions to our Great Zhou over the years, they should apologize. Great Zhou will ensure the academy's safety.
If the Qin dynasty is really fabricating things and wants to start a war, what is there to fear from our Great Zhou? Kuei heir, I appoint you as an imperial envoy. Personally go to the academy. Ji Wuji nodded slightly and said solemnly.
Yes, father.
Ji Kuei was overjoyed. After so many years, the opportunity for revenge has finally come. Ji Feng's eyes also flashed with a cold smile. This time, he wanted to see how the academy would still have the energy to meddle in other people's affairs. At this moment, the academy had yet to realize that trouble was already at their doorstep. In Zhou Hai's yard, firewood made from the sacred fusang tree was burning brightly, roasting the dragon meat as it sizzled and oozed with juices, filling the air with a tempting aroma. Master, I have been a servant in the Lin family for years and have gained considerable knowledge in cooking. This is the special sauce I personally prepared, please give it a try. At this time, Qin Shio had already changed into a complete set of men's clothing, and after some busy preparation, she sliced the dragon meat and placed it on a plate, drizzling the special sauce before handing it to Zhou Hai. Delicious. Zhou Hai's eyes lit up. With just one bite, he was conquered by his disciple's cooking skills. There was no way around it, he had always been served at home and had never learned to cook. Unexpectedly, he had arrived in this world right when he started middle school. Over the years, no one around him had cooked properly. After being tormented by terrible food for many years, his cooking had barely reached a level that was edible, but compared to Qin Xiao, it was worlds apart. As he swallowed a piece of dragon meat, the powerful essence within the meat, combined with the spiritual flames from the Fusang wood, made Zhou Hai feel invigorated and full of energy. Beside him, Chen Bei took a piece of dragon meat without needing anyone to take care of him. As soon as he bit into it, he felt a surge of violent energy rush through his body. At the same time, it felt as though a raging divine flame ignited within his organs, as if it were trying to refine him. Not daring to hesitate, Chen Bei quickly sat cross-legged and began to operate the 100 Refinements Emperor's Sutra, refining the divine flame along with the powerful essence of the dragon meat. Chapter 36. Boom! 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 After refining numerous weapon materials, Chen Bei's body already resembled a large iron block. At this moment, swallowing the dragon's essence seemed to add new material for forging. Under the melting of the Fusang divine flames, combined with the 100 Refinements Emperor's Sutra's technique, it was like a forging and hammering process, refining his body once again. With a wave of energy bursting out, once he digested this bite of dragon essence and the Fusang divine flames, Chen Bei felt his essence grow much stronger, and even his cultivation in the 100 Refinements Emperor's Sutra had increased as well. What a mysterious feeling! Chen Bei was overjoyed, he had never thought that one day he could cultivate through eating. For the next while, he was practically eating while cultivating. With every bite, his body seemed to undergo subtle changes. Beside him, Zhou Hai, who had been enjoying his meal, couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. This was truly unfair. While others became powerful from eating, he felt that it was of no use to him at all. Big brother is too impressive. Eating can also help with cultivation. Qin Shio stared at Chen Bei incredulously. Of course. Since ancient times, those who become dragons have at least saint-level cultivation. Though the dragon's malice in this meat has been removed, a lot of saint-level essence power remains. A powerful sage can move mountains with a drop of blood, so one can only imagine the massive essence. After your big brother refines it, his cultivation naturally increases. Seeing the admiration in his young disciple's eyes, Zhou Hai swallowed his sadness and said with understanding. So amazing? But master, why do I feel like you gain nothing from eating? Qin Xiao gasped, her words immediately made Zhou Hai's face darken. Why did that sound so strange? Was the little disciple implying he was just eating for nothing? I understand now, Master's cultivation has already reached the heavens and the earth. Therefore, the dragon essence seems powerful to others, but to Master, it's like a drop in the ocean, making no waves at all. Master, your cultivation must far exceed that of a sage. It's no wonder you always show a low level but can effortlessly deal with people of higher realms. Before Zhou Hai could continue to ponder, Qin Xiao's words left him dumbfounded. Your cultivation far exceeds that of a sage? How did this disciple figure that out? Sister, you're mistaken. How could a sage compare with Master? In my view, Master must be the greatest emperor of this age. Even in existence that surpasses the great emperor. Otherwise, how could he casually give out the emperor scriptures and lift his hand to reveal the emperor weapon? By the way, junior sister, what emperor laws and emperor weapons did Master pass on to you? At this moment, Chen Bei spoke, making Zhou Hai's expression even stiffer. Goodness, am I really that impressive? How come I didn't know? Zhou Hai's old face turned red, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. This sounded much more pleasant than just being a salted fish. Senior brother, Master passed on the burial sky emperor scripture to me. Oh, and this magic palace? Qin Xiao replied truthfully while taking out her magic palace. As the magic palace appeared, Chen Bei felt the destruction war spear deep in his consciousness stir, a wisp of imperial power rushing straight towards Qin Xiao. Under the pressure of this fierce imperial might, Qin Xiao's delicate body trembled, her face instantly turning pale. In a daze, she felt as if the entire vast universe was about to collapse. She felt like a speck of dust, unable to withstand a single blow.
Fortunately, this imperial pressure was not aimed at her, otherwise, she would have been reduced to ashes in an instant. At that moment, the magic palace in front of Qin Shiao shook, also emanating a wisp of imperial might that surged towards the destruction war spear within Chen Bei. Feeling this wisp of imperial might, Chen Bei's face showed astonishment, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, this imperial pressure was also not deliberately aimed at him, otherwise, he too would have faced doom. The two great imperial weapons that were usually calm began to stir, causing Zhou Hai's courtyard to tremble. There was no helping it, those hidden sacred artifacts were frightened out of their wits. When the two great imperial weapons unleashed their might, these sacred artifacts would be destroyed on the spot.
Enough! The house has just been demolished and rebuilt, and you two want to demolish it again, right? If you keep making a fuss, one of you can be a toilet and the other a stirring stick, do you believe it?
Zhou Hai exclaimed, and the two great imperial weapons calmed down instantly. Seeing this, Chen Bei and Qin Shiao let out a sigh of relief, realizing they were already drenched in sweat.
Junior sister, did you see? This is Master. He casually took out two great imperial weapons, and with a word, he can suppress everything. Since ancient times, who besides a true great emperor can do this? Master just likes tranquility, playing with life. Otherwise, with Master's status, how could he stay in this small primary school as an elder? It is indeed a great fortune for you and me to become Master's disciples. Chen Bei looked at Zhou Hai, who he usually would not bow to, and at this moment, admiration for Zhou Hai surged forth like a torrent, uncontainable. No wonder Master looks down on divine weapons. Does this mean I am also a disciple of the great emperor from now on? Qin Shiao breathed rapidly, feeling as if she might float away. Only Zhou Hai's face showed a confused expression. He had seen plenty of brainwashing, but this was the first time he had been brainwashed himself. Could it be that his performance really looked so grand? Or did he just seem like a great emperor? Alright, focus on your cultivation. I do not seek fame or fortune, I only hope you both achieve something, and it will satisfy me. Looking at the two who were getting more and more passionate, Zhou Hai felt a bit embarrassed and quickly stopped them. Hearing this, the two disciples looked at him with even more admiration. Master, your disciples will definitely work hard to cultivate and will not let you down. Qin Shiao responded and carelessly cut off a piece of meat to put in her mouth. Taking a bite, she nearly broke a tooth. Oh no, why is it so tough? Qin Shiao's little face twisted up, as the dragon meat felt so soft to the touch but turned hard when she bit into it. Little junior sister, you shouldn't chew this. Your cultivation is still low, and without a diamond body, it's hard to break through. You should try to refine it. Chen Bei reminded with some amusement on the side. Even his teeth, which were comparable to divine weapons, had to be carefully ground. How could the regular person enjoy this dragon meat? It seemed very easy to cut the meat, but who knows what kind of treasure Master used for them. Only a person as invincible as Master could easily enjoy such delicacies. I see. I'll give it a try. Qin Shiao had a bright idea and quickly began to operate the Burial Sky Emperor's scripture. Soon, she felt the dragon meat in her mouth turn into strands of essence that merged into her body, constantly strengthening her body. A muffled grunt, just a bite of dragon meat, made Qin Shiao feel her foundation change. This massive energy is actually reforging her foundation. Master, what a powerful effect. I feel my foundation moving towards perfection, my realm has reached an unprecedented consolidation. Opening her eyes, Qin Shiao said excitedly. If it's useful, eat more. It seems that after this meal, you two can continue to break through. Zhou Hai looked at his two disciples with envy. Although he felt a bit bitter, he was thrilled by the strong cultivation feedback from them. Chapter 37. Got it, Master. Qin Shiao nodded and went crazy with Chen Bei in eating mode. For the entire night, the two foodies didn't stop at all. Until dawn broke, Qin Shiao could no longer bear the immense energy in her body and was the first to rush into seclusion. Xiao, drink this before you go. Zhou Hai was always watching his two disciples and saw that Qin Shiao's realm had already stabilized, her foundation was perfect. With the immense energy filling her, she only needed enough spiritual power to break through. He called out to Qin Shiao, took out a ladle of spiritual liquid and handed it over. Okay, Master. Qin Shiao took the spiritual liquid and drank, feeling the pure spiritual power fill her body, merging with the massive energy inside, as if it might explode her body. I can't take it anymore. Master, I can't handle it. Qin Shiao's face changed, realizing the power of the spiritual liquid. Hurriedly putting the spiritual liquid aside, she sat on the ground, immediately activating the Burial Heaven Emperor scripture, aiming for a higher realm. A blast of energy surged from her, Qin Shiao's momentum soared higher. In an instant, her cultivation successfully broke through to the second layer of foundation establishment, but she showed no signs of stopping.
Under the refining of the dragon's essence, her realm was solidifying to the limit, foundation perfect, plus the immense energy, completely free from constraints.
Boom! 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 Quickly, Qin Xiao's realm kept breaking through.
Foundation establishment 3rd layer. Foundation establishment 4th layer. Foundation establishment 5th layer. Foundation establishment 6th layer. Foundation establishment 7th layer. The crazy speed of breakthroughs only stopped at the peak of the 7th layer of foundation establishment.
Zhou Hai watched in amazement.
In a vague sense, he felt Qin Xiao transforming into a giant coffin, like a grand tomb, ready to swallow all energy in the world and bury it. At the same time, as her realm grew higher, a breath of life and death emerged from the depths of Qin Xiao's foundation, carrying mysterious burial mysteries.
Is this the profound mystery of the burial heaven emperor scripture?
Zhou Hai sighed inwardly, suddenly feeling a violent movement within, his cultivation directly crossing into the unity realm.
Wow, I broke through just like that?
Zhou Hai was stunned, quickly checking himself, and found his life path completely vanished. Even the path's feedback from Chen Bei's devouring of the Tao soldiers disappeared from his body. These paths transformed into blood and flesh consciousness, completely becoming a part of him.
This is the unity realm.
The paths were no longer marked on him like before, they were completely fused into one.
Boom!
With a thought, Zhou Hai stirred up the paths, and his consciousness instantly spread out. For a moment, everything within 300 miles was under his control. Within 300 miles, he could not only monitor everything but even open his own realm of paths.
Is this the consciousness of the unity realm?
Truly profound, far beyond the soul power of other realms. Zhou Hai was amazed. Although soul power also had a monitoring function, it couldn't control the surrounding area. Moreover, Zhou Hai heard that when ordinary people just break into the unity realm, their consciousness might only extend 30 miles, but he could reach 300 miles. Which means, once he battles someone, within 300 miles, everything belongs to him. Like that Wu Wanli, the poisonous sea spread at most a few dozen miles, that was his domain. Compared to Zhou Hai's 300 miles, it was simply worlds apart.
So refreshing, the little disciple helped me reach unity. Qinbei, you mustn't hold back.
Feeling the powerful change within himself, Zhou Hai looked at Qinbei with anticipation. At that moment, Qinbei had also reached his limit. As the last piece of dragon meat went into his mouth, his gaze suddenly turned to the extinguished Fusang divine wood.
He grabbed the Fusang divine wood and stuffed big chunks into his mouth.
What the heck? Disciple, what are you doing? Even if I am poor, I am not so poor as to let you eat firewood.
Stop, stop, stop. Why are you even eating the ash?
Before Zhou Hai could finish speaking, he saw Qinbei not only eat the Fusang divine wood but also the burned ashes. At the moment these things went down, the 100 refinements emperor scripture in Qinbei's body began to operate, and flames suddenly ignited all over him.
Master, I am going into seclusion.
Qinbei hurriedly got up and rushed towards his room. Zhou Hai clearly saw that at the instant he entered the room, his clothes had already turned to ashes.
The Fusang divine flames engulfed Qinbei's entire body, distorting heaven and earth. Damn, he really is an indestructible battle soul, a born lunatic.
Zhou Hai muttered to himself. Then he felt his own blood and bones seem to be refined, transforming in another direction.
This was Qinbei undergoing transformation in seclusion, with a tenfold feedback causing his body to transform as well.
Soon, Zhou Hai's body began to shimmer like jade. Powerful essence energy circulated throughout his body, making it seem as if his body had become a perfect weapon. To be precise, his body's strength could match that of a unified weapon. At the same time, a violent force surged within him, causing his newly enhanced cultivation to rise again.
Boom, boom, boom.
This feeling had just emerged when he saw Qinbei unleash a tidal wave of spiritual energy, entering a rapid breakthrough mode. 3rd level of the divine ability realm. 4th level of the divine ability realm. 5th level of the divine ability realm. 6th level of the divine ability realm. In just a few breaths, Qinbei's cultivation forcefully broke through to the 6th level of the divine ability realm. With the tenfold feedback, Zhou Hai's level also broke through, directly reaching the 2nd level of the harmonization realm. What the heck, amazing! Zhou Hai was overjoyed, spreading out his consciousness domain again, and found that within 600 miles, everything was under his control. At that moment, he truly felt like a divine being of heaven and earth.
What a commotion! Did that freak break through again? Is there no justice? Why is there another breakthrough happening over there? What happened? This should be the 2nd breakthrough within 12 hours, right?
Suddenly, Zhou Hai's consciousness detected something. He saw that other palace elders were bewildered, and many disciples had awakened from their dreams, looking towards the Daozang Palace.
Humph, a bunch of mortals. What 2nd breakthrough? Do you dare to think my disciple can break through from the life and death realm to the 6th level of the divine ability realm in 2 days? Seeing their astonishment, Zhou couldn't help but feel a little proud. By the way, system, why is it that their breakthroughs create such a big commotion, while mine is silent? Even the heavenly tribulation ignores me?
Thinking of something, Zhou retracted his consciousness and asked the system. Please, host, your cultivation isn't given by this world.
You can't even draw close to spiritual energy, what kind of commotion do you expect? Do you think heavenly tribulations can approach you?
The system's voice came, speechless.
Makes sense. Whoever steals money gets beaten up. I am not the one seizing the heavens' creations, so why should heavenly laws strike me? Breaking through without being struck by lightning, now that's nice.
Zhou eyes brightened, and a sly smile crept onto his lips.
Chapter 38. In the next 3 days, Chen Bei and Qin Xiao spent their time in seclusion.
Although the Tao foundation was solidified, the rapid breakthrough of their realms inevitably felt a bit unstable. So for these 3 days, Chen Bei was focused on consolidating his cultivation. As for Qin Xiao, although she consumed much less dragon meat than Chen Bei, the energy was immense, and with her lower cultivation, she had struggled to digest the breakthroughs she made consecutively. She was still trying to break through to a higher realm. With the efforts of the two disciples, Zhou own realm gradually became more stable. At the same time, he felt that within him, there was not only the powerful 100 refinements force and the extinction force, but also the chi of life and death flowing. Although this power of life and death was still not strong enough, given time, controlling the life and death of himself and even determining the rise and fall of all things would not be a problem. This is the greatness of the Emperor's Sutra. Originally, he thought the two disciples would be in closed-door training for a long time. Until that morning, this tranquility was suddenly broken. Chu Chen, are you joking? How can a foundation establishment disciple participate in the discussion? Do you want the other academies to laugh at us? This is outrageous. Chu Chen, I thought you were sensible. How could you do something like this? Do you know how the other disciples are talking about you? No way. I didn't agree to let that kid Chen Bei participate in the discussion, and now you want to pressure him with a foundation establishment disciple.
Do you know this will harm your junior brother Chen Bei?
That day, inside the main hall of the Wendaegon, unable to bear the dissatisfaction of the disciples, the elders of each palace gathered together, all questioning Chu Chen about letting Qin Xiao participate in the debate. There was no way to avoid it, the reaction to this matter was too great. In the academy, there were many innate disciples and several at the death realm, which one didn't have more qualifications to participate in the discussion than Qin Xiao? As for the reasons given by Chu Chen, the elders could accept even less. You must know, there are many people wishing for Chen Bei to die, and this discussion was again held in the Qin dynasty. To send Chen Bei to the Qian dynasty for a debate, isn't that sending him to his death? Although the palace elders envied Zhou, they could not harm his disciple. Sigh. Uncles, can you all stop talking? How about we wait for master to return before making a decision? Chu Chen, with a headache, knew that arranging Qin Xiao to debate would bring trouble. These people did not show him any favor at all. Senior brother Chu Chen, allow me to say a fair word. This debate is not only related to the face of our academy, but also concerns the rewards granted by the main academy. We must send out the strongest disciples to participate. Thus, wanting the new little junior sister to participate in the debate is not impossible. Why don't we have a debate among the palaces first? As long as she can make it into the top 10, I believe the brothers will be more than willing to give her this spot. Just then, Zheng Qiankuan spoke from the crowd. As soon as these words were spoken, they instantly received the approval of a crowd of disciples. Yes, senior brother Chu Chen, as long as she can make it into the top 10, we will accept her. Senior brother Chu Chen, I think Zheng junior brother is right, let's have a debate among the palaces first. Seeing the excited crowd of disciples, Zheng Qiankuan's eyes flashed with a hint of malice. Originally, with Zhou taking in a Chen Bei, it already made him unable to hold his head up. Now, he has taken in another disciple and snatched his debating spot. This is simply outrageous. He couldn't deal with Chen Bei, but can't he handle a mere foundation establishment first-level disciple? As long as this debate competition starts, he will let everyone know what a genius truly is. More importantly, he will tell everyone that Zhou just got lucky and picked up a Chen Bei. This doesn't mean all his disciples are monsters. Chu Chen looked conflicted. He realized that if he didn't agree to this today, it would be difficult to explain. Alright then, I agree to let junior brothers and junior sisters compete. With a sigh, Chu Chen reluctantly compromised. But just then, a powerful aura rushed towards the Wendaegon. Everyone quickly turned to look, only to see over 100 figures appearing out of nowhere in the sky. Among them, the lowest cultivation level was at the Death Realm, with more than 20 at the Divine Ability Realm, and 3 powerful Enlightenment Realm experts. What's going on? What do these people want? People frowned, and under the leading of several elders, they rushed up into the sky to confront this group of uninvited guests. Academy, listen up.
By the order of the emperor, the academy is harboring wanted criminals from the Qin dynasty, suspected of murdering a prince of the Qin dynasty. An investigation is now being conducted by the court. Don't stop them. As the people from the academy arrived in the air, they saw a young man in a python robe coldly giving commands among the group. As his voice fell, those behind him prepared to fly to other palaces to search. It's outrageous. Who dares to cause trouble in my academy? A loud shout was heard as elderly Changqing stepped out from the crowd, saying coldly, I wondered who it was. It turns out to be His Highness the 7th Prince. Even if your father, the Emperor, came today, he would not dare to act recklessly in my academy. To be so ostentatious, do you wish to break the agreement? As he spoke, all the elders and disciples of the academy looked angrily at these people. Since the academy was established, there had been an agreement with the Great Zhou that within a perimeter of 10,000 miles of Dinghai City was the academy's territory, and the court had no right to interfere. Now, the court not only wanted to interfere but also intended to search 300 miles of the academy. This was simply unreasonable. Capture them. However, in the face of Li Changqing's questioning, Ji Kuei had no intention of responding. With a single command, a powerful figure from the Enlightenment realm stepped forward. In an instant, the laws surged forth, instantly solidifying the space where Li Changqing stood, rendering him unable to move. Bastard! Li Changqing was furious, his aura bursting forth, and countless talismans shot from his body in an attempt to break through the restriction of the laws. Yet the strong one from the Enlightenment realm moved like the wind, reaching him in the blink of an eye, raising his hand to strike as if the sky were collapsing. Li Changqing, merely at the peak of the divine manifestation realm, found his erupted righteous power and the surrounding talismans instantly shattered under such overwhelming force. Put! A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, and it felt as if all the bones in Li Changqing's body were shattered as he quickly flew backward. However, at this time, the strong one from the Enlightenment realm still showed no intention of letting him go. Stepping forward several times, he instantly reached in front of him, raising his hand to grab at his neck. No! Seeing this scene, all the disciples of the academy were enraged. The arrogant actions of these people were not only targeting Li Changqing but were also slapping the face of everyone in the academy. Just when it seemed Li Changqing was about to fall into another's hands, a sound of sword whistling came. The Sword Palace Elder transformed into a beam of swordlight, instantly darting between Li Changqing and that strong one from the Enlightenment realm. Clang! The sword and palm clashed together, producing a crisp sound of impact. You think you can come to my academy to act wildly? Chen Shuang was furious, using his sword to separate Li Changqing from that strong one from the Enlightenment realm. Next, endless sword energy surged out, charging toward the strong one. I didn't expect that aside from Murong Xiao, there would be another expert in the Enlightenment realm among the Academy's newer generation. The strong practitioner from the Enlightenment realm was taken aback. He clearly saw that at the moment the sword energy surged out, the area within a radius of several hundred meters was fully under Chen Shuang's control. The sword energy traveled like a mighty river, its momentum overwhelming. What a pity, you're only at the first level of the Enlightenment realm. If you break through 2 or 3 more levels, I might consider retreating. But you're still not enough now. That strong one from the Enlightenment realm was at the 5th level, facing Chen Shuang's sword energy attack. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, his laws erupted, and a powerful force swept forward like an avalanche, causing Chen Shuang's sword energy to crumble inch by inch. Chen Shuang let out a muffled groan, as the opponent's wild strength made him feel as if his true essence could hardly operate. However, he did not stop. In swordsmanship, the main attack goes forward relentlessly. Though his laws shattered, Chen Shuang exerted every effort to mobilize his true essence, still causing the sword in his hand to shine brightly and instantly rush in front of that strong one from the Enlightenment realm. Are you going to resist to the death? The strong one from the Enlightenment realm laughed coldly, and a pair of large hammers appeared in his hands, instantly blocking all of Chen Shuang's attacks. Seeing this, Chen Shuang's sword became ethereal, the long sword in his hand dancing in an impenetrable manner. Countless sword energies erupted again, enveloping the strong one from the Enlightenment realm entirely. Yet before those iron hammers, no matter how many sword energies came, they were ineffective. Even Chen Shuang's law soldier attack was easily blocked. As the two fought, they exchanged blows in an instant, having already battled for several hundred rounds. The man intended to toy with Chen Shuang, not attacking, allowing Chen Shuang to see that his attacks were completely ineffective. He was enjoying Chen Shuang's unpleasant expression. He loved this feeling of striking at another's heart and spirit. Isn't the sword path unstoppable and invincible? But now it felt like a child playing house, enough to crush anyone's belief in the sword. Over here, while Chen Shuang was in battle with that powerful figure from the Enlightenment realm, Zhou Hai's gaze was fixed on this side from dozens of miles away inside the Daozang Palace. The academy covered a vast area, with dozens of miles separating the different halls. Yet the commotion here was too great, even the reclusive Zhou Hai was stirred. Harboring a wanted criminal from the Qian dynasty?
Targeting my disciple is one thing, but daring to flaunt your might like this is truly courting death. Zhou Hai's eyes were icy. Watching these people toy with Chen Shuang, he prepared to take action himself. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Chen Bei, draped in a blood-colored robe, stepped out, his tall and robust figure exuding an invisible aura of dominance. "Master, please don't interfere, let me handle it." Seeing Zhou Hai preparing to strike, Chen Bei said earnestly. He too had noticed the unrest and had long anticipated this day. He was mentally prepared. "Disciple, focus on your own training. In my little corner of the world, these petty, lowly beings have no right to act wantonly." Zhou Hai looked at Chen Bei with reluctance. He understood that Chen Bei had his own path to follow. But letting him face danger alone was hard for Zhou Hai to bear. After today, Chen Bei might leave his protection. "Master, you are invincible in the world. If you truly want to protect someone, in all realms and dimensions, who would dare to make a move? But master, everyone has their own path to take. The Tao is not just cultivation, it is also the path chosen by each individual. My road is one that I must walk myself. It's unnecessary for master to pave the way for me. Otherwise, how could I pursue the great Tao? Thank you for your care these days, master. Your great kindness and virtue, I will never forget." Chen Bei shook his head, and as he spoke, he approached Zhou Hai, kneeling down, and bowed his head 3 times. "Master, have no worries, I will be fine. Just watch as I sweep through an era, bringing glory to you." Rising, Chen Bei let out a youthful, unique laugh. At this moment, he was no longer the tyrant who had bloodied miles, nor the peerless genius among his generation. He was just a child enjoying the kindness of his master. "Ha ha ha. All right, go ahead, sweep across the world without fear. Disciple, this world is yours to roam freely. If anything happens, I'll cover for you." Zhou Hai's eyes were moist. Although he had always treated this kid like a laborer, there was still some affection there. Now, seeing his radiant, youthful smile, Zhou Hai remembered that he too was once young, filled with passionate blood. Why should he live beneath others? The disciple was right, everyone has their own Tao. It was time for him to go out and explore. And his own Tao should be to quietly protect the growth of these disciples, to be their most solid support. "Thank you, master, I'm off." Chen Bei looked deeply at Zhou Hai, and in the moment he turned, Zhou Hai caught the glimmer of moisture in his eyes. Go on, I'll pack your things." Zhou Hai shook his head with a smile, somewhat forced, somewhat reluctant. At this moment, he realized that unknowingly, he had taken on the responsibility of a teacher. Facing the departing disciple, he felt like a restless parent, wanting to arrange everything for the child leaving home. He started sorting his belongings, preparing many things for Chen Bei. "Master, are those people here to harm my senior brother?" At that moment, Qin Shiyao's voice rang out. Unbeknownst to Wen, she had also exited her closed-door training, her face filled with concern as she looked this way. "It's none of your business. Practice well, don't get distracted." Zhou Hai looked up and advised. "But master, will brother be in danger?" Qin Shiyao said with worry. "With me here, where is the danger? Focus on your training." Zhou Hai frowned. There were some things that Qin Shiyao was not ready to be involved in. "You're right, with master here, no one can hurt brother." "Then I will continue training." After thinking for a moment, Qin Shiyao closed her eyes again to focus. At this moment, high above the Wendaegong, the 7th Prince Ji Kuei grew impatient watching the two battle. "Don't waste time, kill the one who obstructs. Kill him." With a harsh command, the Tao Realm expert stopped talking and swung his large hammer, a violent aura sweeping through the heavens and earth, unleashing immense power with a crash. Boom! The hammer collided with Chen Shuang's sword, instantly shattering the sword's aura, unable to withstand the overwhelming force that broke it cleanly. At that moment, the Tao Realm expert swung his hammer again. Chen Shuang didn't even have a chance to react before his chest was struck heavily by the hammer. Even as he gathered all his energy and Tao to defend himself, he couldn't block this blow. His aura shattered, his chest caved in instantly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying back. "If your highness wants you to die at midnight, forget about surviving until dawn. Die." The Tao Realm expert sneered coldly, shadowing him, ready to kill Chen Shuang directly. But at that moment, the sky suddenly darkened, as if a giant beast had obscured the sun, an overwhelming power enveloping the space. A gigantic palm print descended from the heavens, aiming straight at the Tao Realm expert. Who is it? Everyone's heart jolted. There was clearly no sense of Tao present, only ordinary magical power. However, when that palm print came crashing down, it felt like the earth and sky were cracking apart. Especially for the Tao Realm expert, he felt all the hair on his body stand on end. He had a premonition that if this palm hit him, he would die, even though it held no Tao. "Seek death!" He roared, radiating bright light all over, swinging his hammer fiercely, unleashing wild Tao power. A gigantic hammer formed from Tao and spirit energy materialized, towering dozens of feet high, crashing toward the descending palm print.
Boom boom boom. The palm print and the hammer collided, shaking the heavens and earth, sending powerful gusts blasting outwards. Ah!
Many disciples from the academy were thrown into the air, some spitting blood from the force of the shockwave.
Everyone was stunned.
Without any Dao manipulation, the magical power actually clashed with the Dao-filled hammer, both annihilating each other evenly amidst the explosive sound.
But before everyone could react, an even more shocking event occurred.
A figure rushed in front of the Dao realm expert amidst the turbulence and raised a fist.
In an instant, an overwhelming surge of Dao energy erupted.
The Dao realm expert was taken by surprise, unable to react before his chest was hit by a powerful punch.
Chapter 40. Boom. Under the fierce punch, the Dao realm expert's chest instantly caved in, rib after rib fracturing.
Endless Dao energy flowed into his body, the killing force sweeping through him.
Boom boom boom.
In just an instant, countless wounds exploded all over the Dao realm expert's body.
You. Pooh.
The Dao realm expert's face changed dramatically as he spat out a mouthful of blood, looking incredulously at the young man in red before him. Clearly at the magical power level, yet he unleashed strength that wasn't any weaker than his own. Not only that, but the opponent's punch not only held erupting Dao energy but dozens of types of Dao energy. Caught off guard, he felt like half of his life was gone. Facing his shock, Chen Bei's expression remained indifferent as he raised his hand for another palm strike to the Dao realm expert's crown.
The Dao realm expert reacted extremely quickly, hurriedly gathering all his strength to block.
But at the moment of collision, he felt that he was not blocking a hand, but a weapon of divine soldiers. A strong piercing pain surged through him, and the spiritual energy he had gathered instantly shattered, his hand bones crushing at once. At that moment, the opponent struck again, hitting him directly in the lower abdomen.
The enlightened realm expert wanted to block it, but it was already too late. Boom.
The violent power swept through like a tidal wave, causing his organs to burst instantly, and all vitality extinguished in an instant.
Puff.
Another mouthful of fresh blood was spat out, the enlightened realm expert's eyes fixed on Chen Bei, his body falling straight down, unable to close his eyes before death. This. The entire scene erupted in disbelief, everyone staring incredulously at this moment.
This fierce battle ended too quickly.
From when Chen Bei made his move to when it ended, it was less than a breath's time, and a once mighty enlightened realm expert had perished just like that. The most critical point was that this person's power level was merely at the divine ability realm. How did he manage to kill an enlightened being as if slaughtering pigs and dogs?
Chen Bei is Chen Bei's junior brother. How powerful, is this really Chen Bei's junior brother? No, look quickly, when did Chen Bei's junior brother break through to the 6th level of divine ability realm?
Suddenly, cheers erupted from the academy side. Everyone clearly saw Chen Bei's face, their expressions filled with incredulity. Only Zhang Qianquan's face instantly darkened. Seeing Chen Bei emerge, his eyelids twitched violently, feeling an unprecedented sense of helplessness. This person was too strong, clearly one of his peers, even younger than him, yet created a feeling of not daring to look directly at him. In front of Chen Bei, he felt like a firefly under the blazing sun, pitifully insignificant.
The academy's dignity, the provocateur shall die.
Under everyone's gaze, Chen Bei stood in the void, his back facing the academy crowd, staring directly at the court officials before him.
Good.
The academy's disciples cheered excitedly, many with tears in their eyes. Never had they imagined that the Grand Academy would one day suffer such outrageous humiliation, being attacked on their own doorstep. 2 elders were gravely injured and incapacitated, offering no resistance. At this moment, Chen Bei's actions were truly uplifting.
Brother Chen, are you okay? Junior brother Chen. Junior brotherly.
At this time, the elders from each palace gathered around Chen Shuang and Li Changqing, looking at the two of them, barely hanging on to life, their faces filled with concern.
This is a revitalization pill, give it to the 2 elder brothers.
Chen Bei turned back for a glance, raising his hand to toss out 2 pills. Over there, the Alchemy Palace elder hurriedly caught them, and seeing the 9 intricate patterns on the revitalization pill, along with the rich life force, his expression changed.
This is a heavenly grade pill? The Alchemy Palace elder, Dan Shenzi, exclaimed in surprise. What? A heavenly grade pill? It really is a heavenly grade pill.
Elders from the Martial Arts Palace and Formation Palace were also taken aback, their faces filled with terror.
A heavenly grade pill.
That was something even the Sacred Place's main academy yearned for but could not obtain. How could they, mere mortals, possess 2?
Are we really going to take it?
The Alchemy Palace elder looked towards Chen Bei. The pill was too precious, so precious that no one dared to use it lightly.
The 2 elder brothers were injured because of me, how could we delay? Why else would we even have the pills if not to take them? Chen Bei frowned, clearly unhappy with the elder's hesitation. Is it so bad to be generous like the master? With good things not used, are you waiting for others to come and steal them?
What the nephew says makes sense, you 2 elder brothers owe him a life. The martial arts palace elder, Wu Yang, agreed with Chen Bei's words and snatched the 2 pills to give to Li Changqing and Chen Shuang.
Kill them, take the pills. But at that moment, a loud shout rang out. Ji Kuei, a prince of the court, had never seen a heavenly grade pill before. How could he allow 2 worthless lives to waste one now? With his command, the last 2 enlightened realm experts by his side vanished from their spots as if teleporting. They reappeared right in front of the elders, seeking death. Chen Bei was furious and rushed forward to block them. Kill him! Ji Kuei shouted again as many life-threatening and divine ability experts charged towards Chen Bei. But Chen Bei was too lazy to pay attention to them. As the 2 transcendent masters appeared, a powerful force solidified the space around them, ready to seize the precious elixirs. He rushed forward quickly, striking with his fist. The violent power surged like dozens of weapons attacking at once, shattering the barriers they had formed. Looking for death. The 2 transcendental cultivators had long prepared their strikes, one of them slapping towards Chen Bei's chest. Chen Bei showed no resistance. In the instant he broke through their barrier, he pushed with both hands, sending 2 elixirs straight into Chen Shuang and Li Changqing's mouths, immediately transforming into 2 beams of blue light that integrated into their bodies. At the same time, the attacks of the 2 transcendental masters struck him in the chest. Bang bang! The sound of collision echoed, their blow landing as if striking against a divine weapon. But Chen Bei spat a mouthful of blood, his entire body flying backward. However, that was the end of it. Though injured by the shock, he was not severely hurt. After cultivating the 100 Refinement Emperor Sutra, his body had become incredibly strong. If it were cultivators of the same level striking him while standing still, none would be qualified to harm him. The realms of these 2 were clearly higher than the previous transcendental master, making it similarly difficult to injure him. Seeing the 2 elixirs swallowed, everyone halted their movements. Although the 2 transcendental masters had pushed back Chen Bei, their faces were filled with extreme displeasure, like they had swallowed a dead child. They could only watch as someone consumed the heavenly grade elixirs, and despite working together, they couldn't even kill a mere divine ability warrior. It was truly absurd. Behind them, the many killers from the Fatal Realm and Innate Realm wore even uglier expressions. They were utterly humiliated, unable to even stop Chen Bei. It felt like the greatest shame. Chen Bei, how dare you act so arrogantly in my Great Zhou territory? Ji Kuei was furious, watching helplessly as the 2 precious elixirs were consumed, feeling his heartache like glue. That should have been his possession. Ji Kuei. As a prince, I was conferred as a king at 10, undefeated among my peers by 13. At 16, I dared to sweep through the arrogance of my generation, earning the title of overlord. You, at 26, have achieved nothing. What right do you have to speak to me? Chen Bei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at Ji Kuei with scorn, not caring about him at all. You. Ji Kuei's face changed, feeling an unprecedented humiliation. He refused to accept it but had to admit he truly had no qualification to stand with Chen Bei. The academy is the place of my master's quiet cultivation. I do not wish to be disturbed by anyone. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to leave with your men. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to let you remain here forever. Chen Bei spoke again, like a high and mighty emperor, looking down upon all. Chen Bei, you are nothing but a lost dog. What qualification do you have to shout here before me? Do you really think I can't deal with you? Ji Kuei had never endured such humiliation in his life, making him wish to tear Chen Bei into pieces. You can try. Chen Bei's tone was icy, completely disdainful of arguing with him. Kill him for me. Ji Kuei's eyes turned red, roaring in anger. Hearing this, the many powerful figures he brought along wasted no words and charged towards Chen Bei. Boom boom boom. The heavens and earth shook. Under the influence of so many powerful figures, various phenomena stirred the sky. The world darkened, and a celestial event resembling 7 stars covering the moon unfolded. Blood chi surged into the sky, depicting a great mountain collapsing the universe. That was the divine ability of the 2 great transcendental masters, 7 stars covering the moon, moving mountains to suppress the universe. In just an instant, 7 stars enveloped Chen Bei's entire being, the killing energy swirling, as if wanting to tear him apart. At the same time, a gigantic mountain descended with boundless force, attempting to crush Chen Bei completely. Other divine ability cultivators unleashed their various abilities above Chen Bei's head, wielding winds, rain, thunder, lightning, earth, fire, metal, wood, and other elemental techniques, making Chen Bei surrounded by wind blades and snow swords, flames engulfing him, and thunder roaring. Chen Bei's figure was instantly submerged by countless phenomena. No. Behind Chen Bei, the academy disciples who had been excited just a moment ago. At this moment, they couldn't help but change their expressions drastically. With such an overwhelming offensive, who could withstand it? Even a peak master of the Enlightenment realm would not stand a chance, let alone Chen Bei, who was only in the divine ability realm. Too much bullying. With an angry roar, Wu Yang could no longer tolerate it. A talisman was instantly forced out of his body. Boom! His blood energy surged toward the sky, exploding that talisman. In an instant, his momentum soared, jumping from the 7th level of the Divine Ability realm straight to the 4th level of the Enlightenment realm. You little thieves, get lost! With a roar, Wu Yang raised his hand to the heavens, and a powerful martial artist's blood energy formed a towering martial shadow behind him. As he slapped down with one palm, the martial shadow also waved its hand, giant palm prints seeming to shatter the universe, striking towards the mountain that suppressed Qianbei. This battle had just begun, and the violent shockwaves were already raging throughout heaven and earth. Even though the battlefield was in the air, the academy building struggled to hold up, facing the danger of collapse. Master, will Qianbei be alright? In the Daozang Palace, Qin Xiao, who had just entered a closed-door meditation, was startled awake again. Seeing this scene, her eyes were filled with worry. Zhou Hai furrowed his brows, forcefully suppressing the urge to act. His spiritual consciousness spread out, and an invisible force instantly stabilized the buildings of the academy within 300 miles. No matter how fierce the aftershocks of the battle in the sky were, they could not shake the academy even slightly at this moment. Seeing Zhou Hai remain silent, Qin Xiao could only anxiously watch the battle in the air. The distance was too far, so even with her cultivation to focus her vision, she could only see the extraordinary phenomena in the sky, unable to catch sight of Qianbei. Watching the extraordinary power evoked by Wu Yang's attack, she could only hope that the martial shadow could extinguish all the divine phenomena's power and save Qianbei. Wu Yang did not disappoint her. That giant shadow slammed down, violently shaking the mountain phenomenon pressing above Qianbei's head, and it was forcefully knocked back over 100 feet. However, it ended there. After knocking away that mountain phenomenon, the palm force of that martial shadow was also completely exhausted. You're looking for death. Under the numerous extraordinary phenomena, the mountain phenomenon carried endless gravity and pressed down on Qianbei's head, making it impossible for him to move, just waiting for others to slay him. But unexpectedly, another Enlightenment Realm master burst out from the academy, and he was even stronger than the previous Chen Shuang. That mountain-moving master had a cold expression, raising one hand to lift a 1,000-foot great mountain and smashing it towards Wu Yang. Wu Yang was not to be outdone, swinging the martial shadow's giant fist, which instantly collided with the great mountain. Boom boom boom. The violent shockwaves spread everywhere, and the space within 10 miles continuously shattered. However, the mountains and buildings below, even the grass and trees, were not affected at all. But at that moment, no one paid attention to these. Under everyone's gaze, amidst the explosion sounds, Wu Yang's body was directly knocked away by the gravity of that great mountain. The martial shadow behind him also kept retreating, evidently on the brink of collapse. Go die! Before Wu Yang could steady himself, that mountain-moving master roared again, chasing him while lifting the great mountain. Wu Yang was merely at the 4th level of the Enlightenment realm, while that mountain-moving master was a solid 8th level of the same realm. Under the crushing difference in realms, Wu Yang was simply no match. Facing the great mountain phenomenon coming down, Wu Yang crossed his hands to block, and the martial shadow behind him hurriedly raised both hands to collide with the mountain. Boom! Another loud sound erupted, and under the violent force, the several dozen feet tall martial shadow was struck as if struck by lightning, instantly shattering. Puff! Wu Yang was hit by the backlash, feeling as if his organs were shattered, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person flew back over 100 feet, smashing into the ground to create a deep pit. Master! Elder Wu! The disciples of the academy had red eyes, each emitting heart-wrenching roars of anger. We fight to the end. Seeing the great mountain flying towards them again, about to completely annihilate Wu Yang, the alchemist palace elder, Dan Shenzi, began to prepare for the next step. Elder Su Zhenyang of the Array Palace also let out a roar, standing in front of that great mountain. The moment the great mountain came crashing down, Elder Dan of the Dan Palace summoned a giant cauldron and smashed it toward the mountain. The Array Palace elder waved his hands, countless array symbols soaring up, transforming into a massive array platform, firmly supporting the Million June mountain. You underestimate yourself. The stone-moving powerhouse snorted coldly, pressing down with one hand, the mountain's weight increased tenfold, reaching 10 million June. In an instant, that giant cauldron plummeted rapidly, the array platform showing signs of collapsing, being forcibly crushed down. Lift it again! Elders Dan Shenzi and Su Zhenyang shouted, their faces turning red, as they once more pushed the mountain up. Is this all the strength you have? The stone-moving powerhouse snorted again, pressing down hard. In an instant, the weight of the mountain soared tenfold again. With a force of 100 million June, both elders spat blood on the spot, their bodies bursting with countless blood holes, blood gushing out. Brothers, if you don't act now, when will you? Seeing this scene, Xu Chen's eyes turned red. With a roar of fury, he formed a seal and was the first to charge forward. At this moment, Su Zhenyang's array platform was cracking inch by inch, while only Dan Shenzi's medicine cauldron was still desperately supporting. Xu Chen's seal entered the medicine cauldron, frantically injecting the power of the life and death realm.
However, before the weight of the 100 million June mountain, it was as weak as a tiny insect shaking a tree.
Brothers and sisters, kill!
A girl with red eyes let out a furious roar and rushed forward. This was by Shu Shu, Li Changqing's direct disciple, the Academy's #1 talisman genius.
Countless talismans flew from her body, crashing into the mountain's strange manifestation, creating waves of explosive sounds.
Simultaneously, she drew talismans with her hands, writing on earth, gathering all her strength into her life talisman, and struck it into the cauldron, supporting the mountain.
Kill!
Seeing this, other disciples also rushed out at the first moment, pouring various powers into the medicine cauldron, forcibly holding up the mountain that was about to collapse. Only one person looked on in fear at this scene. Several times he wanted to rush up, but ultimately hesitated.
You are looking for death.
Zheng Qianquan looked at this scene, his face pale, feeling an urge to turn and flee.
Ants shaking a tree, foolish and self-important.
Watching many Academy disciples join the fight, bracing against his grand power, the stone-moving powerhouse's gaze was cold.
Suppress and kill.
With a mighty roar, he flicked a drop of his essence blood from his fingertip, landing on the strange manifestation of the mountain. In an instant, the weight of the mountain surged again, doubling.
Boom boom boom.
Under endless gravity, everyone spat blood. Even gathered together, the strength of the entire academy was no match against the stone-moving powerhouse, akin to a group of ants against a falling giant peak.
What awaited them was only relentless suppression and slaughter. Master. In the Dao Palace, Jin Xiao nervously grasped Zhou Hai's arm. Damn it, so many people are risking their lives for my disciple. What am I doing just standing here?
Zhou Hai's eyes were already filled with murderous intent, as he could no longer hold back and wanted to take action.
Get out of my way.
But at that moment, a roar pierced the sky. In the center of the battlefield, a violent power swept through the heavens and earth.
Countless paths surged into the sky. Poo 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 poo. Ah!
Over 100 people spat blood. Amidst screams, many life and death realm cultivators exploded on the spot. Many divine ability realm cultivators burst with countless blood holes, flying back 100 zhang, landing barely alive. Even another enlightenment realm powerhouse was momentarily shattered, blood spitting out and looking shocked.
However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. Countless paths converged, a vast spiritual essence swirling, transforming into a Tenjung battlesuit covering down.
Bloody Qin Bei sent everyone flying, his body glowing intensely, instantly transforming into a Tenjung giant clad in battle armor. Indeed, he was a giant, not an illusion of martial prowess. Seeing the mountain about to crush all the academy's people into pieces, Chen Bei took a step forward, instantly rushing to the foot of the mountain, raising his hands high, and bracing himself against it. In that moment, the pressure on the people from the academy eased, and they could no longer hold back, collapsing onto the ground.
So powerful.
In front of this powerful sage, they felt like ants, utterly helpless even to resist. Everyone was filled with frustration, but looking at the giant Chen Bei in the arena, they couldn't help but show their astonishment.
He actually withstood this enormous mountain weighing billions of pounds all by himself. What an astonishing power this is. How could it appear in a practitioner of the divine realm? Nearby, Ji Kuei couldn't help but change his expression dramatically.
As a prince of the Holy Dynasty, he couldn't believe that Chen Bei was powerful enough to reach such heights.
Crossing realms to fight, sweeping everything away. Those ancient sage ancestors must have been like this when they were young.
Looking at Chen Bei, his heart trembled violently, feeling his confidence severely shaken. Compared to Chen Bei, he seemed like a useless being.
The mountain-moving expert's pupils constricted, unable to suppress his inner shock.
At this moment, he felt as if a pillar supporting the sky stood at the foot of the mountain, able to hold up even if the sky were to collapse, let alone a mountain. This feeling sent chills down his spine, making him willing to pay any price to kill Chen Bei.
Die for me.
He bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of vital blood onto the mountain, causing the gravitational pull of the mountain to increase by more than 3 times. It was clear that he was desperate, sparing no effort, even burning his life force to suppress Chen Bei.
The universe as the furnace, the stars as the fuel, I refined the myriad paths to transform the heavens.
Chen Bei's expression remained cold as he bore the weight of the billions of pounds of mountain, shooting upward. On his massive form, an illusory furnace appeared. The mountain instantly ignited in fierce flames. The laws covering the mountain were obliterated inch by inch. The mountain-moving expert's expression changed dramatically. In an instant, he saw his grand mountain illusion collapse, unable to withstand Chen Bei's power.
What are you waiting for?
Attack together, kill him.
The mountain-moving expert roared in terror.
Over there, a recently wounded divine realm expert saw this and flew over, ready to join forces against Chen Bei.
The heavens and earth are lonely, suppressing the universe with my palm.
But just as the newly refined mountain was struck by Chen Bei's palm, it seemed like stars and moons were collapsing, a layer of gray-black annihilation power gathering in his palm, instantly coming down upon the two men.
The two were shocked and quickly unleashed their great powers to resist. They felt as if that giant palm was an unmatched celestial weapon, instantly shattering their forms. At the same time, the annihilation power within the palm tore everything apart. No. What kind of divine ability is this? Save me. The two divine realm experts screamed, struggling, trying to escape. Unfortunately, all resistance was futile. Everyone around was dumbfounded, no one could save them. Including Ji Kuei, who trembled all over, as if he had seen a ghost. How could this be possible? How could Qinbei kill so many powerful beings by himself? Is he even human? In the younger generation, is there anyone who can match him? Under the gaze of all, the two divine realm experts were utterly ground to dust, leaving not a trace of flesh or blood behind. Not even their souls managed to escape. At the same time, Qinbei also spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his giant-like body rapidly shrinking. In the final moments, he could only manage to pull out a piece of clothing to drape over himself, then collapsed weakly onto the ground. This was the last dignity of a tyrant, not to be provoked, not to be peered at by anyone. But this was all he could do. Amidst the siege of many powerful beings, he not only exhausted all the spiritual energy within him, but also drained all of his blood essence. In normal circumstances, a person would die immediately in such a situation. Yet he persevered through indomitable will, almost a miracle. Senior brother. Qin Xiao's heart tightened, she could no longer hold back, rushing towards the Wenda Palace. These 10 recovery pills, give them to him. Zhou Hai sighed heavily, feeling a mix of sorrow and joy within himself. He tossed 10 recovery pills to Qin Xiao. Let this bring it to Qinbei. Qin Xiao quickly grabbed it and sped off. Zhou Hai furrowed his brows tightly, he knew that every strong person has their own path to walk, a path belonging to each individual. Even as a master, he could not interfere too much, otherwise, he could only disrupt his disciples' training, which wouldn't benefit him. But now, Qinbei hadn't even left the mountain gate when he was already faced with such a powerful enemy. How many dangers would he have to confront in the future? Immortal battle spirit, must one really live for battle, fighting all their life? Qinbei, you die for me. At this moment, over in the martial arts palace, Ji Kuei looked at Qinbei, who had completely lost his combat ability, and his anxious heart suddenly felt overjoyed. Taking advantage of your sickness to end your life, he summoned a long spear, intending to kill Qinbei directly. At this time, the entire academy was heavily wounded and powerless to resist. It was the best opportunity for him to eliminate Qinbei. How dare you! At this moment, under the strong effect of the Huichen pill, Chen Shuang and Li Changqing's injuries were rapidly healing. At the same time, both sensed a sign of breakthrough in their own cultivation. But they couldn't care about that. With wide-open furious eyes, they were about to intervene. Just then, a vexed voice rang out. Is this never-ending? Time and again, trying to put my disciple to death in front of me, do you really think I don't exist? As the words fell, everyone's pupils shrank suddenly, and they saw the spear halt instantly in midair. Meanwhile, Ji Kuei felt his entire body go rigid, as if the space around him had solidified, making it impossible for him to move. Even breathing became a luxury. Chapter 43. What's going on? Who? Ji Kuei's heart trembled wildly, filled with fear in an instant. A cultivation realm strong person can seal a small portion of space with laws, affecting a person's movements, but that's all. But this was true space solidification, having complete control over the space. Even a unity realm strong person couldn't do this. Could there still be a powerful figure from the Dao Palace hidden within the academy? Impossible, weren't the strong ones from the Dao Palace usually cultivating in the main building? How could they appear here? Countless thoughts flashed through Ji Kuei's mind. If he had known such a powerful being was hidden in the academy, he wouldn't dare to come flaunting his power. He had thought today was a great opportunity for revenge. Only now did he realize how foolish he was. Ignorant creature, you dare come to my academy to bully and show off. Since you've come, then stay here forever. I want to see who from your Zhou dynasty dares to save you. Zhou Hai's cold voice rang out, and suddenly a rockery flew out from the small courtyard, immediately suppressing Ji Kuei on the plaza in front of the Dao Palace. Only then did the spear that had been frozen in the air finally fall, firmly planting itself next to the rockery. No, let me go. I am a prince of the Great Zhou. Does your academy want to start a war with my Great Zhou? Ji Kuei was released from the space solidification, struggling to break free from the rockery. However, the rockery had transformed from a holy artifact. It seemed small, yet the power contained within was billions of times stronger than the mountain phenomenon from the earlier mountain-moving strongman. If the rockery hadn't retracted most of its power, it could have pressed Ji Kuei into ashes in an instant. How could he escape? Noisy! Seal! Zhou Hai snorted coldly, and the rockery released another sealing force, instantly crushing Ji Kuei to the point where he couldn't even breathe. In just a moment, he felt completely powerless and collapsed beneath the rockery. Everyone stared dumbfounded at this scene, all utterly shocked.
They recalled that all just moments ago had participated, yet the lazy uncle from the Tao Palace had vanished without a trace. Because they were used to his laziness, during the battle no one thought of him at all. Only with this sudden strike did they realize his terror. Solidifying space, could this lazy uncle's cultivation have reached the Tao Palace realm, or even higher? How could this be? He was only 20 years old. At the same time, everyone couldn't help but feel speechless. It's no surprise that the salted fish master can quietly watch his own disciple being beaten like this. Some even suspected he had fallen asleep just now and only now noticed the situation here. Only Qianbei, lying on the ground, felt deeply touched. He knew that his master must have been watching the whole time. He was grateful that his master didn't intervene, yet always cared for him. This battle was exhilarating, and his unstable realm would be completely solidified after this fight. At the same time, he gained new insights into combat, as well as the 100 Refining Emperor Sutra and the Annihilation Emperor Sutra. His life is destined to be filled with battles, and he doesn't want to hide behind his master forever, sheltered from harm. Only through continuous battles can his will to become strong grow stronger, until he is invincible in the world. Senior brother, are you okay? This is the healing pill given to you by the master. Take it now. At that moment, Qin Xiao flew over, instantly attracting everyone's attention. What a beautiful girl, clearly dressed in male clothing, yet unable to hide her graceful coldness. Is this the new junior sister of the salted fish master? Under everyone's gaze, Qin Xiao helped Qianbei up and shoved the healing pill into his mouth. The healing pill melted immediately, turning into a massive amount of energy that surged into Qianbei's body, like a spark. In the next moment, without Qianbei needing to adjust and recover, the spiritual energy formed a tide, overwhelming him on the spot. Just a moment ago, Qianbei had been near death, but his complexion instantly became rosy, and he was revitalized, bursting with fighting spirit. Wow, the healing pill, it really is a healing pill. Everyone was dumbfounded, all feeling a sense of numbness. How many treasures do these few master and disciples actually have? 2 heavenly level pills are given away just like that, and this healing pill is treated as a snack, casually produced in large quantities. What a shockingly extravagant display. It's important to know that while healing pills are not as precious as heavenly level pills, they are still top-tier resources. Even those at the Tao Palace realm treasure one as it can save lives in critical moments. Who would dare to consume it so recklessly? And the most shocked of all was Chu Chen. What did he just see? The little junior sister who had just reached the Foundation Establishment realm 2 days ago had suddenly broken through to the 7th level of Foundation Establishment. They're only separated for a few days. Even if one could raise their level once a day, it wouldn't be this fast, right? Moreover, even among prodigies, it's impossible to advance a level within a month after Foundation Establishment. How did she do it? Suddenly, Chu Chen remembered what Zhou Hai had said that day. So what if one's at Foundation Establishment? Who knows, tomorrow could be innate, and the day after could be lethal. Though it's not as exaggerated as Zhou Hai said in reality, it's still shocking enough. At this speed, Qianbei felt that in 3 months, the little junior sister would reach the Divine Passage realm without issue. It's important to know that this is a realm many geniuses take almost 100 years to reach. At the same time, Chu Chen realized that the salted fish master's strength and accumulation were beyond what they could imagine. Master, as your younger generation, you cannot show favoritism. Let's not talk much. These years, I have treated you like my own father. Although I've never washed your feet, I haven't made you wash my clothes either, right? In the end, all your love went to the junior brothers and sisters. Am I raised by a stepmother? Chu Chen pouted, looking up at the sky with a pitiful expression. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at him with a black line on their foreheads. Especially those disciples, who glared at Chu Chen in anger. Did this guy really expect to take credit without including them? Please, you never made the salted fish master wash clothes, and we haven't seen you wash them either. When have you not forced your fellow brothers to serve the salted fish master? This kind of outsourcing of filial duty, how dare you feel aggrieved? Look at what you're saying, am I that old? Besides, you always sneak into my Dao repository to steal glances at the texts. That time, did I not just turn a blind eye? How can you say that you are the one making the sacrifice? But then came Zhou Hai's voice, sending everyone into shock. Those disciples were gritting their teeth in anger. It turns out that this eldest senior brother's kindness was not genuine, but rather a shady deal with the lazy uncle? Damn it, we washed your clothes, helped tidy up the Daozang Palace. Time and again, we even went down the mountain to bring you the palace map and that little yellow book for Uncle Lazy. In the end, we've gained nothing, while you are sailing smoothly in the Daozang Palace. This is just outrageous. You must know that the Pill Palace has pills, the Learning Palace has talismans, the Sword Palace has discussion platforms, and the Martial Palace has combat secret realms, while the Daozang Palace has various cultivation treasures. To obtain these things, one must contribute points, and yet some people sneak through the back door. This is simply unacceptable.
Uncle, don't talk nonsense, it's not true. Chu Chen was in a hurry, how could this matter be said out loud? Uncle, don't look at me. And all of you junior brothers and sisters, none of this is true, he is slandering me. You all don't think, if he really did such a thing, would he boldly say it out loud? He is also an accomplice.
Noticing the unfriendly gazes around, Chu Chen shouted urgently.
So what if I'm an accomplice? If you want to punish me, you must first defeat me. Obviously, they can't do that, but beating you for bribery, I think that should be no problem. Zhou Hai's voice made Chu Chen want to jump. Shameless, too shameless. This lazy uncle just can't do this kind of thing. Other people were also speechless, but even the elders from each palace had to agree with this statement. They only bully those who are weak. Zhou Hai and his group couldn't be dealt with, so they had to take down the heir of the sect. Chapter 44. Uncle, I was wrong, please show mercy. Chu Chen was about to cry, wishing he could give himself 2 big slaps. Knowing that the lazy uncle was shameless, why did he provoke him? Now look, not only did he gain nothing, but he also brought trouble upon himself. That's more like it. Seeing you all stand up for my disciple, I shall grant you an opportunity. Zhou Hai snorted and, with a wave of his hand, liquid spirit and essence transformed into 2 water dragons that burst forth, instantly melting into the essence of heaven and earth, pushing toward the Wendao Palace. On the square before the gate of the Wendao Palace, before everyone could react to what Zhou Hai's so-called opportunity was, they saw the heavens and earth shake, as endless spiritual essence turned into a thick mist, sweeping over like a wave. Due to the overwhelming density of the spiritual essence, it even caused chaos in the heavens and earth, with wild winds swirling. What the heck is happening? Did lazy uncle just imprison the spiritual essence from 100,000 miles around? Everyone stared in disbelief at this scene. Many who were weak just a moment ago suddenly felt invigorated just by breathing it in, as the essence surged like a dragon into their nostrils, quickly nourishing their overstrained bodies. The feeling of a long-awaited rain after a drought made everyone unconsciously breathe eagerly, as if wanting to eat the essence of heaven and earth. Not far away, those who had been blasted away by Qin Bei were either dead or barely hanging on, with only a few divine realm cultivators still clinging to life. Feeling the rich spiritual essence, they greedily breathed it in. But at that moment, an invisible force cut off their absorption of the essence. You dared to bully my disciple, and still want to absorb my essence, have you all not woken up? And are you all foolish? With such immense spiritual essence, why aren't you rushing to cultivate? Lying here waiting for me to feed you? Zhou Hai's voice finally snapped everyone back to reality. Taking advantage of the strength they had just regained, they hurriedly sat down to adjust their breathing. With vast spiritual essence supporting them, everyone felt their cultivation techniques flowing smoothly at dozens of times the normal rate. Some even sensed a breakthrough was imminent and entered into deep meditation right on the spot. Boom! Before long, someone began to demonstrate signs of a breakthrough. It was Bai Shushu, the prized disciple of Li Changqing. In just a short quarter of an hour, she was on the verge of a breakthrough. Not only did she successfully restore her inner spiritual energy, but she also broke through from the innate 7th level to the 8th level. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if it triggered a chain reaction. After Bai Shushu broke through, many disciples on the scene followed suit and broke through one after another. In an instant, the airwaves in the field surged, forming tornadoes. Endless spiritual energy rushed towards these people. Even Zhang Qianquan successfully broke through from the innate 8th level to the innate 9th level. Seeing this, the elders of various palaces also speeded up their absorption of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. Li Changqing and Chen Shuang's injuries gradually healed. But the immense medicinal power in their bodies had not yet been exhausted and was first converted into spiritual energy, bringing a rich vitality that not only nourished their bodies but also accelerated their breakthrough pace. Boom! Li Changqing was the first to break through. A white light burst out from his body, and a righteous aura instantly spread out. He tried to comprehend the life force within the medicinal power, constructing his own righteous principle with the righteous aura. At the moment the principle condensed, the heavens and earth changed color, and rolling thunder swept across the sky. As Li Changqing's principle spread out, everyone felt a surge of vitality. The righteous aura inherently belonged to the power of hope. Now, merging with the life force to construct principles, made Li Changqing's principles full of vigor. At this moment, he seemed like a birthday star, as if a righteous principle could grant a person their lifespan. Everyone, continue your cultivation, I am going to face the tribulation. Seeing the impending thunder tribulation, Li Changqing said one sentence and flew away from here. Not long after he left, Chen Shuang also broke through. Everyone could feel that previously, Chen Shuang's sword principles were solely about killing. But this time, his breakthrough included a breath of life. His sword path seemed to come alive. Since this was not a breakthrough of great levels, Chen Shuang did not trigger a thunder tribulation like Li Changqing. Seeing the successful breakthrough, Chen Shuang wanted to solidify his realm, but at that moment, a dense aura of death suddenly filled the scene.
It was Chen Shuang's top disciple, Xiao Ting, breaking through to the second level of the Death Realm. The Death Realm, defying heaven to seize life, every breakthrough is a struggle against the heavens. Enduring the invasion of the aura of death allows one to progress further and gain 100 years of lifespan.
If unable to withstand it, one could lose all cultivation and become an ordinary person.
In the worst case, one might die and lose their path, with their soul possibly being eroded. Seeing his top disciple starting to face the death tribulation, Chen Shuang couldn't care for himself any longer and focused heavily on this side. But at this moment, another aura of death spread out, as Dan Chizi's top disciple, Lu Danyang, broke through from the innate peak to the first level of the death realm. Seeing this, Chen Shuang couldn't help but frown.
Having one person facing the death tribulation was enough for him to worry, with two breaking through together, how could he manage? However, before he could continue to feel anxious, a third, fourth, and even fifth aura of death erupted on the scene. It was Morong Zhao's top disciple, Chu Chen, second disciple, Ling Luoxue, as well as Woyang's top disciple, Yuan Bupo, all breaking through one after another. With 5 auras of death in the scene, Chen Shuang felt overwhelmed. Even Woyang and Dan Chizi couldn't focus on their cultivation any longer, staring at this side. Everyone continued to cultivate. What's the big deal about facing a death tribulation?
At this moment, Zhou Hai's voice came. Then they saw a rejuvenation pill flying through the air, which Zhou Hai refined on the spot, scattering vitality all over the sky.
Oh my.
In an instant, Chen Shuang, Woyang, Dan Chizi, and others were dumbfounded. Other disciples also couldn't help but open their eyes wide, looking completely bewildered. Using a heavenly grade pill to face the death tribulation, was this a joke? Those disciples who currently could not break through to the death realm were left with nothing but envy. The rejuvenation pill was not only a holy item for healing but could also restore youth, extending lifespan by 1,000 years. Yet it was used for death realm cultivators facing the tribulation, simply to fight for that 100 years of life. Such a thing, aside from the lazy uncle. Who can do this? At this moment, everyone finally understood that the salted fish master was not only the strongest hidden in the academy but also a moving treasure trove. His background was probably greater than several holy places combined, otherwise, how could he be so generous? Junior brother, thank you. Chen Shuang had a bitter expression, cupping his hands in the direction of the Daocang Palace, continuing to solidify his cultivation.
Dan Shenzi and Wu Yan let out a dry laugh.
Seeing the crisis facing their disciples vanish, the two also cupped their hands and entered their own cultivation. Among everyone, only Zhang Xiankuan, who had just broken through, could not meditate no matter how hard he tried. His gaze was blank as he looked toward the Daocang Palace, recalling the scene when Zhou Hai accepted disciples a few days ago when he entered the academy. At that time, Morong Zhao spared no effort to stuff him to Zhou Hai, but he firmly refused. Now, looking back, he regretted it so much he felt like spitting blood. Others' disciples could cross a deadly tribulation, and Zhou Hai could produce heavenly pills that one rarely sees even in holy places to assist. What kind of resources would he gain by being his disciple during cultivation? Zhang Qiankuan dared not even think. But once, all these should have been his. The more he thought about it, the more heartbroken he felt, and before he realized it, his eyes turned red. Chapter 45. Time slowly passed. 3 hours later, the spiritual energy in the field was exhausted, and everyone reluctantly exited their cultivation state. Even Li Changqing successfully returned from his tribulation, having broken through to the Tao comprehension realm, carrying a natural charm of the Tao. Disciples, come back. Zhou Hai's voice was heard, calling to Chen Bei and Qin Xia. Wait, take this unruly disciple away. At that moment, Chen Shuang spoke up. Immediately, Zhang Qiankuan felt a sharp pain all over his body. A fierce sword energy rushed into his body, instantly scattering his cultivation. Master. Zhang Qiankuan was shocked and looked at Chen Shuang in disbelief. Don't call me master, I don't have disciples like you. You can ignore your fellow disciples in danger. When the common people suffer, will you just watch? Today you disregard your junior brother Chen Bei, go and apologize to your uncle Zhou Hai. Chen Shuang shouted loudly. Just because he hadn't paid attention to Zhang Qiankuan before didn't mean he hadn't noticed his actions. Thinking about what had happened earlier, Chen Shuang felt a bit cold-hearted. Take him away. Without allowing Zhang Qiankuan to argue, Chen Shuang waved his hand, and a wave of energy instantly swept him in front of Chen Bei. That's right, take him away. This kid has impure thoughts, no matter how your master punishes him, we absolutely will not intervene. Chen Shangqing's voice came, coldly gazing at Zhang Qiankuan and speaking to Chen Bei. No. Master, uncle, you can't treat a disciple like this. The disciple has difficulties. Zhang Qiankuan's face changed dramatically, hastily calling out. Humph. Who hasn't faced some difficulties on the path of cultivation? If everyone shrinks back like you in the face of adversity, neglecting the lives and deaths of fellow disciples, how can they strive for the common people? Dan Shenzi spoke with a face full of disgust.
Sigh, this child, your talent isn't bad. No one in the entire academy can match you except for Chen Bei, even your senior brother Chu Chen is slightly inferior. But your character is not upright. If left unchecked, you might bring disaster to the common people in the future. Go and apologize to your uncle Zhou Hai. Even Su Jingyang couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, advising him. Seeing that none of the elders spoke for him, Zhang Qiankuan's face turned as ugly as it could be. He couldn't understand how he, once a prized possession, had turned into someone everyone wanted to hit just within a few days, and why everyone was so disgusted with him. Even the senior brothers and sisters who had shown him warmth these days now looked at him coldly, their eyes full of strong rejection. Alright, how big of a deal is this? Why are you blowing it up? The child is still young and doesn't understand, there's no need to take it seriously. Watching a group of shameless old fellows preach righteous words in front of the Dao Palace, Zhou Hai rolled his eyes. How could he not understand their little schemes? As the saying goes, jade must be carved to become a useful tool. These old fellows wanted to use his hands to help them discipline their disciples. He is not so idle that he has time to deal with such matters. Although he also finds Zhang Qiankuan unpleasant, this is not his disciple, so let Chen Shuang worry about it. What does it have to do with him? And every time he thinks of the scene where several old guys are snatching disciples, he can't help but feel gloating. The academy values benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust. Having such a rebellious disciple will surely cause Chen Shuang some trouble in the future. In comparison, his own disciple, whom everyone looked down on back then, is now exactly the envy of these old guys. The more he thinks about it, the more proud he feels. Zhou Hai not only can't be bothered to deal with the old guy's accusations, but he even wants to be a good person. Child, as they say, brothers fight tigers together, and sons fight battles with their fathers. As fellow apprentices, if you cannot rely on your brothers, then who can you rely on in the future? Let's forget about this matter, just go back and sincerely apologize to your master and reflect on your actions, and it will pass. Your master does not blame you, just remember one thing, my disciple does not need your help, but one day you will need everyone's assistance. When that time comes, everyone watching from the sidelines will be your moment of despair. Putting away his smile, Zhou Hai transmitted his voice, pretending to educate with sincerity. Upon hearing this, all the disciples were shocked. When did the lazy uncle become so magnanimous? What he said could be considered as a classic teaching of the wise. Everyone felt touched by his words. Only a few elders couldn't help but silently curse in their hearts. This kid is so shameless, we are all made to look like the bad guys, and he alone is the good one. The key is that with Zhou Hai saying this, they couldn't refute him. Master, I was wrong. Only Zhang Qiankuan's eyes instantly turned red. No matter what, he never expected that when everyone despised him, only Zhou Hai would speak for him. A strong sense of regret flooded his heart. He thought, how great it would have been if he had joined Zhou Hai's sect from the beginning. Who in the whole academy would dare to say a single word against him? Seeing that you feel regret, and your uncle master is speaking for you, let this matter pass for now. You will be punished to contemplate in the Dao Hall for a month, reflect on why you are cultivating. Seeing the regret in Zhang Qiankuan's eyes, Chen Shuang assumed he had truly recognized his mistake and said coldly. Yes, master. Zhang Qiankuan heavily bowed his head to the ground, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Enough, clean up the aftermath. Leave one person to inform the Zhou royal family to give our academy an explanation. As for the others, their cultivation is wasted, throw them out of our academy's territory. Li Changqing's voice came, his gaze coldly directing towards those severely injured supernatural realm cultivators. Yes. Hearing this, the disciples rushed forward, soon filling the air with sorrowful screams. Those invading supernatural realm cultivators were already injured and couldn't muster any cultivation. Under the disciples' attack, they not only had their cultivation destroyed but also had their bones and muscles broken. The academy had always been merciful, but that didn't mean they were soft-hearted. In dealing with enemies, there has never been a saying of being merciful and compassionate. As the matter was seen to be settled, Chen Bei and Qin Xiao exchanged glances and were about to return to the Dao Hall. But at that moment, the situation suddenly changed, and a cold voice came. How bold of the great Zhou Academy! Do you wish to rebel? As soon as the voice fell, a powerful pressure descended, all the disciples changed color, each spitting blood. Who? The faces of the elders darkened as they all looked up at the sky. With their Dao-seeking realm cultivation, Wu Yan, Chen Shuang, and Li Changqing rushed to the sky first, blocking most of the pressure for the disciples. However, even they could not help but feel heavy in their hearts at this moment. Under the immense pressure, Chen Shuang and Li Changqing couldn't withstand much, leaving only Wu Yang charging at the forefront, being forced down to below 100 meters. Seeing this, Chen Bei and Qin Xiao halted once again, their brows knitting tightly. Damn, are these people crazy? Do they really think our academy is easy to bully? In the small courtyard behind the Dao Hall, Zhou Hai slightly frowned, his gaze instantly locked onto a figure hovering in the clouds thousands of feet high. It was an old man, dressed in green, who, based on his age, must have lived for at least 1,000 or 1,800 years. His cultivation level was solidly at the 6th level of the Unity realm, far beyond what Wu Wanli could compare to before. Chapter 46. I dare ask who you are, what do you intend to do? In front of the Wandao Palace, Wu Yang's expression was serious. With his cultivation, he couldn't even pinpoint the visitor's location, so he could only shout loudly. Not far away, Ji Kuei, who was being suppressed under the artificial mountain, shook his head. At that moment, he felt extremely uncomfortable, as if his body were about to burst under the pressure. In the midst of dizziness, he sensed the overwhelming oppressive force, and he instantly regained some clarity. Seeing a powerful figure seeking trouble, he was overjoyed. This person's strength was unimaginable. If he acted against the academy, could the academy withstand it? It seemed that heaven was helping him seek revenge. Humph. It seems your great Zhou Academy really has blood on its hands, having enemies everywhere, and can't even remember who you have offended. Then let me teach you the rules of the academy. A cold voice came, and a blue cloud descended from the sky. Standing on the cloud was an old man in green, stroking his long beard, giving off an aura of immortality. Is it you, Elder Qingzhu? Wu Yang and the others immediately recognized his identity. He was indeed the Grand Elder of the Dakian Academy, Master Qingzhu. Once, he was also an elder of the Dakian Academy, having retired for seclusion after breaking through to the Unity realm. It had been 600 years, no one had expected him to suddenly seek trouble with the Great Zhou Academy. It is indeed I. Do you know your crimes? Master Qingzhu stood with his hands clasped behind him, coldly saying. Elder Qingzhu, we juniors do not know what crime we have committed, please enlighten us. Wu Yang cupped his hands, and even in front of Master Qingzhu, they had to refer to themselves as juniors and treated him with respect. Truly unrepentant. However, before Wu Yang finished speaking, he saw Master Qingzhu's expression darken. In an instant, a powerful oppressive force swept across the world. Boom, boom, boom. Wu Yang, Chen Shuang, and Li Changqing, already bearing tremendous pressure, suddenly felt as if a mountain weighing millions of tons was pressing down on them. They could no longer suppress their groans and quickly fell down, lying on the ground, spitting out blood. Ah! The disciples of the academy screamed in agony. No one could withstand such pressure, and they all collapsed to the ground. Some of the weaker disciples even bled from their 7 orifices, and the scene was horrifying. A mere person of divine ability realm, an ant-like foundation building realm, how could you two withstand my pressure? Master Qingzhu reveled in this high and mighty feeling. Looking at everyone lying down, feeling quite pleased, he noticed Chen Bei and Qin Xiao standing among the crowd, and could not help but frown. Master Qingzhu, when did my great Zhou Academy provoke you? What do you mean by this? Chen Bei's gaze was icy, and he said in a low voice. He had a premonition that this person was also targeting him. How dare a small disciple question me? Is this the upbringing of your great Zhou Academy? I see your great Zhou Academy really is becoming more and more outrageous. You two, get down. Master Qingzhu snorted coldly, and once again shouted. Overwhelming pressure surged toward the two seniors. However, both Chen Bei and Qin Xiao possessed imperial artifacts, and this little pressure from Master Qingzhu had no effect on them, even if it were the pressure of a saint. What's happening? Seeing his pressure seemingly losing its effectiveness, Master Qingzhu's brows knitted tightly, and he was enraged. I said, get down. In an angry rebuke, Master Qingzhu slapped out a palm. In an instant, the earth resonated, and a massive blue palm print flew towards Chen Bei and Qin Xiao. This was clearly meant to kill. Not to mention those in foundation building realm and divine ability realm, even ordinary insight realm experts would be slapped to death. Good. Seeing this scene, Ji Kuei was so excited he almost jumped up, even forgetting the pain in his body. This person really came to target the academy. Just look at this imposing manner. Even my father, who is at the 5th level of the Unity realm, is slightly inferior. Destroying an academy is just a matter of a snap of the fingers. He wanted to see who was stronger, the master hidden in the academy or this Mr. Qingzhu. Damn it, who is this fool, flaunting power right in front of me? Just then, Zhou Hai's angry voice rang out. In the next moment, the space froze, and the gigantic green palm print exploded like fireworks. Then, an even larger palm print covered the sky, enveloping an area of 10 miles, enclosing the entire Wendaegon within it. The palm print appeared gray-black, with destructive power swirling inside, carrying the eternal essence of extinction, slamming towards Mr. Qingzhu. The Mr. Qingzhu, who had just been imposing and seemed invincible, suddenly changed his expression. The threat of death shattered his heart and courage. Facing that huge palm print, he wanted to flee, but found that the surrounding space had solidified. Even with his cultivation, he couldn't move a step, feeling as if he was sinking into quagmire. Who are you? Mr. Qingzhu shouted hurriedly, but received no response. He quickly activated his technique, and a wondrous scene appeared behind him.
In the scene, large stretches of green bamboo formed a bamboo sea, swaying in the wind. A bright moon rose above the bamboo sea, carrying an unstoppable power and crashing toward the palm print. At the same time, the green bamboo surged as well, bearing the might to pierce through heaven and earth. However, at the moment the bright moon and bamboo collided with the palm print, without exception, they started to decompose and explode. Meanwhile, his bamboo domain began to collapse, and the endless bamboo sea dissipated into nothingness. Put. As the domain was shattered, the powerful backlash immediately caused Mr. Chinju to spit out blood, his organs feeling as if they had been shattered. Get down! At this moment, Zhou Hai's voice rang out again. Boom! The palm print heavily slammed down on Mr. Chinju. He spat out a mouthful of blood, with blood foam bubbling from his eyes, ears, and nose, his body crashing down on the ground vertically. When the sky-covering palm print disappeared, everyone saw it. The previously domineering Mr. Chinju now lay on the ground like a pile of mud, twitching uncontrollably. This palm strike had apparently shattered all his meridians, broken all his bones, and wasted all his cultivation. This. A powerful Unity Realm Master, just like that wasted by someone? Everyone was dumbfounded. They knew Zhou Hai was strong, but this level of strength was beyond belief. Was there still any justice left in the world? This was a Unity Realm Master. Moreover, it was rumored that 600 years ago, he had already reached the second level of the Unity Realm, and now it was hard to imagine. But Zhou Hai, from dozens of miles away, casually struck him down. Could he be any more ruthless? Damn it, so being old and arrogant is no problem. You come to my academy to show off, I can accept that. But after failing to show off, you still dare to fly into a rage? You really don't know when to stop. Zhou Hai's dissatisfied voice came through, unable to hold back his sarcasm. Ji Kuei, who was suppressed under the rockery, had a stiff expression, looking at this scene in disbelief. He couldn't believe that such a strong master could be taken down with just a palm. Doesn't that mean even if my father came, it would be the same? An intense sense of fear washed over Ji Kuei, and without thinking, he closed his eyes and continued to play dead. Too terrifying. You all you dare to waste me. I am a Unity Realm Master, are you not afraid of the Academy's punishment? Mr. Chinju spat blood, desperately enduring the heart-wrenching pain, shouting in despair. Chapter 47. What's wrong with hitting an old fool? Trying to pressure me with the Academy, I have great scholars to argue for me. Li Shixiang, you go, spit him down. Zhou Hai's words made Li Chongqing, who had just gotten up, look dark. What does this brat mean? Am I supposed to be like a shrew arguing on the street? But now he was very angry, spraying a torrent of words at Mr. Chinju. Chinju, old bastard, everyone says you are aloof and proud, indifferent to fame and wealth. I didn't expect you to be a name-dropping opportunist, bullying others with your power. As your juniors, we show you respect, yet you oppress us with your authority. In the academy for 100 years, even a dog can preach reason. Yet you understand nothing of it. After Li Chongqing finished speaking, the disciples of the academy also did not hold back, angrily criticizing him. That's right, Chinju, old bastard. As juniors, we have shown you great respect, yet you are arrogant with age. If you don't give an explanation today, this matter is far from over. Chinju, old thief, our academy has valued etiquette since the beginning of our sage. May I ask, when did the former sage teach you to bully others with power? Chinju, old dog. As they spoke, everyone took turns hurling insults, making Mr. Chinju's face turn pale. But he, alone, could neither argue back against the crowd nor resist the blows, only feeling humiliated. Not far away, Qin Xiao stared wide-eyed at the scene, feeling a surge of emotions. So, this is what it means to have a great scholar debating for me? Once again, I've learned true insights from my master. The other disciples of the academy watched in excitement, seeing Mr. Chinju rendered speechless, feeling utterly pleased. Only Chen Bei stood in place, appearing thoughtful. Boom! Suddenly, Chen Bei's clothes moved without wind, an invisible aura of the Tao spread out. While the crowd was still attacking Mr. Chinju, they all fell silent, looking over here in shock. What's going on? This is enlightenment? Under everyone's gaze, Chen Bei entered a state of enlightenment, emitting a vibe that was almost Tao-like. In his mind was the image of the palm strike Zhou Hai had thrown earlier. At the moment that palm strike fell, everyone felt its world-destroying power, but only Chen Bei, who shared the same practice, sensed the unique method of controlling heaven and earth. In that moment of control, it seemed like the master had grasped the weak point of the entire world. He could manipulate the entire heaven and earth at will. To cage the void, or even to shatter the void, was just a thought away. Perhaps, based on the master's cultivation, shattering the void would be nothing to him, but this subtle control was certainly worth studying. But what kind of control is this? Why can even heaven and earth be easily grasped? In the state of enlightenment, Chen Bei fell into anxiety. That feeling of seeming to grasp something yet always obscured bewildered him. Unknowingly, the true essence of his extinction burst forth from within, completely enveloping a space around him. That space became somewhat illusory, gradually twisting, seemingly ready to be torn apart by this powerful true essence. The people around gasped in shock, all with expressions of seeing a ghost.
What kind of technique is this? How can it be so powerful? It allows a practitioner of the divine ability realm to affect space? It's no wonder everyone was astonished. A practitioner of the divine ability realm can influence the weather, call wind and rain, a veritable immortal in the eyes of mortals. But to influence the operation of space, that's completely impossible. Even a unified realm expert can only isolate a space through the principle of the Tao. Yet Chen Bei's extinction true essence contained the power to tear space, which surpassed common sense. Even the prostrate Mr. Qingju felt a chill run down his spine. Chen Bei made him feel as if he were facing the Holy Son of the main academy. No, he had seen the Holy Son of the main academy before. But even that Holy Son, aside from being stronger in cultivation than Chen Bei, could not compare to Chen Bei's might. What kind of monster is this person, who seems to have the momentum to surpass the Holy Son? You have to know, that person was raised as a sage. How strange, without any reason, how could he enter enlightenment? In the courtyard of the Daozong Palace, Zhou Hai, with his divine sense covering this void, watched Chen Bei awaken and couldn't help but be stunned. Until Chen Bei's true essence surged, even attempting to manipulate the space around him, he suddenly understood something. My goodness, you little brat of the divine ability realm. Do you really think you can master the world's weaknesses and shatter the void? Zhou Hai had a serious expression, unexplainably feeling a sense of anticipation. If Chen Bei could indeed identify the world's weaknesses with his power at the divine power stage, his combat ability would increase exponentially. However, without comprehending the path of extinction, could Chen Bei truly achieve it? Under Zhou Hai's expectant gaze, Chen Bei, in a moment of enlightenment, suddenly had a flash of insight. Why is it that although both are imperial scriptures, the path of extinction and the path of refinement focus on completely different aspects? One emphasizes offense, while the other emphasizes body refinement. The one who attacks, like the path of extinction, seems to be powerful and unstoppable, but that's not the truth. The true force capable of breaking through 10,000 laws has never been the path of extinction, but rather the path of refinement. Humans have flaws, so the path of refinement refines all heavenly laws to strengthen oneself and make up for all deficits, attacking boldly without hesitation. In contrast, the path of extinction seems to focus solely on offense, using unmatched might to annihilate everything, but the most important aspect is finding the weaknesses of opponents. People have flaws, all things in the world, even the heavens and the earth, have flaws. That palm strike from the master identified various flaws, so it used almost no force yet could produce a strike that destroyed the universe. With this thought, Chen Bei suddenly opened his eyes. The path of extinction operated, and imperial patterns appeared within him. His gaze sharpened, and the power of extinction surged in, as he desperately sought to find the weaknesses in the world through the truth of extinction. The indestructible battle soul itself harbored an unparalleled obsession. Once this obsession emerged, even imperial scriptures took notice. Array patterns shifted, finally coalescing at his brow. With a tearing pain, blood flowed from Chen Bei's brow. Yet he showed no signs of pain, instead, he felt inexplicable excitement. He sensed that something was about to open, feeling a sudden clarity unfold. Boom! In an instant, a blood-colored heavenly eye opened at his brow. The heavenly eye slowly shifted from blood red to pitch black, resembling a black hole. My goodness, what is this? The heavenly eye, the martial Tao heavenly eye. This genius is truly extraordinary. To open the martial Tao heavenly eye with his power at the divine power stage. The crowd gasped in shock, including the senior elders, all struck dumb, left only with unprecedented amazement. The martial Tao heavenly eye, how is this possible? Even the Holy Son couldn't unlock the martial Tao heavenly eye after breaking through to the enlightened realm. How did he manage it? Mr. Qingju, lying on the ground, was constantly focused on this scene, feeling an icy chill run down his spine, more terrifying than seeing a ghost. To know, the martial Tao heavenly eye has been seen as a symbol of the saint since ancient times. Legend has it that a saint may not be able to open the martial Tao heavenly eye in their youth, but those who can unlock it are bound to become saints in due time. Does that not mean this young man is destined to become a future saint? Who is he? In a small branch of the Great Zhou, how could there be such an unrivaled genius? Wait, what did these people just call him? Junior brother Chen Bei? He is Chen Bei? Countless thoughts flashed through Mr. Qingju's mind, making him feel as if he was going crazy. This was actually his target for assassination. Not only does he possess the potential of a saint, but he also has an incredibly formidable master. What was he thinking? How could he dare to make a move against someone like this? With this thought, Mr. Qingju only hated that he had lost his cultivation, otherwise, he would have rushed back to the Dakian Academy and slapped Fu Shuerong to death. If it weren't for him, how would he come here to kill a being destined to become a saint?
Moreover, he felt that Chen Bei's future was not just to become a saint, but he might become even stronger. Because those who generally open the heavenly eye are at least in the enlightened realm or higher.
A divine power stage opening the heavenly eye is unprecedented.
As everyone was in shock, Chen Bei discovered that his perception of the world had changed. He saw various principles of the world, a manifestation of the Taoan order.
Yes, this is the feeling.
Chen Bei was overjoyed. With his current cultivation, he wasn't yet qualified to search for weaknesses in the world. Even glimpsing the order of the heavens would cause a stinging sensation in his heavenly eye. But when he looked at the other people present, what he saw was a scene full of holes and scars.
It seemed that with just a finger pointing, one could be destroyed on the spot.
This feeling made Chen Bei's heart race, and he turned his gaze to the cultivators of the divine realm brought by Ji Kuei. In an instant, these people felt a chill all over, instinctively feeling suffocated. They clearly saw the excitement in Chen Bei's eyes, but this excitement gave them a sense of facing death. Shaking his head, as if he thought these people were not qualified to test his strength, Chen Bei's gaze shifted again to Mr. Qingzhu.
What do you want to do? Mr. Qingzhu was taken aback, feeling chills all over his body.
Sorry, Mr. Qingzhu, as a senior of the academy, considering the academy and teacher Zhu Yu, I should not harm you. But I cannot touch the academy's people, and the others are not qualified for me to practice on, so I can only trouble you.
Chen Bei smiled, raising his hand to point at Mr. Qingzhu, intending to explode the opponent's body refined through Tao essence with minimal force.
Practice on me? Mr. Qingzhu's face turned ashen, inwardly thanking Chen Bei's whole family.
This bastard, wanting to kill him and still being this polite? Could his master be the smiling tiger from the academy? Where is Morong Shao? Why don't you bring your academy people to bind themselves and plead guilty?
Just as Mr. Qingzhu felt despair, a voice sounded from the sky. 5 figures flew in, landing at the entrance of the academy, showing an arrogant posture that looked down on the world.
Who the hell are these little turtles coming from? Do they really think my academy is easy to bully, coming wave after wave to step on us? In the small courtyard of Daozang Palace, Zhou Hai's face instantly darkened.
At the moment Chen Bei comprehended the heavenly eye, his internal Tao essence changed under the tenfold feedback.
Just as he anticipated some results, these oblivious ones came again.
Without a doubt, these people were likely coming for his precious disciple. Thinking of this, he raised his hand, ready to slap them all to death.
Wait, master, let me handle it.
At that moment, Chen Bei's excited voice came. He was worried about finding someone to practice on, and this was the best experiment subject.
Presumptuous. Who dares to speak wild words in my academy? Chen Bei flew to the entrance of the academy.
Seeing this, the others quickly followed. The 5 peak Tao enlightenment experts were a bit stunned. They came to oppress others but never expected that in such a small branch of the Great Zhou Academy, there was someone daring enough to be so reckless. It's him, the 9th prince of the Qian dynasty, the overlord Chen Bei. Suddenly, one person noticed something and quickly took out a scroll, comparing it to Chen Bei's portrait.
Chen Bei?
Truly looking everywhere for something, and it comes effortlessly. Today, capturing Chen Bei here, I want to see what the Zhou dynasty has to say. It's one thing to shelter Chen Bei in the Qian dynasty, but to indulge him in killing the elder of our Qianyao Holy Land. We, the Holy Land, will join the Qian dynasty to attack the Great Zhou, which can be considered justifiable.
Confirming Chen Bei's identity, the 5 people looked ecstatic. However, their words made everyone's faces in the academy sink. Chen Bei's killing intent surged. It was one thing for these people to come for him, but they actually intended to use him to overthrow the entire Zhou dynasty. These so-called holy places could not tolerate even a piece of clean land in the world. Looking for death. With a roar of anger, Chen Bei charged towards one of the experts. He, ignorant fool.
Didn't expect you to be stronger than the legends, at such a young age to have the cultivation of the 6th level of the divine realm. But unfortunately, this is not your reason to be arrogant, it's just your confidence in seeking death. This was an old man with a goatee, and when he saw Chen Bei charging in, he sneered dismissively. The others withdrew, equally underestimating Chen Bei. Seeing Chen Bei approaching, the goateed old man's eyes sharpened as he stretched out his hand, unleashing Tao essence that wrapped around Chen Bei, aiming to capture him.
Arrogant old fool, go die.
Chen Bei shouted, his inner silent true essence erupting. His heavenly eye opened, and chains of Tao principles appeared in front of him, each with cracks. He threw a punch, and the numerous chains of Tao principles held by the goat-bearded elder instantly shattered.
Ha! The goat-bearded elder was stunned, his face frozen in shock.
However, in that fleeting moment, Chen Bei's gaze was locked on him, and a sense of death surged to his heart. He instinctively wanted to retreat, but saw that Chen Bei had already arrived before him, landing a punch on his chest. In an instant, the violent power spread throughout his body. With a crackling sound, he tried to summon his true essence to protect himself, but it was already too late. His form was shattering, his bones were smashing. Dust flew from his skin, and his blood turned into mist, scattering endlessly. Ah! In a moment, he could only release a cry of despair, and he vanished within the sea of blood mist. Boom! This scene detonated in everyone's minds like a 1,000-ton bomb, leaving them all dizzy. What the hell did I just see? A cultivator at the 6th level of the Divine Power Realm just exploded a peak Enlightenment Realm powerhouse with one punch? Did you see that? Chen Bei didn't even use his full strength for that punch. On the Academy side, the disciples went wild, and the elders were completely dumbfounded. Everyone knew Chen Bei was formidable, capable of competing with Enlightenment Realm experts, but this scene was too unbelievable. On the Dao Palace side, Mr. Cheng Zhu and Ji Kuei simultaneously swallowed their saliva, nearly choking to death. On the other side, the 4 elders of the Qionyao sacred ground dropped their jaws in shock, even forgetting their anger. For old geezers, come at me together, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Chen Bei raised his hand, pointing at the 4, wanting to test his silent heavenly eye and see if he could defeat the 4 peak Enlightenment Realm powerhouses at once. Chapter 49. You're looking for death. The 4 reacted, one of them furious, their Dao principles condensing behind them into the shadow of a 1,000-foot ancient tree. With the Dao Soldier treasure tree merging into it, the ancient tree became solid, towering to 10,000 feet, its leaves sharp as blades. Annihilate! That powerhouse roared, countless leaves instantly transforming into a river of swords tearing towards Chen Bei. Chen Bei opened his heavenly eye and saw the true essence of this treasure tree expert replenishing the flaws in his Dao principles. After merging with the Dao Soldier, his Dao Law had virtually no flaws to speak of. The sword river surged forward, and in the blink of an eye, it was upon him. Chen Bei raised his hand, dark clouds rolled in, and a black lightning dragon collided with that sword river. Boom! Boom boom boom! The explosions were earth-shattering. The black lightning dragon continually dissipated, and in an instant, only half of its body remained. In contrast, the sword river, evolving under the Dao principles and Dao soldiers, grew fiercer with every moment. Be careful, nephew. Younger brother, retreat. Seeing this scene, everyone in the academy changed their expressions drastically. This treasure tree expert was far more powerful than that mountain-moving powerhouse before, and with the Dao soldier's assistance, he was virtually unstoppable. Chen Bei's expression became grave, realizing the gap between them. In a sneak attack, he might gain the upper hand. But if the opponent went all out, he felt immense pressure mounting. Break for me! Seeing his divine phenomenon about to be shattered, Chen Bei threw a punch, blending the silent force with lightning Dao principles, causing the void to explode. The violent punch shook the heavens and earth, colliding with the sword river as the lightning dragon shattered. Rumble! The heavens swayed, and endless shockwaves instantly spread out. Meanwhile, the sword river shattered, countless sword lights flying in all directions. Ah! On the academy side, many disciples were blasted away by the shockwaves, spitting blood. Be careful! Seeing the sword lights coming in waves, even Divine Power Realm cultivators would be shredded in an instant. Wu Yang, Chen Xuan, and Li Changqing rushed out, using their Dao principles to block. Yet under the barrage of thousands of sharp blades, all 4 were sent flying. Li Changqing, after blocking tens of thousands of blades, had his true essence shattered, nearly being ripped to shreds by the sword energy. Everyone's faces turned pale with despair. The mere aftermath of the battle has such deadly force, it's hard to imagine how much pressure Chen Bei is under on the battlefield. Die for me! Seeing his sword river shatter, the Baoshu expert raged, and countless branches from the treasure tree wove a cage, trapping Chen Bei inside. Within the cage, a sword pool emerged, and sword intent erupted, strangling Chen Bei. Humph, there are indeed flaws, nearly hidden beneath a facade. Chen Bei stood tall and fearless, having shattered the sword river with a punch, he instantly understood something. He activated the Eye of Obliteration to its peak, an endless black light enveloping him, finally revealing a few weaknesses in the Baoshu expert's Dao technique despite the imposing power of his opponent. Though he couldn't see everything clearly, that was enough. Obliterate the heavens and earth, command the universe. Chen Bei roared, concentrating all the obliteration power into his right index finger. He pointed, breaking through a tiny spot in his opponent's mighty true essence. Raging power instantly surged into the Dao flaw hidden beneath the true essence. Boom, boom, boom. With a single point, the obliteration power spread through the opponent's flaw, instantly destroying all of his Dao energy. Even that towering ancient tree was blown apart in an instant, leaving only a fist-sized Dao soldier treasure tree floating in the air. How is this possible? The Baoshu expert's face changed drastically, his Dao techniques shattered, causing him to cough up blood uncontrollably. He hurriedly activated his divine techniques and Dao methods, trying to reconstruct the ancient tree illusion, but Chen Bei wouldn't give him that chance. He flew to his front in an instant, smashing his fist toward his forehead. No! The Baoshu expert screamed in terror. Chen Bei's combat awareness was too strong, fully grasping every opportunity in the battle.
This punch felt like death approaching, leaving him no time to resist. Presumptuous. With an angry roar, the other three experts could no longer sit still. One of them threw a treasure wheel into the air like a blazing sun, striking directly at Chen Bei. Chen Bei, however, appeared oblivious, his fist heavily crashing into the Baoshu expert's forehead. Crack, crack. Boom. The Baoshu expert's body began to crack from his forehead, and he exploded into ashes on the spot. At that moment, the treasure wheel also struck down heavily onto Chen Bei's shoulder. But Chen Bei spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body violently flung backwards. The scorching power surged into him, threatening to burn his body to ashes. This was the power of true solar fire, though it paled in comparison to true solar fire, it was enough to refine countless strong warriors. You little brat, killing 2 of my Holy Land's elders in one day, you shall pay the price. The treasure wheel expert seethed with rage, his Tao transforming into a sea of fire, merging into the treasure wheel, turning it into a blazing sun, hovering in the void. Suppress and kill. As the roar fell, a beam of solar light enveloped Chen Bei, instantly igniting him into a fireball. All together, let's kill him. Another person rushed forward, their Tao techniques condensing into a blue bird, which, after merging with a treasure bone, turned corporeal, showering down a sea of thunder that engulfed Chen Bei. You little brat, you deserve to die. Another talisman shot out, spreading the aura of death. The talisman's power manifested an army of the dead, each having innate strength, killing towards Chen Bei in an instant. Junior nephew. No. Uncle Johai, aren't you going to act? Watching this scene made everyone in the academy's eyes widen in shock. With the 3 powerful experts launching simultaneous attacks, no one felt that Chen Bei had a chance of surviving. Even Johai, who had been watching closely, couldn't help but think of intervening. But as he looked on, within the sea of solar fire and thunder, Chen Bei was actually operating the 100 Refinements Emperor's scripture, forcibly using the true fire and thunder to temper himself. Johai was utterly speechless. Indeed, an indestructible battle soul, completely unreasonable. However, he also realized that Chen Bei had been activating the I continuously, his obliteration true essence had long been exhausted, and he was now relying on the 100 refinement strength to hold on. There's no way, this kid hasn't cultivated his own obliteration Tao. The eye of obliteration relies entirely on the Emperor's pattern, and every activation consumes a massive amount of energy. Over time, he will undoubtedly fail. Disciple, the heavenly eye is ultimately an external thing. Wisdom arises from the heart, only with the wisdom I can one see the world clearly and disperse the clouds and mist. You might as well try to feel your way forward. After pondering for a moment, Johai transmitted a message to Chen Bei. Chen Bei's heart shivered, as if he had grasped something. He forced himself to endure the searing flames burning his body and the boundless pain caused by the thunderous tempering. While repairing his injuries, he contemplated the meaning of Johai's words. As the army of the dead surged forward, Chen Bei opened his eyes, activated his forged strength, and his body suddenly expanded. Law of heaven and earth. With a roar, Chen Bei's body instantly grew 10 zhan tall. The spiritual essence of heaven and earth gathered to form battle armor that enveloped him entirely, making him look like a war god. Boom. Using the law of heaven and earth, Chen Bei resembled a Taoist weapon. With a punch, dozens of laws emerged, instantly dispersing countless soldiers of the dead. He carefully experienced the sensations brought by this clash. Truly, as his master said, with the wisdom eye, one could see the world clearly and disperse the clouds and mist. These people's laws were not without flaws, it was just that their immense cultivation and Taoist weapons concealed everything, making it hard to see clearly with one's own strength. But now with his heavenly eye opened, with imperial patterns swirling inside him, he could still find scattered flaws with careful observation. For example, this time, Chen Bei's gaze focused in front of him. The dissipated spirits revived again. Under the powerful law force, the dead would extinguish and be reborn. As long as the opponent's laws remained intact, their divine abilities not broken, the army of the dead would be endless. Unfortunately, Chen Bei did not give the army of the dead a chance to be reborn. With one punch, violent power exploded the grand true essence covering the law, surging into the gap of the deceased's law. Boom boom boom. The earth-shattering explosion echoed, and the law of the undead powerhouse instantly shattered, the undead talisman splitting into cracks. How is this possible? The undead powerhouse's face changed drastically. Shocked, he spat out a mouthful of blood, suffering severe backlash. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Bei soared into the sky, his overwhelming forged strength breaking the massive light pillar blockage, arriving in front of that talisman with a punch. Boom! The already near-breakable talisman exploded on the spot, leaving only a piece of undead jade pendant flying out, which was the undead powerhouse's Taoist weapon. Puff! Junior, you! The undead powerhouse spat out another mouthful of blood. Under the backlash, he felt his internal organs rupture and wanted to summon back his Taoist weapon jade pendant. But suddenly, darkness closed in, and Chen Bei was already at his side, delivering a punch to his chest. Ah!
The undead powerhouse let out a horrific scream, his body exploding on the spot.
Junior, you shall die.
The powerful wheel elder's eyes turned red. Seeing the light pillar unable to suppress Jinbei, he waved his hand, and the great sun descended, smashing towards Jinbei. The temperatures soared sharply, aiming to incinerate everything.
If it weren't for Zhou Hai's divine protection, the area within tens of miles would instantly turn into a sea of fire. The blue bird powerhouse's eyes bulged with rage, merging with the blue bird, engulfed in the power of thunder, clawing towards Jinbei with the strength to tear everything apart.
Come on! Jinbei, full of spirit, felt the flaws within the laws of the great sun. At the moment the great sun completely descended, he caught it with both hands. The violent gravity pressed down, smashing his body to the ground. So heavy! The power of the great sun was over 10 times heavier than the mountain of the previous mover.
Even with Jinbei's immense strength, it was hard to bear.
And seizing this chance to suppress Jinbei, the blue bird powerhouse flew up close, aiming to kill Jinbei. But Jinbei tightly clutched his 10 fingers, the violent forged strength shattering the great sun's true essence in his palm, firmly grasping the flaw in the great sun's law. In an instant, the pressure drastically decreased, the great sun lightened by more than 100 times. Jinbei swung his hands, launching the sun like wielding an electric fly swatter towards the blue bird powerhouse.
Boom! The blue bird powerhouse had never imagined that Jinbei could break free from the constraints. Instantly, he was struck by the sun, flying backward, engulfed in raging flames.
In an instant, his true essence and laws shattered. Jinbei did not let him go, raising the great sun and coming behind him, delivering a heavy blow. At this moment, Jinbei's power combined with that of the treasure wheel warrior, and the Qingyao warrior simply could not withstand it.
Boom!
The sound of an explosion rang out, and the body of the Qingyao warrior was instantly shattered into pieces. The power of the laws on the blazing sun also collapsed in an instant, the soaring sun vanished, leaving only a treasure wheel still in Zhou Hai's hand.
Puff!
The treasure wheel warrior suffered a backlash, immediately spitting out blood, his face turning pale. Jinbei, I, from the Qingyao sacred land, will never forgive you. The world will hunt Zhou, and it's right before us. Neither in the heavens nor on the earth will there be a place for you to hide. The treasure wheel warrior's eyes were bloodshot, remembering that 5 had come, and now 4 were dead, and he himself was heavily injured, he had no fighting spirit left. After dropping harsh words, he turned to flee.
Can you escape?
Jinbei's eyes were icy, lightning powers burst forth, instantly rushing behind the treasure wheel warrior, raising his hand ready to kill. Disciple, spare his life, leave him to your masters to handle.
Chaos is approaching, let's see what these people are really scheming.
Zhou Hai's voice came.
Yes, master.
Jinbei's gaze remained cold, he also felt a storm was coming. Because of his existence, a battle that could engulf the entire northern wilderness was about to break out. He struck out with his palm, instantly sending the treasure wheel warrior flying. Then, he stripped him of his powers and tossed him at the entrance of the Jixia Academy.
Masters, it's up to you.
Jinbei retracted his heavenly powers and put on a cloak, flying back to join the others. The crowd looked at Jinbei like he was a ghost. Within this day, he had brought them too much shock. They really couldn't believe what would happen if he faced the sons of the great sacred lands one day. Nephew, you should go rest now, we'll handle the rest. Li Changqing stepped forward, lifting the treasure wheel warrior, his expression extremely grave.
Yes, master.
Jinbei didn't waste words and flew away, soon arriving at the small courtyard of the Daozang Palace. Seeing his returning eldest disciple, Zhou Hai was very satisfied. This kid had never let him down. Once he opened his heavenly eye, with tenfold feedback, his laws actually fused with the imperial pattern, not only becoming 10 times more powerful but also granting him the ability to command the laws with his words. You must know, the ability to command laws with words was exclusive to sages. Yet because of the imperial pattern, he achieved it even at the unity realm. Right now, he didn't need to lift a finger against anyone with a lower realm than him, with just a word, he could kill. Disciple. Zhou Hai smiled slightly and was about to say something when he saw Jinbei kneeling directly before him. Master, your disciple must leave. Thank you for your cultivation, Master, your disciple will never forget it. Jinbei's words instantly froze Zhou Hai's smile on his face. Disciple. Zhou Hai opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but was directly interrupted by Jinbei. Master, everyone has their own path, I do not wish to live under your protection for my whole life. For the sake of the northern wilderness, I believe with your ability, Master, one word could quell the chaos. But the disciple wishes to use his own method to stop this war. After I leave, I hope the academy will publicly announce that the disciple has no ties with the academy. For the crime of killing, I am willing to bear it all. At that time, with no excuse, this war will surely settle. Zhou Hai's heart trembled. Disciple, you have thought of all for everyone, even unwilling to let your master bear the burden. But have you considered that you will be hunted down by the world? How will you survive? With a light sigh, Zhou Hai was still trying to stop Jinbei.
He didn't want the young one to bear such a heavy responsibility at such a young age. Master, do you think so little of your disciple? As your disciple, am I not able to sweep across the world? Just wait, one day the disciple will return as a king. I will surely not disgrace your name, master. Chen Bei smiled lightly, a sentence rendering Zhou Hai completely speechless. The path is everyone's choice, and in the end, he cannot casually intervene. Alright, I will wait for you to sweep across an era. Remember, my master is behind you. This time you go, just act without restraint, everything is covered by me. Zhou Hai patted Chen Bei's shoulder and stuffed a storage bag into his hands. Let's go. Thank you, master. Chen Bei stood up, reluctantly glanced at the courtyard, stepped on the divine rainbow, and left without looking back. Chapter 51. Half an hour later, Qin Xiao came back, and she was with Chu Chen. Martial uncle, I found out. According to the person, a total of 6 people came to Qiangyao Sacred Land. In addition to their 5, there is also a fusion realm expert named Qian Santong. Because they learned midway that the Qin dynasty is going to attack the Great Zhou, Qian Santong has represented Qiangyao sect to join forces with the Qin dynasty, and their army will head east soon. Chu Chen came to Zhou Hai and clasped his hands. Got it, what's the use of telling me this? Go back and tell them that starting today, publicly announce that Chen Bei has no connection with our academy anymore. I have expelled him from the sect. Zhou Hai lay on the lounge chair, waving his hand impatiently. What? Expelling junior brother Chen Bei from the sect? Chu Chen's face changed. Otherwise? Those people take him as a name and don't care about life and death. Do you really want to start this war for him? Now that he has left, those people should have no reason to go to war, right? Zhou Hai spoke casually, but Chu Chen felt a sense of desolation. He didn't expect his usually carefree master to be so concerned about the world. For the common people, even the beloved disciple has to be neglected. How heart-wrenching it must be. He didn't know how long the little junior brother could live after leaving. Martial uncle, according to the decision of the elders from all halls, in 2 months, the academy will have a debate, and only the top 10 disciples will be qualified to represent the academy in battle. What about the little junior sister? After a pause, Chu Chen changed the topic. Got it, do whatever you want, isn't it just a debate? What's the big deal? In the future, just discuss these matters yourself. Zhou Hai waved his hand. Seeing this, Chu Chen thought Zhou Hai was upset about Chen Bei and left. Damn, should we destroy 1 or 2 sacred lands to intimidate? If I don't show some strength, my precious disciple will easily be treated as a soft persimmon. As soon as Chu Chen left, Zhou Hai couldn't help but murmur to himself. He was indeed very troubled. He wanted to take action but feared it would interrupt Chen Bei's path of training. Not taking action, however, also felt unpleasant. After all, so many people shouted to kill his disciple, who could bear it? Master, I knew you would never give up on senior brother. With you watching over him, senior brother, even if he leaves here, no one can hurt him. Qin Xiao smiled and looked at Zhou Hai with admiration. You talk too much, didn't you hear we have a debate in 2 months? Why aren't you going to cultivate? Zhou Hai glared, and Qin Xiao stuck out her tongue and went back to her training. In the following days, finally, no one came to the academy to cause trouble. About a week later, Morong Shao also returned to the academy. He learned about the upcoming war while in Qinzhou, and upon returning to the academy, he looked very serious. What? To avoid war, the academy has expelled Chen Bei from the sect? That's absurd, how can you just watch this happen? Upon learning that Chen Bei was expelled, Morong Shao was furious. Even the elders did not dare to speak, the disciples were silent as well. Senior brother, now who dares to manage the little junior brother's matter? Besides, when we found out, the kid had already left, what could we do? After a long time, Wu Yang said helplessly. You all. Morong Shao was so angry he trembled all over, but he had to admit that with Zhou Hai's power, they couldn't manage it at all. He was a saint after all. At the same time, Morong Shao couldn't help but feel a bit melancholic. For the common people, even the little junior brother made such sacrifices, how painful must it be for him? In the end, the academy was incompetent, it couldn't provide enough protection for their master-disciple pair. Forget it, forget it. Now the little junior brother, although he has incredible abilities, the ambitions of various sacred lands and dynasties are vast. Who knows how many saints are hidden among them? Junior brother alone is ultimately powerless against the great tide. Chunner, how has your master uncle been lately? With a light sigh, Morong Shao said solemnly. To report, master, the master uncle has recently been somewhat gloomy, seldom on duty at the Daocang Palace, almost always staying in the yard. Occasionally appearing, he curses and grumbles, saying things like brats, raised by thieves, should all die. Sometimes he even laughs inexplicably, looking a bit unwell. Chu Chen spoke with worry. Alas, your master uncle is suffering inside. You younger ones really don't know how to take care of him. Starting today, you lead and take good care of your master uncle, find ways to make him happy. Also, the discussions among the palaces can continue, but Chi Yao doesn't need to participate, just give her the spot, relieve some pressure on your master uncle. With a sigh, Morong Xiao realized that his carefree little junior brother was actually so pitiful yet admirable. What a selfless sage, quietly giving without seeking fame or fortune. Understood, master, I have this intention. Chu Chen responded and headed straight for the Daocang Palace. Senior brother, let's go together. I'll join too. The voice of Morong Zhao's second disciple, Ling Luoxue, called from behind. She was followed closely by Shu Shu, Lu Danyang, Yuan Bupeo, Xiao Ting, and Wu Ming, the personal disciple of Elder Su Jinyang from the Array Palace. At this moment, Zhou Hai was sitting in front of the gate of the Daocang Palace's scripture repository and heard the system's announcement. Ding, the host's senior disciple has encountered a pursuit by the Sword Sect and successfully escaped after killing 2 Enlightenment elders and 16 disciples. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai's eyes lit up. Well done. Those raised by thieves deserve this, they should all die. Zhou Hai let out a loud laugh, feeling utterly delighted. Chen Bei did not disappoint him. To attract the attention of major forces, after leaving the academy, he intentionally revealed his identity and was pursued non-stop by major sections. For these days, he had been on the run, yet he killed more than 30 every day. In the beginning, there were even life-taking realm cultivators. Gradually, the life-taking realm cultivators disappeared, the lowest being divine ability realm. Is he really going to sweep through an era by himself? Just as Chu Chen and others arrived, they happened to bump into Zhou Hai laughing heartily. His cursing voice made Ling Luoxue and the other disciples feel a pang of heartache. Look how worried they made their master uncle. This salted fish master uncle is almost turning into a madman. Master uncle, what's making you so happy? With a loud laugh, Chu Chen was the first to approach. Why are you all here? Zhou Hai turned to look at them. Master uncle, of course, we are here to serve your esteemed self. By the way, Master Uncle, do you have any clothes that need washing? These male disciples are too careless, how about I help you wash them? Ling Luoxue, who was beautiful, usually appeared distant, but now she was smiling warmly at Zhou Hai. Master Uncle, I'll help too. Shu Shu quickly self-recommended. You all don't practice and come here to fawn over me, you must have some scheme. Zhou Hai looked at them with suspicion. Usually, it was Chu Chen who fawned the most, but now so many people were here, he felt there was no good intent. What are you saying, Master Uncle? Look what I brought for you. These are sugar-coated hawthorns I specially bought this morning from Dihai City. Yuan Bupeo quickly pulled out hundreds of sticks of sugar-coated hawthorn. Master Uncle, here's my snack for you to see. Master Uncle, I have mine too. As they spoke, everyone took out various snacks and treats that Zhou Hai liked, which made him even more alert. Clearly, these things were not enough to win Zhou Hai's heart. Little Master Uncle, take a good look at the storage bag, there are good things. Suddenly, Lu Danyang said mysteriously. Yes, Master Uncle, I also have a surprise in my storage bag, take a look. And my. Immediately, Chu Chen and other male disciples also indicated for Zhou Hai to take a look at their storage bags. Zhou Hai's consciousness probed slightly, and he immediately widened his eyes. These little rascals, they actually brought him a pile of Spring Palace pictures and secular romance novels. This is just too much. Look at you all. Really? Am I that kind of person? I declare, today the Daozang Palace has no one on duty, you all keep an eye on things, don't lose anything. Zhou Hai glared at everyone, turned around properly, and left the back door open for all to enter the Daozang Palace for free. By the way, Xiao Shui, Xiao Bai, remember to check in when you enter the Daozang Palace. Thinking of something, Zhou Hai stopped in his tracks and said to Ling Luoxue and Shu Shu. Ah. Everyone was dumbfounded, they came to make their master happy, what does this master mean? Only the clever Chen Bei knew that the master was up to some secretive operation again. Chapter 52. Master, we just came to see if you need anything, we have no other intentions. How about we go out and relax? Chu Chen said with a smile. Get lost, I don't have time to entertain you. Zhou Hai gave him a sideways glance and left, carrying a pile of storage bags. Oh finally, I can browse the Daozang freely. As soon as he walked far, the disciples rushed into the scripture hall to read the treasured books they had long desired, leaving only Chu Chen and Shu Shu exchanging glances with Ling Luoxue. What are you doing? Stealing a look at the Daozang's collection will get you punished. Realizing this, Shu Shu shouted hurriedly. Ling Luoxue stepped up to stop them. The master already said there's no one on guard, who will punish us? Don't disturb the junior brothers from cultivating. Chu Chen quickly blocked the two girls. He had no intention of going inside, anyway, he had already read most of the books. What? Brother, are you saying that the little master opened the back door again? That's great, senior sister, let's go in too.
Bai Shushu's small mouth gaped open, thinking of Zhou Hai and Chu Chen's gray transactions. She excitedly pulled Ling Luo Shui and was about to rush in, but was stopped again by Chen Bei. The master said you two have to check in. As soon as this was said, it instantly infuriated the two girls. Why should we? Ling Luo Shui indignantly said. You can ask the master, how would I know? Chu Chen had a trace of a smile in his eyes, which irritated the two girls, who turned to find Zhou Hai to reason with him. At this moment, Zhou Hai was lying on the grass behind the Daozang Palace, snacking while flipping through newly released classics from the secular world, like The Plum and the Golden Vase. Beside him, there were hundreds of books stacked up, everything from the Sacred Woman Classic, Wet Classic, to Three Whites of Inshur, all kinds were available. He hadn't indulged in the sea of texts for a long time. Zhou Hai decided to work hard. He wouldn't eat until he finished reading these books. As a result, he became so engrossed that he didn't even notice when Bai Shushu and Ling Luo Shui arrived. The moment the two girls saw the pile of classics on the ground, their little faces instantly turned red. So this was the key to opening the back door. But as girls, how could they hand over such a thing? What are you doing? You didn't even say hello before coming in? How rude. Finally, Zhou Hai noticed the two girls while flipping the page, quickly gathering up the scattered books, and at the same time, he changed the cover of the classic in his hand, transforming it into the Classic of Righteous Qi. This scene infuriated Bai Shushu. The Classic of Righteous Qi was created by the sage of the academy, a classic of the learning palace. How could it be used as the name for such a book? Just as she was about to say something, suddenly a deathly aura spread out from a small courtyard not far away. What's going on? The gazes of the two girls were instantly attracted. Could it be that someone was facing a death tribulation? Zhou Hai also turned his head to look curiously, but felt the deathly aura increasing within him, as a death talisman silently appeared in his sea of consciousness. What's going on? The increasing deathly aura in his body clearly came from Qin Xiao. The girl practiced the Burial Heaven Emperor Sutra. It was normal to have both life and death energies, but she didn't practice talismans. Closing the book in his hand, Zhou Hai quickly returned to the small courtyard. Ling Luo Shui and Bai Shushu also hurriedly followed. But they only saw Qin Xiao sitting on a cushion in the small courtyard, drawing runes with both hands, and a death talisman was actually floating above her head, as if about to summon the gates of hell. This isn't that elder's talisman from the Holy Land, is it? Even though the appendix had no Dao rules, nor Dao soldier jade pendants, Ling Luo Shui and Bai Shushu still recognized this talisman at a glance. Especially Bai Shushu, who was a genius in talisman studies, the moment she saw this talisman. Everyone was stunned. She was sure that the academy absolutely didn't have this kind of talisman cultivation method. That Xianyao sect elder only used it once, and Qin Xiao had already replicated it. Was she even human? And just as the talisman stabilized, Qin Xiao started forming seals with one hand and drawing talismans with the other, even drawing a death talisman in reverse. Soon, a wisp of life energy spread, and another talisman appeared, but it turned into a life talisman. Ling Luoshui and Bai Shushu's heads rang with a loud buzz, as if 10,000 tons of pressure exploded in their minds, leaving them completely numb. Everyone knew that Chen Bei was a genius, but who would have thought that the younger junior's other disciple was even more of a genius? And just as the two talismans were fully formed, Qin Xiao's cultivation finally broke through, successfully reaching the 8th level of the foundation establishment stage. This scene made the two women recall the cultivation level Qin Xiao had once recorded by Chu Chen, foundation establishment stage, 1st level. That means when Chen Bei decided to let Qin Xiao participate in the 4 academies debate, Qin Xiao only had the 1st level of foundation establishment cultivation. And now, less than half a month later, she had broken through to the 8th level. This thought almost drove the two women crazy. Can't there be one normal disciple of the younger junior? But what was even more crazy was yet to come. After her breakthrough, Qin Xiao actually tried to combine the life and death talismans, nearly causing the two women to drop their jaws. However, it was clear that with Qin Xiao's cultivation, being able to fully draw 2 talismans was already the limit, and it was impossible to merge the powers of life and death. As the 2 talismans approached each other, the energies of life and death clashed, and the backlash caused Qin Xiao to spit out a mouthful of blood. The energies of life and death inside her body became chaotic, and if this continued, she would be consumed by the forces of life and death. Helpless, Qin Xiao quickly dispersed the 2 talismans, and the painful sensation throughout her body finally disappeared. Master! Opening her eyes, she saw Zhou Hai standing in front of her, and Qin Xiao quickly got up to bow. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect you to have talent in the path of talismans. It looks like my teachings in talismans have found a successor. Zhou Hai's eyes sparkled as he clapped the Haoran Righteousness Sutra in his hands, his face full of excitement. Not long ago, he had acquired the Imperial level technique, the true explanation of talismans, and had been wondering who to pass it to. What a surprise, here it was. Disciple, this true explanation of talismans is a small insight I gained in the path of talismans. If you study it seriously, you will benefit immensely. Zhou Hai raised his hand, and the technique of the true explanation of talismans was instantly transmitted into Qin Shiyao's mind. Qin Shiyao felt a boom, as if the universe had exploded, with countless pieces of information gathering and turning into a talisman. Though it was just one talisman, under close observation, it contained countless changes, full of the true principles of talismans. If one could comprehend it, all the methods of talismans would come together, and all talismans would be subdued.
Master, this is an amazing true explanation of talismans.
Opening her eyes, Qin Shiyao's eyes were full of admiration.
It's no big deal, be modest, be modest. By the way, our Daozong Palace doesn't have much, but we do have a lot of cultivation books. All the talisman techniques from all the academies are in the Daozong Palace, you can go take a look.
Zhou Hai waved his hand, once again adopting a humble and unassuming attitude.
But master, I don't have contribution points.
Qin Shiyao said helplessly. You child, the Daozong Palace was founded by our family, even if you just go to organize the books, why would you need contribution points? By the way, considering you're working hard organizing the Daozong, I'll report it to the Wendao Palace and ask them to add some contribution points for you. The two women standing nearby were stunned by what they heard.
Goodness, didn't the younger junior just say this without a second thought? That back door was way too open. Master, then I'll go to the scripture pavilion first.
After receiving Zhou Hai's approval, Qin Shiyao didn't stay a second longer and immediately ran towards the scripture pavilion. Meanwhile, Bai Shushu suddenly remembered the purpose of their visit and was about to ask Zhou Hai to open a back door for them too, but Ling Luoshua quickly grabbed her and pulled her away from there. Junior sister, why are you here?
At the entrance of the scripture pavilion, Chu Chen was reviewing some cultivation notes left by an ancestor.
Upon seeing Qin Shiyao arrive, she greeted her with a smile. The master uncle said, in our own Dao temple, you can come as you please, does big senior brother even need to agree? Before Qin Shiyao could respond, Ling Luoshua said.
Xiao junior sister, don't mind her, senior sister will take you to find talisman cultivation classics.
Senior sister Bai Shushu is a genius in talismans, with her guiding you, I believe you will surely progress rapidly. While speaking, Ling Luoshua took Qin Shiyao and entered the scripture pavilion along with Bai Shushu.
Chu Chen was dumbfounded, it's fine that the junior sister went in, but these two have also gained the recognition of the junior uncle?
He didn't dare to speak or ask, after all, he had come here with the junior sister. And Bai Shushu, who successfully entered the scripture pavilion, had a guilty look on her face. This was too easy to slip through. Junior sister, follow me. Thinking of how she had relied on the junior sister's influence, Bai Shushu dragged Qin Shiyao towards the talisman book area, wanting to personally guide Qin Shiyao in talisman cultivation. However, as soon as they arrived, Qin Shiyao's gaze was drawn to a jade slip. The jade slip was yellowed, clearly very old. It even lacked any Dao rhythms, looking nothing like a cultivation classic at all. Moreover, it had gathered quite a bit of dust from being untouched for a long time, making it seem quite insignificant. Yet Qin Shiyao felt a vast life force contained within it, as if it held a small world. She unconsciously took the bamboo slip into her hands. Junior sister, like me, you noticed this jade slip right upon arrival. But I must tell you, there's no cultivation method in this jade slip at all. It's just that 10,000 years ago, the saint ancestor thought it helped with talisman cultivation, so it's been kept here, otherwise, it would have been discarded long ago.
I've seen it before, and it only has some knowledge about nurturing flowers and plants.
It might be useful to worldly gardeners, but it's completely useless to us.
Seeing this, Bai Shushu introduced with a smile. Really?
Qin Shiyao raised her brows slightly but did not agree. She tried to probe her true essence into it. Boom! There was a loud roar in her mind, and in an instant, she found herself in another world. Upon seeing the jade slip, she could clearly sense dense life energy, yet this world was filled with death. The world was in ruins, devoid of sun, moon, or stars. Everywhere she looked was blood red. In the distance, there were countless mountains, all formed from piled-up corpses, the rich smell of blood making one want to vomit. The rushing river was filled with thick blood, floating with countless white bones.
Qin Shiyao's small face turned pale.
Standing there, she felt like the entire world was dead. How can this be? Where is the life energy?
I want to go back. Qin Shiyao tried to retreat, but found it useless.
She felt as if she was meant to be in this world, and now with the entire world dead, she was the only one still alive.
What on earth is happening? I want to get out. Qin Shiyao tried to fly.
Yet in the air, her gaze met the still blood-red sky.
The atmosphere of death was overwhelming, offering no sign of life or light.
Qin Shiyao continued to fly, but time slowly passed, and she could never find an exit in this world. That vast sea of death, the endless solitude began to break her down, driving her mad. Yet later on, she still couldn't escape this world. This feeling of collapse was born countless times. Unknowingly, she had flown for over 100 years, feeling utterly exhausted.
She landed in a swamp, weak all over, hardly able to open her eyelids. Looking at her own hands, the skin there had aged and wrinkled. Her once beautiful hair was now yellowed and sparse, appearing like withered weeds. Her life left was limited. She had flown in this world for a lifetime and was on the verge of dying of old age. Master! I want to go back. What on earth is this place? Qin Shiyao cried, not understanding why her once wonderful life had come to this. She watched herself continue to age until death arrived. As if her soul had left her body. She saw her body being eroded little by little, until it completely disappeared, and her soul gradually floated away from this world. In her final moments, she looked back at this world with unwilling eyes, only to discover something. The world was desolate and lonely, filled with a vast emptiness, as if the entire world was formed into a death talisman. Qin Shiyao was stunned. When the aura of death reached its peak, she smelled a refreshing fragrance. The countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood rotted away and vanished. On the once blood-red earth, little grass began to sprout, and spring water bubbled up from the ground, carrying a rich breath of life. The sun and moon reappeared in the sky. On the ground, countless plants grew non-stop, and various strange creatures gradually came into being. Qin Shiyao stared blankly at this scene, as if she had found the presence of vitality. When things reach their extreme, they will turn back. It turned out that the end of death is life. At the same time, the true meaning of the burial of Heaven Sutra flowed through her consciousness, and she seemed to understand its true essence. Use my body as a seed, live through death. Qin Shiyao's gaze gradually became clear. In the next moment, the aura of death flowed around her, and she seemed to transform into a member of the once dead world. Mysterious talismans began to take shape using her as a medium. Her soul turned into a seed, falling back into this world once again. As spring came and went, flowers bloomed and withered, a young willow tree finally broke through the soil. At that time, in the scripture pavilion, Bai Shushu was still answering Qin Shiyao's questions. Yes, little junior sister, many senior strong ones have seen this jade slip over the years, but... Before Bai Shushu could finish speaking, he felt a pure life force spreading out. From Qin Shiyao, green light enveloped her, and countless talismans swirled around her. She transformed into a willow tree, almost like a goddess of life. What is this? Bai Shushu was stunned, and Ling Luoxue beside him was also dumbfounded. As the green light from Qin Shiyao spread out, the entire scripture pavilion was enveloped in rich vitality. What is happening? In the scripture pavilion, Yuan Bupo and others who were reading books turned their heads to look, and even Chu Chen rushed into the pavilion. At that moment, in the small courtyard, Zhou Hai, who was reading again, suddenly heard the system's voice. Ding, congratulations to the host's second disciple for successfully comprehending the supreme truth, all things live. Now, tenfold feedback. Hearing this, Zhou Hai was stunned. It is known that the system generally doesn't bother to announce the feedback when a disciple breaks through. This was the first time, showing how incredible it was. Soon, he felt pure life force flowing within him. At the same time, the supreme symbol of all things was born. An idea told him that he could choose any object to carry the talisman and showcase its boundless life force. As soon as this thought appeared, Zhou Hai thought of the cactus and the old tortoise. If we were to talk about the strongest life force, these two would definitely represent it. At that moment, as soon as he had that thought, the talisman transformed into a tortoise, its shell surprisingly being a large cactus. What the heck, what's going on? So ugly. At this moment, he had also received the feedback, clearly knowing that this would be his life talisman from now on. Thinking that his life talisman turned out to be an old tortoise, Zhou Hai was dumbfounded. Change back, I want something good looking. Without thinking, Zhou Hai demanded to change the appearance of his life talisman. Buzz. The green light trembled, and the life talisman at Zhou Hai's dantian transformed into a man in green clothes, wearing a green hat, looking just like him but with green skin. What the heck, what is going on? Is it that this talisman feels uncomfortable if it isn't green? Just as he was glad that his cultivation was profound, allowing the talisman to change thousands of ways, Zhou Hai was dumbfounded again. He liked being healthy, but applying this healthy color to himself was quite uncomfortable. But when he tried to change again, he found that the green wouldn't disappear at all. Damn it, it's either a green turtle or green myself. Looks like this talisman is not presentable for now. Zhou Hai was helpless. He knew his cultivation was still shallow, and being able to let the talisman change its forms was already impressive, but he currently couldn't hide its characteristics. After all, the demon clan wants to achieve the ultimate change. They need the power of a saint. Until they become a saint, they are destined to hide the health color in this life symbol. At the moment when Zhou Hai and Qin Shiyao obtained the supreme law and the life symbol, an unusual change occurred in the Martial Dao Palace. Behind the Martial Dao Palace lies a strange space known as the Battle Secret Realm. Every day, countless innate beings are born within the secret realm. These beings continuously fight with each other, being born and dying, as if they exist to battle. The disciples of the academy often enter to fight in order to hone their battle will, exchanging contribution points.
This has not changed in tens of thousands of years. But at the moment when Qin Shiyao gained the Jade Slip inheritance, sounds of thunder echoed from the secret realm. At the same time, some disciples still fighting in the realm witnessed a shocking scene. The space, which originally only spanned 1,000 miles, was now rolling with thunder, and the entire space began to expand continuously. 1 time, 2 times, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. Finally, it expanded several thousand times before coming to a stop. At this moment, the gray sky strangely birthed the sun and moon. Purple mist came from the east, and clouds covered the sky. Spiritual energy surged in all directions, 100 times denser than the outside world. Those still fighting paused, as if they had gained wisdom, flying toward a single direction. What was once a space of death and slaughter had completely transformed into a peaceful world. It could truly be called a sacred place for cultivation. Just as the world completed its transformation, a beam of light shot straight into the clouds from the peak behind the Martial Dao Palace. The sky above the academy had changed completely. The universe shook, the sun and moon darkened. An invincible aura spread out in all directions, containing the essence of another world.
What is happening?
Everyone in the academy was startled, looking at the light beam, their bodies trembling involuntarily as if even their souls were shaking.
Supreme aura? Zhou Hai from the Daozan Palace also looked at the light beam, surprised. He had many supreme artifacts in hand and was very sensitive to supreme aura, instantly sensing the supreme aura within that light beam. This aura was so powerful that, although it was not deliberately targeting anyone, its mere appearance was enough to make the entire world submit. Damn, one wave hasn't settled and another arises. The academy has only been calm for a few days, and now with this thing appearing, won't it be like a market?
Zhou Hai cursed, but with his defensive body of imperial and supreme artifacts, he felt no suppression, instead growing worried about the academy's future. This supreme aura enveloped the world, but it wasn't just the academy's people who could sense it. In fact, it was exactly as he suspected. As the light beam soared higher, even the sun and moon in the universe seemed to turn upside down. The supreme aura spread wildly, for thousands of miles, tens of thousands of miles, hundreds of thousands of miles, millions of miles. When this aura spread over 10,000 miles wide, everyone in the Great Zhou, from cultivators to ordinary people, noticed the direction of the academy.
Is this the reappearance of some Supreme's dojo?
In the royal capital, everyone from the Great Zhou royal family looked this way. Even those old monsters who had not appeared for many years rushed out of their closed-door seclusion. However, at this time, the supreme aura showed no sign of stopping, continuously spreading. Soon, even the Great Qian, Great Yuan, Great Tang, and other sacred dynasties, including Qiangyou, Wanjian sect, Shuyun Peak, Taichu, Qingyu Valley, and Shuelian Demon sect, all sensed this supreme aura.
The entire North Wilderness, vast and boundless, was completely enveloped by the supreme aura. Supreme, this is the aura of the supreme. Is it the reappearance of a supreme dojo, or the emergence of a supreme tomb? Opportunities, tremendous opportunities. Countless eyes turned red, to obtain the supreme inheritance, who among the heavens and earth could challenge them in the future? Without a moment's hesitation, the major sects immediately convened meetings to lock in on the direction of the supreme aura's emergence. Send someone over.
Hurry, hurry, immediately convey the message to the main academy. Finally, the academy reacted. Moron Shao sent the message to the main academy at the first opportunity. Elders from various palaces had mixed feelings. The joy was that great opportunities had fallen from the sky, gaining the advantage in the first place. The worry was that this chance could not be monopolized and might even turn into a disaster. This concerned the Supreme, and perhaps even the main academy could not contain it. Not good. Just as everyone from the academy gathered at the entrance of the secret realm, dozens of disciples rushed out, each one pale as a ghost. What happened? Moron Shao was just about to lead people inside to investigate when he suddenly changed his expression upon seeing the situation. Master Uncle, something big has happened. This is not a secret realm at all, but another world. There are various demon clans inside, and they are coming to kill us. Among them are Dao Palace powers, even Purple Mansion experts. They want to break out of the entire secret realm. This group of disciples looked like they had just seen a ghost, their bodies trembling as they spoke. What? How could this be? The crowd from the academy instantly became soft all over. As expected, disaster had arrived. Quickly call for Master Uncle Zhou Hai. Without hesitation, Moron Shao thought of Zhou Hai almost immediately. Just as his words fell, Zhou Hai's figure appeared out of nowhere at the entrance of the secret realm. He held a Saint's Experience card in his hand, fully prepared to face the upcoming threats. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Zhou Hai. Unknowingly, Zhou Hai had already become the backbone of the entire academy. As long as he was there, even if the sky fell, it wouldn't matter. Brothers, I will guard here with the junior brother. You all immediately organize the disciples to evacuate, just in case. Moron Shao looked deeply at Zhou Hai and ordered everyone.
Junior brother, I'm relying on you. Without further ado, everyone left after giving a brief explanation. Before leaving, all treasures from the palaces were completely gathered. At this moment, Qin Shio also finally reacted. It turned out she was still alive, and what she had just experienced was merely a kind of inheritance. All disciples, listen up, evacuate the academy immediately. Where is Qin Shio? Immediately collect all the Dao scrolls for your master. Chu Chen, hurry back to organize the Daozang Palace. Li Changqing's voice rang out. In the Daozang Palace, Chu Chen and the others immediately became busy. What? Collect Dao scrolls for my master? Qin Shio was taken aback. Junior sister, something big must have happened. Right now, you are your master's only disciple, so the Dao scrolls naturally have to be entrusted to you. Hurry! Beside her, Bai Shushu and Ling Luoxue hurriedly reminded her. Okay. Qin Shio responded, stuffing all the Dao scrolls into her storage bag, and evacuated with all the disciples. Chapter 55. Senior brother, are you sure you want to stay? Zhou Hai shot a sidelong glance at Morong Xiao. Of course, as the sect leader, what kind of leader would I be if I ran away? Moreover, junior brother, with you here, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Morong Xiao said with a serious expression. Zhou Hai's face darkened. What do you mean it shouldn't be a problem just because I'm here? I'm not that confident, alright? This third brother not only talks a lot but is also overly responsible. Fine, here is a holy sword, take it for your protection. If something goes wrong, activate it to escape immediately. Shaking his head, Zhou Hai took out a holy artifact sword and handed it to Morong Xiao. What, a holy sword? You're giving me such a precious item, what will you use, junior brother? Morong Xiao was greatly shocked. He had known the younger brother was a saint, and now it was finally confirmed. I'm fine with whatever. Zhou Hai waved his hand, and for safety's sake, he secretly donned the supreme armor, wore the supreme necklace, and even placed an imperial-level soul-sealing bell in the depths of his consciousness. At the same time, he took out an imperial crown to wear on his head. In his left hand, he held a divine whip, and in his right hand, a slaying sword, all genuine imperial artifacts. Now, he felt a lot more confidence. With so many treasures guarding him, even if the Supreme appeared, he believed he could escape, right? Beneath the Supreme, kill him directly, it was time to make a name for himself. Oh my. Junior brother, with so many sacred artifacts, you aren't a weapon refining saint, are you? The previously touched Morong Xiao became dumbfounded, unable to sense the aura of these treasures. He only regarded everything as holy artifacts. But even so, it was enough to shock him. Stay low-key, absolutely low-key. Zhou Hai turned back and smiled. Boom! At that moment, the soaring light beam disappeared, and the entrance to the secret realm let out a booming sound. Zhou Hai's expression changed, and he quickly gazed ahead. Boom boom boom. The sounds continued, each one louder than the last. Yet no matter how loud it got, nothing came rushing out. What's going on? Why hasn't anything come out? Half an hour later, Zhou Hai's brows furrowed, feeling a bit dazed. Could it be that these things are sealed, trying to break free from the seal? Morong Xiao murmured softly. Zhou Hai also felt the same way, but he did not let his guard down. Another hour passed, and Morong Xiao was getting a bit impatient. It seems likely that these things really can't get out. Morong Xiao spoke in a deep voice. Zhou Hai remained alert, not saying anything. Unknowingly, night fell, and the noises inside disappeared. Morong Xiao paced back and forth, appearing somewhat restless. It seems these things can't break the seal and chose to give up. Junior brother, how about we go in and take a look? Suddenly, Morong Xiao said. Calm down, without any composure, how can you achieve great things? Zhou Hai raised his eyebrows, he certainly wouldn't go in. If he felt unsafe outside, what if he got trapped inside? What if he encountered a supreme being, couldn't fight back, and couldn't escape? Wouldn't that mean a pointless death? Then shall we leave first? Morong Xiao's heart also felt a bit uneasy, he murmured. You can go first, I have to guard this place for the people. In case something really bursts out, I can respond in time. Zhou Hai refused without a second thought. What a joke! If the Supreme Being's dojo appeared, what if there was some enormous opportunity? If he ran away, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Alas, junior brother's sense of righteousness, always standing tall in times of danger. Morong Xiao looked at Zhou Hai in amazement, once again impressed by him. As the sun rose and set, day and night passed unknowingly. Morong Xiao felt like he was about to go mad. The secret realm still showed no signs of activity. Junior brother, it's neither good to leave nor stay, it's uncomfortable. How about we go in and take a look? At least we can die understanding. Morong Xiao really couldn't take it anymore, speaking to Zhou Hai. Nonsense. Senior brother, do you know why your cultivation has remained stuck in the Enlightenment realm? With your state of mind, when will you be able to break through? Zhou Hai was speechless, he was also suffering, but what could he do? For safety's sake, anyone who wanted to go could go, he wouldn't go even if he died. Morong Zhao's heart trembled, awakening to something with this statement, suddenly realizing something. Yes, when did his state of mind become so poor? He couldn't even wait a day or two? He then realized that over the years, other academies had gradually strayed from the original teachings of the sage, fattening up, each becoming stronger. In contrast, under his administration, the Great Zhou Academy had always upheld the will of the sage, but due to insufficient resources, its development lagged far behind. He had been focused on boosting the academy's strength, but forgot to adjust his state of mind. If this continued, he feared he would never break through in his lifetime. Thinking this, Morong Zhao suddenly felt his mind clear, and his anxious heart calmed down. In an instant, the realm that had been stagnant for almost 10 years suddenly loosened. Thank you, junior brother, for your guidance. Listening to your words is better than 10 years of cultivation. Morong Zhao was overjoyed, quickly sitting cross-legged, directly breaking through. What the hell, this really works. Zhou Hai was dumbfounded, he had just been righteous about not going in, and that could lead someone to break through? Before long, Morong Zhao's Tao principles, spirit, and body merged into one. A strand of divine thought shot into the sky, spreading out. Boom boom boom. The heavens and earth shifted, rolling thunder swept through, Morong Zhao's great catastrophe of unity arrived. Junior brother, I'm going to cross the calamity. Morong Zhao shot into the sky, a majestic aura sweeping in all directions, the sound of swords howling echoed all around, making Zhou Hai envious. Soon, the heavens churned, thunder destroying everything. Morong Zhao fought against the heavens, struggling fiercely. At this moment, a spirit boat came rushing from the direction of Zhou Wang's territory. At the same time, in the direction of the Great Qian dynasty, hundreds of figures also rushed to Dinghai City. Is this Morong Zhao facing a great catastrophe of unity? As soon as these people arrived, they saw the dark clouds of tribulation in the sky, their faces changed dramatically. The Supreme Tao field had only been open for less than 2 days, and Morong Zhao had already broken through. One could only imagine how great the opportunities contained within the Supreme Tao field were. The eyes of those who rushed here turned red at once. Without thinking, they charged directly towards the martial Tao Palace. Haha, the academy truly has more opportunities than heaven. Not only has the Supreme Tao field appeared here, but my friend Morong Zhao has also broken through, how joyous. A laugh echoed, and an old eunuch walked out from the spirit boat, grinning broadly. Zhou Hai turned around and saw hundreds of people rushing out one after another from the spirit boat. Even Emperor Ji Wuji of the Great Zhou had come. And among these people, Ji Wuji was not even the strongest. Next to him stood 3 old men, all peak cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm. Clearly, they were ancient monsters hidden for 1,000 years. Everyone, don't joke. My senior brother's breakthrough has nothing to do with this secret realm. Zhou Hai smiled, he did not want these people to pay too much attention to the secret realm, otherwise, the academy would never have peace. What do you mean it has nothing to do? Are you afraid we will covet the supreme inheritance? The supreme inheritance, even your academy cannot fully absorb it, do you think a small branch can seize it? Before the Great Zhou royal family could speak, a cold sneer suddenly rang out. A group of hundreds of people flew in from the horizon, and one golden-robed elder coldly said. Who are you? Zhou Hai frowned. I am Qian Santong, an outer elder of the Qianjiao sect. Presumptuous academy, several elders from our holy land have come to the academy, and the command tokens have been shattered one after another, should you not swiftly apologize? Qian Santong snorted coldly, his attitude dismissive. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a great cauldron fell from the skies, its powerful aura instantly pressing him down from the air. Outrageous! In the territory of the Great Zhou, you dare ask me, a Zhou person, for an apology? Who do you think you are? A cold voice came, it was an elder behind the Zhou Empress who had made his move. Qian Santong's face changed dramatically, as he was locked by the great cauldron and could not move. Just as he was about to be crushed into pulp, suddenly, a great seal flew from behind him, heavily colliding with the great cauldron. Boom! At the moment of collision between the bronze cauldron and the great seal, crimson and azure light intertwined, the violent wave instantly turning 300 miles of the academy into ruins. Only the lonely little courtyard at the Daozang Palace remained, along with the artificial mountain that suppressed Ji Kuei from the direction of the Ask Dao Palace. Damn it! What is wrong with you bunch of idiots? If you want to fight, then fight, why tear down my academy? Compensate! Zhou Hai's anger flared up immediately. Having spent 7 years in the academy, he had long treated this place as home, how could he allow others to destroy it like this? Who are you cursing? The elder holding the great seal coldly stared at Zhou Hai. What's wrong with cursing you? Are you so stupid that you don't understand human language, or do you want me to curse you again? Today, whatever was broken must be compensated at full price, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Zhou Hai glared, he also had a temper. Outrageous. Hearing this, the elder's hair stood on end, and with a raise of his hand, the Great Seal pressed down on Zhou Hai, covering the sky. Get lost. But at this moment, a furious roar rang out, and a stone tablet flew in from the horizon, heavily colliding with the Great Seal. Boom boom boom. The void exploded, and waves of energy surged wildly. The already destroyed 300 miles of the Academy looked as if the ground had been plowed 1,000 times. Who dares to act recklessly in the Academy, truly believing there is no one here? A rebuke sounded, and a scroll flew in from afar, with hundreds of people standing above. The stone tablet flew back, landing perfectly in one person's hand. This was a middle-aged man, with a gentle scholar's demeanor, looking refined, yet his eyes contained boundless killing intent, clearly a person with a fiery temper. Hee, I wondered who it was, turns out it is my friend Yi Haoren. After a few years, your cultivation has grown deeper. The elder holding the Great Seal's pupils constricted as he fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man. Whether it's profound or not, it shouldn't be a problem for you to get beaten up by me, you old fool who can't tell right from wrong. Yi Haoren's eyes were cold, his words giving no face to the other party. What do you mean, Daoist Yi? The old man with the large seal had a grim expression. They were all ancestors of major sacred lands, how could they let someone slap their faces like this? Who in Beihuang doesn't know? Your Dacian dynasty has produced a tyrant, with unmatched talent, unparalleled in the world, carrying the will of the ancient saints, protecting a piece of pure land? Yet you old fools have turned a blind eye, allowing various sects to persecute him, even colluding to push him into a corner. With a Dacian dynasty like yours, if it doesn't perish soon, where is the natural justice? As the supreme elder of Haoren Palace, cursing was Yi Haoren's specialty. This scolding made the already dark-faced old man with the large seal feel as if he had eaten excrement. Yi Haoren, who do you think you are, to meddle in the affairs of my Dacian dynasty? The old man gritted his teeth, releasing pressure from his body, clearly indicating he was ready to fight at any moment. Enough, Elder Yi, what others do in their families is none of your business. As Yi Haoren was about to retort, another burly man in the painting shouted. Yes, Elder Yi, our academy has always kept to ourselves, there is no need to get involved. On the other side, a middle-aged man holding a sword and exuding a noble chivalry also spoke. You two, shut up. Zhang Taiye, Lei Hong, don't think I don't know about your collusion with the major royal dynasties. Saying not to meddle in other people's affairs, have you not meddled enough? Besides, Chen Bei is a descendant of my Haoren lineage and has taken me as his master. As an elder of the academy, is it wrong for me to speak for my junior? Aren't you just afraid that I will offend him and affect the Dacian dynasty's academy branch? Over the years, I know better than anyone what the Dacian branch has been like. In my opinion, it's better if these selfish bastards perish sooner. Yi Haoren's retorts never distinguish between enemies and allies, directly making the two supreme elders doubt their lives, shaking with anger. Give it to me. Turning around again, Yi Haoren extended his hand to the old man with the large seal. What? The old man with the large seal was momentarily caught off guard. What? Is it that your ancestors taught you that you don't have to pay for destroying someone else's house? No wonder even cats and dogs dare to show off in your Dacian dynasty, it turns out this is your attitude towards life. However, while your Dacian dynasty can be trampled, my academy cannot. Especially the Dazhou Academy. If you do not compensate 1 million top-grade spirit stones today for the damaged item, don't blame me for tearing down your Dacian capital in the future. Yi Haoren's face had a threatening look, showing he was not joking. Well said. But, it should be less. If you can't produce 100 million top-grade spirit stones today, I will demolish the territory of the Zhou King and the Dacian capital right now. Originally gloomy, Zhou Hai's mood instantly brightened upon hearing this. As expected of an elder from the main academy, his curses were far harsher than Li Changqing's. This momentum was truly appealing. Bastard, you're seeking death. The old man with the large seal could no longer hold back, raising his hand to summon the large seal, intending to crush Zhou Hai. Damn it, he insults you, but you don't dare retaliate, and instead come to hit me? Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon? Zhou Hai was shocked, he really couldn't understand what about him looked easy to bully. In a fit of rage, he was about to strike back, but saw Yi Haoren flash in front of him. With a wave of his hand, the stone tablet surged against the wind, colliding with the large seal like a mountain. Old fool, of the 4 branches of the academy, the one I value most is the Dazhou lineage. Dare to lay hands on the Dazhou lineage as if I don't exist? Yi Haoren glared at the old man with a fierce killing intent in his eyes. Your academy has such great power, in my Dazhou territory, it's fine to threaten the Dacian dynasty, but to threaten my Dazhou as well. I also want to know how you two plan to destroy my Zhou Wang territory. However, this time, not only the old man with the large seal from the Dacian dynasty was enraged. Even the people from the Zhou dynasty wore dark expressions. How thick-skinned is your Zhou royal family? When the Qian dynasty breaks something, they have to pay, but you don't? Zhou Hai glared. He had no good feelings towards the Zhou royal family. These people were the first to persecute his disciple. Kid, well said. We don't seek trouble, but we are not afraid of it either. If others come knocking, we will talk reason and demand compensation. If anyone dares to be unreasonable, I'll stand by you until they agree to reason. Yi Haoran looked at Zhou Hai with satisfaction. This kid was exactly to his liking. You are a reasonable person, you don't need to pay your share, just share the burden and let them compensate 150 million. By the way, stop calling me old ancestor, we are not that familiar. Just because I find you pleasing doesn't mean you can take advantage of me. Zhou Hai grinned, patting Yi Haoran's shoulder. Ah. Yi Haoran was dumbfounded. Listening to this, the kid seems to want to extort even him. Ha ha ha. However, thinking of Zhou Hai's words, Yi Haoran couldn't help but laugh heartily and said, very good, right to the point, just my taste. Kid, from now on, I won't regard myself as an old ancestor either, we shall be friends across generations. In the future, if anyone dares to bully you, just report my name. Just as they were talking, a faint cry for help suddenly came from the direction of the Palace of Inquiry. Old ancestor, help! Everyone turned to look, and upon seeing Ji Kuei under the rockery, the faces of the Zhou dynasty people turned pale instantly. Chapter 57. Impudent, how dare your academy have the audacity to suppress my royal son? Seeing Ji Kuei being suppressed, the Zhou emperor was furious, his imperial aura pressing down on everyone. What an academy! Back then, my great Zhou kindly took you in, yet you dare to act recklessly, even suppressing my Zhou royal family? Are you trying to rebel? In the great Zhou camp, Ji Feng was overjoyed. He had long wanted to get rid of the meddlesome academy and never expected they would give him such an opportunity. Of course, he wouldn't let it slip by. Come, help me rescue the seventh brother. To show his brotherly affection, Ji Feng ordered and flew towards the rockery with his men. Let's see who dares. But a cold voice interrupted, and Yi Haoran's stone tablet flew out, instantly transforming into a 100-foot-sized barrier, blocking their way. Yi Haoran, what do you mean by this? Ji Wujing's eyes were cold. As an emperor, his majesty was not to be challenged. Nothing much. It is well known that the Great Zhou Academy upholds the wishes of the sages, acts on behalf of heaven, and protects the common people. Over the years, various sects have taken whatever they please from the countries, resulting in life and death for the common populace. But you should ask yourself, has the Great Zhou Academy ever taken advantage of your Great Zhou? Has it ever betrayed the hundreds of millions of citizens of your Great Zhou? I won't mention the merits of the Great Zhou Academy, but you should know that the Great Zhou Academy never targets anyone. Now, suppressing this child, there must be a reason. As the Supreme Elder of the Academy, if I see someone trying to rescue a criminal suppressed by the Great Zhou Academy, just try. Yi Haoran stood with his hands behind his back, as invisible righteousness enveloped the entire area, even the surrounding sunlight became much brighter. The Zhou Emperor's pressure was powerless in front of him. He. What a criminal! Since you say so, I want to see how you will rescue him today. Anyone who dares to obstruct comes to death without pardon. The Zhou Emperor laughed in anger, and behind him, a group of experts flew out, heading straight for the rockery. Let's see who dares. Yi Haoran's eyes turned cold, he stepped into the void, instantly standing in front of everyone. Yi Haoran, do you know what you are doing? In the main academy, Lei Hong frowned and shouted. Shut your mouth. Yi Haoran's gaze was chilling, always righteous, and he dealt with matters without regard for faces. No one mattered, not even his fellow supreme elders. You. Lei Hong and Jiang Taiya's faces turned ugly, they angrily waved their hands, too lazy to care about his troubles. Yi Haoran, I see you are looking for death. The old man holding the tripod behind the Zhou Emperor had a gloomy expression, slowly walking towards Yi Haoran. Damn. Are these people addicted to fighting? Fighting is one thing, but why do they always use the academy as a battlefield? Zhou Hai was displeased, but Yi Haoran always helped maintain the academy's reputation, so he couldn't reprimand him. He could only speak up, Elder Yi, come back. I want to see who can take this person away today. Hearing this, Yi Haoran couldn't help but frown. Kid, I see you're not a coward. A real man stands firm in the world, why should he care about the opinions of others? Yi Haoran said dissatisfied. Care about the opinions? What nonsense! I told you to come back, why do you keep treating our academy like a battlefield? Don't worry, the person I suppress, no one can save. Zhou Hai said silently with a mental message. Yi Haoran's pupils shrank, he had never noticed Zhou Hai's fluctuations in power. At this moment, realizing Zhou Hai's mental presence, he was shocked. This kid actually had the strength of the lowest level of the Unity realm. Seeing that he was only around 20 years old, how did he achieve this? Ha ha ha, good. I won't stop you. Yi Haoran laughed heartily. Though he had concerns, he still brought the stone tablet back to Zhou Hai. He wanted to see what confidence Zhou Hai had to say such words. Humph. Seeing this, the Zhou emperor snorted coldly. The Zhou royal family and the people of Deqian looked down on Yi Haoran, treating his hesitant stance as a joke. The Great Zhou Academy is nothing more than this. Follow me to rescue. With a cold sneer, Ji Feng led his men to the side of the artificial mountain. But the moment they landed, a powerful pressure erupted from the artificial mountain. In an instant, the surrounding area fell silent. Every grass and tree, even the wind, was frozen in place. Everyone at the scene stiffened, their legs going weak, yet unable to collapse to the ground. Only cold sweat seeped out involuntarily. Holy man's pressure. Holy artifact. Everyone's pupils constantly enlarged, then rapidly contracted. Including Yi Haoran, everyone felt their heads buzzing, nearly collapsing. Below the holy man, everyone else is an ant, and a powerful Zifu realm expert just a step away from becoming a holy man. But even at the peak of the 9th level, they were no different from ordinary people in front of a holy man. A single holy artifact could easily crush a large crowd. At this moment, Yi Haoran understood Zhou Hai's confidence. With a holy artifact in control, besides the overall strength, the Great Zhou Academy qualified to establish its own holy land. Damn it, they truly have the guts of a bear and the bravery of a leopard, wanting to rescue even the people I suppressed. Come on, today I will stand right here and see who dares to take a step. Zhou Hai's voice rang out just in time. He stepped into the void, leaving footprints as he walked to the top of the artificial mountain, surveying the crowd. At the moment his words fell, the artificial mountain rapidly grew larger, reaching into the clouds, towering like a pillar supporting the sky. Everyone was blown away by a powerful force, and except for Yi Haoran, everyone spat out blood. Within a 1,000-mile radius, only this holy mountain remained. In front of the holy mountain, even Dihai city appeared tiny, like a small village under a great mountain. The people looked like ants at the foot of the mountain, barely visible. Everyone's faces changed dramatically. At this moment, the pressure of the holy mountain was lifted, allowing them to gasp for breath. They looked horrified at this giant mountain before them, then at Zhou Hai at the mountain's peak, almost losing their minds. Holy artifact, this is a true holy artifact. Looking across the world, which holy land doesn't treat a holy artifact like an ancestor? Don't even think of touching it, even seeing it should require the holy artifact's permission. Yet Zhou Hai kept the holy artifact beneath his feet. Didn't he fear the holy artifact's wrath would crush him on the spot? The scene fell into silence, everyone was wordless. What's wrong? No one is saving people now? Come on, the person is right under my feet, if you can save them, it's your fortune. I absolutely won't interfere. Zhou Hai sneered, his words made everyone curse inwardly. This guy, why didn't he take out this treasure earlier? Everyone was showing off their might and acting cool here, but when he suddenly brought out this thing, where would everyone put their faces? Especially on the side of the Zhou royal family, Zhou emperor's face was pale, having lost the previous royal might. He didn't even dare to show his anger, only hating that he hadn't brought the sacred artifact of the Great Zhou, and for now, he could only submissively let himself be manipulated. The others of the Zhou royal family couldn't help but curse internally. Save the person? Who the hell would dare to move in this situation? Are they looking for death? It seems everyone's anger has cooled down, there shouldn't be any more fighting, right? Well then, how about we discuss the compensation issue? Zhou Hai scanned the crowd, and everyone immediately felt their faces flush, embarrassment filling the air. Chapter 58. I think this senior makes a good point. Debts must be repaid, and a life for a life. If something is broken, compensation is needed. My Dechen dynasty is willing to pay 300 million top-grade spiritual stones. Suddenly, among the crowd of the Dechen dynasty, an old man holding a seal laughed heartily. Everyone cast scornful glances, this ancestor of the Qin dynasty was utterly shameless. They had never seen such a spineless ancestor. Now that sounds more reasonable. Come on, step up and talk. Zhou Hai's eyes lit up, and with a wave of his hand, a gentle force from the sacred mountain pulled the old man to his side. As soon as he landed, the Dechen ancestor couldn't help but shiver internally, even his soul shaking. What on earth have I done? I actually stepped on a sacred artifact, this will shorten my life. His legs felt weak, and he plopped down onto the ground. Zhou Hai looked at him and couldn't help but sneer. He even suspected that if not for fearing to stain the sacred artifact, this guy might have pissed himself right there. What is showing off? This is showing off. Using the sacred artifact to show off, this feeling is so delightful. Senior, how about we talk down the mountain? The old man with the seal could hardly endure the horror in his heart, stammering as he looked at Zhou Hai. No need, if you want to go down the mountain, let your Qian dynasty's 300 million top-grade spiritual stones arrive first. Otherwise, I'm the kind of person who really hates it when others lie. At that time, whether you sit here or lie down below is uncertain. Zhou Hai waved his hand with a smile. Everyone's hearts trembled, this was a blatant threat. Get the spiritual stones, go get the spiritual stones. The Deqian ancestor was so scared he trembled all over, quickly barking orders in a hoarse voice. Some people from the Deqian dynasty turned to leave, while others had a sudden idea and took out communication talismans to summon the spiritual stones. 300 million top-grade spiritual stones could be considered a decade's worth of accumulation for the Deqian dynasty, but right now, nothing else mattered, survival was paramount. Otherwise, if the ancestor dies, everyone present would be doomed. And what about your great Zhou dynasty? Zhou Hai nodded in satisfaction, his gaze filled with a smiling intent as he looked over to the Zhou dynasty side. Ji Feng trembled all over, nearly pissing himself, and his face could not have looked worse. He once thought about destroying the academy, but now he didn't even dare to entertain that thought. Ah, Elder, my great Zhou has shared honor and disgrace with the academy for 10,000 years. Today, His Majesty was just too eager to save his son and accidentally collided with the Elder. I hope the Elder can bear with it. Indeed, Elder Yi is correct, the actions of the Great Zhou Academy are witnessed by all. The seventh prince being suppressed has its reasons. My emperor has no intentions of favoritism, he simply cannot allow a prince to be punished by others. Once back, he will definitely punish him for disrespecting the academy. However, it appears that being suppressed by the sacred mountain is truly the seventh prince's fortune and unparalleled honor. Due to the earlier collision, my great Zhou is willing to offer 1 billion top-grade spiritual stones. We sincerely request the elder to accept. A loud laugh echoed, and a middle-aged man from the great Zhou crowd cupped his hands in greeting. Who are you? The emperor of your family hasn't spoken, how does it come to you being the one to take charge? Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow, he liked what he heard, but he wasn't someone to be fooled by flattery. In reply to the elder, I am Zhang Chao, the left minister of the great Zhou. The middle-aged man quickly replied. Oh, you hold some power. Then I'll give you 3 days to prepare. If you can't gather 1 billion top-grade spiritual stones in 3 days, let everyone from the Zhou royal family present here keep company with that Ji Kuei down the mountain. Zhou Hai nodded in satisfaction, and as he spoke, he glanced again at the old man with the seal. He suddenly realized he might have been a bit too lenient. 1 billion families are willing to pay, why does Deqian only want 3 billion? 20 billion. Senior, our Deqian is willing to compensate 20 billion. The face of the ancestor of Deqian changed, and he instantly understood something, quickly calling out. Why are you so clever? It makes me embarrassed to hit you. Zhou Hai's face darkened, he was still thinking about how to bargain, and this was too straightforward. Quick! 20 billion top-grade spirit stones. The ancestor did not dare to waste words and shouted loudly. Zhou Hai's gaze turned towards the Dezhou side. 30 billion, 10 billion as compensation, and 20 billion as a thank you. Thank you, elder, for teaching the prince on behalf of Dezhou. Zhang Chao was shocked, the royal family needed face, and he couldn't refuse. At this time, he must take the blame for the royal family, no matter how much compensation it took. On the holy mountain, the ancestor of Deqian wore a face like he had eaten shit. What the hell is this? Those who know are being blackmailed, those who don't know think it's an auction. Is it interesting to keep raising the bid? 30 billion, our Deqian also offers 30 billion. Gritting his teeth, the ancestor of Deqian quickly called out. Ah, can't you offer a higher price? Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai's expression became somewhat disappointed. The crowd looked as if they had lost their mothers, their expressions were extremely ugly. This guy really takes everyone as a fat sheep. By the way, I remember something. How much should Xiongyao sacred land pay? Suddenly, Zhou Hai glanced around and looked at Qian Santong in the crowd. Qian Santong's face changed drastically, without thinking, he turned to escape. Compensate for what Ted Deqian and Dezhou were threatened by Zhou Hai, all were figures of high standing. Their families were willing to compensate. What is he? Just an outer elder of the sacred land. Thinking of what the Xiongyao sacred land had done to the academy before, he realized how foolish he had been to come here today. If he did not escape now, he would be dead. Damn it, not a single bit of fun, do you think you can run away? Zhou Hai's gaze turned cold, a vine from the holy mountain shot out, instantly piercing through Qian Santong's chest. Ah! A scream erupted, blood sprayed into the air. Everyone trembled in fear, not daring to take a breath. All right, this matter is settled. I am a person who loves peace and does not like fighting. Guests are here, let's all sit down and chat. Don't let people say our academy doesn't know how to treat guests. Zhou Hai stood with his hands behind his back, and as he spoke, the holy mountain began to change. In an instant, the scenes within a 1,000-mile radius transformed, returning to their original state.
Even the academy restored to its former appearance. The holy mountain disappeared, but at this moment, the crowd no longer had their previous arrogant demeanor, moving carefully as if in a minefield. They understood clearly that while the holy mountain seemed to have vanished, in reality, within 1,000 miles, apart from Dinghai City, all was transformed from the essence of the sacred artifacts. As long as they wished, any speck of dust here could kill them. At this moment, Morong Xiao had just survived the unity calamity. He flew over, admiringly looking at Zhou Hai. I didn't expect that my usually careless junior would handle things so decisively. This is the true support of the academy. My little junior is right, guests are here. Everyone, please enjoy some tea. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and countless stone tables instantly formed in front of the grand hall of the questioning Tao, made from the essence of the sacred artifacts. Next, stone cups condensed, and water flew out. After taking out the tea leaves, it was brewed seamlessly. In the blink of an eye, a scene that was once filled with murderous intent transformed into a grand reception area. The crowd, however, looked at each other, not daring to move an inch. Ha ha ha, good. As expected of Dezhou Academy, the lineage I value the most. This etiquette does not fail the ancestral saints. I'll go first with a cup. Yi Haoran laughed loudly, striding to the front of the grand hall of the questioning Tao, lifting the tea and drinking it all in one gulp. Not bad. Little brother, I didn't expect you at such a young age to obtain the saint's inheritance, mastering such a divine artifact. With you here, Dezhou Academy is destined to thrive. By the way, logically speaking, someone like you should be famous in the North Wasteland by now. Why, as a fellow academy member, have I never heard of you? May I ask how to address you, little brother? Putting down his teacup, Yi Haoran's gaze towards Zhou Hai completely changed. No longer filled with the admiration a senior has for a junior. Even the way he addressed him changed. The others looked at Zhou Hai in confusion. Indeed, how could such a person be nameless? Zhou Hai felt awkward. This question made it hard for him to even mention his name. Ha ha ha. Elder, you may not know, my junior brother Zhou Hai has already made a name for himself in the Northern Desolation. It's just that people don't know the truth and love to spread rumors. But at this very moment, Morong Zhao's loud laughter instantly changed everyone's expression. What, Zhou Hai? He is Zhou Hai, the legendary genius of our academy, the so-called heavenly waste, Zhou Hai? Everyone exclaimed in shock, even Yi Haoran had a face full of astonishment. Only Zhou Hai had a darkened face, he couldn't be more uncomfortable. Look, who says we don't have a name in the Northern Desolation? Isn't this fame quite big? But that term heavenly waste, which moron came up with it? It's really unpleasant to hear. Ah, that's right. My junior brother is indeed Zhou Hai. The world says my junior brother is a waste of talent, mocking our great Zhou Academy. Little do they know my little junior brother's cultivation has already surpassed the ordinary, rare to find an opponent. Over the years my little junior brother has guarded the academy, watched over the great Zhou, worked for the common people, fulfilled his duty to the righteous path. Yet he dislikes fame, loves tranquility, which instead led people to spread rumors that he is worthless. But that's alright, my little junior brother doesn't care about these things, so he just lets it be. Morong Xiao laughed heartily, leaving everyone speechless. Wow, he can really brag. At this age, you say he's world-shattering, and that's okay for him to inherit a sage's legacy. But surpassing the ordinary, rare to find an opponent? If he puts down the sacred weapon, let's see if he still has any rivals. Even Zhou Hai couldn't help but blush. Though flattering, it still made him feel a bit embarrassed. Hee, be low-key, be low-key. Zhou Hai awkwardly smiled, his embarrassed expression made everyone's face turn dark. Wow, you're being modest now. If it weren't for your undeniable pride, I might almost believe you're low-key. Everyone secretly mocked him, yet on the surface, they all nodded obediently, not daring to show any disrespect towards Zhou Hai at this moment. In the time that followed, everyone got along very well, each of them behaved like little schoolchildren, so obedient. Little junior brother, what are you doing? In the middle of the night, in the small courtyard of Daozang Palace, Zhou Hai was cooking meat in a big pot when he saw Morong Xiao flying in with a smile on his face. Nothing much, I'm hungry, just making something to eat. So, have those people been arranged? Zhou Hai turned around to take a look. When the academy was empty, he took charge, and now Morong Xiao was back, he didn't want to manage those people, leaving it all to Morong Xiao. Ah, junior brother, don't worry, it's all arranged. To be honest, when the sacred weapon comes out, it's the truth. Just think, which of these people isn't a big shot in the Northern Desolation? Now, my junior brother just has to show a little deterrence, and they all behave like a bunch of little girls, really obedient. Morong Xiao laughed heartily, his words filled with pride. They dare not be disobedient, let them try. Looking at Morong Xiao's triumphant expression, Zhou Hai couldn't help but feel bold and spoke out. No. Junior brother, you must not act recklessly. These people are intimidated, but that doesn't mean the forces behind them can be suppressed. Every major holy place has sacred weapons, and there may still be unfallen saints.
A little intimidation is fine.
But if you go on a killing spree, causing everyone in the northern desolation to be afraid, and the major holy places to unite against you, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if you have the cultivation of a saint, you cannot withstand the overwhelming tide.
Murong Zhao's face changed, quickly stopping him.
Don't worry, as long as they are obedient, I'm not crazy enough to kill everyone I see. Zhou Hai felt a bit speechless. He just said it casually, yet his senior brother took it seriously. The key is, he truly considers himself a saint. If all the people in the world were like him, how wonderful would that be? This is good. Junior brother, this is your holy sword. There are no disturbances in the secret realm for now, so I return this sword to you. Mu Rongxiao nodded and carefully held the holy sword to hand it to Zhou Hai.
What do you mean what?
It's a gift to you. It's just a sword. There's no need to be polite between brothers. Just talk less to me in the future. Zhou Hai waved his hand, leaving Mu Rongxiao stunned. Good heavens, such a holy item, and junior brother just gave it away so casually. That's not just generosity. If this got out, wouldn't it scare a bunch of people to death? Junior brother, this. Mu Rongxiao felt a bit embarrassed and wanted to say something more, but was directly interrupted by Zhou Hai. What's this and that? If you want it, take it. If you don't want it, just leave it aside. Can you be a little more manly? Zhou Hai truly didn't care about the holy item. At this moment, the stick in his hand was just like it, only Mu Rongxiao didn't notice it. No, can I just take it with me? Mu Rongxiao jumped in surprise. This is a holy item, how could he dare to leave it aside? While speaking, he carefully held the holy sword and left. Brother, now that you're here, why don't you stay and eat a bit? Zhou Hai called from behind. I won't eat. Mu Rongxiao had a dark expression. He really couldn't understand this junior brother. He treated the holy item like it was nothing but was very fond of ordinary food. Could it be that food is more important than the holy item? Holding the holy item, Mu Rongxiao arrived at the Wendaegong, carefully offering it at the ancestral hall, alongside the sages of the academy. In an instant, Mu Rongxiao seemed to feel a surge of joyful emotions. He looked around confusedly, completely not understanding where this emotion was coming from. At this moment, within the Wendaegong, Zhou Hai heard a series of sighs. The holy item had its own spirit, all envious to the point of jealousy. Especially the stick in Zhou Hai's hand, which shook a couple of times, as if it could not wait to escape from this spendthrift. What are you doing? Everyone behave. With a shout, Zhou Hai opened the large iron pot of the holy item. The colorful essence flowed, and the spirit liquid boiled dragon bones. The aroma was exquisite. In the next few days, the academy remained very quiet. Until one morning, a group of people came with a great show, breaking the silence. Where is Mu Rongxia? 2 supreme elders from the Qianyao Holy Land have arrived. Why are you not welcoming them promptly? A loud shout echoed through the air above the academy. The people from the 2 great dynasties within the academy looked up and could not help but feel speechless. How audacious! This group must have eaten too much poison, feeling bored with life. From the direction of the Taoist palace, Zhou Hai was engrossed in reading when he was suddenly startled, wanting to curse loudly. But he heard Yi Haorun's voice first. What a big face! What is your Qianyao Holy Land? How dare you ask the head of our academy to welcome you? Get lost! As soon as the words were spoken, Yi Haorun flew over, causing the members of Qianyao Holy Land to erupt in anger. Chapter 60. Ha ha ha, well said. What a bunch of ignorant fools, coming to someone else's territory to show off. Do they really think they are someone great? Before the people from Qianyao Holy Land could respond, a loud laughter echoed. A group of people appeared from the horizon, their blood surging to the sky. Blood-refining demon sect? Seeing these people, the members of Qianyao sect's expressions darkened, filled with ire. Clearly, there had been plenty of disputes between the 2 factions. That's right, my friends from Qianyao Holy Land, you are really too unreasonable. We have traveled a long way as guests, should we not follow the host's lead? How can you overestimate yourselves? Another burst of laughter came, and hundreds of sword lights shot up into the sky. 10,000 sword sect? The expressions of the Qianyao sect's members sunk, showing displeasure. Haorun, my friend, it's been 100 years since we last met, your hot temper hasn't changed, still so overbearing. At this moment, another group of people flew over, causing Yi Haorun's expression to turn extremely cold in an instant. Tai Chu, you scoundrels, you came to join the fun? In the face of this group of people, Yi Haorun's killing intent reached its peak. What's wrong? Can't I come? Does Haorun, my friend, want to exchange a few moves? An old man among the group said with a big smile. Fight then, who's afraid of whom?
Howren, my friend, I am here to assist you.
A cold voice rang out, and a group of exceptionally beautiful women flew in from the sky. One of the women in colorful clothes flew to Yi Haoran's side, her eyes shimmering with sincerity as she looked at him. Ha ha ha, so it's the butterfly fairy of the Quiet Valley. I just remembered that I haven't attended morning lessons today, so I'll take my leave. Yi Haoran's whole body tensed up, and with an awkward smile, he seemed to escape from the place. Yi Haoran, you've used that excuse for 400 years.
Do you really think you're still a student of Haoran Palace?
The butterfly fairy stomped her foot in anger, shouting loudly. But Yi Haoran ignored her and instantly disappeared into the horizon, leaving the people below dumbfounded. Ha ha ha, the rumors are indeed true. In this world, only the butterfly fairy can make my friend Haoran retreat.
Another laugh echoed, as people from Shuyun Peak arrived. Also arriving were the forces from the two great holy dynasties, Dayuan and Datang.
In just a moment, powerful figures from 7 great holy places, including Jixia Academy, Quiet Valley, Shuyun Peak, Taichu Holy Land, Xiangyao Sect, Wanjian Sect, and Blood Refining Demon Sect, as well as the 4 great holy dynasties, gathered here, creating a grand scene. Oh dear, I didn't know that the elders of the holy places would come, and I failed to welcome you properly. Truly disrespectful. All of you are invited to the Inquiry Palace. The Supreme Dao Place opened, and Morong Xiao had already anticipated this day.
He immediately flew over with a welcoming smile. My friend is being too polite.
We came from afar as guests, causing some inconvenience.
I hope for your understanding.
These powerful figures from the holy places usually acted high and mighty, but today, no one dared to take the lead and start trouble, instead remaining very peaceful. Under Morong Zhao's warm hospitality, even the people from Xiangyao Holy Land obediently came to the Inquiry Palace to wait. To this, Zhou Hai from Daozan Palace seemed to ignore it all. He continued to read his book, doing his own thing. After all, these people were only discussing the Supreme Dao Place. Whoever wanted to enter that secret realm could do so, he was dead set against entering unless these people came out alive.
Ding, host's second disciple is in life-threatening danger, and the protection task is now activated. Please go to protect them immediately. However, just as Zhou Hai lay down, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. What's going on?
A flicker of doubt crossed Zhou Hai's eyes. Not to mention that Qin Shiyao carried many treasures, but with all the elders and disciples by her side, she shouldn't be in danger.
How could her life even be in danger?
Without time to hesitate, Zhou Hai activated the Emperor's transmission array, tearing through the void, and in an instant, he disappeared from his spot.
When he reappeared, Zhou Hai was bewildered. What is this place? Zhou Hai followed the system's instructions.
But he saw a grayish expanse around him, bringing a scent that was different from northern wilderness. It seemed that he had moved far from northern wilderness, perhaps even to another world. What lay beneath Zhou Hai's feet was a vast desert. Suddenly, the desert shifted, and all the sand began to come alive, surging towards him like a tide. Zhou Hai's face changed slightly, and he tried to leap into the air, but at that moment, an endless gravity struck him, as if he was carrying an immeasurable mountain, forcing him down.
In an instant, the desert turned into a sea, engulfing him. What's happening?
Zhou Hai's face looked ugly, and without a second thought, he activated a Sage Experience card. Holy energy swirled around him, and a shadow of a world appeared, enveloping him. This was his sage world, where he was an invincible existence, a true deity. However, just as he was about to unleash the power of the world to break through the desert sea, a violent force surged in, turning the entire desert into a fierce beast.
Boom boom boom. Sounds of explosions continued to ring out.
Zhou Hai's world of saints instantaneously crumbled.
Pooh.
The backlash hit him, and Zhou Hai spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood, nearly costing him half his life. Yet, just as the saint world shattered, the violent force also vanished.
Damn, what happened?
Zhou Hai was confused. The Saint Experience card was his life-saving trump card. It was fine when not used, but this time it nearly took half of his life.
Where can he find an explanation for this?
Once he regained his senses, Zhou Hai waved his hand, and 9 beams of light instantly appeared. The killing immortal sword, the divine whip, the soul-settling tower, 9 imperial artifacts spun around him.
9 great imperial artifacts. Such a grand display.
At the moment these things appeared, a cold voice rang in Zhou Hai's ear. In the next moment, endless dark light erupted in the desert sea, instantly sealing off the 9 great imperial artifacts. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 9 great imperial artifacts released their radiance, and the imperial laws tore apart the heavens and earth. On the 9 artifacts, cosmic scenes manifested.
There was the twilight of the gods, the fall of numerous deities.
There were countless ghosts clamoring, and the tower settled souls.
There were chains sealing the sky, locking down the universe. Various cosmic phenomena emerged, instantly opening up endless space for Zhou Hai, as if mimicking the explosion of the universe.
Zhou Hai looked around, he felt as if he had become the center of the entire universe. However, the desert sea did not disappear, it merely stretched open. In the billions of miles beyond, the desert sea seemed to be angered by the 9 great imperial artifacts, transforming into endless laws, suppressing all, and overwhelming rushing toward Zhou Hai's side.
Damn, the imperial laws? Where on earth is this place?
Zhou Hai's scalp tingled, he finally realized the terror of this desert sea. It was actually an illusion created by the laws of a great emperor. Though the 9 great imperial artifacts were powerful, it all depended on what they faced. The might of this desert sea was no less than that of the 9 great imperial artifacts.
Vast sea of shifting sands? I shall fight you.
A roar echoed, and from the 9 great imperial artifacts, a chain shot up, revealing the thin, ghostly figure of an old man. He rubbed his wrist, his eyes were murky but burst with endless light in an instant. The powerful imperial laws surged into the sky, and the chain instantaneously extended billions of miles, sealing the heavens and earth, sweeping up all the shifting sands within.
Emperor of Heaven's Lock, chain sealing the heavens, nothing more.
A cold voice came, and on the shifting sands, a figure of a dark-haired man appeared. The endless shifting sands instantly dispersed, rushing back against the heavenly sealing chains. The 2 great imperial artifacts intertwined in battle, their imperial laws clashing together, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack, locked in fierce struggle.
Chapter 61.
While Zhou Hai was in trouble, the Great Zhou Academy was extraordinarily calm. After discussions among the major sects, everyone gathered at the entrance of the secret realm, trying their strength to test the secret realm. No good, the true essence of the Purple Mansion can't enter the secret realm. The true essence of the Dao Palace can't enter either.
The Harmony Realm can't enter. After extensive testing, everyone sighed and returned. Good, the true essence of the Innate Realm can enter.
Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, and everyone's eyes brightened.
The secret realm involved the Supreme Dao Field. Though powerful individuals were present, they lacked the qualification to force their way in.
Who could enter depended entirely on the secret realm's decision. Clearly, those who could enter the secret realm must be young individuals with cultivation not exceeding the innate realm.
Great!
It seems the Supreme Dao Field is opening, a grand opportunity is about to arrive. Everyone prepare early, in 10 days, we will send disciples to enter.
Who can seize the supreme opportunity depends on fortune. A loud laugh came from the elder of Void Cloud Peak.
Exactly, hurry up and prepare. Everyone's eyes were calm, this was a supreme opportunity.
Just gaining a sliver would be enough to allow any lineage to last eternal, unyielding. To attain the supreme inheritance would allow one to dominate the world, unmatched by anyone.
In every holy place, no one could resist such temptation. As they spoke, major holy places began transmitting sound, sending out their strongest disciples for trials.
Boom! However, at the moment everyone finished transmitting, a thunderous explosion suddenly echoed.
The whole world is trembling, and the sky is darkening at an alarming speed. Everyone looks up and sees the brilliant sun quickly turning black, enveloped by a mysterious force.
What is happening? Is it a solar eclipse?
No, this is not a solar eclipse, this is the protection of the heavenly path, a self-defense of the worlds.
What exactly is it that threatens the heavenly path, to the point it is facing eternal silence?
Everyone's faces changed dramatically, their hearts turning to ashes, nearly splitting apart.
It's unimaginable what kind of force could disrupt the normal operation of the whole world. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening explosion sounds again, as if thunder is striking the entire world.
With the naked eye, nothing is seen falling, but the ground of this world is cracking open endlessly. The whole world is on the brink of collapse at any moment. At the same time, 2 tremendous pressures tear through heaven and earth, causing everyone's legs to weaken, and nearly everyone collapses to the ground, trembling in fear.
The might of an emperor, this is the true might of an emperor. My God, what is happening? Is it a battle of the legendary Emperor Realm experts? Are there still Emperor Realm experts in this world?
The might of an emperor is indescribable, even those who have never felt it before can recognize it instantly.
It is overwhelmingly powerful.
Once the might of the emperor envelopes, even a trace seems to cause the worlds to crumble, as if the entire heavenly path is demonstrating its power. The emperor realm, that is a supreme existence. It stands alongside the heavenly path, capable of destroying the universe and all things. At this moment, no one knows who is fighting at the emperor realm, but everyone feels the threat of death.
Could it be, a new wave of dark chaos is about to begin?
Someone thinks of something, their eyes filled with despair. That is a taboo word that one dares not even utter. And at this time, at an unknown position in the universe, the heavenly sealing chains and the vast sea quicksand, the 2 great emperor artifacts, are already in a fierce battle.
In the surrounding billions of light years, countless stars explode, and innumerable nebulae collapse.
The universe is being torn apart, with a trend of collapse.
An unknown life planet instantaneously explodes, and countless beings are annihilated upon it.
The quicksand sweeps across, and a blazing sun turns into a speck of dust, merging into the quicksand. Beneath that quicksand, it disregards the myriad realms, wielding life and death, without mercy. The ceiling chains time and again bind the quicksand, wishing to negate its power, but it is to no avail.
The heavenly ceiling chains cannot contain the quicksand, nor can it save the beings on various life planets.
The battle of the two Emperor artifacts is always far easier and clearer in destruction than in protection.
Damn it, what did I say?
Cultivators are the bug of this world.
Damn it, it spreads like cancer cells.
The stronger the cultivation, the greater the threat to this world. This is not a battle of Emperor artifacts, this is aiming for the destruction of the universe. Zhou Hai is at the center of the battle, luckily protected by the 8 great Emperor artifacts, remaining unharmed. Otherwise, with his cultivation level, he would be turned to ashes on the spot, leaving not a trace behind. Why are you all still dazed?
Go and blow that damn sand away.
Witnessing the mad acts of the vast sea quicksand, Zhou Hai is furious. Yet, the 8 great Emperor artifacts remain motionless, causing him to frown.
Do they dare to move?
But at that moment, a laugh sounds out, and Zhou Hai suddenly looks back, his face changing drastically. There, the shadow earlier revealed within the vast sea quicksand is now walking towards him from the depths of the universe. No, this is not a shadow, this is a real person. He exudes no aura, yet, as he walks, the stars of the heavens revolve around him, all laws of the heavenly path submitted to him. It seems the whole universe belongs to him, he is the only god between heaven and earth. Zhou Hai's scalp tingles, and his heart feels sour. Damn it, this is the master of the vast sea quicksand, the true emperor.
What is Zhou Hai even considered?
A mere Unity Realm cultivator, an existence as insignificant as an ant. Unexpectedly encountered the great emperor.
Who can understand this feeling?
Buzz buzz buzz. The imperial artifact beside Zhou Hai trembled nonstop, boundless imperial might spreading out, and numerous phantoms appeared on the imperial artifact, all steadfastly staring at the great emperor of the vast sea. Though they are imperial artifacts, facing a true great emperor, their might faded slightly.
Don't move, what are you doing? Not understanding anything at all. This is a real great emperor.
Great emperor of the vast sea, boundless magic, unrivaled above and below the heavens. Junior Morong Shao, paying respects to the great emperor of the vast sea. Zhou Hai's face turned pale, facing a true great emperor, he couldn't muster a single thought of fighting. He didn't even dare to let the 8 great imperial artifacts rush forward, and he started with flattery upon his lips. With 9 great imperial artifacts following, I thought you were a genius, but turns out you are merely a flatterer.
I can sense that you speak without sincerity, showing me little respect.
But strangely, it seems you have something covering the heavenly secret, a person like me can't see through the thoughts of an insignificant ant like you.
Interesting, your name is Morong Shao, right?
The great emperor of the vast sea smiled and looked at Zhou Hai happily.
Great emperor, you jest.
The junior is just straightforward, how could my words not reflect my heart?
My respect for you is like the endless flowing river, unstoppable.
Among all the great emperors past, present, and future, the one I admire most is you.
Indeed, I am Morong Shao. To see the true form of the great emperor today is truly a blessing for millennia, I'd be content even if I die now.
Zhou Hai bowed deeply, an expression of utmost respect. The spirits of the 8 imperial artifacts covered their faces with their hands. With a master like this, they truly felt embarrassed to face anyone.
Is that so? Then you may close your eyes.
I want to see what kind of mystery you hide, to attract 9 great imperial artifacts to follow you. The great emperor of the vast sea chuckled and raised his hand to grasp Zhou Hai.
Chapter 62. Boom.
Across countless light years, the stars of the heavens turned to flowing sand, gathering at one point, instantly forming a gigantic hand that covered the sky, reaching out toward Zhou Hai.
Damn it! I have never respected even my father like this, why do you treat my respect as nothing? Zhou Hai was dumbfounded.
It is often said that one should not strike a smiling face, this rule-breaking fellow immediately brought out his curses.
Seeking death.
The great emperor of the vast sea's eyes narrowed, and the gigantic hand descended instantly. Buzz buzz buzz. The 8 great imperial artifacts moved in unison, the laws of the heavens condensing, immediately colliding with that gigantic hand.
Boom boom boom. The heavens trembled, the cosmic space twisted, the battle seemed to threaten the entire universe.
Under the protection of the 8 great imperial artifacts, Zhou Hai, even facing the great emperor, was not pressured by the might. But as this battle broke out, the emperor's might spread out, even a slight leakage made him feel as if the sky were collapsing and the earth was sinking, the universe turning upside down. The powerful pressure distorted his entire being, bones cracking continuously, he could vanish at any moment. A strong imperial realm expert didn't even need to act against him, just a glance, a breath could bury him without a grave. Damn it, break the teleportation array, this is going to send me to the great emperor's lair, it wants to kill me. Zhou Hai cursed in his heart, the Imperial artifact had already been activated, and he quickly took out over a dozen Supreme artifacts to withstand the Imperial might. Yet even Supreme artifacts could not block the leaking Imperial might. Zhou-Hai's body continually worsened.
The violent power could take his life at any moment.
He activated a Sage Experience card, forcibly increasing his cultivation to stabilize the situation.
Boom.
However, the laws of the heavens erupted, the 8 great Imperial artifacts were simultaneously blasted away, the torrential power surged over, and many Supreme artifacts exploded one after another. Zhou-Hai's pupils widened, the Supreme artifacts simply could not withstand this force. The leaked power instantly made him cough up blood, his organs shattered, and his Sage-level cultivation collapsed on the spot.
Once more.
Without a second thought, Zhou-Hai activated the Sage Experience card again. However, it was of no use, it only made his endurance slightly stronger, yet under the Imperial might, it quickly shattered. One time after another, after 10 experiences as a sage, Zhou-Hai quickly used up the 8th one. In this moment, 7 sages fell on the spot. Just as Zhou-Hai was about to burst forth with the 8th experience and hurriedly open the 9th, a familiar aura greeted him. This was the aura of a supreme being, exactly the same as the one leaked from the secret realm of the academy.
Hanhai Tianzuan, are you trying to incite chaos?
A cold voice came. The next moment, Zhou-Hai saw the laws of the heavens converge, transforming into a heavenly talisman, coalescing into a figure. It was an extremely beautiful woman, dressed in green, and the rich life force flowing around her made this nearly shattered corner of the universe feel revitalized. Under the influence of the woman's aura, Zhou-Hai, who was already severely injured, seemed to instantly drink from the source of life, recovering at a visible speed.
Junior, you a mere supreme being dared to appear before me. Hanhai Tianzuan frowned and finally took notice. You and I are both supreme beings, what right do you have to look down upon others? Do you really think you are still the great emperor of old?
The great emperor has long since perished.
What remains are only some petty scoundrels.
The woman was beautiful, her expression calm, but her words were piercing, full of sharp sarcasm.
You seek death.
Furious, Hanhai Tianzuan unleashed a catastrophic force that burst forth from the heavens.
Leave. Leave the Imperial artifact.
With a wave of her hand, the woman's gentle power grasped Zhou-Hai and took him away from the spot.
Thank you, beautiful supreme.
Here's the Imperial artifact, kill this worthless piece of trash. Zhou-Hai roared, his words infuriating Hanhai Tianzuan, who shot him a murderous glare. If it weren't for the supreme being standing in front of him, he would have been killed in an instant by Hanhai Tianzuan's gaze. Yet even so, explosive sounds continued to erupt around him. Many supreme artifacts burst apart under a single glance from Hanhai Tianzuan.
The Emperor's power overshadowed the heavens and the earth. What are you staring at? One day I will kill you.
No, not one day, in front of the beautiful supreme, you won't even see another day. Zhou-Hai cursed, but before he could finish, he had already disappeared from the spot.
Morong Shao, dare to insult this emperor? There will be no place for you in the universe. I will make your life worse than death. Hanhai Tianzuan had never been so angry.
His roar echoed throughout the universe, reaching every corner. In the ancient star domain, at the Northern Dezhou Academy, everyone was prostrated on the ground, trembling in fear. Suddenly, a thunderous voice rang out from the skies, leaving everyone dumbfounded.
But...
Morong Shao spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale, his soul trembling in fear. Everyone looked at him with strange expressions.
What had just happened? A great emperor had chanted the name Morong Shao. What glory was this?
But this glory was too deadly, no one could understand how Morong Shao had angered a great emperor.
In a corner of the universe, a great battle erupted again.
Above the Supreme, there are the great emperors. The realm of the Supreme ultimately cannot rival the laws of the great emperor. However, while skillfully controlling 8 great emperor weapons and recalling the sealing chains, the woman actually blocked Hanhai Tianzuan's attack in a corner of the universe. The two fought, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to shatter, tearing this part of the universe into a dead sea. The battle continued for 6 whole days, and only then did everyone find relief from the pressure. No one knew how the battle ended, nor did anyone know the outcome. All they knew was that after this battle, the dark turmoil that could have erupted was quelled. And at the very moment the battle ended, the entrance to the martial arts palace's secret realm at Dezhou Academy suddenly sealed shut, with large characters soaring into the sky like a decree.
3 months later, the secret realm will restart, supreme inheritance, life or death fortune. Then, the secret realm fell silent.
Inside came a wave of death's breath, the entire secret realm was mourning. Even the vast ancient star domain let out a sorrowful sigh, as if to bid farewell to someone.
What happened? What's going on again?
Seeing this, everyone in front of the Great Zhou Academy was stunned, followed by endless joy. The true inheritance had appeared in the world, this was a supreme being searching for a heir. If the hope of receiving the inheritance had seemed slim before, this time, someone was bound to succeed.
This is a tremendous opportunity, no one could possibly let it slip away.
People from all the holy places and dynasties no longer lingered, quickly rising to head towards the ancestral grounds to prepare.
Even the people from the Great Qian dynasty and the Great Zhou dynasty left after leaving behind their compensation. A battle over the supreme inheritance had thus begun. What happened? The world that was just full of vitality suddenly turned gray?
At this moment, in another world, Zhou Hai was inexplicably in tears. Having just finished a recovery period, he should have been grateful for regaining his life, yet he couldn't feel happy at all, his mood inexplicably low. He found himself in a sea of flowers. But at that moment, the sea of flowers withered, transforming the colorful world into black and white.
Bang 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 bang.
Suddenly, 9 great imperial artifacts fell beside him, all severely damaged, no longer shining like before.
The imperial artifacts lay dormant, and no trace of their former aura remained. Chapter 63. Damn you, Han Hai, you treacherous scoundrel! You just ruined my 9 life-saving cards like this? Zhou Hai's eyes turned red in an instant.
This battle not only shattered all his supreme artifacts, but even the imperial artifacts were left in pieces. This was a huge loss.
Moro Shao, I swear I won't let this go.
Suddenly, the voice of the Han Hai Celestial came, startling Zhou Hai so much that his legs went weak, almost falling to the ground.
Damn it, where are you?
Zhou Hai looked around in confusion, his eyes filled with caution.
Clatter.
He reached out casually, and over 100 sacred-level treasures appeared, ready for battle.
You brat, how much of the Emperor's wealth did you steal? Where did you get so many treasures?
The voice of the Han Hai Celestial came again, filled with both anger and disbelief. He realized that even his own accumulation couldn't compare to Zhou Hai's. It was infuriating.
What's going on? You can't be sealed or killed, right?
Zhou Hai was stunned, discovering the voice of the Han Hai Celestial actually came from the 9 great imperial artifacts.
The Han Hai Celestial snorted, filled with intense unwillingness and fury.
Theoretically, with his strength, even if he self-inflicted a wound, no one would be able to defeat him.
Even a peak supreme with 9 imperial artifacts could not.
But at the critical moment, the 9 imperial artifacts changed drastically, hiding the backhand killing moves of the 9 former emperors, brutally cutting him into 9 pieces. Of course, this alone was not enough to kill him. But badly injured, he had no opportunity to resist, and was sealed by the hidden killing moves of the 9 emperors. Now he was trapped within the 9 great imperial artifacts, unable to draw upon any source of power, and could only rely on his imperial body to slowly regain strength, waiting for the day he could break the seal and kill out again.
Ah, you really have been sealed.
Zhou Hai was amused, his courage instantly swelling as he kicked the 9 great imperial artifacts wildly. Although this couldn't injure the Han Hai Celestial sealed inside, the humiliation was strong enough to nearly make him spit blood. Historically, Qi Yu was beheaded and sealed in the 9 provinces. Today, Han Hai the scoundrel is killed and imprisoned within the 9 artifacts. You truly deserve it.
Alright, you stay here to play slowly, I'm leaving.
After a while, Zhou Hai laughed heartily, satisfied and ready to turn and leave.
Wait, aren't you taking these 9 artifacts with you?
A gentle voice came from behind, that of a beautiful supreme, giving a feeling of spring breeze. But for some reason, Zhou Hai felt a strange pain in his heart.
This feeling was inexplicable. He rubbed his eyes only to find that at some point, tears were rolling down again. Damn it! How did I suddenly start crying? Do I have wind-eye disease? Zhou Hai rubbed his eyes and said, Beautiful Supreme, is this still my imperial artifact? There's an old thief hiding inside. I'm carrying it on me. Do you want him to kill me? If you like it, I'll give it to you. Zhou Hai understood clearly.
The imperial artifact was a real treasure, but it depended on whether it was dangerous or not.
He didn't want anything deadly.
No, you must take them. I've already died in battle, and I have no strength to suppress it. Only your supreme power can suppress him for a longer time. If you leave the 9 imperial artifacts here, within 10 years, he will refine the 9 artifacts and bring them back to life.
At that time, no one will be able to balance him, and the great calamity of the heavens will come.
The voice of the beautiful supreme echoed, seemingly not expecting Zhou Hai to be so generous, simply letting go of the 9 imperial artifacts.
What? You're dead? What nonsense is this? Is it haunted? The dead are talking to me? Besides, with your level of battle, can there still be ghosts after death? Zhou Hai widened his eyes. He didn't believe a word of what the beautiful supreme said. Foolish. This woman sacrificed herself, resurrected many star domains, and has already merged into the heavenly Tao, becoming part of the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, do you think she would be qualified to stand before this emperor? She has already turned to ashes, and even the divine thoughts of the heavenly Tao will not last for half a year. Do you know why you're crying? The supreme spilled blood, and the heavenly Tao is compassionate. How could you not weep?
The voice of the vast sea celestial venerable came, filled with contempt.
What? She's really dead?
Zhou Hai's heart jolted, and a sense of desolation surged from deep within. This woman died to save him, and now he owed a huge debt of gratitude.
Take the 9 imperial artifacts.
If they are with you, perhaps you can seal this person for 100 years, 1,000 years, even 10,000 years. Otherwise, after 10 years, there will be chaos in the darkness, and the consequences will be unimaginable. The voice of the beautiful Supreme sounded again, filled with compassion for all beings.
But. Zhou Hai had a conflicted and bitter expression on his face.
He was really scared. But thinking that she had sacrificed her life to save him, how could he refuse after all?
All right.
I'll take them, okay? After a long while, Zhou Hai finally stammered out his agreement and stored the 9 imperial artifacts in his bag.
Thank you, rootless one.
You've gone through danger for all beings and will receive the heavenly Tao's favor. The merit of all beings will fall upon you. You will have good fortune. The vast sea celestial venerable knows many great secrets, and you might be able to extract some information from him to gain more benefits. The voice of the beautiful Supreme sounded again, as if a goddess were blessing him. In an instant, Zhou Hai felt warmth spread throughout his body, as if a mysterious power had entered him, and a halo of merit began to form above his head.
Soon, the merit halo faded away.
Zhou Hai didn't feel the so-called blessing of the heavenly Tao, but in a daze, he could feel the entire world embracing him.
But no matter what, he couldn't get closer to it. This feeling was strange, and even he couldn't explain what was going on. It seems I'm a person with great merit now.
But beautiful Supreme, you can bless me, but why does rootless one sound so unpleasant?
Zhou Hai grinned.
Although he hadn't collected any merit power or heavenly Tao's blessings, after 7 years of rolling in the cultivation world, he knew better than anyone how important these things were. In the cultivation world, the mystical sect fought the heavenly Tao, and what they fought for was the fortune and longevity of the heavenly Tao. And outside of the mystical sect, the Buddhist sect gathered merit. It is said that when these two powers reach their limit, they can even surpass the heavenly Tao and become the legendary immortals.
Of course, whether it's true or not is unknown.
But the ancient emperors flocked to these two things, so it's easy to imagine how precious they are.
Alright, rootless one, your disciple is fine now. You two can go.
The voice of the beautiful Supreme sounded again, and the scene in front of Zhou Hai changed. He suddenly found himself in another place. The familiar scent rushed toward him.
This was the scent of the ancient star domain.
Zhou Hai hovered in the sky high above, beneath him was a sea of floating clouds. Before he could stabilize himself, another figure fell from the sky, startling Zhou Hai.
Shi Yao.
He hurriedly reached out and caught the unconscious Qin Shi Yao, holding her in his arms.
Chapter 64.
Shi Yao, how are you? Wake up quickly. Qin Shi Yao's face was pale. Zhou Hai shook her vigorously on a patch of grass, and finally fed her a pile of magical pills, before she slowly awoke.
Shi Yao.
Seeing Qin Shi Yao open her eyes, Zhou Hai wanted to ask her what had happened. But before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Qin Shi Yao.
Master, thank you. Shi Yao thought she would never see you again.
You are truly amazing, even the Emperor is no match for you.
Did you slay the Emperor to save Shi Yao?
The moment Qin Shi Yao saw Zhou Hai, tears streamed down her face as she tightly hugged his neck and cried. Zhou Hai stiffened, completely dumbfounded.
What's going on? Slaying the Emperor?
How could this girl dare to think that?
Shi Yao, did you misunderstand something?
Zhou Hai tried to explain, but Qin Shi Yao would not give him the chance.
Master, don't say anything, I saw everything. A great emperor appeared, wanting to kill me, not even the demon palace could stop him. If it weren't for the green curtain barrier at a critical moment, I would have died. I knew it was you protecting me, Master.
Sure enough, not long after, you appeared, clashing with that emperor's treasure, and finally even stood against the emperor.
I couldn't hold on until the end, but if it weren't for you slaying the emperor, how could you have saved me? Thank you, Master.
Qin Shi Yao was overwhelmed with gratitude. She knew her master was her greatest support in life. Indeed, with her master around, even the emperor was of no use.
It's all as it should be. How can my master's precious disciple be bullied?
Zhou Hai's face became somewhat stiff. He truly hadn't expected his image in Qin Shi Yao's eyes to be so grand.
This feeling of being worshipped was truly exhilarating.
I have never seen such a brazen and shameless person.
In a chaotic system space, the vast sea celestial lord, sealed within the 9 great emperor treasures, was fuming with rage.
Thinking of himself as the vast sea emperor, invincible in ancient and modern times, yet being spoken of as dying at the hands of an ant. What's more, this worthless brat even admitted it. It was simply outrageous. If he could appear in his true form, he felt his face would turn green from anger.
Alright, my disciple, it's all alright. Whoever dares to bully you again, just let them think of the fate of the vast sea celestial lord, no, the vast sea emperor. I can't wait to see who will dare touch my disciple in the future. Zhou Hai's voice rang out again, causing the vast sea celestial lord to be so enraged that he had no strength left to retaliate. How shameless must this kid be? He actually plans to write on him to make a name for himself? It's simply outrageous. Understood, master. Qin Shiyao nodded. Just then, the system's voice rang in her mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully safeguarding the path, now awarding the protection gift package. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai opened it without a second thought. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Puppet Emperor weapon, Vast Sea Sands. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining an Emperor experience card. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a Temple of Merit. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 years of cultivation. Zhou Hai's eyes brightened. The moment the system's voice fell, explosive power surged into his body like a tide. His cultivation level soared instantly. First stage of the Unity Realm 3. First stage of the Unity Realm 4. First stage of the Unity Realm 5. First stage of the Unity Realm 9. In just a short moment, he successfully broke through to the ninefold level of the Unity Realm. But that wasn't all. Boom, boom, boom. A violent uproar surged within him, as Zhou Hai heard thunderous sounds. Deep in his sea of consciousness, a palace seemed to appear, exuding the most primitive Dao rhythm. In an instant, Zhou Hai's cultivation broke through to the first level of the Dao Palace realm. Second level of the Dao Palace realm. Third level of the Dao Palace realm. Fourth level of the Dao Palace realm. Soon, Zhou Hai's cultivation reached the peak of the Dao Palace realm. This was just able to stop. Feeling the increase in his cultivation, Zhou Hai was stunned. In just a short moment, he had reached the ninth level of the Dao Palace realm. This time, although the journey of protection incurred heavy losses, the rewards were truly sweet. In addition to 1,000 years of cultivation, he also received an Emperor experience card. Doesn't this mean he could be an Emperor at any time? Now he had more confidence to brag. He decided that starting today, the vast sea celestial master was the one he killed. He needed to quickly find a way to let the world know. As for evidence, wasn't the vast sea flowing sand enough? The Puppet Emperor artifact. Now, this Emperor artifact was forcibly controlled by the system, meaning it was undamaged but could no longer resist and would only act as a puppet, obeying Zhou Hai's commands. This was also going to become a major trump card for his survival. Temple of Merit. With merit blessings, faith upon you, it can bring deceased people back to the world. Damn, this is even better. After learning more about the Temple of Merit, Zhou Hai's eyes brightened instantly. Having incurred a life-saving debt of gratitude, he hadn't figured out how to repay it, and now the opportunity just came. By the way, system, do you know the name of that beautiful supreme? Thinking of this, Zhou Hai quickly asked the system. The system, however, did not answer, as usual, seeming dead silent. Damn! Seeing this, Zhou Hai could only pout. At that moment, waves of spiritual energy rippled through the heavens and the earth, vaguely indicating that someone was fighting. Zhou Hai looked up and saw 1,000 miles away. He saw the scholars from the academy being suppressed by experts, and many had already been injured or killed. Seeking death. Zhou Hai's eyes sharpened as he suddenly stood up. Xiao, come with me. He grabbed Qin Xiao, and Zhou Hai didn't even need to use the teleportation array of the Emperor's Corner. With a step, he traveled 1,000 miles in an instant. Humph, Academy thieves, dare to touch my Holy Valley people. Today, you are all doomed without a burial ground. A cold voice came, as Li Changqing, Wu Yang, Chen Shuang, and others led the disciples and were being suppressed by the people from the 10,000 Poisons Valley. Wu Yang and the other three great understanding realm experts were completely immobilized by a Unity realm expert. They were covered in blood, but even fighting desperately was futile. Other disciples were even less capable of resistance, like sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Boom! An explosion sounded, and a body of an academy disciple instantly burst open, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. No! Other disciples' eyes were bloodshot, and the elders wept blood, but it was useless. Ha ha, they say the academy is a holy land of Beihuang, but it's nothing but this. A bunch of mere ants, truly not worth a blow. The murderer was another Unity Realm expert, who spoke while raising his hand to explode another disciple's body, allowing the other party to not even have time to scream. What's going on? Isn't your academy fond of meddling, rescuing the world? Now your academy can't even save itself, how can it help others? Ha ha ha, is this despair? The true despair is yet to come. Standing nearby was another Unity Realm expert, and as he spoke, he stepped forward and said, "Don't kill them, hand them over to me. I will make them wish they were dead. I'll torture them into undying resentful souls to refine into Dao soldiers. Then you can enjoy their despair."
Saying this, that Unity Realm expert waved his hand, and mysterious poison gas surged out, intending to overwhelm everyone from the academy.
No.
Seeing the incoming poison gas, Wu Yang and the Elder's eyes almost popped out. These people were the young strength of the Great Zhou Academy. Once they fell, the academy would be left without successors, leading to an end. In the crowd, Xu Chen, Xiao Ting, Ling Luoxue, Bai Shushu, and others were also ashen-faced. They wanted to resist, but under the pressure of the Unity Realm expert, it felt like the air was frozen, and they couldn't move at all, only waiting to die obediently.
Do you enjoy torturing people?
Just right, I have this hobby too.
How about we exchange some ideas?
Just when everyone thought they were doomed, a cold voice rang out.
In the next moment,
the spreading poison gas quickly shrank back, instantly returning to the front of the Unity Realm powerhouse and flooding into his body.
Who?
The Unity Realm powerhouse's face changed drastically, and before he could react, an imposing voice echoed. I say there is light, and this world will be bright from now on. I say there will be life, and henceforth you shall be born. Now, I let you reap the bitter fruits of your actions. You will suffer endlessly and be refined into a Tao soldier. As the voice fell, the Unity Realm powerhouse suddenly felt the laws within him shatter. His own power instantly backfired, impacting his entire meridian system.
Heart-wrenching pain surged, and he collapsed helplessly to the ground. Ah!
His cries of agony echoed across the wilderness, leaving everyone gaping at the scene. They watched as the Unity Realm powerhouse's body turned black at an observable speed and hardened. Eventually, it softened little by little until he turned into liquid on the spot.
But even then, it was not over.
When his body completely melted, a pitch-black primordial spirit flew out, screaming wildly in the poison gas. Even in death, he could not escape the torment from the depths of his soul. A poisonous soul banner emerged, belonging to that Unity Realm powerhouse's Tao soldier.
The Tao soldier trembled, and a violent sucking force instantly drew the Unity Realm powerhouse's primordial spirit into the banner. Ah no! The scream became even more intense, shaking the poisonous soul banner. This poisonous soul banner is primarily for nurturing poisonous souls. Every person killed and tainted by the poison gas will suffer endlessly for all eternity.
In years of pain, the poisonous soul will become mad, powerful, and filled with boundless attacking force. Once inside the poisonous soul banner, this pain would be magnified 1,000-fold. With the nurturing of countless souls, once the poisonous soul banner appears, few in the same realm can match it. Even surpassing levels to kill enemies can instantly corrode stronger opponents until nothing remains. However, no one expected that the Unity Realm powerhouse worked hard to refine this Tao soldier, only to become his own tomb.
Who are you really?
Reacting, the other two Unity Realm powerhouses in the scene immediately panicked. They hurriedly gathered together, glancing around in confusion. You ignorant fools, my master has killed even the great emperor of the High Dai Ocean.
How dare you harm someone from my academy?
A cold voice rang out, this time from a female.
What? Killing the great emperor? Who is the great emperor of the High Dai Ocean? I've never heard of it.
The two Unity Realm powerhouses were startled, and to be honest, the title of emperor held great deterrent power. However, when combined with the previous words, the two Unity Realm powerhouses wore expressions of confusion.
If you have the ability, step out. Don't hide. And killing the great emperor of the High Dai Ocean, what is that?
That's just bragging without a credible story. One of them shouted angrily, clearly struggling to comprehend who this great emperor of the High Dai Ocean was. When Zhou Hai heard Qin Xiao's words, he felt a bit proud at first, having someone to boast for him felt good. However, the other party's reaction left him somewhat disappointed, as if he had punched cotton. Unable to show off, he felt embarrassed instead.
Damn, High Dai, how have you fallen so low? Once a great emperor, how did you end up this way? No one even knows you.
Zhou Hai privately raged at the sealed Great Emperor High Dai, making the Great Emperor speechless.
Get lost, a bunch of ignorant juniors.
I attained the Tao 800,000 years ago, how could these insects living less than 10,000 years know anything? The Great Emperor High Dai roared angrily, clearly annoyed by being cursed by a group of insects.
So that's it, your era has long passed.
You're truly useless, not even able to brag properly. Zhou Hai realized this, and his words nearly made the Great Emperor High Dai spit blood. These words were not very harmful, but deeply insulting.
Enough, disciple.
Two insects, not even sages can tolerate, why bring up the Great Emperor with them? They cannot look up to such existence. Zhou Hai's helpless voice came through, and the crowd of the academy was overjoyed. This time, they recognized it. It was the voice of the little junior sister and the little uncle. In an instant, everyone collapsed to the ground, lying there as if it were the most natural thing, having dropped all defenses. That feeling was like the pillar of the home has arrived, no need to worry about anything.
What the heck is going on?
The only one in the crowd who didn't lie down was Zheng Qianquan, looking completely dumbfounded, feeling somewhat out of place. After hesitating for a moment, he also chose to fit in and lay down.
Don't you have any shame? The moment I arrive, you all just lie down?
Zhou Hai walked out from the void with a dark face, and along with him was Qin Xiao.
Uncle, the disciples are suffering in silence. It's said that when the sky falls, there's a tall one to hold it up. Where has this tall one been until now? We've had such a hard time on the way here. Now that you're here, you won't even let us rest a bit?
Shu Chen was crying, his snot and tears flowing, truly feeling wronged.
Yes, uncle, we've endured a lot. First, we fought the sword sect, then we bumped into that gang of bastards from Taichu. If not for Elder Haoren passing by, we would have been dead with no place left to bury us. We thought we had escaped a calamity, but turned around and faced this group of old poisoners.
Elder Haoren was poisoned severely, dragging one purple mansion strongman and over a dozen old monsters from Dao Palace.
Can you imagine how desperate we were on this journey? The group of disciples wailed, even elders like Wu Yang felt a sense of survival after a disaster. Was it really that bad?
Zhou Hai was taken aback, unable to avoid feeling a little sympathetic.
No wonder these people were so miserable. It turns out that after fleeing the academy, they encountered so many life and death crises. Surviving is already a stroke of luck.
In the crowd, Zheng Qianquan watched as other disciples were crying and complaining, acting as if they were very close to Zhou Hai, while he couldn't even say a word.
An inexplicable bitterness surged in his heart once again.
Originally, he should have been the one closest to Zhou Hai. Remembering his choice back then, he felt regret to the point of almost spitting blood.
All right, let's all lie down and sleep. I will bring you justice.
Zhou Hai shook his head, his gaze turning towards the two harmonization stage strongmen. He saw two streaks of light flash by, and without thinking, the two harmonization stage strongmen flew away.
What a joke! They couldn't even see how he appeared, why would they fight? You think you can escape? Come down here. Zhou Hai's eyes narrowed slightly, and with just a word, violent power surged through the heavens and earth, smashing onto the two men. Boom! Puff! The two were like being struck by billions of mountains, each spitting out a large mouthful of blood. When they landed on the ground, their meridians and bones were all broken. The academy disciples lying flat saw this and simultaneously sat up, gazing at the scene in shock. They had not seen how Zhou Hai killed the earlier harmonization stage strongman, but this time, they all witnessed it. This was true power following his words, and the heavens and earth moved accordingly. This was the greatest characteristic of a sage from legends. Zhou Hai was actually a sage. Before one wave had settled, another rose, and the shock Zhou Hai had brought to everyone before had not yet passed. This shock was even more overwhelming. No. Sage, spare my life. We were blind and offended the sage, I begged the sage to spare us, and we are willing to be your servants for generations. The two harmonization stage strongmen were desperate and cried out for mercy. If they could get up, they surely would have smashed their heads on the ground by now. Serve me? You don't even qualify. Zhou Hai's eyes were cold as his palm gradually tightened. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed out. An invisible law locked onto the two men, slowly grinding them away. The academy crowd watched in stunned silence, personally witnessing as the two became ashes, with not even a remnant of their souls left. Get up! Turning around, Zhou Hai waved his hand, and an invisible power surged into everyone's bodies. Everyone instantly felt their injuries recovering significantly. Full of strength. Little junior brother. Wu Yang and others felt a mix of emotions, never imagining that their often teased little junior brother was actually an unparalleled strong warrior on the same level as the sage ancestor. The rest of the disciples were extremely excited. With a powerful little uncle like him protecting them, who in the world would dare to touch the great Zhou Academy? From now on, even if they encountered disciples from the Holy Lands, they would no longer have to lower their heads. Speak, where has that old man Yi Haoren gone? Zhou Hai asked in a deep voice. He actually quite liked Yi Haoren. This person was straightforward. Most importantly, he knew right from wrong, reasoned, never bullied the weak, and was truly fearless of power. Having someone like this around as a mouthpiece would be simply exhilarating. Little uncle, over there, he went that way. In the crowd, Xiao Ting quickly pointed in a direction. Little uncle, you must hurry. Elder Haoren has been poisoned and is being ambushed by an old monster of the same realm along with over 100 people. The situation is dire. Chu Chen also said hastily. Over 100 people? Zhou Hai frowned. Yes, little uncle. Besides that old monster from the Purple Mansion and a dozen old ghosts from the Dao Palace, there are also 72 Harmonization Realm powerhouses forming what they call the 72 Earth Fiend Absolute Poison Formation. Elder Haoren fell victim to their scheme and is now gravely poisoned. With all these people working together, Elder Haoren is in great danger. Bai Shushu spoke up.
Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai hesitated no more, stepping out for dozens of miles in a single stride, instantly arriving several thousand miles away, finally sensing the waves of battle. Clearly, all this way, Yi Haoran had been fleeing while trying to lead away more experts to create opportunities for others to escape. Unfortunately, he was destined to be trapped alone. After traveling several thousand miles, Zhou Hai finally followed the spirit energy fluctuations into the battlefield, but he couldn't help but look dumbfounded. Over here, Yi Haoran was indeed gravely poisoned and, combined with his numerous injuries, was almost at death's door. However, the situation was not as dire as he had imagined. He did not know where dozens of experts had rushed out, the lowest cultivation among them being the harmonization realm. Stronger ones included those from the Dao Palace, as well as 3 great cultivators from the Purple Mansion. Although the 3 great cultivators had not reached the peak of the Purple Mansion together, they barely held back that peak Purple Mansion old monster from the Wan Poison Valley. Without that old monster suppressing them on the spot, the other dozens of people were managing to fend off the rest of the Wan Poison Valley cultivators with difficulty.
Hiss, these people don't seem to be from the main academy, right?
Zhou Hai glanced at these people, confirming they were not from the recent batch sent by the main academy. But it was strange, they were using academy techniques, which undeniably bore some resemblance to the righteous path of Haoran, obviously indicating they were people from the academy.
Could they be predecessors from our lineage?
Zhou Hai thought to himself, and soon he found the answer. Damn it, our great Zhou Academy has established itself for thousands of years, innovating each generation.
Many predecessors indeed died, but we old folks haven't died yet.
If you dare to bully our great Zhou Academy, you don't know how great the heavens and earth are. An old man with white hair and beard shouted angrily, his true essence surging, the righteous aura overwhelming. Our academy speaks of reason, but we are not afraid to fight.
If you want to fight, who is afraid of whom?
This was a burly middle-aged man who looked not too old, but from his aura, it was clear he was in his twilight years. At this moment, he surged in size, reaching 3 meters tall, and stood like a giant, battling 5 opponents of the same realm without falling behind. Clearly, this was a predecessor from the martial Dao Palace. The battlefield was filled with spirit energy fluctuations, true essence interweaving, the paths of destruction between heaven and earth. This group encouraged each other, appearing not to fall behind, but in reality, each one was already exhausted, defeat was only a matter of time, and what remained was merely a dying struggle. Seeing this, Zhou Hai hesitated no longer, instantly transforming into a bolt of black lightning. The path of destruction danced within the lightning, ripping the heavens and the earth apart wherever it passed.
Boom boom boom.
In an instant, the sound of explosions erupted. Many experts from the 10,000 Poison Valley did not react to what had happened, their bodies instantaneously shattered.
In just less than 3 breaths of time, 72 Unity Realm powerhouses perished, leaving not even their primordial spirits behind.
All were annihilated by Zhou Hai's devastating path.
What's going on?
The faces of 18 Dao Palace realm experts changed dramatically, they no longer cared about their opponents, and instantly gathered together. But then they felt the space ripple, a figure appeared among them. You are all going to die. Zhou Hai's voice came through, clearly telling them what was happening. Then, the world-destroying rule wrapped around each person. In the void, a great road descended, almost solidifying into the order of the rules.
Boom boom boom. The entire space exploded on the spot, cracks in the space slithering like spirit snakes.
Even the heavens and the earth could not endure Zhou Hai's annihilating path, let alone these Dao Palace realm experts. In just an instant, their bodies exploded, but even blood had no time to fly out before being refined on the spot.
Ah!
The screams were heart-wrenching, and the scene was instantly cleared.
On the side of the Academy's experts, everyone was stunned.
They stared dumbfounded at this unforeseen change, as well as the young man standing on the battlefield. No one even noticed how he made his move, they only saw that at the moment he appeared, all the experts from the 10,000 Poison Valley could not withstand a single strike and were directly obliterated.
Who are you?
The Purple Mansion realm expert from the 10,000 Poison Valley's face changed dramatically, hurriedly exiting the battlefield, his gaze wary as he looked at Zhou Hai.
Brother Zhou Hai, you're here?
On the ground, heavily injured and on the brink of death, Yi Haoran saw Zhou Hai and immediately let out a sigh of relief. He didn't know when it started, but Zhou Hai had become the backbone of the great Zhou Academy, as well as the pillar of his heart. At this moment of seeing Zhou Hai, he knew all danger was lifted.
Sai, just look at you people, without me, this academy would have been utterly destroyed.
Zhou Hai shook his head. In the past half-month, the academy had indeed gone through ups and downs, facing extinction several times.
He didn't even know whether to say the academy was unlucky or what.
Everyone bowed their heads, a group of old seniors couldn't help but turn red in the face. Though they wished to argue, they had to admit that if Zhou Hai hadn't come today, everyone would have died here.
The great Zhou Academy would truly have faced annihilation.
All right. My academy is not a soft persimmon to be squeezed. Anyone who dares to touch my academy, I want to see how many lives they have to lose.
Zhou Hai waved his hand, turning to the Purple Mansion realm expert from the 10,000 Poison Valley, coldly saying, "I'll give you a chance, take action, and end your own life. Then at least you can be more at ease." Upon hearing this, the Purple Mansion realm expert's face darkened. He stared at Zhou Hai for a long time, unable to discern Zhou Hai's cultivation level, but could see that Zhou Hai was only in his 20s. He simply couldn't fathom how such a young person could possess such high cultivation. "Ha ha ha, young man, if I am not mistaken, you should be the son of the main academy. Do you really think that by using secret techniques to hide your own cultivation level, and utilizing treasures to slay these people, you can scare me away? You underestimate me too much. I doubt your cultivation is even at the understanding Dao realm. Today, even if I'm the only one left, everyone present will die." Suddenly, the Purple Mansion realm expert let out a loud laugh, his true essence surged, an inexplicable source of power spreading, as if to open the heavens and split the earth. Is this his true strength? Everyone present changed their faces dramatically, except for Yi Haoran, all eyes flickered with a hint of panic. Source power, the opportunity to open the heavens. This was the key to touching that layer of realm. Once the source power was formed, one could open the heavens, achieve sagehood, and then pressurize a domain, invincible to none. A person who has cultivated the sage's source power is destined to be difficult to match. Under everyone's gaze, that person's true essence flowed, and faintly, an illusory world began to coalesce. A vast energy filled the heavens and earth, even space felt like it was about to explode. "Junior, die." With a roar, the shadow of the world spun wildly, the power of destruction filled thousands of miles around. On the ground, all vegetation and living beings were instantly slaughtered. Everyone present summoned their Dao soldiers, barely managing to stabilize their forms. Yet some still spat blood, faces filled with despair. Under such a strong killing force, everyone felt the arrival of death. "You foolish thing, do you really think that merging with the Dao soldiers makes you a semi-saint? Since you want to die without closing your eyes, I will fulfill your wish." Zhou Hai's cold voice came, raising his hand to flick a grain of sand. Buzz. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the sky cracked and the earth split, the laws of heaven and earth collapsing constantly. A gigantic space black hole appeared, that grain of sand charged forward, instantly reaching the peak powerhouse of the Purple Mansion realm. The world before him crushed everything, as if with the power of one world it aimed to destroy heaven and earth. Yet at the moment it touched that grain of sand, the world's shadow shattered. Before the rebound force could strike, the sand instantly pierced through his brow. His sea of consciousness instantly fell into chaos. His purple mansion shattered on the spot. His body turned to ashes in an instant, with only his primordial spirit being sucked into a grain of dust. Clearly a grain of sand, but at the moment the Purple Mansion powerhouse's primordial spirit fell into it, it seemed to enter an endless abyss, rolling endlessly. Heart-wrenching pain surged, this grain of dust relentlessly ground his primordial spirit. That kind of pain made him wish for his primordial spirit to collapse on the spot. What the hell, what is happening? Everyone's heads buzzed. Just a moment ago, they thought they were doomed, yet how could they have imagined that the peak powerhouse of the Purple Mansion would unleash a powerful move, only to be obliterated by a grain of sand? What the hell, had the world gone crazy, or were they the foolish ones? In a moment, everyone was shocked, only Zhou Hai was satisfied as he withdrew the grain of dust. This is the endless sand of the vast sea. Each grain of sand is made of a star world, the power contained within is comparable to a living saint, far surpassing ordinary sacred artifacts. This thing carried on the body can instantly form an imperial weapon, or instantly turn into millions of sacred weapons, simply too useful. Alright, everyone recover and head back. After putting away the grain of sand, Zhou Hai threw out dozens of returning essence pills, and everyone quickly reached out to catch them. Returning essence pills? Seeing clearly what was in hand, everyone was stunned again. It should be known that this thing is even hard for them to seek a single one. Only saints can refine it. How could this young man have so many? Elder Yi, do you need my help to detoxify? Zhou Hai looked at Yi Haoran and said with a smile. Thank you, with the returning essence pills it's enough, I can suppress it, detoxifying later is not too late. Yi Haoran cupped his hands, swallowed a returning essence pill, and his depleted energy was immediately restored partially, suppressing the poison within. Little brother Zhou Hai, did you see that group of younger generations from the academy when you came? Yi Haoran was strong-minded but very delicate inside, due to his worry for the safety of the younger generation. He quickly asked Zhou Hai without taking a breath. Don't worry, they are safe and sound. Since everyone is fine, let's head back to the academy. Zhou Hai waved his hand, took a few quick steps, and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly followed. Yet besides Yi Haoran and the three Purple Mansion strongmen, no one could keep up with Zhou Hai's pace. Little junior sister, what happened these days after that mysterious force suddenly took you away? On the other side, Zhu Chen and others surrounded Qin Shiyao, deeply concerned about her experiences over the past few days.
On that day, the Supreme Dao Field appeared, and to avoid accidents in the secret realm that could endanger the Academy's legacy, Morongxiao ordered everyone to retreat. As a result, halfway through, Qin Shiyao was taken away by a mysterious force. Everyone searched for her for 2 days but found nothing, instead encountering all kinds of dangers. They clearly remembered that when that power descended, even the heavens and the earth made way. It was hard to imagine what kind of person was behind that power. Qin Shiyao recalled the events of the past few days, and couldn't help but feel a chill. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Zhou Hai coming over, and quickly got up, calling out, "Master." Zhou Hai smiled slightly and stepped forward to rub her little head. The others turned around and saw Yi Haoren coming along, only then did their worried hearts settle down. "Ancestor, you have returned?" Suddenly, Elder Chen Shuang of the Sword Palace spoke up, hurriedly going to bow before an old man. This old man was one of the 3 Purple Realm powerhouses of the Great Zhou Academy. Zhou Hai rushed forward. He and the other 2 old men had jointly blocked the Purple Realm Old Monster of the 10,000 Poison Valley. Disciples pay their respects to the ancestor. Disciples pay their respects to the ancestor. At the same time, Li Changqing and Dan Qixi also recognized the other 2 old men and hurriedly approached to pay their respects. Seeing this, the people of the academy also knelt down, only Zhou Hai and Qin Shiyao still stood in the middle of the courtyard. "Let's go, you all chat." Zhou Hai knew the academy had strict rules, didn't want to join in the bowing, and didn't want to be pointed at by others. He turned and took Qin Shiyao away from there. By the time they returned to the Daotsang Palace, it was nearly dusk. That night, ancestors from the various palaces arrived, the academy rejoiced, and Mu Rongxiao ordered a grand feast. "Little Master Uncle, why are you still here? The academy feast is missing only you and little junior sister." Late at night, in the small courtyard of Daotsang Palace, Zhou Hai was waiting for Qin Shiyao's gourmet meal when he saw Chu Chen hurriedly walking over, looking helpless. "Go away, it's not like I haven't eaten academy feasts before. There's not even a vegetable in sight. Those who want to eat this sort of feast can eat it, I don't want it." Zhou Hai rolled his eyes, showing his disdain. "Little Master Uncle, you can't be serious? Today's feast has the fairy treasures and spiritual fruits harvested by the elders over the years. I heard Elder Haoren even brought a jar of monkey wine. Are you really not going? And all the palaces are attending, how can the Daotsang Palace have no one there? This is a bit unreasonable." Chu Chen's words made Qin Shiyao, who was cooking, become alert. "You are so annoying. Can't I just send someone? Shiyao, you go and eat. It's rare for me to make a trip, make sure to eat for me too." Zhou Hai waved his hand, ordering Qin Shiyao. "Master, why do I have to go?" Qin Shiyao's face was full of bitterness. She knew she could not escape this fate. "Your senior brother is not here. If you don't bear this, should I? Do you want to make me die of worry?" The conversation between the master and disciple left Chu Chen confused. It turned out that such a grand feast that countless cultivators could only dream of was viewed as a torment by this master and disciple. Who knows if the master would be furious when he heard this? "Fine, I'll go. Master, please leave some soup for your disciple." Qin Shiyao reluctantly followed Chu Chen, leaving Zhou Hai alone to lift the pot lid and enjoy the delightful food. "Alright, we have learned a bit about the situation in those 3 academies. They are indeed stronger than ours. I heard they have each cultivated a disciple in the divine teleportation realm. During this 4 academy competition, my academy really does not have the advantage. So, let us older folks take these kids, let us show them and see if we can catch up." In the academy's inquiry palace, as soon as Qin Shiyao arrived, she heard an old man with white hair say, "That's right, the disciples of our academy in this generation are all very strong, they just lack enough resources and experience. Let us old folks take care of them, we can pile up resources for them. I want to see how my academy's disciples are inferior to others." Another old man said. "Ha ha ha. Yes, having been carefree for hundreds of years, it's time for us old folks to contribute to the academy." As they spoke, a group of old men laughed heartily. As retired elders of the academy, they had long since faded away from the world. At the banquet, it was learned that the academy was being pressed down by the other 3 factions and everyone wanted to give the young people a push. Seeing this, the disciples were overjoyed. Originally, everyone was worried about the debate of the 4 academies in 2 months, but now with several elders helping, their morale surged. Qin Shiyao pays respects to all the ancestors, pays respects to all the uncles. At that moment, Qin Shiyao's voice rang out, instantly attracting everyone's attention. "Shiyao, where is your master?" Morongxiao frowned, slightly dissatisfied. Replying to uncle, "My master said the banquet at the academy is too bland, he cannot get used to it, so he sent his disciple to help him eat." Qin Shiyao spoke tactfully. Morongxiao's old face darkened, almost jumping up. How could he not understand the meaning behind this? That kid clearly looked down on the academy's banquet. Just as he was about to say something, a laugh came. "Ha, this little elder from the Taoist hall is quite clever,
wanting the disciple to gain a little more, but too shy to say it. No worries, if he doesn't come, he doesn't come. According to what he said, let this little girl sit in his place. The speaker was an old man with white eyebrows, the supreme elder of the academy, Wu Daoxian, one of the 3 great masters of the Purple Mansion. That's right, child, since you're here, hurry and sit. Listen to your master, and make sure not to eat too little. Wan Jiani, the supreme elder of the Sword Palace, laughed along. Yes, eat whatever you want, just tell the ancestors, don't be shy. Even Yao Xian, the supreme elder of the Dan Palace, joined in the laughter. The 3 great elders spoke together, and the other supreme elders also greeted her with smiles. For a moment, Qin Shiyao became the center of attention. All the disciples showed envious looks. She was the only disciple who could sit at the same level as the supreme elders. It should be known that in the cultivation world, strength is respected. Even though the academy had strict rules, Zhou Hai's strength was evident, and even the supreme elders adjusted their seats higher, well above the sect leader Murong Xiao. As Qin Shiyao stepped onto the seat, it instantly created a feeling of being a crane among chickens. Even Murong Xiao, who wanted to say a few words about Zhou Hai, chose to hold his tongue after seeing this. The supreme elders were treating the little junior brother as an equal. However, what left everyone speechless was that after Qin Shiyao sat down, she really did not hold back at all and immediately began to eat. She remembered her master's mission and felt it was her duty to eat back her master's share. So while everyone was chatting, she was continuously eating a spiritual fruit with her left hand and a spiritual herb with her right. When everyone came back to their senses, the table full of spiritual fruits and herbs was already cleaned out. This scene made the disciples exchange glances, and Murong Zhao's eyelids twitched wildly. This is the disciple that kid brought out? So ignorant of the rules. The supreme elders cherished their food, savoring each bite. How could she devour everything in such a manner? Ha ha ha, what an innocent little girl, the ancestor likes her. Child, this is a plate of spirit-quenching elixirs, have some, it will benefit your cultivation. With a booming laugh, Yao Xian waved his hand, and a plate of spirit-quenching elixirs flew in front of Qin Shiyao. Qin Shiyao did not hold back, grabbing them and stuffing one after another into her mouth. At the same time, she felt quite speechless inside. No wonder her master didn't want to come, the so-called banquet was nothing but fruits and herbs, and now even elixirs have come out. Compared to the fragrant big pot of meat from the Taoist hall, this stuff is torture to eat. However, fortunately, these were indeed rare treasures, and after a meal, she felt various powers swirling within her, and her essence was significantly refined. Her cultivation within began to surge, and there were even signs of a breakthrough. Ha, child, eat slowly, don't rush, there's more. There are 2 jars of monkey wine here, you drink 1 jar and take 1 jar back for your master. Yi Haoran laughed heartily, waving his hand as 2 jars of monkey wine flew out. That's right, there are plenty of spiritual fruits, take your time eating, no need to rush. The other elders also shook their heads and took out their family treasures to give to Qin Shiyao. They understood clearly that Zhou Hai's cultivation was unfathomable. He had saved everyone's lives, so even though he was younger, no one regarded him as a junior. As his only disciple, everyone certainly had to take good care of Qin Shiyao. Thank you. Qin Shiyao said thanks and continued to eat. The other disciples looked on with envy, and no longer ate slowly, they finished in big bites, eagerly watching the elders, but no one paid them any attention. Burp. After a long while, Qin Shiyao couldn't hold back anymore and let out a loud burp. She felt her body filled to the brim, all kinds of powers converging together, and her cultivation finally reached a bottleneck. Without any hesitation, she sat cross-legged and began her breakthrough immediately. The elders, who had been discussing serious matters earlier, initially just watched her eat heartily. Gradually, their expressions grew serious. This girl was only at the 8th level of foundational cultivation, logically, a banquet like this would be enough to burst her. With 2 tables of rare treasures, she should have surely broken through by now. But she had eaten at least 7 tables before starting her breakthrough. What kind of foundation must one possess to endure such an abundance of medicinal and spiritual power? This girl's foundational stability was unbelievably rare. Chapter 69. Buzz. Under everyone's watchful gaze, at the moment Qin Shiyao broke through, the night sky seemed to grow even darker. Even the lights around seemed to dim in that instant. With the naked eye, not a glimmer of light could be seen. Everyone felt a shock in their hearts and quickly channeled their true energy, only to discover the lights had not actually gone out. But a mysterious force seemed to obscure the heavenly secrets, shrouding the universe itself. This place seemed no longer the original world. What's happening? The disciples of the academy trembled inside, they felt an overwhelming deathly aura enveloping them. It was as if they had become corpses, locked inside coffins, buried in grand tombs. Even the group of elders showed solemn expressions. They looked at Qin Shiyao and saw her true energy flowing, as if a heavenly coffin was appearing behind her. Be careful.
Morong Zhao's face changed drastically, he reacted quickly and waved his hand, opening a barrier to protect all the disciples. The deathly aura surrounding Qin Shiyou was too pure. Although it wasn't very strong, any person would be affected, especially those with lower cultivation. If they were excessively eroded by the deathly aura, the consequences would be dire. No. However, as soon as the barrier appeared, it was directly shattered by Yi Haoran. All disciples, listen up. Cultivate immediately and comprehend the path of life and death. Yi Haoran stood up and ordered. Yes. Although the disciples didn't understand his meaning, the academy's rules were strict, and no one dared to defy the elder. Especially for Yi Haoran, an elder from the main academy. In an instant, all the disciples sat cross-legged, practicing their techniques, crazily absorbing the deathly aura from around them. Brother Haoran, what does this mean? Elder Wu Daoxian from the academy frowned. Don't ask. From today on, follow my orders. Unless Elder Zhou from Daocang Palace needs it, no one is allowed to step half a foot into the back courtyard of Daocang Palace. That includes all of you, and me as well. Do not attempt to understand the disciples of Elder Zhou from Daocang Palace. If needed, all resources of the academy are to be at Daocang Palace's disposal. Yi Haoran's face was serious, leaving the other elders amazed in their hearts. Everyone knew Yi Haoran well. Though he acted impulsively, he was righteous and never joked around. His words were truth, his actions definitely had their reasons. Alright, everyone, don't be idle. This is a gift from heaven, the perfect time for us to comprehend the path of life and death. Can we make further progress? It all depends on tonight. Yi Haoran's eyes were heavy, and as he spoke, he sat down cross-legged, also beginning to absorb the deathly aura surrounding Qin Shiyou. Seeing this, all the elders followed suit and sat down to cultivate. As the deathly aura spread, this space grew ever darker. After swallowing a large amount of dead energy, someone felt an unprecedented dizziness. Their whole body became numb, as if they were really dead. Gradually, some even heard the cawing of crows and the flapping of vultures. A multitude of beings representing death gathered, seemingly feeding on the flesh and blood of everyone present. No. Don't do this. Someone cried out in terror, almost going mad. They wanted to withdraw from the cultivation, to escape this predicament, but could not do so no matter what. Even the elders saw their own demise approaching, and after they died, turned to a handful of yellow earth. In this world, no one was destined to escape the great calamity of life and death. Since ancient times, great emperors have faced this, and they naturally could not be exceptions. Some elders became delirious, while others let go, calmly accepting this scene. Yi Haoran was very calm. He saw in the mountains and rivers that he was nearing death, with only one last breath remaining. Ha ha ha. Enough. In my life, Yi Haoran has eradicated evil to his utmost, and I have no regrets towards heaven or earth. In this life, I have tried all the fame and fortune of the mortal world, and the carefree roaming in the cultivation world, but I have never tried death. Let me fulfill this wish today. With a loud laugh, Yi Haoran breathed out his last breath, facing his own death. After death, he saw with his own eyes as his body weathered away, dust returning to dust, earth returning to earth. Everything and anything did not stir much in him. He felt like an outsider watching his own body disappear, watching himself sink into endless darkness. The whole world seemed to fall silent. However, when he raised his eyes again, the light returned before him. Endless vitality surged in, and the dead energy on Qin Shiyou finally transformed into living energy. Yi Haoran sought his parents from childhood, as if he had been reborn. Everything he had once experienced, he watched himself experience again. There were some things he wanted to change, only to find it all futile. In the end, he gave up, letting his life pass by like a passing glance. He knew all this was an illusion. With his cultivation, he could exit at any time. Yet from beginning to end, he never retreated a single step. Aside from a few moments of intervening and past regrets, he had always been deeply savoring the feeling of moving from death to life, then aging again. Life is so wondrous, as if everything were preordained, yet also hiding various uncertain factors. When time returned to the moment at Dezhou Academy, at the instant Qin Shiyou broke through, Yi Haoran opened his eyes. He saw that everyone on the scene had expressions of lingering fear, including Morong Zhao. Only a few elders supreme were smiling, their faces revealing relief, as if saying that hearing the Tao in the morning and dying in the evening was enough. Ha ha, look at Elder Yi laughing so happily, he must have gained a lot. With a loud laugh, Wu Daoxian looked at Yi Haoran with fiery eyes. I heard the Tao. So this is the true meaning of life and death. I finally overcame that layer of fear. It seems the next step is right before me. An elder supreme from Dao Palace laughed. Oh, Su Yazi has gained enlightenment. It seems that not long from now, our Dezhou Academy will have another Purple Mansion realm powerhouse. Yao Xian laughed heartily. Elder Yao Xian, you are so happy, didn't you gain anything? Su Yazi asked with a smile. Yes, I must have.
It seems that elders Wu Daoxian and Yi Haoran also gained quite a bit. Yao Xian nodded and laughed, looking at Wu Daoxian and Yi Haoran. Where, it's just that my mind and body feel much more at ease. The road ahead is smoother. Wu Daoxian waved his hand with a humble expression. Within 3 years, I will surely become a saint. But Yi Haoran was not as modest as him, a single sentence instantly silenced the scene. Everyone's gaze turned to him simultaneously. Haoran Dao brother, are you this confident? Wu Daoxian asked in disbelief. Do you all know what kind of cultivation method this girl practices? Yi Haoran said with a big laugh. What kind of cultivation method? Everyone had an exploratory look on their faces. 30,000 years ago, there was a woman. Her name is Qingyan. Her fate is troubled. In a deadly catastrophe, she acquires the legacy of an ancient emperor. From then on, she reverses life and death, creates the balance of yin and yang, and eventually becomes a supreme ruler. However, the last emperor had recently fallen, and the chance for enlightenment was gone. It was destined that she would never become an emperor in this life. That year, darkness reigned and half of the worlds were destroyed. To save all beings, she became the seed, sacrificing herself to the heavenly path, temporarily gaining the power of an emperor and driving away all strong enemies. Yi Haoran slowly spoke, pulling everyone's thoughts back to that ancient history that had been buried. Chapter 70. In a daze, people seemed to see an extraordinary woman sweeping across the heavens, protecting countless worlds. Her name would echo for generations. Now, as Yi Haoran mentioned her, people finally remembered her existence. As a symbol of an era, she was once revered as the crownless heavenly emperor. What happened next? Elder Yi, everyone knows this, but what happened later is unknown. Can you tell us? Regaining focus, everyone curiously looked at Yi Haoran, eager to know if there was more to the story. Later, she buried her emperor body, nurturing the lives of countless worlds. She established a great source to bring life back to the worlds. 10,000 years ago, a sage from our Haoran palace came to Dazhou to spread the teachings and founded Jade Slip, discovering the truth. From then on, he founded the Dazhou Academy here. Do you see that secret realm? That is the path to countless worlds. That is the tomb of the Supreme Qingyan, also the place where all worlds were once revived. Morong Shao raised his hand, pointing towards the martial arts palace, and his words again left everyone feeling a deep regret. What? Doesn't this mean that secret realm is the training ground of the Supreme Qingyan? Everyone's face changed drastically. They had been curious about whose training ground it was, and now they finally found the answer. But Elder Yi, what does this have to do with Xiao? Morong Shao frowned. Yes, what does this have to do with Xiao? Everyone looked at Yi Haoran with confused expressions. Can't you all see it? Xiao is just at the foundation establishment realm. How could she affect us old guys? But the technique she practices is extremely mysterious. Simply by the flow of Tao rhythm, it can lead us to enlightenment. This is the technique that the Supreme Qingyan practiced. Yi Haoran shook his head with a smile, and everyone's pupils suddenly widened. Does that mean this child has already obtained the Supreme's recognition and inherited that legacy? No, that Supreme legacy is merely an extension of the Emperor's power. Isn't this the legacy of an emperor? Including Wu Daoxian and others, everyone was equally shocked, their eyes almost popping out. Joy glimmered in their eyes, yet disbelief made them appear somewhat dazed. There was no way around it. The title of Emperor's legacy was too shocking. Little girl, have you really received the recognition of the Supreme Qingyan and obtained that legacy? Yao Xian was the first to look at Qin Shiyao, unable to help but ask. At this moment, Qin Shiyao had successfully broken through, her cultivation reaching the 9th layer of foundation establishment. Just about to say something, she heard Zhou Hai's voice echoing in the air. Why ask? Didn't Elder Yi already say to mind our own business? She is still a child. If this matter leaks, do you know what trouble it will bring her? Not just her, you are all in danger. From today on, whoever dares to leak this, whether high up or low down, I will make them wish they were never born. As Zhou Hai spoke, not to mention the disciples, even a group of elders couldn't help but feel a chill all over. There was no doubt that Zhou Hai absolutely had the strength to kill everyone present. Although no one knew the limit of his power, the unfathomable feeling made even the elders feel fear. I've already told you to stop prying. Why do you enjoy asking questions so much? Yi Haoran smiled awkwardly, drawing rolled eyes from the elders. Wasn't this guy the one who spilled the beans first? They didn't even want to know at first. Ahem, I was also in the wrong. We all know that our Haoran lineage loves to teach and is happy to answer others' questions. I just couldn't hold back for a moment. You guys really should have given a hint. Yi Haoran scratched his head again, drawing the angry gazes of everyone once more. Wow, after leaking secrets, you not only blame me, the big mouth, but also the listeners. Alright, we're all family, if you know, you know. This is the temple of the Supreme Qingyan, established in Dinghai City today, welcoming worshippers from all directions.
The supreme Qing Yen merges with the heavenly way, has great merit, and after accumulating countless generations of incense, she can be resurrected. Her merits deserve to be remembered by all for generations, and from now on, the temple will be managed by you all. Zhou Hai's voice rang out, and everyone saw a golden light fly out from the Wendaegon, landing on a peak outside Dinghai City. In an instant, the golden light spread, a purple aura came from the east, and the sky actually brightened. Everyone's expression changed dramatically. This was not a phenomenon, it was an upside-down world, the sky truly brightened. You must know, it was nearly the hour of the ugly, and with the emergence of the temple, it could turn yin and yang upside down, one can imagine its vast divine power. The temple is established, as for how to build the monument and write the legacy, my cultural level is low, so I trouble you all to think harder. Zhou Hai chuckled lightly, the reason he did not stop Yi Haoren from continuing was because he was secretly listening to the story. In the end, he wanted to know the true name of the supreme Qing Yen, paving the way for her resurrection. Now that the temple was established, he considered it a way to repay a favor. I understand. It turns out that the one who received the supreme inheritance is not this little girl, but our junior brother. I said it. Junior brother clearly couldn't cultivate, how could he have such cultivation? So, it was due to the supreme inheritance. Even the supreme temple has fallen into junior brother's hands. All disciples, listen up. From today onwards, you will take turns to clean and worship the temple, do not be negligent. Suddenly, Morong Shao laughed loudly and ordered. Yes. All the disciples looked fiery and bowed in response. The supreme temple. Although it was just a temple, being close to the supreme was something they didn't need Morong Shao to instruct, they all desired it immensely. Who knows what kind of opportunity may arise over time? At this moment, everyone in the academy was very happy. They did not expect that the so-called supreme inheritance had already fallen into the academy's hands. The various major forces were destined to be unable to compete with the academy, the tests in a few months would just be a formality. Only Zhang Qianquan felt a heart-wrenching pain. Every time he discovered good news about the Wendaegon, he wished he could slap himself twice. The supreme inheritance was actually in the Wendaegon, yet he, due to his ignorance, missed the Wendaegon. This meant he missed the supreme inheritance. If not for his repeated refusals, this inheritance should not have fallen into Qin Shiyao's hands, nor into Chen Bei's hands, but on himself instead. To this day, he still believed that Zhou Hai accepted Chen Bei as a disciple just out of spite because he had embarrassed himself by rejecting him, yet by some twist of fate, he ended up with Chen Bei. Little did he know that even without Chen Bei, Zhou Hai would not choose him. Enough, in half a month, our academy's discussions will begin. You disciples will take turns to look after the temple, and you must not neglect your cultivation. The elders have the intent to cultivate you, and you must give your all to not disappoint them. Morong Shao issued another order, opening the curtain for the discussions in half a month. From this day forward, the academy began an unprecedented wave of cultivation. Under the careful cultivation of the elders and the unmatched resources in the academy, the disciples' cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. At the same time, with a great Confucian backing, the academy established its legacy. Not long after the temple was built, it attracted worshippers from all directions. With the saving merits of the supreme Qing Yen in front, along with the 1,000-year reputation of the academy, it was only a matter of time before it attracted countless worshippers from the northern wilderness. Little junior sister. Little junior sister. On this clear morning, Zhou Hai just got up and used his divine sense to check on the situation at the temple. Seeing countless worshippers coming to pay their respects within a 10-mile radius of the temple, he felt satisfied. He was about to withdraw his consciousness when he saw that outside the Daozan Palace, a group of disciples, led by Chu Chen, were gathered there shouting. They seemed eager to enter the Daozan Palace courtyard but did not dare to defy Yi Haoren's orders. Master, senior brothers and sisters are calling for me. Qin Shiyao walked out of the room, still wearing Zhou Hai's clothes. However, in her male clothing, it was hard to hide her unparalleled beauty. Go ahead. The disciples from various palaces have been training these days, you should go train too. Working behind closed doors is not good for you. Zhou Hai nodded. Qin Shiyao showed a joyful expression and immediately flew out. Sigh, I'm also bored out of my mind. If only I could improve my skills while training. Watching Qin Shiyao's departing figure, Zhou Hai felt a bit envious. Although having someone help him train was enjoyable, this aimless, lazy life had become unbearable over time. In his mind, nightmarish scenes surfaced, and a warm smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He remembered that 7 years ago, he was living on a planet called Earth. Because of his love for games, he often skipped classes, and he didn't know how many times his mother's feather duster had struck him. Even the coat hangers at home were often replaced because of him. One night, his father, in a fit of anger, decided to prove that games were actually quite boring. However, his belief didn't change, but his father's view did. And from then on, his nightmare began. He was dragged to play games every day after school. The worst part was that his father played poorly and loved to play, making him sick of games. During that time, he wished he could spend every day studying hard at school. At least he could see his own progress. Unlike playing games, where he lost from the very beginning, in dozens of games, he lost numerous ranking matches and had lost all his stars. At that time, his only dream was to escape his dad's games and his mom's feather duster. But now, thinking back, it filled him with nostalgia. Dad, Mom, I miss you. Unknowingly, Joe Hi's lips trembled. Only then did he realize he wasn't without goals, he just hadn't dared to think of them. His old wish was to cultivate to become a sage, to roam the vast void, and find the way home. Now, with 2 disciples working hard on their cultivation, he was finally not far from that goal. Perhaps, he could accomplish this goal now. Thinking of this, he took out an Emperor Experience card from his hand, wondering if he could scour the entire universe within the time of the Emperor Experience card and find that inconspicuous but immensely important planet to him. Ding, detected the presence of ancient Demon 8 bloodline within tens of thousands of miles, initiating disciple recruitment mission. Ding, detected that the 3rd disciple is in life-threatening danger, initiating protective mission, please execute together. Just as Joe Hi hesitated whether to use the Emperor Experience card, the system's voice rang out, and Joe Hi's expression changed. Senior brothers and sisters, what's going on? Qin Xiao arrived outside the Daozang Palace and smiled inquiringly at Chu Chen and the others who were gathered there. Little junior sister, Elder Yi said he would take us to the Taichu Mountains to train and also to enter the 8 Wilderness Channel to see various geniuses. We came to ask you if you want to join. Bai Shushu stepped forward and pulled Qin Xiao, smiling as she spoke. 8 Wilderness Channel? That's the secret realm connecting the other 7 domains. Great, I've wanted to see it for a long time. During this time, Qin Xiao had occasionally browsed through books in the Daozang Palace and knew about the so-called 8 Wilderness Channel, so she immediately nodded in agreement. Let's go! With a shout from Chu Chen, he was about to lead everyone away. Just then, an opening in space appeared silently above them, and Joe Hi flew in and instantly vanished within. What's going on? What's the rush with little uncle? Everyone frowned and turned to look in that direction. I don't know. Qin Xiao looked puzzled as well and, after a long while, followed everyone away. Half an hour later, Qin Xiao, Chu Chen, Ling Ruoxue, Bai Shushu, Lu Danyang, Wu Ming, Zheng Qiankuan, Yuan Bupo, and other disciples with the best bone structure. Under the lead of Yi Haoren, they left the academy and embarked on the journey of trials. At the moment they set off, Joe Hi had already arrived at the Taichu mountain range ahead of them. The Taichu mountain range stretches for hundreds of thousands of miles. In the center lies the Taichu Dragon Vein, upon which stands a major sect called the Taichu Holy Land, the true forbidden ground of the entire Taichu mountain range. Usually, it is quite desolate here. Apart from the disciples of the Taichu Holy Land, few people come and go. But today, it was extremely lively, with people coming and going, and the mountain gate was almost about to be crushed underfoot. At this moment, the major entrances of the Taichu mountain range, which serve as the trial ground of the northern wilderness, were 100 times more bustling than here. Who are you? At one entrance of the mountain range, Joe Hi stepped through the air, about to enter the Taichu mountain range, but was blocked by a group of people. These people were dressed in white, each carrying long swords, with sword energy swirling around them, obviously a group of sword cultivators. Is there something wrong? Joe Hi frowned. Although the Taichu mountain range spanned hundreds of thousands of miles, it was said that a great emperor had placed a forbidden technique here. One could only enter through the entrance, otherwise, even the highest ones would die. There were only 18 entrances, and this was one of them. Joe Hi had to enter through this passage. This road is closed today, please take another route. A young man in white walked up to Joe Hi, speaking haughtily. He felt no fluctuation of cultivation from Joe Hi. Considering Joe Hi's age, he probably would not have strong powers, completely dismissing Joe Hi. He, did you open this passage? Joe Hi chuckled. Normally, these entrances were shared by the major sects of the northern wilderness, but today they seemed to be monopolized by someone, which was simply outrageous. Normally, it wouldn't be, but for the next period of time, it is. Please leave. The young man in white said dismissively. What if I insist on going? Joe Hi's eyes grew increasingly cold. The heavenly mechanisms of the Taichu mountain range were in chaos, and even the system couldn't predict where his little disciple was located. At such a critical moment, he needed to go in and search. The longer he delayed with these people, the more danger his little disciple would be in. Do you know who we are? That young man's eyes flickered, preparing to use his background to suppress him. Kai Shitty, why waste words with him? Kill him. A cold voice rang out, and a sword light flashed, instantly striking towards Joe Hi. This was a sword cultivator at the fate accumulation stage, his sword intent fierce and unstoppable, filled with killing intent. But at the moment the sword light reached Joe Hi, it seemed to get stuck in a quagmire, becoming rigid. The cultivator's face changed drastically, feeling as if his sword was out of control, being gripped by an invisible force. In the next moment, his arm shook, and he saw his sword crumbling piece by piece, as if it were being turned to dust.
How could this happen? The cultivator's face showed fear, and he turned to flee. He knew he had gotten into big trouble. Humph. If you want to learn to steal like a thief, you must learn to take a beating like a thief. Trying to run after being unable to fight back, how easy do you think that is?
Zhou Hai's eyes turned fierce, raising his hand and striking out, instantly freezing the cultivator's body in the void.
Boom.
The next moment, he exploded, turning into a mist of blood on the spot.
Senior brother Gao.
The more than 100 youths around turned pale, screaming in agony.
You dare. We are from the sword sect, how dare you make a move?
The young man called Kai Shidi turned pale, quickly retreating while watching Zhou Hai with caution.
Humph, I don't care who you are, it turns out to be the sword sect.
I now want to enter here. If anyone dares to stop me today, don't say you are a mere sword sect. Even if the people from the Wanjian sect come, I will kill them without hesitation.
Zhou Hai snorted coldly.
The name of the sword sect sounds intimidating, but in the entire northern wilderness, there are at least hundreds of sects named sword sect. Their power is spread across northern wilderness, and their true source lies behind them in one of the holy places of the northern wilderness, the Wanjian sect. As fellow holy places, Zhou Hai dares to attack the Qiangyao Holy Land, let alone the small sword sect under the dominion of the Wanjian sect. The background of these sword sects doesn't even compare to any of the 4 major academies. With Zhou Hai's strength, it's incredibly simple to wipe them all out.
How outrageous!
Brothers of the major sword sects, this person is far too arrogant, seize him. The sword sect disciple with the last name Kai shouted loudly, and immediately, hundreds of people surged around him. At the same time, thousands of sword lights flew in from all directions, all belonging to disciples of the sword sect, each with at least foundational cultivation.
Humph, with so many people, it seems they want me to destroy the 100 sword sects to be satisfied.
Zhou Hai's gaze was icy. He knew that a single sword sect could not possibly gather so many disciples of foundational cultivation and above. Judging by the look of things, it seemed all the sword sects had come together. Seeing these people unaware of their imminent doom, Zhou Hai didn't waste words and prepared to kill them all. Just then, a loud voice rang out.
With such shameless people like you, how dare you lay a hand on my master?
As soon as the words fell, the world shook, and dark clouds gathered above. Those dark clouds came with an overwhelming force, filled with boundless killing energy, instantly rushing towards the side from 100 miles away. Zhou Hai's heart stirred as he felt that familiar power of annihilation, and he couldn't help but turn to look. He saw that where the dark clouds passed, the world turned dim, filled with endless slaughter.
Not good, that demon has appeared.
Over here, the faces of the disciples from the various sword sects changed drastically, all revealing looks of terror.
Kill him first.
No one knew who shouted, but it rallied everyone's spirit. Thousands of sword lights instantly charged towards that direction. That rolling tide, capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, clashed with a long-haired man shrouded in dark clouds.
Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the heavens and the earth raged, and with the tide of people, these disciples of the sword sect surprisingly managed to barely block the cataclysmic force. A bunch of ants, unaware of their impending death.
The man in the dark cloud sneered coldly, and a single vertical eye opened in his forehead. In the next moment, a grand phenomenon transformed into a gigantic hand that came crashing down. It seemed he could see through the flaws in their sword formations, and in the moment the enormous palm descended. The sword energy formed from thousands of people collapsed, with countless disciples of the sword sect shrieking and spitting blood.
Die!
The man's gaze was cold as he charged directly into the crowd. The power of annihilation surged around him, wherever he passed, bodies exploded one after another. These disciples of the sword sect, even the strongest among them merely at the death-seizing stage, had no strength to resist against him. In just a short quarter hour, the scene fell into a deafening silence, only the endless blood and smell filling the air, making one nauseous.
Zhou Hai frowned as he watched the scene.
Through the system feedback, he knew that during this time, Chen Bei had gone insane with killing, but he didn't expect him to be this mad. Using killing without blinking as an adjective for others was one thing, but just now, he truly killed thousands of people without even a single blink. At this rate, Zhou Hai even began to worry about his mental state.
This big disciple wouldn't have gone mad, would he? Chen Bei?
Seeing that only the two of them remained within a radius of 100 miles, Zhou Hai called out. But Chen Bei remained silent and quickly flew away. Zhou Hai was about to chase after him, spreading his consciousness, only to see Chen Bei arrive in a valley, stripping off his clothes and calling for rainwater to wash his body. Finally, he changed into a gray robe, tidied his hair, and even donned a hair crown before flying back.
Disciple Chen Bei pays respects to Master. Master, I missed you. Chen Bei knelt before Zhou Hai, tears streaming down his cheeks. You little rascal.
Zhou Hai chuckled lightly, feeling a bit bittersweet. Chen Bei came from a royal family and had been taught since childhood by the great scholar Zhu Yu from the Duching Academy, emphasizing etiquette.
Even at this moment, he wanted to present himself in the best manner before Zhou Hai. In contrast, what had Zhou Hai done during this time? He had completely neglected him. Thinking of this, Zhou Hai couldn't help but feel guilty. So, how have you been during this time? Zhou Hai stepped forward to help Chen Bei up, smiling as he asked. Master, I'm great. Though everyone in the world wishes to kill me as soon as possible, with the many treasures bestowed by Master. Looking at the northern wilderness, who can do anything to my disciple? In this more than half a month, my disciple has killed no less than 10 strong ones at the Purple Mansion level and hundreds at the Dao Palace level. Countless cultivators below the enlightenment level from various sects have been killed by my disciple. My disciple has finally comprehended the essence of oblivion. I plan to enter the Taichu Mountains to seek opportunities for training in the 8 wastelands, and then return to Deqian to start a rebellion. But I never expected to run into my master here. Chen Bei wiped away his joyful tears and looked at Zhou Hai with the happiness of a child. Zhou Hai was already the closest person to him in this world, and the days spent with Zhou Hai were the calmest and most reassuring times after the emperor passed away. Even though he had now left, the treasures bestowed by his master continued to protect him. The grace of his master, he would never forget in his lifetime. Disciple, you have killed so many people, are you trying to make all the major sects go crazy? Zhou Hai felt heartache. Chen Bei spoke lightly, but he knew exactly what it meant. In just half a month, Chen Bei had killed through all the forces in the northern wilderness. Right now, the major forces must truly want to fight him to the death. So what? With the treasures bestowed by my master, who in the northern wilderness can touch me? Chen Bei's body shook, and his kingly aura burst forth, like a war deity standing tall, and supreme king ruling the heavens. Seeing his slightly crazy look, Zhou Hai was about to say something. But at that moment, thousands of sharp killing intents locked onto them from the horizon. Chen Bei the traitor, do you dare to show up again? You're looking for death. Zhou Hai and Chen Bei both looked up, seeing thousands of figures flying over. Among them, the weakest had the strength of the Enlightenment realm, and leading them were more than a dozen strong ones at the Purple Mansion level. In the center, there were hundreds of cultivators at the Unity realm and the Dao Palace realm. Such a large force hunting down one person made even Zhou Hai's heart tighten. It was unimaginable how many people had been attacking Chen Bei during this time. Chen Bei, under my Wanjian sect, the disciples of Baijia sword sect have gathered here. You dare to slaughter, I will kill you. A roar came from the crowd. Someone, seeing the scene of carnage, instantly went mad, screaming as they charged toward Chen Bei. Form the array, kill him. An old man with gray hair shouted angrily, and behind him, 9 Dao Palace realm sword cultivators rushed out, instantly surrounding Chen Bei and his master. At the same time, 36 Unity realm strong ones and 81 Peak Enlightenment realm cultivators joined the sword formation. Boom boom boom. Heaven and earth changed, the universe turned upside down. Zhou Hai and Chen Bei seemed to be pulled into another world. This was not merely a simple phenomenon, it truly isolated heaven and earth, severing the universe. Here, Zhou Hai and Chen Bei could feel no fluctuations of spiritual essence, only endless slaughter, sword energy piercing the sky. Zhou Hai frowned, unable to help but admire that, as a sacred land, Wanjian sect indeed possessed the capital to look down on the northern wilderness. Just a sword formation alone could recreate the might of a sage and open up a world of swords. With such strength, how many dared to contest with Wanjian sect? Kid, who are you, how can you walk with this devil? A cold voice came, and countless sword lights fell from the sky, landing in this world of swords, transforming into figures that surrounded Zhou Hai and his disciple. That purple-haired old man was among them, his aura connected with everyone, and on him, there was a hint of the might of a sage. Hee, what's wrong with my disciple walking with me? But it's you, bringing so many people to try and kill my disciple, isn't that a bit disrespectful to me? Zhou Hai sneered. Master. Chen Bei's face changed, he didn't want to disturb his master's peace because of his own issues. But seeing Zhou Hai's stance of standing up for him, he couldn't help but feel his eyes redden. What? You are Chen Bei's master? Hearing this, everyone present, including the purple-haired old man, couldn't help but change color, followed by strange expressions. This person looked so young, hardly older than Chen Bei. How could he be the master of this demon Chen Bei? Old bastard, this matter has nothing to do with my master. I don't want anyone to disturb my master's quiet cultivation. You better know your place and don't seek death in front of my master. Whatever grudges we have, we can settle later. Chen Bei's gaze was icy. His words completely dispelled everyone's doubts and confirmed their master-disciple relationship. Hee, we can settle grudges later? Chen Bei, there is a path to heaven and you don't take it. Knowing this passage belongs to my 10,000 sword sect, you still dare to come. This would be enough, yet you even dare to kill thousands of disciples under my 10,000 sword sect's rule. Do you think you can still walk out today? I know you have a holy weapon protecting you, but you must die today. Since he is your master, then let's go together.
The old man with purple hair had a chilling murderous intent in his eyes. As he spoke, a gust of wind swept in. This is the world of swords, surrounded by a grey mist. The gust of wind mixed with countless sword energies, instantly sweeping towards Qianbei and his master. You seek death. Qianbei raised his hand to summon his holy weapon. Faced with such an unbeatable surrounding attack, he could not naively try to fight with his own strength. Disciple, leave it to your master. At that moment, Zhou Hai placed a hand on his shoulder, strongly pushing him to the back. Master. Qianbei turned around and couldn't help but shout. Don't worry, they don't have the courage to disturb my peace. My disciple must experience challenges, but it's not time for others to bully you. Today, I will stand up for you. Zhou Hai smiled slightly, and under Qianbei's reddened gaze, holy energy swirled around him. As a holy person experience token was activated, his cultivation instantly reached the holy realm. Thinking you can create a world using a sword array? Do you really think you're a holy person? Want to keep me here? Even if your 10,000 sword sect's holy person is here today, they would die. Zhou Hai's cold voice echoed. The pressure of a holy person spread out, and the wind rushing towards him instantly fell silent, as if the countless sword energies had never appeared. Not good. The faces of the 10,000 sword sect members changed drastically. In that moment, they felt as if their whole bodies were frozen in place. This world was clearly constructed by their sword array, but now it felt completely out of their control. It was as if Zhou Hai was the true master of this world. You are a holy person? How can this be? The purple-haired old man's lips trembled, completely dazed. Hee, just a mere purple mansion realm cultivator, and you dare to think of killing me. Now you realize, it's too late. Zhou Hai sneered, raising his hand and countless sword lights soared into the sky. Including the Dao soldiers and swords held by the strong members of the 10,000 sword sect, they instantly flew out, charging towards the purple-haired old man. Leveraging the power of the sword array, the purple-haired old man had already touched the threshold of the holy realm. But at this moment, he had no power to fight back. No. Faced with the overwhelming sword lights, he only had time to let out a heart-wrenching scream before being swallowed whole. When the sword lights passed, his traces were completely erased, not even leaving a drop of blood behind. Elder. The other strong members of the 10,000 sword sect went mad, shouting in anger, but it was all in vain. You all can die too. Zhou Hai snapped his fingers, and countless sword lights transformed into a dragon, instantly piercing through all the people's bodies present. Ah! No! Countless shrill screams echoed out. Those below the holy rank are mere ants. In front of a holy person, these people had no chance to fight back. When death came, they didn't even have the opportunity to move, only waiting obediently for death. Is this the holy sword domain of the 10,000 sword sect? At this moment, people from various sects outside were gathered in front of an illusory world. This world was not very large, occupying only 100 yards, like a projection of a world. However, it contained wonders, and no one dared to step inside. This time Qianbei is doomed. Suddenly, someone laughed heartily. Yes, it is said that when the holy sword domain of the 10,000 sword sect appears, comparable to a blow from a sage. Many half-saint strong ones have perished beneath the sword array. Today, even though Qianbei possesses a sacred weapon, he will not escape disaster. The butcher Qianbei, who has committed many crimes, we, the major sects, are here today to witness his death. The conversations flowed endlessly, and no one doubted the power of the sage's sword domain. In their eyes, even if Qianbei had a sacred weapon, he had to die. After all, a sacred weapon is not a true sage. However, while everyone awaited the announcement of Qianbei's death by the Wanjian sect, no one could see the scene within the sword domain. Until the moment the sword domain dissipated, all eyes were fiery, wanting to see the people from Wanjian sect carry out Qianbei's head. Yet, in the arena, there were no figures from Wanjian sect, only two silhouettes standing there. How is that possible? Where are the elders of Wanjian sect, and where did the other elders go? Everyone's faces changed dramatically, a bad premonition tightening their hearts. Dear guests, thank you for waiting. Zhou Hai's cold voice rang out, instantly pulling everyone back from their daze. Who are you? All the gazes turned towards Zhou Hai. Clearly, it was Qianbei who was the protagonist, but at this moment, everyone realized that Zhou Hai was the most dangerous one. He. Everyone, let me introduce myself. The Qianbei you are hunting is my disciple. Originally, it was nothing for you to bully the weak, but you should not have let me catch you. Seeing my disciple having no peace, only then did I realize you truly do not take me seriously. Today, I will say a word of justice. Regardless of any grievances you had before, let them be wiped clean. In the future, when they compete with their peers, I will not interfere, but if anyone dares to use their sex power against my disciple, I will not be so easy to talk to.
Zhou Hai chuckled lightly, his gaze indifferent as he looked at these people. What are you? Just because you say the grievances between Chen Bei and us can be resolved, they can be resolved? However, as soon as Zhou Hai's words fell, a cold and furious rebuke rang out. The speaker was a middle-aged cultivator from the Purple Mansion realm. Judging by the energy of their group, they were probably from the Qiangyou sacred ground. Exactly, who are you to come and mediate grievances? Ha ha, I didn't expect Chen Bei to have a master. It is often said that poor teaching is the master's fault. Your disciple is covered in blood, with sins to the heavens, you cannot blame anyone else. Today, we, the major sects, gather here. How can we allow you to kill him? Today we must seek justice for all living beings. As the people from Qiangyou sacred ground spoke, others also showed fierce looks, ready to attack the master and disciple. Master, do you see this? These people, upon learning I have a sacred weapon, all want to seize it. Many even brought their sect's sacred weapons just to suppress my disciple and steal the sacred weapon. They endlessly claim to seek justice for the people but are in reality hypocritical, a group of despicable villains. If you want to plead for your disciple, I'm afraid you won't be able to. Chen Bei sneered, deeply scornful of their actions. Zhou Hai also noticed that there were at least over 10 sacred weapons present. Besides the Wan Jian sect using the sage's sword domain, the other sacred grounds were really going all out to kill Chen Bei. Everyone, I am usually easygoing and reasonable. But if reason cannot prevail, I do understand a bit of fighting. Are you sure you want to fight first before we can talk properly? Zhou Hai shook his head, his gaze icy as he stared at these people. I'm going to see just who you, Chen Bei's master, really is, that you could teach such a heinous disciple. A cold voice rang out as an elder from the Qiangyou sacred ground instantly rushed in front of Zhou Hai. He spread his hands, and a silver-white orb flew out, radiating brilliance that instantly enveloped Zhou Hai. Within that orb, the holy power erupted. It was indeed a true sacred weapon. Thieving Chen Bei, die. Rebellious Chen Bei, I come to take your life. Sect disciples, take your orders, swear to kill Chen Bei, and show no mercy. Seeing the Qiangyou sacred ground taking the lead in attack, the strong ones from other holy lands couldn't sit still and all rushed towards Chen Bei. Even the other formidable experts from the Qiangyou Holy Land charged forward at once, vowing to slay Chen Bei on the spot. It was rumored that 3 holy artifacts had been revealed on Chen Bei in recent days. Whoever could kill him first would claim all 3 holy artifacts for themselves. In this situation, the major holy lands naturally wouldn't miss the chance to kill Chen Bei. However, just as everyone rushed in front of Chen Bei, a cracking sound rang out. Crack! The sound was not loud, but the moment it echoed, the entire world fell silent. It felt as though heaven and earth had shattered. Everyone's hearts tightened, and they looked towards the holy pearl of the Qiangyou Holy Land. The pearl was round, showing no flaw at all. Under its silver light, it firmly pinned Zhou Hai in place, and logically, he should have been killed in an instant. Yet at this moment, Zhou Hai remained unharmed within the pillar of light, while cracks began to appear on the holy pearl. Crack! Another faint sound startled everyone. They felt as if their courage had been frightened out of them, and their adrenaline surged wildly. The holy pearl cracked further, transforming into a sky of dust. The might of the saint instantaneously dissipated. No! The Purple Palace Elder from the Qiangyou Holy Land's pupils widened. He couldn't believe that the holy pearl refined by the previous saint had broken so easily. This was one of the foundations of the Holy Land. Others were also momentarily paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling, their gazes filled with terror as they looked at Zhou Hai. The holy pearl shattered while suppressing him. Does that mean he has the power to break a holy artifact? Thinking this, everyone was left with a single thought: escape. Yet their legs wouldn't obey. All they could do was shake, unable to move an inch. In front of such powerful beings, what chance did they have to flee? Alas! I've already given you a chance. Since you don't cherish it, I can only borrow something from you to intimidate others. Zhou Hai walked out lightly, letting out a sigh. What thing? The speaker was a Purple Palace Elder from the Blood Refinery Demon sect. His blood energy was strong, like a blazing sun, making it hard to look directly at him. But at this moment, in front of Zhou Hai, he felt like an ant, too frightened to move. To scare the monkeys, naturally, I'll borrow your lives. Zhou Hai raised his hand, and the moment his words fell, he clenched his fist. The saintly laws filled the heavens, and the chains of order enveloped the void. Boom, boom, boom. The chains of order roamed as the saint's word became law. The bodies of everyone present kept exploding one after another. No! Countless screams erupted. They didn't even have the right to force Zhou Hai to act, as they exploded into blood mist on the spot. Over 1,000 people disappeared in an instant. Only 9 holy artifacts flew out, wanting to escape. Can you escape? But Zhou Hai waved his hand, instantly catching the 9 holy artifacts in his grasp. The holy artifacts were powerful. Even facing a half-saint, they could kill in an instant. They were said to disregard all foes beneath a saint. But against a true saint, holy artifacts proved utterly powerless. Even with the united strength of 9 holy artifacts, it was still difficult to escape Zhou Hai's suppression. Stop dawdling, teach the newcomers the rules. After obtaining the 9 holy artifacts, Zhou Hai directly tossed them into the system space. With one command, hundreds of treasures above the saint level flew out, instantly drowning the 9 holy artifacts within. The 9 holy artifacts that had tried to struggle were immediately stunned. The spirits within trembled in fear. Within these holy artifacts, they sensed the aura of great saints, even saint kings. Compared to these auras, they felt like a few children stumbling into a den of giants, yet before they could beg for mercy, they were pinned down and beaten. The 9 holy artifacts fell into despair. They dared not imagine what kind of being Zhou Hai was, to possess such a powerful foundation. Not to mention his personal strength, just relying on those treasures in his hands could flatten the entire northern wasteland with ease. Unlike their despair, in the moment Zhou Hai slaughtered everyone, the life plates of all major sects shattered. In an instant, all the holy places went crazy. Chapter 75. Ha, Elder Qianghua has arrived, truly an honor. Please come inside. Oh, isn't this the 7-star sword master from the Myriad Sword sect? I didn't expect you to leave seclusion too. Come, please take a seat. The Fairy of 100 Flowers from Qingyu Valley has arrived. Daoist Qingshu from Shuyun Peak has come to visit. In the center of Taichu Mountain, the dragon vein thrived, and the Taichu sacred land was peaceful, welcoming guests from all directions. I never expected that once the news of the Taichu demon ape broke, all the holy places would come. Can they not come? Rumor has it that the Taichu demon ape is connected to the Taichu mountain range, involved in great secrets of enlightenment. Who would let this opportunity slip by? Yes, I heard that in recent days, the beasts of the Taichu mountain range have been in an uproar, and the commotion caused by the Taichu demon ape is no small matter. Amidst a group of people whispering, everyone had only one goal, the Taichu demon ape. However, just as everyone sharpened their knives, preparing to cooperate with the host Taichu sacred land to capture the demon ape in Taichu mountain, a terrified voice suddenly rang out. Not good, sect master, something big has happened. In the bustling great hall of Taichu, this voice sounded unusually harsh. What is it that causes such panic? The sect master of Taichu, named Zhang Taixian, was a middle-aged man with a stern face. Upon seeing this, he sternly reprimanded. Sect master. Elder Taiyi's lifeplate has shattered. The disciple who came to report stammered. What? Upon hearing this, Zhang Taixian's face changed dramatically. How could this happen? Elder Taiyi's lifeplate shattered? Impossible. The rumors say that Elder Taiyi of the Taichu sacred land was already a peak purple mansion expert 500 years ago. Even now, he should be nearly a half-saint. How could he suddenly perish? Others from the holy places also changed their expressions, obviously aware of this supposed Elder Taiyi. Could it be that he was killed by that Chen-bei? I remember encountering Elder Taiyi earlier, saying he was going to pursue that Chen-bei for the sake of justice. He even brought a sacred artifact. Could it be that Chen-bei has some hidden cards? Suddenly, an old woman in the crowd shouted out loud. Everyone instantly recognized her identity. She was Qianghua, the supreme elder of Qiangyao sacred land. What, Chen-bei? Could it really be him? At the same time, everyone's faces turned serious. What about the other situations? Zhang Taixian looked at the disciple and asked in a deep voice. Reporting to the sect master, all those who were hunting that Chen-bei, their lifeplates have shattered. The disciple's lips trembled, and his voice rang like thunder in everyone's hearts. Crash! Everyone stood up at once. In their hearts, they were already certain that it was indeed Chen-bei who killed those people. This child has such strength, this is not good news. Now that the people sent by Taichu sacred land were dead, what would happen to their own sect's dispatched members? As if to respond to their thoughts, as soon as this idea arose, beams of light flew in from outside the sky. Elder has fallen, please investigate, 7-star sword master. Elder Kaiyan Yan has fallen, please investigate, Elder Qianghua. Elder Yusu has fallen, please investigate, Daoist Qingshu. Voices echoed in the grand hall, all coming from the various sacred places. At the moment these messages landed, the scene fell into silence, as if everyone were frozen. The Taichu sacred land was no longer the bustling scene of a moment ago, only a chilling atmosphere remained. Many powerful individuals trembled, barely able to control their breaths. Chen-bei the rebel, I vow to tear your body into pieces. The old woman from Qiangyao sect, Xianghua, let out a furious roar, spitting out a mouthful of old blood, her eyes turning red. Others had lost only fellow disciples, but she was different. Elder Kaiyan Yan was her senior brother and the partner she had spent her life with. She could not accept this outcome no matter what. Everyone, I know where that Chen-bei is, come with me. Suddenly, Xianghua took out a piece of jade pendant. As she infused her true essence into it, the jade pendant seemed to resonate with something. Flying towards the outside, Go, follow me. The others from the Holy Land reacted, marching in a grand procession behind. In an instant, dark clouds enveloped the sky, and countless streams of light shot up into the heavens. Looking up from the ground, it seemed as if 100,000 heavenly soldiers had mobilized, their overwhelming presence stifling. Master, it is all my fault, I have disturbed your peace. At the entrance of the Taichu mountain range, Chen Bei looked at Zhou Hai, tears welling in his eyes. He had thought that after so much killing, he would have a heart of stone. But he found that every time he encountered his master, his frozen heart would be touched. Enough! They disturb my peace, do they deserve it? Just wait, today I will take charge for you. Zhou Hai stood in the void with his hands behind his back, quietly waiting for people from various holy lands to come. At this moment, possessing the cultivation of a sage, his consciousness spread for 100,000 miles, clearly seeing the holy lands rushing madly towards them. Even the Taichu Holy Land trembled, unexpectedly calling forth the ancestral holy artifact. It was evident that the deaths of the previous batch had indeed caused pain to the various holy lands. Yes. Master. Chen Bei lowered his head, although he did not want to trouble his master because of his own issues, he would always obey in front of his master. At the same time, he also enjoyed the feeling of being protected. Perhaps in this life, only his master could give him such a feeling. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a fierce wind rose between heaven and earth. The sky, which had been clear just a moment ago, was instantly darkened and obscured by countless clouds. At the same time, countless figures rushed in, starting from a distance to form an encirclement, surrounding Zhou Hai and his disciple. Chen Bei, you traitor, I will kill you. With a loud roar, as soon as the encirclement formed, an old woman charged towards Chen Bei. Elder Qianghua, slow down. The people from the Taichu Holy Land quickly stopped her. Elder Qiangyan had the holy artifact Dust Pearl but was now empty-handed. Rushing up would only mean seeking death. Fellow cultivators, Chen Bei's crimes are unimaginable. Today we gather here to strike together and kill him. This is our ancestral holy artifact, the Taichu Destiny Plate. If we join forces to activate it, even if this thief possesses a great holy artifact, he will still die. Zhang Taixian raised his arm and called out. A destiny plate flew out, instantly swelling to 10,000 miles, blocking the sun and enveloping the world. Under the destiny plate, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, as if their lives and deaths were carved into the plate. This destiny plate controlled the rise and fall of every living being in the world. Good, everyone worked together to activate the Taichu destiny plate. Regardless of what opportunities or support this thief has, he must be slain today. Everyone attacked together. Realizing the situation, the people from various holy lands surged forward, all standing on the destiny plate, looking down at Chen Bei and his master with disdainful eyes. Chen Bei, do you know your crimes? Zhang Taixian roared, his voice carrying immense pressure through the destiny plate, causing mountains to collapse within thousands of miles. Even the earth was ceaselessly sinking. The power of the holy artifact was vividly displayed at this moment. Chen Bei's body shook, feeling as if all his bones were about to shatter. Under the destiny plate, he instinctively wanted to kneel down, as if there were some overwhelming terror there. Just as Chen Bei could not withstand this pressure and wanted to take out the holy artifact to resist, he saw Zhou Hai wave his hand, and all pressure vanished instantly. Chapter 76. You brazen fool! My disciple is someone you can condemn? A cold voice rang out, and only then did everyone notice Zhou Hai beside them. Who are you? Zhang Taixian's eyes were icy as he shouted. You probably have bad hearing, seems I need to clean your ears. Zhou Hai snorted coldly, raising his hand to grab at Zhang Taixian. In an instant, the winds and clouds changed, the laws of the sage intertwined, transforming into a giant hand rushing towards Zhang Taixian. Seeing this, everyone's faces changed dramatically. A sage, he is a sage. This is the power of the laws. Under the coverage of the destiny plate, no one could invoke the anomalies of heaven and earth. All paths under the destiny plate were mere jokes, only nourishing the destiny plate. But at this moment, Zhou Hai openly took action in front of everyone. But what he tapped into was not the essence of heaven and earth, nor his own principles, that was the true law. It was a law only a saint could comprehend. Suppress them for me. Seeing the colossal hand of law forming, Zhang Taiyuan, who had just dominated everything a moment ago, turned pale in an instant, panic engulfing him. With no time to think, he hurriedly infused his own power into the life plate. In that instant, the life plate burst forth with radiance, countless runes swirling around, each line brimming with the power to erase everything, charging toward Zhou Hai and his disciples. Boom boom boom. Heaven and earth shattered, countless spatial rifts being forcibly torn apart. On the ground, countless flowers and plants instantly turned to ash. Many mountains and lakes were wiped clean in an instant. Under the shadow of the life plate, the area within 10,000 miles was undergoing an unprecedented catastrophe. Many villages and towns where humans lived, in an instant, burst like illusions. Many people didn't even realize what had happened, and in the life plate, they offered up their lives. A wanton slaughter, utterly inhumane.
Zhou Hai's pupils contracted, watching the devastation from the life plate expand uncontrollably. He hurriedly used his divine sense to protect the mountains and rivers.
Boom boom boom.
At the same time, his orderly hand collided with the life plate. Countless runes rained down, the force of slaughter shaking the heavens and the earth.
Puff.
The life plate trembled, barely blocking Zhou Hai's strike.
But Zheng Taiyuan on the life plate could not withstand it.
The enormous force crashed into him, making him feel as if all his cultivation had broken apart. His organs shattered, and he spewed out a mouthful of blood on the spot.
Break for me. Zhou Hai waved his hand again, and the orderly handprint shot into the sky. Boom boom boom.
The life plate burst forth with light, the instrument spirit within frantically resisting, but it struggled to hold back. People from the major holy places were instantly shaken off the life plate, all of them looking horrified.
What are you all dawdling for?
This is a true saint, let us gather our strength to suppress him.
Zheng Taiyuan's eyes were about to split, looking almost mad. He knew very well what it meant to anger a saint.
The enmity that should not be formed today had already been formed. If they could not suppress Zhou Hai, everyone was bound to die.
The major holy places would suffer retribution. And Tai Chi Holy Land would bear the brunt.
Everyone, charged together. As the crowd reacted, their faces turned ugly. No one had thought that behind Shenbei stood a saint, otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to openly hunt him down. Now, what should not have happened had already happened, and they only had one thought, to borrow the Tai Chi ancestral artifact to suppress Zhou Hai.
Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable.
According to legend, the ancestor of the Tai Chi Holy Land was a peak saint. If the life plate left behind could be pushed to its limits, its power would be comparable to that of a true saint. At this moment, this life plate was the only existence that could compete with Zhou Hai. Everyone immediately poured their cultivation into the life plate, and in an instant, the countless runes on the plate turned into divine chains that surged toward Zhou Hai.
Boom boom boom. At the same time, an immense force erupted, actually pushing back Zhou Hai's handprint of law. Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow, faintly feeling that his cultivation was being suppressed.
The law of the life plate was not only filled with overwhelming power but also mingled with a mysterious force that constantly eroded a person's lifespan. At this moment, being under the life plate for just a quarter of an hour equated to several years or even decades outside. For mortals, even a moment would lead to old age and death. And as the vast divine chains enveloped him, the power-eroding lifespan became even stronger.
A small trick dares to perform at my door.
Zhou Hai snorted coldly, the saint's law covering Qianbei, protecting him from harm. Then, the power of extinction surged around him, the law of destruction filling the heavens and earth.
Break for me. Boom boom boom.
A punch was thrown, and countless divine chains instantly shattered.
Bang bang bang.
This void exploded, countless divine chains turned into runes and were hit to dim light. The life plate, which had just stabilized, trembled violently at that moment. Everyone's faces changed drastically as they desperately poured their strength into the life plate, trying to activate it completely.
Zhou Hai opened up fiercely, waving his hand as the sky collapsed and the earth cracked.
The sun and moon danced along with him, and the life disk could not exert its power before being firmly suppressed by him.
Break for me.
Shattering all the paths and patterns of the life disk, Zhou Hai soared into the sky, his heavy fist crashing down on the life disk.
Boom boom boom.
The power of obliteration surged into the life disk.
Ah!
A piercing scream echoed as the ancestral holy artifact of the Taichu Holy Land suffered a heavy blow, and the artifact spirit was directly shattered.
No! Puff puff puff. Ah!
Everyone on the life disk was thrown into the air, some spat blood, some screamed mournfully, and some exploded outright.
Holy artifact, not for protecting the living, but harvesting everywhere, what use do you have?
Zhou Hai's gaze was icy cold. Without any hesitation, after smashing the artifact spirit of the life disk with one punch, he swung another punch, causing cracks to split open all over the life disk. Under the rule of obliteration, even the so-called immortal holy artifacts could not escape flaws in front of him.
Boom! With a third punch, the life disk shattered completely, and an invincible holy artifact was utterly destroyed.
At the moment the life disk exploded, a ray of splendid light shot out, heading straight for Zhou Hai's face. Zhou Hai's expression changed, the laws around him surged but shattered in an instant.
Boom!
The splendid light hit him and instantly sent him flying thousands of feet away. Just as he steadied himself, a trace of blood silently slid from the corner of his mouth.
Boom!
Another earth-shaking explosion occurred. The moment the drop of blood fell to the ground, it directly created a massive pit hundreds of miles wide, resembling a basin. This is a saint, a drop of blood, even a single hair, contains the power of the laws of heaven and earth, enough to crush a purple mansion realm cultivator.
Master, how are you? Are you okay?
Seeing Zhou Hai being knocked back, Qianbei quickly rushed forward.
I'm fine.
Zhou Hai waved his hand, and his breath instantly recovered. Chen Bei sighed in relief, simultaneously feeling a bit speechless. With a master like this, a world-shaking genius, there was no one in the heavens or on earth who could rival him. Why would he need to worry? At this moment, in all directions, thousands of cultivators already looked ashen.
The strong from various holy lands were in despair.
Especially those from the Taichu Holy Land, including Zhang Taixian, all looked as if they had lost their souls.
They couldn't believe that the ancestral holy artifact was just shattered like that. Chapter 77.
At the entrance of the Taichu mountain range, looking around, it was silent for thousands of miles. The people from various holy lands usually displayed their might, looking down upon the world.
But now, they each looked ashen, filled with despair. Without even a single piece of hope left, could this contemporary saint possibly let them go?
Thinking of this, everyone trembled, their eyes filled with terror. Only the old woman from the Qiangyou sect, with her blood-red eyes, was filled with strong unwillingness and anger.
Come here.
Zhou Hai's voice resonated throughout heaven and earth.
Everyone's bodies tightened, instantly being restrained before Zhou Hai by an invisible force.
When they arrived, there were grand numbers, not to mention 100,000 troops, there were still thousands. But now, affected by the aftershocks of the battle, all cultivators below the Enlightenment realm had exploded and perished.
The survivors numbered less than 2,000, all thrown into the pit of earth before Zhou Hai.
All eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Zhou Hai. In this world where the strong are revered, these cultivators were no different from ordinary mortals when encountering someone stronger.
Besides fear, there was only pity.
Starting with you. Zhou Hai, however, felt no pity for them at all. With a grip of his large hand, Zhang Taixian shot up from the crowd and fell into his grasp.
What do you want?
Zhang Taixian's face was filled with terror. He was suppressed by Zhou Hai and could not move, leaving only despair.
Slap slap slap.
Zhou Hai did not say a word, raising his hand and delivering a few heavy slaps.
PFF.
A mouthful of blood mixed with teeth spurted from Zhang Taixian's mouth, but Zhou Hai did not stop until blood flowed from Zhang Taixian's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. The people around felt a chill run down their spines. They hadn't expected this saint to not only be powerful but also a sadistic tormentor. As a sage, dealing with enemies usually means direct killing. His actions clearly showed he was killing both body and spirit, leaving people unable to rest in peace.
If you're going to kill, just kill. Such humiliation, what exactly are you trying to do?
Zhang Taixian's eyes instantly turned red, a strong sense of humiliation and anger even scattering away his fear of death.
This is strange, there's no earwax. Why can't you hear what I'm saying?
Suddenly, the voice of Zhou Hai came through, making everyone's eyes widen and their heads throb.
What do you mean?
Zhang Taixian was confused, even almost forgetting the pain on his face, mumbling with a mouthful of air. I just said that my disciple Chen Bei is mine, why do you still ask who I am?
I thought your ears were blocked with earwax, and you couldn't hear me. Can you hear me now? If you still can't, I can help clean your ears. Zhou Hai's lips curled up, the smile making everyone else's expressions go dark.
Zhang Taixian spat out a mouthful of old blood, almost dying from anger.
Just because of a single question, this person who was at odds with everyone just targeted him with relentless slaps?
Please, he is the head of a great sacred land.
In broad daylight, being humiliated like this, does he not care about his face? No reply? It seems you still can't hear me. Zhou Hai's voice came again, pretending to slap his palm. No, senior, I can hear now, I really can hear.
Zhang Taixian's face changed dramatically, forcing himself to shout despite the humiliation. Once under the sage's hand, life and death were completely out of his control. Right now, he couldn't even die to preserve his dignity, he could only beg for mercy, hoping to lessen his suffering.
Oh, you can hear. Then can we have a good talk now?
Zhou Hai smiled again, looking harmlessly at Zhang Taixian.
Sure, but please, senior, command me, I definitely won't refuse.
Zhang Taixian quickly nodded. Although he felt sorrowful, he was also somewhat relieved. From the tone of this person, it seemed he did not intend to leave no one alive. As long as there was room for discussion, everything still had a chance for redemption.
Good, I'll wait for your words. Everyone present, what do you think? Can we talk? Zhou Hai nodded with satisfaction, looking at everyone below.
Everyone felt solemn, despite the humiliation, a glimmer of hope appeared in their eyes. They could talk, of course no one wanted to die. But just as everyone was about to express their opinions, a crazed voice suddenly erupted.
Evil creature, I will kill you. I will dismember you and your master. Everyone's expressions changed dramatically as they saw the elder from the Qiangyou faction, Madame Qianghua, flying madly towards Zhou Hai.
Her face twisted in rage, under the pressure of the sage, with each step forward, blood holes would explode on her body. The power of the sage was not something mere Zifu cultivators could withstand.
Elder, don't.
The expressions of the others from the Qianghua faction changed as they wanted to stop her but couldn't do anything at all.
Madam Cheonghua, what do you want? Stop her. The others had bloodshot eyes, filled with one thought: restrain her, capture her, even kill her. Right now, everyone's life and death were in Zhou Hai's hands, and this old woman angering Zhou Hai was trying to endanger everyone. Unfortunately, under the sage's aura, the frenzied Madame Cheonghua was willing to charge forward at all costs. They, however, couldn't do anything. Even the slightest movement and they felt they would die in a severe way, so the scene was filled with shouts, yet no one dared to act rashly. You don't know when to give up. Zhou Hai's eyes turned cold as he raised his hand to snap his fingers, instantly freezing Madame Cheonghua in midair, the sage's authority tightly gripping her neck, leaving her unable to live or die. Humph. When the world's cultivators targeted my disciple, I did not step in, it was to let him experience. Now that I have caught you all, I haven't killed outright because I'm not in the mood to kill. But do you seriously think I don't have a temper, that I can't kill? Zhou Hai's gaze was like lightning, and as he spoke, continuous explosions echoed out. Boom! 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 One after another, blood holes kept exploding on Madame Cheonghua's body. In an instant, the old woman Cheonghua's limbs exploded into a mass of flesh, blood mist swirling around. Only a body resembling a human pig hung in the air, letting out a wailing scream. Spare my life, Holy One! Everyone below trembled in fear, kneeling together to plead for mercy. In front of the Holy One, no one knew what dignity meant. Spare me, spare me. If you want to beg for mercy, you must look like someone begging for mercy. How can I forgive you? Zhou Hai's cold gaze swept over, and with a wave of his hand, the world twisted, causing the area where the elders of the Qianjiao Holy Land stood to instantly collapse. No. Spare me, Holy One. Elders and disciples of the Qianjiao sect all screamed in terror, begging for mercy while casting hateful glances at the old woman Xianghua. It's all this old, only thinking of her own hatred, showing no concern for everyone's lives. In the midst of this anger and fear, these people's bodies turned to dust as the world collapsed. Holy One. Some were scared so badly they wet themselves, others fainted on the spot. The remaining people who could react were repeatedly knocking their heads, desperately begging. Old woman, what right do you have to fight me? Zhou Hai's gaze turned to the old woman Xianghua again, his tone chilling. Kill me, if you have the ability, go ahead and kill me. You demons killed my husband, from today on, if I live, I will never let you go. With no hope of resistance, the old woman Xianghua wished only for death. He. So your husband died at my hands. No wonder you are so crazy. But it's a pity, to think you can reunite with him in death, what a foolish dream. Not to mention that before I acted, he had already lost his soul. Even if he still has a spirit, do you think I will let you have your way? Since you insist on being unreasonable, I will make it so you cannot seek life or death. Zhou Hai sneered, clenched his fingers, and instantly crushed the old woman's body. Ah! The old woman Xianghua barely managed to let out a cry before her original spirit was exposed before everyone. Zhou Hai did not destroy her spirit, instead, he summoned the poisoned soul banner to suppress her spirit within it. Ah! Another round of heart-wrenching screams erupted, as if sharing boundless pain, causing those below to halt their breaths. No one expected that, as a powerful figure in the Purple Mansion realm, the old woman Xianghua's final fate would be to be imprisoned by a magic weapon, suffering endless torment for eternity. Everyone, people from various sects, my disciple, and I have killed quite a few. Is there anyone else who wishes to fight to the death? Please speak up. Zhou Hai put away the poisoned soul banner, casting an eye over the crowd, which was filled with silence. Even the sound of cold sweat hitting the ground could be clearly heard. Everyone held their breath at this moment, not to mention speaking up. Even breathing lightly made them feel they were guilty of the gravest sins. This oppressive feeling tortured their will at every moment, making their hearts cry out in despair, but they could only endure desperately, hoping this moment would pass quickly. Zhou Hai, however, was not anxious at all, calmly surveying everyone until they could no longer hold back. Then he spoke again. It seems no one intends to fight to the death. Then we can talk now, right? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone hurriedly moved to show their willingness. But please, Holy One, instruct us. We would willingly face death. At this moment, they feared not the Holy One's demands but that the Holy One would not even give them the chance to express themselves. If I had known this, why bother in the first place? Everyone listen, if you want to kill my disciple, go ahead. In peer competitions, even if my disciple dies, I will have no complaints. I only blame his own lack of skill. But from today on, if anyone dares to bully others, using their strength to oppress my disciple, don't blame me for shattering their doors and cutting off their inheritance. Zhou Hai's tone was chilling, his voice like thunder exploding in the sky, making everyone present feel cold to the bone. So powerful, this is what a true Holy One is. It is said that there haven't been any Holy Ones in the world for tens of thousands of years. This only holy sage of the current era is enough to suppress an era. No one dared to defy him. Understood. No one dared to speak nonsense at this moment. Only the word obey remains. Additionally, as compensation for the harm done to my disciples during this period, it should not be too much to ask you for a good omen, right? Zhou Hai spoke again. We await the teachings of the sage. The crowd could no longer say anything else, this was the only line they knew. From today, I hope my disciples can travel freely in all major sects. For any training needed in the secret realms of the major sects, they may come and go. Of course, you can also set traps and ambush them, as for the consequences, you may weigh them yourself. Zhou Hai spoke again, causing everyone's pupils to constrict. Isn't that allowing all major holy places to hand over their inheritances? How could that be possible? This is digging up our ancestors' graves. After death, how would one face their ancestors? I, the 10,000 Sword Sect, welcome the arrival of the sage's heir. I, the Void Cloud Peak, welcome the arrival of the sage's heir. I, the Great Tang Dynasty. I, the Great Yuan. I, the Primordial Beginning. Everyone felt a turmoil inside, and after a long time, they finally chose the former, between being ashamed to face their ancestors and never seeing them again. After all, how to see their ancestors was a matter for the future. If they ended up like the old woman of Xianghua, they would have no right to consider that. Chen Bei quietly watched the scene, and unknowingly, tears had wet his eyes. As the infamous demon lord whose name spread throughout the North Wilderness, no one had ever seen him cry. But at this moment, he could no longer control his emotions. Actually, it wasn't even necessary for his master to intervene, as long as his ancestors stood up and said a word. With the strength of the Great Qian dynasty, the major holy places would think twice about harming him. Unfortunately, since his father passed away, it felt as if he had been completely abandoned by the entire Great Qian. No one from the ancestors of Great Qian spoke for him, instead, they allied with outsiders to hunt him down. At this moment, he looked back and forth between Zhou Hai and the group of people from the Great Qian dynasty below, and that enormous gap made his heart tremble. In contrast, the warmth his master brought him was as great as the chilling cold from the ancestors of the Great Qian. You brat, why are your eyes so red? If you have any other requests, feel free to say, let's see who dares to refuse today. Zhou Hai's voice came, laughing and scolding. Enough, with the master here, the disciple has no requests. I only hope to fulfill my father's wishes as soon as possible and serve my master forever in the future, that will satisfy me. Chen Bei smiled with his dry lips, and as he thought of something, he quickly looked at the people from the Great Qian dynasty. Ancestors, can you tell me why? Upon hearing this, everyone from the Great Qian dynasty couldn't help but tremble. Especially the elderly leader, whose face turned pale. At this moment, they really didn't want to be the focus of everyone's attention. I don't understand, as a descendant of the Chen family, I am the most outstanding. I have always taken the revival of Great Qian as my responsibility. I may have hostility toward other sects, but I have never betrayed the lineage of Great Qian, I have never wronged anyone from Great Qian. So why, in the end, is it the Great Qian that pursues me most fiercely? You are also my ancestors, could it be that I, this descendant, am so unlikable? Seeing no one respond, Chen Bei felt a pain in his heart. During this time, he had killed people from all major sects, but he had never harmed the ancestors of the Great Qian dynasty. He couldn't bring himself to do it and couldn't understand why they pursued him relentlessly. The elder's face was pale, his lips purple, wanting to say something but unable to open his mouth. What's wrong? Are you deaf or mute, unable to speak? Zhou Hai's cold voice came, causing everyone to shudder in fear again. Old ancestor Chen Su, what exactly is there that cannot be said? What you Great Qian have done, all major holy places cannot tolerate, we also want to know what's going on. Exactly, old ancestor Chen Su, not even sparing your own descendants, your Great Qian dynasty is unworthy of being a holy place. Whatever shameful things you have, just say it, don't implicate us. Old Chen Su. People from all major holy places spoke up eagerly. Follow Zhou Hai's words to attack the Dacian bloodline. They really don't want to die. To avoid angering Zhou Hai again, they must meet all his demands, and they must force others to do the same. Chapter 79. He. Under the pressure of everyone, the Dacian people looked grim, but suddenly, old ancestor Chen Su started to laugh. He laughed maniacally, as if he had gone mad. Chen Bei, do you still not understand? You don't have the Chen surname, you have no relationship with my Chen family. Have you not thought about what kind of person your father is? He reached the Dao Palace realm before the age of 100, unmatched among his generation. He should have at least 3,000 years of lifespan, but in the end, he only lived a little over 100 years. He died because of you, do you know that? Now his primordial spirit is trapped, worse than death, and the great calamity of heaven and earth is looming. My Chen family is in grave danger. Only your death can free your father. Only your death can save my Dacian and even the entire northern wasteland. Do you understand now? Old ancestor Chen Su's laughter gradually became desolate, finally descending into despair. What?
Chen Bei's body shook, a ringing in his ears made the world spin around him.
How is this possible? I am not a descendant of the Chun family? My father died because of me?
All kinds of information bombarded Chen Bei's mind, leaving him in utter chaos. He couldn't believe this was true, but the actions of the Chen family seemed to confirm it all.
Could it be that he really is a root of disaster?
Beside him, Zhou Hai was somewhat dumbfounded.
Goodness, this plot is just too dramatic. Is the next step to reveal the supreme identity of his great disciple? Then to sweep through the universe, unbeatable?
Various scenes flashed through his mind, making Zhou Hai feel like he was watching a grand show.
Great calamity of heaven and earth? Where did this calamity come from? With the same bloodline, yet refusing to recognize their own kin, truly a group of ridiculous ants?
Don't mention Zhou Hai, even the Honorable Hai Tian, suppressed within the 9 Emperor artifacts, couldn't help but join in on the gossip. Oh, it's been so many days without a word, I thought you were dead, turns out you're still here.
Zhou Hai was taken aback and greeted with a smile.
Even if you die, it's impossible for me to die. The cold voice of Honorable Hai Tian came through, his regard for Zhou Hai quickly plunging to the negative. Haha, you've lived for millions of years, if anyone's dying first, it should be you.
But seriously, do you think that the longer a person lives, the dimmer their mind becomes?
I can't speak for others, but I can assure you that my precious disciple is definitely a member of the Chen family.
How do they manage to chase their own descendants while spinning such absurd tales? Zhou Hai grinned and pondered. The thoughts of ants aren't worthy of this master's guessing? Honorable Hai Tian replied coldly.
TCH, it's said that the longer you live, the duller your brain becomes, yet you still don't believe it.
If you can't guess, just say so. What's there to be ashamed of? Zhou Hai pouted, immediately infuriating Honorable Hai Tian to the point of fury.
Only then did he realize that the dim mind Zhou Hai was referring to was not Chen family people, but him.
Disciple, don't listen to their nonsense.
Others may not know, but your master is very clear, you are a descendant of the Chen family, don't burden yourself with any psychological weight. Seeing signs of Chen Bei's mentality breaking down, Zhou Hai also stopped being a spectator and stepped forward.
But master, they.
Chen Bei's eyes were bloodshot, filled with doubt. He was questioning his own identity, feeling as if he lived like a joke.
Everyone has a place to come from, but he might not even be his father's son. Those people are nothing. A bunch of fools, isn't there a way to test if you are a descendant of the Chen family?
Zhou Hai's words instantly brightened Chen Bei's eyes.
Yes, can't they just test it?
He.
Chen Bei, have you never thought about it? Why does everyone in the Chun family have their own life plate, but you don't?
Because your life plate cannot enter the Chen family ancestral hall, your bloodline cannot merge into my Chen family at all. Come, this is my life plate, you can try to see if your bloodline can merge with it. Without waiting for Chen Bei to speak, the ancestor of Chen Su let out a miserable laugh and threw his life token over here.
Everyone on the scene showed a look of surprise. The life token is not just any token placed in the ancestral hall of the sect.
Once a person dies, the token in the ancestral hall must shatter. But when the ancestral hall's token shatters, it doesn't mean the person is dead.
In contrast, the life token is truly connected to a person's life.
Any slight damage to it is an irreparable injury to them.
In the cultivation world, giving up the life token is equivalent to handing over one's life to someone else.
However, thinking about the fact that they were facing a saint, everyone felt relieved. Before a saint, giving or not giving the life token doesn't make a difference.
Zhou Hai was not polite either and raised his hand to grasp the token. With a slight probe of his spiritual sense, all the information about ancestor Chen Su instantly appeared within the token. This is a kind of bloodline recognition, a connection to the source. Only the bloodline of the Chen family can be recognized by the life token refined from the Chen family's holy artifact. Come on, give it a try.
Zhou Hai threw the token to Chen Bei, fully confident that Chen Bei was a descendant of the Chen family. After all, the introduction from the system stated that Chen Bei had no other identity.
It's worth noting that the system's introduction is very detailed.
For example, it clearly stated that Qin Shio is the reincarnation of a great emperor. If Chen Bei had any other identity, it would have been exposed before him.
Master. However, Chen Bei hesitated.
The normally fearless him took 2 steps back at this moment. He suddenly remembered that his father had never set up a life token for him since he was a child and hadn't even taken him to each family festival. Could it be that he really isn't a descendant of the Chun family and can't earn the recognition of the ancestors of the Chen family? Thinking of this, Chen Bei looked terrified at the token. Maybe he could trick himself if he didn't test it, but once he tested it, he felt he would collapse.
He couldn't accept everything that ancestor Chen Su had said. Ha. Do you see? Chen Bei, you actually already have the answer in your heart. You're just afraid to admit it.
Ancestor Chen Su laughed sorrowfully, making Chen Bei, who was already a mess, feel even more devastated.
Enough with the nonsense, give it a try.
Zhou Hai couldn't bear to watch any longer, raised his hand, took a drop of Chen Bei's blood, and directly plunged it into the token. Buzz. In an instant, the token trembled violently, and a red light shot up into the sky. Crack. The token failed to absorb Chen Bei's blood and instead began to crack. Puff. As the token was damaged, Ancestor Chen Su spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned pale. However, relief appeared on his face, and his gaze toward Chen Bei became unexpectedly gentle. Child, do you see it? You must die, otherwise, the entire Chen family will be doomed. The ancestors didn't want to tell you this truth just to avoid being too cruel to you. Do you think only your father loves you? We hurt for you too. But people are selfish, before the entire clan, who can truly act with righteousness? The ancestors left without killing you before you knew the truth. I, the ancestor, am sorry. As Ancestor Chen Su spoke, his tone became unusually gentle, and the sparkle in his eyes gradually dimmed. Ancestor Chen Su. No. Behind Ancestor Chen Su, the people of the Chen family were roaring with red eyes, each one in deep sorrow. Don't. Chen Bei suddenly looked up. He couldn't accept the truth before him, nor could he accept that he had personally caused the death of the ancestor. He could feel that at that moment, Ancestor Chen Su's words came from the heart. He still remembers that when he was young, Ancestor Chen Su deliberately exited seclusion just to see him and took him out to play. At that time, it was all fun and laughter, and he didn't know when it had transformed into the current situation. But one thing Ancestor Chen Su said was right, his blood could not fuse into the Chen family at all and was even born to restrain the Chen family's bloodline. Under normal circumstances, even if the blood test failed, it shouldn't damage the token. But instead, he had used his own blood to ruthlessly kill a member of the Chen family, an ancestor. Don't. Ancestor. Chen Bei's eyes were red as he rushed toward Ancestor Chen Su swiftly. Ancestor, why is this happening, why? What happened? What is going on in between? The puzzle seemed solved, but what came next was more confusion. Chen Bei couldn't let go of the questions in his heart, nor could he let go of the ancestor in his arms. Once, the ancestor looked at him with the same loving gaze as now. But what happened? Why has everything changed? Why are all turning against him? What the hell is going on? At this moment, Zhou Hai was also dazed. Clearly, it was the same bloodline, so why would they clash? Moreover, Chen Bei's blood was too dominating, just one drop directly took down an elder of the Chen family. This is too unscientific. How could this be? Even Han Hai Tianzun was once again startled, appearing somewhat incredulous. Old monster, you have lived for over 800 million years. Have you ever seen something like this? Zhou Hai hurriedly asked. I understand. The Chen family is definitely not an ordinary family, their ancestors must have been great emperors, even beings who surpassed great emperors. In the long river of time, bloodlines have gradually thinned and this has long become the norm. Yet this child has returned to his roots, reappearing the ancestral bloodline, naturally unable to accommodate other mixed bloodlines. Han Hai Tianzun did not pay attention to Zhou Hai but instead spoke to himself. But after saying that, he quickly denied it. No, there is this possibility, but it must be even more complicated. What exactly is going on? What other great secrets exist in this world that I am unaware of? Zhou Hai frowned, listening, growing increasingly irritated. However, he could accept Han Hai Tianzun's earlier statement. After all, the phenomenon of returning to an ancestral state was very normal. Only, even if they returned to their ancestry and rejected other bloodlines, how could they harm their own blood? System, do you want to give an explanation? Zhou Hai tried to communicate with the system. Unfortunately, this dog system continued to play dead, not responding at all. Ancestor, eat this, and this. Ancestor. Over there, Chen Bei tightly held Ancestor Chen Su, shoving all kinds of miraculous pills into his mouth. A wisp of vitality flowed through Ancestor Chen Su, but alas, the life card was shattered, and no amount of pills would help. Enough, child. Ancestor is sorry for you. The truth is too cruel. If possible, Ancestor really wishes to have killed you before you knew the truth. Even if you hate the Chen family, at least in your heart, you still have a loving father and a place you think is home. But now, Ancestor cannot do it. I am not saying this to put pressure on you, I only wish for your master to spare the Chen family, to not kill them all. From today on, my Chen family is done with you. You need not do anything for the Chen family, their fate depends on their own fortune. Ancestor Chen Su grasped Chen Bei's hand, his eyes full of love, pain, and deep guilt. He believed in Chen Bei. If he had told him the truth earlier, he would have undoubtedly sacrificed himself for the Chen family. But that would be too unfair to him. A 16-year-old child, born without a mother, just lost his father, and then he was told he was picked up. And because of him, the father who loved him was killed by others. If he did not die, a million clansmen would be wiped out, forcing him to sacrifice himself. Ancestor Chen Su could not do it, so he became the most determined faction of revenge in the Chen family. He would rather Chen Bei hate the entire Chen family than see him feel guilty due to the death of the Qian emperor, and he did not want to impose moral shackles on him. That burden was too heavy. If it weren't for fearing Zhou Hai would destroy the entire Qin clan today, he would never have revealed the truth.
No, ancestor, hold on. You can definitely be saved. My master will surely save you. Master, please save the ancestor. Seeing that the various pills given by the master were useless, Chen Bei looked up at Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai frowned tightly, feeling an incredible headache. This situation had made it difficult for him to wrap things up. Kid, I will pass a method to you, perhaps you can save this person. At that moment, the voice of Han Hai Tianzun arrived. What method? Zhou Hai frowned. He knew this old guy was verifying something, and just so happened he also wanted to know, so they could cooperate now. If this child is truly the bloodline of the Chun family, even if he is overbearing, it is not without the possibility of resolving it. This is the blood refining method, you should try it. As soon as the words fell, Zhou Hai felt a faint divine thought coming, and there it was, the technique of the blood refining method. Blood refining method? Zhou Hai's spirit brightened instantly, and he flew to Chen Bei's side. Disciple, do not rush. Zhou Hai comforted and pointed out. Before Chen Bei could react, he felt something leave him, a wave of weakness hit him, nearly making him collapse on the ground. Looking up, he found that Zhou Hai had forcibly taken a drop of his heart's blood. This drop of heart's blood was bright red, showing no signs of anything special. But as Zhou Hai quickly formed seals with both hands, the heavens and earth resonated, as if a force from before the creation of the world was refining the drop of fresh blood. Buzz. In an instant, that heart's blood burst with dark light, as if countless shouts of battle were coming. Within that drop of blood, it seemed to contain a great world. Indeed, I was not mistaken, it is truly a return to the ancestry. It's just that something unexpected happened in between, someone secretly intervened. The voice of Han Hai Tianzun came through, and Zhou Hai ignored it, quickly forming seals with his hands, continuously suppressing the killing intent coming from that blood. In a moment, the killing intent dissipated, and that drop of blood returned to calm. Eat it! Zhou Hai snapped his fingers, and that heart's blood instantly flew into the mouth of Chen Su Laozu. Master, you. Chen Bei was shocked. His master knew full well that his blood conflicted with the Chun family's bloodline. Why would he still give the old ancestor his heart's blood? Was this to hasten the old ancestor's death? However, before he could finish his words, he felt the world erupt violently, and an immense force of spiritual essence surged forth. At the same time, symbols of the Great Way seemed to flow through heaven and earth. Looking at the Chen Su Laozu in his arms, he was surprised to find that the old ancestor's body was glowing. His body was oozing blood from every pore, expelling the old blood, while new blood was being replenished from the essence of heaven and earth. This scene was just like the legendary transformation and rebirth. What is going on? After the instructions were given, Chen Su Laozu was ready to face death, but suddenly his eyes widened in disbelief, feeling an unprecedented comfort wash over him, as if a power of rebirth was appearing within him. For a moment, he felt as if he were placed within the womb of the earth, waiting for a new life. Before long, his appearance began to change. Originally an old man with white hair, he gradually transformed into a young guy of 17 or 18. This scene made the eyes of everyone around to widen in shock, their expressions frozen. Chen Su Laozu, he actually has lived a second life. How is it possible? Since ancient times, beneath the saints, who could live a second life? Chen Su Laozu seems to be the only one. Everyone's mouths were agape, feeling they might go crazy. At this moment, the most surprised was Chen Bei, and the most shocked was none other than Chen Su Laozu. Chen Bei couldn't understand why it was different from what he imagined. His blood didn't kill the old ancestor. Chen Su Laozu also couldn't understand. Clearly, Chen Bei's blood countered the Chun families, yet why could it help him revert to his roots and live a second life? Only Zhou Hai breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it could prove that Chen Bei was a descendant of the Chen family. Master, what is happening? Elder, could Chen Bei really be? Confused, both Chen Bei and Chen Su Laozu looked toward Zhou Hai, their eyes filled with questions. A bunch of old fools, it's been said he is a descendant of the Chun family. Do you really think he was picked up? Or do you old Chun family have a habit of wearing green hats? The emperor's woman is expecting another man's child but raising it tenderly? Now the truth is out. Chen Bei is not only a descendant of your Chen family, but he is also of the ancestral bloodline. It's just that why it conflicts with the Chen family bloodline, I can't figure it out at the moment. Zhou Hai curled his lips. After his words, Chen Su Laozu also noticed many suspicious points. Yes, those who say Chen Bei is not a descendant of the Chen family are them. Chen Bei's father, the emperor, has never said such a thing. Moreover, before dying, he left a deathbed letter to protect Chen Bei. He firmly entrusted that Chen Bei is indeed a descendant of the Chen family.
After all these years of affection, everyone just thought he was worried about this child. Now it seems they could have been deceived. But what shocking secret is hidden in this? Why did those people want to deceive them? What is their purpose? Ancestor, you said my father's primordial spirit is imprisoned. You mentioned that the calamity of the northern wilderness, someone wants to annihilate my Chen family. What on earth is going on? How many more things have you not revealed? Seeing his master confused, Chen Bei looked again at Ancestor Chen Su. It must be them, it has to be them. Ancestor Chen Su did not reply but instead widened his pupils, his face suddenly filled with hatred, and he shouted with killing intent. Who? Chen Bei hurriedly asked. But at that moment, a streak of light flew in from the heavens. It was a sound transmission talisman. Ancestor Chen Su instinctively raised his hand to catch it, but was preemptively stopped by Chen Bei. With a point of his finger, the sound transmission talisman shattered in front of Ancestor Chen Su, releasing a painful voice from within. Ancestor. Great Ancestor Chen Min has passed away. The voice was filled with anguish, and as it rang out, everyone around seemed to hear the sound of weeping. Chen Bei tensed all over, his heart felt as if it had been seized by someone. This was his eldest royal brother. He had thought that after the emperor's death, the eldest prince had turned into a ruthless person, unrecognizable even to himself. But he did not expect that he was still as vulnerable as ever, still filled with compassion. The pain in this voice was something Chen Bei could not fathom. It was a pain harder to bear than being hunted by the world and turning against his own kin. Perhaps only the agony of discovering that he was not a member of the Chen clan could compare. Father. But at this moment, even more painful than Chen Bei was Ancestor Chen Su. His eyes turned red, and tears rolled down uncontrollably. Even after thousands of years, the bond between father and son was still hard to sever. The old man had only been gone for a few days, and now his father had followed him. Next, wouldn't it be the turn of other uncles, then other brothers? There are many members of the Chen family, but they can't withstand such losses. Tears streaming down, Ancestor Chen Su looked at the sound transmission talisman still floating in the air, its light not yet dissipated, his whole body stiffening, his gaze becoming more anxious. The sound transmission talisman was silent, and for a long time there was no sound. But everyone knew that as long as the light did not fade, the transmission would continue. Perhaps there was still something being suppressed from the other side. Sure enough, another voice came, causing Ancestor Chen Su to feel as if his heart was about to shatter. Ancestor. Chen Tai, Chen Yun, Chen Baitan, and the other 9 great ancestors have all passed away. You, come back to oversee the situation. That voice trembled, desperation striking at every soul present. Everyone around fell silent, unable to imagine what kind of disaster could bring such despair to the Chen family. One must know, the Chen family is the oldest family in the northern wilderness, a presence that the great sacred places feared. Wow. Uncle, too. Ancestor Chen Su trembled all over, unable to contain his emotions, and cried out loud. Great Ancestor. All the Chen clansmen around also began to wail in despair, their eyes filled with hopelessness. What happened? What exactly happened? But at this moment, Chen Bei could not cry. He felt pain within, bitterness in his mouth, but more than that was an anger that was hard to express. Who could be so cruelly persecuting the Chen family? What had happened that caused the seemingly peaceful Chen family to bury one strong warrior after another? Yes, Ancestor, what on earth happened? Why have 9 great ancestors been buried again? My Chen family's great ancestors are now all dead. A young person from the Chen family couldn't help but shout from behind. Ancestor, what is it that cannot be spoken? Even one elder at the Daogong level couldn't help but exclaim. Clearly, the great secret of the Chen family was something that not only Chen Bei did not know. Many people of the Chen family do not know. They only know that under the command of Ancestor Chen Su, hunting down Chen Beicheng has become their only mission. The underworld, it is the underworld, they want to bury the Chen family, they want North's life, they want to launch a great calamity upon the worlds. Ancestor Chen Su's eyes were bloodshot, his lips trembling, finally revealing this earth-shattering secret. What? The underworld? Upon hearing this, the people around were stunned. What is the underworld? Isn't it something made up by con artists in the secular world to fool people? There is no underworld in this world, no hell, and no reincarnation. Even the legendary immortal realm is ethereal, no one knows if it really exists. As a cultivator, and even a powerful being at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm, to say that the underworld is about to launch a great calamity, isn't that a joke? Even Zhou Hai had a dark expression. If it were 7 years ago, he might have believed those ghost stories. But now, he himself is the immortal in the mouths of ordinary people, how could he still believe in any nonsense about ghosts and the underworld? Among the legendary emperors, who doesn't have the power to destroy the entire universe? If the underworld really wanted their lives, wouldn't they be beaten to bits? But in the end, who truly achieves immortality? Even great emperors like the Sea Sovereign end up clinging to life by any means, only surviving for 8 million years.
The underworld, are they really coming?
But at that moment, Zhou Hai heard the voice of the Sea Sovereign in his consciousness, full of surprise and even a sense of oppression.
What do you mean? Old man, could it be that there really is an underworld in this world? Zhou Hai was shocked.
While he might have been speechless at Ancestor Chen Su mentioning the underworld, hearing such tone from the Sea Sovereign left him utterly speechless.
Kid, do you still want to live? I'll give you a chance. Let me out, and I can guarantee you won't die. The Sea Sovereign did not answer but laughed loudly in Zhou Hai's consciousness. What the hell? I just want to know what is happening with the underworld. Just say it, why all this nonsense? Zhou Hai's face darkened as he cursed at the Sea Sovereign. Impudent! You little rascal, do you have any respect for this emperor? The Sea Sovereign was furious.
Once a great emperor, he stood equal to the heavens.
In his era, who dared not kneel before him? Even after 8 million years, he remained high and mighty. When had he ever been treated like this? What right do you have to talk about human rights when you're a prisoner?
And now you're talking to me about imperial power.
However impressive you are, aren't you also being suppressed by me now? Zhou Hai rolled his eyes, making Ancestor Si go silent with anger and no longer speak. The underworld, what exactly is going on? Chen Bei looked at Ancestor Chen Su in confusion, finally unable to hold back and asked.
Bei-chan, don't ask. The ancestor can see that you will surely reach the pinnacle in the future, shining brilliantly in one era. Since we cannot kill you, and you are not of the Chen family, my Chen family will naturally cut ties with you and will no longer act forcefully. But since you are one of my Chen family, you must live. The future of the Chen family depends on you. Ancestor Chen Su patted Chen Bei's shoulder. At first, Chen Bei didn't pay much attention, but gradually, he felt a wave of soreness and numbness wash over him, leaving him powerless and slumped to the ground. He struggled hard, only to find that Ancestor Chen Su's purple mansion Dao rhythm had sealed all his cultivation, leaving him unable to move.
Ancestor, what are you doing? Chen Bei's face changed drastically. But Ancestor Chen Su did not answer, slowly rising and sweeping his gaze across all the people present.
For hundreds of years, you major sacred places have bullied the Chen family too much. Even the renowned Yuanxia Academy has been extorting my Chen family while receiving support from our great Qian. I know, the Chen family has retreated step by step, and we have long since become the laughingstock of the major sacred places. Some even think the Chen family is finished. Indeed, now that 9 of my ancestors from the Chen family have passed away, only I and 2 other brothers-in-law remain as peak cultivators in the Purple Mansion realm. The remaining descendants are powerless to compete with the great sacred lands. Anyone who foolishly wishes to destroy my Qian and seize the fortune of the Chen family can take action now. But I warn you, the underworld is coming. Once my Chen family is extinguished, the next to meet their end will be all of you present. The voice of Ancestor Chen Su was cold, causing everyone to instinctively tighten their hearts. They may not believe in the existence of the underworld, yet the force capable of annihilating the Chen family is enough to threaten the great sacred lands. This was destined to be a tremendous crisis. Senior, I entrust this child to you. Today, I realized he is a descendant of the Chen family. I feel guilty, yet also comforted. I believe as long as he is alive, the Chen family still has hope. For the wrongs we have done to him in the past, even if we must fight with the lives of our entire clan, we will protect him completely as compensation. They say that if he dies, my entire clan can be saved, but no one knows if that is true or false. In the past, I was selfish, gambling his life for this slim hope. From now on it will be different. Turning his head, Ancestor Chen Su looked at Zhou Hai like a guardian, his face full of expectation. Receiving money to remove disasters for others. Moreover, this is my disciple, it is only right, only right. Zhou Hai awkwardly rubbed his nose. Ancestor Chen Su's words about being extorted by the academy shouldn't refer to that incident with the Great Zhou Academy a while back. No matter how you look at it, consider it paying money to remove a disaster. The descendants of the Chen family had become disciples, yet until now they hadn't even given a gift for their apprenticeship. He could afford those spirit stones. Senior's righteousness, I understand. May I ask for your esteemed title, Senior? Ancestor Chen Su was taken aback, suddenly understanding Zhou Hai's meaning. This was a reminder to not focus only on the guardianship, leave something for the orphan as well. Of course, this was no problem. The hope of the Chen family was placed on Chen Bei, so what could be wrong with entrusting everything of the Chen family to them? With this protector, no one would dare touch the things left by the Chen family for the child, right? Ancestor, my master. Beside him, Chen Bei was about to introduce Zhou Hai when Zhou Hai raised his hand to cover his mouth. Old man, don't worry. I am Morong Xiao, and I will definitely protect your Chen family's descendant. Zhou Hai lightly cleared his throat, immediately causing Chen Bei to look dumbfounded. What's going on?
Why is my master giving a random name? Isn't that the grand name of my uncle?
Right, my master has always been indifferent to fame and fortune, he only seeks peace. He wouldn't want people to recall his goodness or spread his name.
Chen Bei thought as such. By this time, he still didn't know about Zhou Hai extorting the Chen dynasty. Thank you, Elder Morong. Let's go.
Ancestor Chen Su bowed to Zhou Hai, waving his hand as he flew away with the remaining members of the Chen clan. Elder Morong, remember, do not let this child go to the Qianwang capital. Flying far away, Ancestor Chen Su thought of something and called out loudly.
Ancestor, is it really worth sacrificing the lives of the entire clan just to protect Chen Bei?
Then, flying 10,000 miles away, a young man beside Ancestor Chen Su spoke up. This was Chen Lei, Chen Bei's sixth royal brother, the Chen clan member with the highest cultivation talent in this generation besides Chen Bei.
Faced with Chen Lei's question, Ancestor Chen Su grimaced but did not reply.
Until they flew over 100,000 miles away, Ancestor Chen Su finally shouted, "Foolishness, how can the hope of a clan be placed on one person?
This time returning, you should anonymously disperse the remaining descendants. If in the future Bayer can rise successfully, you can go and join him.
If Bayer is unable to rise, let our Chen clan vanish into obscurity and return to simplicity." As soon as these words came out, everyone couldn't help but feel saddened.
Was the Chen clan really at the end of the road? Ancestor, since you have already made this decision, why not let Chen Bei try? Perhaps he can save our Chen clan? Another middle-aged man couldn't help but speak. Presumptuous.
Yet, Ancestor Chen Su shouted angrily, raising his hand to deliver a slap. The middle-aged man quickly covered his face, lowering his head and saying nothing.
Alas, everyone has their own selfish desires. Have you ever thought that using Bayer's life can truly exchange for the future of the Chen clan?
Previously, for the future of the Chen clan, I indeed could sacrifice Bayer. After all, he is just an outsider. Not letting him know the truth has already been the greatest care I could give him. But later, I even gave up this little care. As long as I can gain a glimmer of hope, I would do anything. At worst, I would pay with his life. But he is truly my clan's bloodline. He is our clan's greatest hope. Looking back, I have let him down too much. This time, truly do not make that child suffer any longer. If only I could have kept my mouth shut today and not speak selfishly about the truth. Even if they were angry with Bayer's feelings, it wouldn't truly sever our Chen family's bloodline.
I regret it. At this point, Ancestor Chen Su looked up to the sky and sighed deeply, his eyes filled with the weight of years. Ancestor, then why don't we, the clan, migrate together and escape to another place?
Chen Lei frowned and said.
Migrate as a clan? You are too ignorant.
Heaven and earth have cause and effect. Our Chen clan, as the oldest family in Beihuang, throughout countless years, how many holy lands have disappeared, and how many have risen?
Only our Chen clan remains unshaken. Do you know why?
It's not for any other reason, but because others only know how to take, while our Chen clan nourishes a piece of the earth. This is the blessing given to our Chen clan by the heavenly way, lasting for countless generations.
For the future of our descendants, how can sacrificing a few generations of our Chen clan mean anything?
As long as the cultivators above the understanding path do not perish, we will not allow disasters to disrupt our Diqian. Upon returning, any Chen clan disciple who has committed sins shall be blood sacrificed. Ancestor Chen Su said with a grim smile, and by the end, his gaze turned unprecedentedly fierce, causing everyone present to feel a chilling fear in their hearts. As he spoke, under the guidance of Ancestor Chen Su, the spirit boat flew thousands of miles away. In Ancestor Chen Su's memory, the limit of a peak sage's consciousness is 100,000 miles. Conversations beyond 100,000 miles shouldn't be heard by someone as powerful as Zhou Hai. Yet unknowingly, all along, they had not escaped Zhou Hai's covered range of consciousness. Chapter 83. As Chen Su and the others departed, Zhou Hai had clearly heard their conversation before withdrawing his consciousness.
Master.
Chen Bei lay on the ground, his eyes red and filled with pain as he looked at Zhou Hai. Don't say anything, others may not understand the underworld, but I do very well. Even for the Emperor, this world is hard to deal with. I cannot ensure involvement in this matter. I absolutely will not allow you to return to the Chen clan.
Zhou Hai recalled the astonished tone of the vast sea celestial lord and refused without hesitation. He then waved his sleeve, whisking Chen Bei away from there. Does the underworld really exist?
Unknowingly, his words terrified everyone, turning their faces pale.
When Ancestor Chen Su mentioned the underworld, others might question it. However, as he was a sage, if even he spoke this way, who would dare to doubt its truth? Everyone listen. You all continue towards the Taichu mountain range to pursue the Taichu demon ape, while I, the ancestor, will head back to the Holy Land first. Recalling this, the ancestors of the major Holy Land simultaneously commanded, turning to leave. Subsequently, others quickly dispersed. However, before leaving, confusion appeared in everyone's hearts. Morong Shao, why have I never heard of this person? Some also felt the name was familiar, yet could not recall it for a moment. After all, the strong ones coming out of the Holy Land mostly paid attention to the elders or the outstanding talents of the Holy Land, while the master of an academy branch like Morong Sha was hard to attract their attention. Of course, as the only sage in 10,000 years, after today, the name Morong Sha was destined to spread throughout Beiwang, celebrated by all. At least at this moment, many people's hearts had already imprinted the name Morong Shao. At this point, the Morong Shao from the Great Zhou Academy seemed to sense something, and his heart tightened unconsciously. For some reason, he felt increasingly unusual about himself lately, as if some cause and effect were constantly entangling around him. It's hard to say whether it's good or bad. Shameless to the extreme. On the other side, the vast sea heavenly sovereign, suppressed in the 9 great imperial artifacts, finally scoffed at Zhou Hai after a long period of annoyance. He now realized that this kid's name was not Mu Rongxiu at all. He had previously deceived himself by pretending to be afraid. Just look at how he lied earlier. Who knows what guilty deeds he has done, clearly too ashamed to show his face. It's pitiful for his unlucky senior brother, who knows how many scapegoats he has to bear in this life, attracting how much hatred. Faced with the disdain of the vast sea heavenly sovereign, Zhou Hai did not respond, as if he could not hear it at all. Instead, Che Bei's desperate pleas made him quite irritated. Master, please let your disciple go back. Master, do you really want your disciple to watch the Chun clan perish? Master. Zhou Hai frowned tightly. This cry of master filled with despair and helplessness made him realize for the first time how powerful a feeling of grievance could be when expressed. Alright, are you sure you really want to go back? Zhou Hai landed on the ground, throwing Che Bei down. At this point, they had reached the depths of the Taichu mountain range, surrounded by towering ancient trees that blocked out the sky and all kinds of strange flowers and herbs, as well as bizarre insects and beasts. The Taichu mountain range, as the most dangerous trial ground in the North Wilderness, is not only because there are secret passages to the 8 wildernesses, but also because this place itself is extremely perilous. To cross the Taichu mountain range, one must have at least peak strength in the Purple Mansion realm. Generally, even experts in the Purple Mansion realm face great danger here, others are bound to die without a doubt. Master, your great kindness will be remembered for life by your disciple. But if you want your disciple to watch the Qin clan perish, he really cannot do that. Che Bei's lips turned purple. As soon as he fell to the ground, he felt uncomfortable all over, as if something had entered his body, slowing his blood flow significantly. Zhou Hai shook his head, looking at Che Bei helplessly, conveying the conversation he just had with Ancestor Chen Su to Che Bei with his spiritual sense. Che Bei saw everything clearly and couldn't help but tremble all over. Did you see? Even earlier, that old man Chen Su seemed sincere, but in reality, he was also filled with schemes against you. Although you are a member of the Qin clan, you have never done them wrong, yet now you have to sacrifice for them. Is it worth it? Once Che Bei regained his senses, Zhou Hai spoke again. He. Master, they say practitioners rise above worldly matters, but in truth, it's merely self-promotion, they are all just a bunch of mortals. The ancestor is right, human nature is selfish. To save millions of people from the clan, sacrificing one outsider means nothing. In my opinion, not to mention one outsider, even if it means sacrificing thousands or 10,000s of clansmen, it is justifiable. The Qin clan has not wronged your disciple, even with past misunderstandings, the ancestor has treated your disciple well enough. He is correct, letting your disciple know the truth is 100 times more brutal than keeping it hidden. Now, letting your disciple watch the Qin clan head toward destruction without doing anything is even more painful. This will surely become a hard demon for your disciple throughout his life. Your disciple does not dare to wish for Master to protect the Qin clan, but he pleads for Master to fulfill his wish. Che Bei laughed bitterly, his voice trembling as he spoke. That obsession for his clan made Zhou Hai think of his own parents. Yes, Ancestor Chen Su might have selfish motives, but did he truly do anything wrong? After all, surrounding circumstances differ. Who can truly understand Ancestor Chen Su's real pain? Alright, you go. Your third junior brother is in danger, I must find him quickly, so I won't accompany you. Once you exit from here, you'll be back in Xianwang capital in no time. Zhou Hai shook his head, pointed a finger, and Che Bei suddenly felt a surge of relief, his cultivation was restored, and even that inexplicable suffocating sensation disappeared. He looked up and saw Zhou Hai waving his hand, a spatial passage appearing, unfathomably deep. Master, it turns out you have accepted another little junior brother. In that case, your disciple can rest assured. If anything really happens to your disciple, there will be junior brothers and sisters to serve Master. The disciple bids farewell. Chen Bei looked happily at Zhou Hai, giving instructions as if on a final errand. Without waiting for Zhou Hai to say anything, he stepped into the space portal. Master, I will not take the destruction war spear. Take care, Master. Immediately after, Chen Bei's voice came again, and a spear flew out, piercing the ground in front of Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai frowned, and his face darkened. Even the annihilation battle machine let out a buzzing sound, as if expressing its speechlessness. Damn, this kid must be saying goodbye with a heart set on death.
You follow him, if he encounters a life-threatening crisis, protect him. Zhou Hai said with a dark face, kicking the Destruction War Spear back into the space portal.
Damn, do you two think of me as a punching bag?
The Destruction War Spear's voice came out, sounding a bit exasperated. The sea god, trapped among the 9 Great Emperor artifacts, appeared utterly astonished. This kid, wielding 9 Great Emperor artifacts, and each of his 2 disciples having one as well.
How many imperial treasures did he plunder, and how many imperial tombs did he raid?
Amidst the sea god's astonishment, Zhou Hai turned and flew away, searching for the figure of the ancient demon ape. The system only said the demon ape was in the Taichu Mountains, but didn't specify its exact location. Once inside, his saint-level cultivation was strong enough to roam freely. But with the Emperor's forbidden curse suppressing him, his divine sense could not spread at all. In the vast mountain range of hundreds of thousands of miles, finding a living being with just the naked eye was harder than finding a needle in a haystack.
Damn, at this speed, by the time I find it, will the corpse have all decayed?
After flying for a while, Zhou Hai gazed at the endless mountain range and felt increasingly frustrated. While he searched for the ancient demon ape, Chen Bei also arrived in the capital city of Deqian via the space portal in an instant.
Chapter 84. So fast.
In the void, Chen Bei silently appeared. Upon seeing the familiar streets around him, he couldn't help but exclaim that his master was indeed the great emperor of the age. This speed was simply unbeatable. He felt the familiar scent of the Deqian capital, scanned the bustling crowd, and turned to walk towards the imperial city. He had no idea that behind him, the Destruction War Spear had vanished into the void.
Unlike Dezhou, the Deqian dynasty had a fierce and bold local culture, and the practice of cultivation was thriving.
Not only in the imperial city, but even in small villages and tribes, practitioners were seen everywhere. In the imperial city, cultivators were aplenty, and even some children around 4 or 5 years old had begun their cultivation.
Stop! Chen Bei had not walked far when an icy voice rang out. He turned around and saw that many people were staring at him. Chen Bei, it's really you, you rebel?
Once they recognized his face, over 1,000 people surrounded him in an instant, their eyes filled with murderous intent.
What do you want to do? Chen Bei furrowed his brow.
In Deqian, as an overlord, he had a significant reputation, but he believed he hadn't reached the level where everyone could recognize him. This scene left him somewhat astonished and speechless. The strongest among these people was merely a couple of foundation establishment cultivators, while the rest were all in the body refinement stage, just a group of ordinary folks in Deqian. How could they dare to act against him?
Chen Bei the rebel, you dare to appear in the Deqian capital? Quick, inform the city guards, seize the rebel at once.
Under Chen Bei's gaze, these people were filled with hostility, some shouting at him, while others directly notified the city guards of the Deqian capital.
The ignorant are fearless.
Chen Bei shook his head, too lazy to argue with these people.
In the Deqian capital, these commoners had absolute faith in the Chen clan.
Their hostility clearly stemmed from the Chen clan. Chen Bei could not harm these loyal subjects of the Chen clan. However, when he wanted to turn and leave, these people had no intention of letting him pass, blocking his path completely. Seeing this, Chen Bei's figure flashed and instantly turned into a streak of lightning, leaving the spot without giving them a chance to stop him.
The rebel Chen Bei has come, quick, chase him.
These people turned pale, their expressions shifting. Loudly shouting, they chased towards the direction where Chen Bei had left. Soon, their voices spread in all directions, causing chaos among the people everywhere they passed.
What? Chen Bei has appeared again?
This traitor colluded with the academy to rebel against us, creating chaos in our Deqian.
How dare he return?
Kill him, we must kill him. All the citizens of the kingdom who learned the news were furious, hastily surrounding and chasing after him. The city guards also assembled immediately upon receiving the news, rushing towards this direction. In no time, the entire capital of Deqian was in an uproar. It was not just a city, but more like the stronghold of a sect, where all the people were disciples of the sect. When one side moved, the others supported, truly a united front.
Stop!
As Chen Bei flew into the imperial city and was approaching the noon gate, a cold voice rang out, and 20 innate realm guards immediately surrounded him.
Bold Chen Bei, do you dare to return to Deqian?
At this time, 2 Death Realm squad leaders rushed to Chen Bei's side, their swords pointed directly at him.
Get out of the way, I want to see Chen Xian.
Chen Bei's gaze swept over, coldly shouting. Audacious, you traitor, dare to invoke the emperor's name, seize him. One of the squad leaders angrily reprimanded, then charged with another Death Realm cultivator towards Chen Bei. Chen Bei's eyes sharpened, and in an instant he charged out, appearing in front of the two.
Boom! He struck out with one palm, a tremendous force tearing through the air.
Instantly, it sent the 2 Death Realm cultivators coughing up blood and flying backwards, not knowing how many bones had broken.
Get down!
At the same time, Chen Bei raised his hand to push down, and overwhelming gravity surged forward, causing the innate realm guards who had flown to surround him to plummet to the ground like dumplings. With continuous screams, these people had not even seen how Chen Bei attacked before losing all ability to move. Their faces were filled with shock. They all knew that the Overlord was powerful, having reached the peak of the Death Realm at just 16.
But how long had he been away? How could his strength have become so unfathomable? Who dares to be reckless in my imperial city?
Just as Chen Bei suppressed these people, a sudden rumbling sounded from the sky, and countless powerful auras erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. No one unleashed their divine powers, but various strange phenomena appeared in the world. Chen Bei looked up, and saw the 10 great guards of the imperial city had come in full force. These people had at least innate realm cultivation, numbering 10,000. Among them were over 1,000 Death Realm experts and hundreds of Divine Power Realm strongmen. In this powerful Imperial Guard, even Foundation Realm cultivators didn't qualify to become ordinary soldiers. Chen Bei, do you still dare to show yourself? As this reorganized Imperial Guard appeared, over 10,000 auras instantly locked onto Chen Bei, followed by overwhelming killing intent.
Daqin is my country, this is my home, why shouldn't I appear?
Chen Bei stared at these people, speaking indifferently.
One emperor, one courtier.
Daqin has changed dynasties, do you think you are still the overlord of the past? A sudden voice echoed as Chen Bei looked up to see 11 people descending from the sky. They were 10 Enlightenment Realm experts and 1 Unity Realm powerhouse. With the arrival of these 11, the reorganized Imperial Guard was finally complete. 1 Unity Realm commander, overseeing 10 Enlightenment Realm generals. In command of hundreds of Divine Power Realm leaders, managing thousands of Death Realm captains, and coordinating tens of thousands of innate Realm guards. This reorganized Imperial military was enough to sweep any force below the Holy Land. Now, it was solely for dealing with Chen Bei, truly using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. But this was not the end.
Bold Chen Bei, do you still dare to come to Daqin?
A roar came from behind, followed by the earth rumbling, as countless body refinement realm cultivators rushed in from outside the imperial city, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, clogging up the countless streets and alleys behind them.
At the same time,
another restructured army flew over, with no less than 30,000 people, the lowest being foundation building cultivators.
This was one of the 4 great royal capital city guards.
Such a large army was enough to sweep away any forces under the Holy Land. Now with 2 armies surrounding from the front and back, plus hundreds of thousands of cultivators and civilians participating in the encirclement, only Chen Bei could receive such treatment as a Divine Power Realm cultivator under heaven.
I just want to go home. Is it really necessary to raise such a huge army? Chen Bei's face was bitter. He really never thought that Daqin would have so many people wanting his life.
If you want to go home, it depends on whether you have the strength.
Take him down.
From the direction of the Imperial Guard, a comprehend the way general raised his hand and ordered, and over 100 Divine Power Realm leaders instantly charged toward Chen Bei.
Chapter 85. Boom boom boom.
Over 100 Divine Power Realm cultivators attacked at the same time, various phenomena of heaven and earth intertwined, turning the sky for hundreds of miles into a human hell.
Chen Bei, die.
One strong cultivator from the Divine Power Realm rushed to Chen Bei first, and the phenomena of divine power turned the surrounding space into a sea of fire, enveloping Chen Bei within.
3 fire dragons gathered, roaring toward Chen Bei. I just want to go home.
Since you all insist on looking for death, I will fulfill you. Chen Bei's gaze gradually turned cold, and at the moment the 3 fire dragons rushed in front of him, a layer of grey aura emanated from his body, covering a 3-foot radius around him. The 3 fire dragons crashed into the aura like snowflakes landing in flames, causing no reaction and directly melting away.
Die.
With a low roar, Chen Bei instantly appeared in front of that Divine Power Realm cultivator, his fist heavily smashing into the opponent's chest. Before the Divine Power Realm cultivator could react, his body had already shattered into countless pieces.
Chen Bei, you are looking for death.
The dozens of Divine Power Realm cultivators that followed were furious, with earth, fire, wind, and thunder various powers of divine phenomena locking onto Chen Bei, as if bringing him into hell.
Yet, Chen Bei's aura surged, and the powers of these divine phenomena instantly collapsed.
Then Chen Bei transformed into a streak of light. Wherever he passed, dozens of Divine Power Realm cultivators exploded on the spot. At this moment, Chen Bei, after more than half a month of life and death battles, had a combat power far beyond what he had when he left the academy. Back then he could slay many peak comprehend the way strong cultivators. Today, killing these Divine Power Realm cultivators was as simple as killing chickens or pigs. In less than 3 breaths of time, he finished off these close-range Divine Power Realm powers and charged into another group of Divine Power Realm cultivators.
Chen Bei.
These Divine Power Realm cultivators were shocked, completely not expecting Chen Bei to be so fierce.
Seeing Chen Bei approach, they instinctively retreated.
However, Chen Bei had already struck. How could he let them leave just like that?
Die for me. With a loud roar, the aura around Chen Bei expanded.
The void for several miles instantly turned gray, followed by raging demonic flames, turning the illuminated area into darkness, within which countless demonic lightning wreaked havoc. As this violent phenomenon emerged, the divine phenomena of those divine power realm cultivators exploded directly, with no power for resistance. No. Many divine power realm strong cultivators showed fear, and before they could react, they saw countless black lightning pierce through their bodies. Bang bang bang. With a series of explosive sounds, these divine power realm cultivators exploded in the void. How could this happen? The hundreds of thousands of onlookers were dumbfounded at this battle. No one would have thought that, being of the same divine power realm, Chen Bei actually killed over 100 strong cultivators of the same realm in less than 10 breaths of time. This speed was so fast that even the 10 leaders of the Imperial Guard failed to react. Impudent rebel, you are seeking death. Watching all of his subordinate leaders perish, the 10 leaders of the Imperial Guard were furious, shouting as they charged toward Chen Bei. In an instant, various soldiers flew out, and the paths turned into 10 chains wrapping around Chen Bei. Unaware of what death is, Chen Bei looked up, rushing towards the few people head-on. Halfway through, he punched out, the violent force of obliteration snapping the 10 chains of the path. How is this possible? The faces of the 10 Dao soldiers, strong in their understanding of the Dao, changed dramatically. Chen Bei's attack was too fast, and the ferocity of his power was overwhelming, making it hard for even the strongest among them to compare. Moreover, Chen Bei's action was so swift, his battle awareness shockingly strong. Before they could fully summon their Dao soldiers, he had already arrived before one of them. Bang! With a single punch, the fierce power of annihilation shattered the heavens and the earth, causing the body of the second-level Daoist general to explode, filling the air with a mist of blood. No! The remaining 9 Daoist experts were horrified and instinctively distanced themselves from Chen Bei. They realized that Chen Bei had unknowingly walked the path of body refinement, making his physical strength far superior to theirs. Even if their cultivation was higher, they could not engage Chen Bei in close combat. That would be seeking death. If I can't get close, does that mean I won't die? Chen Bei sneered coldly, raised his hand to strike, and in the scene of annihilation, a massive palm print descended. No! The oppressive feeling of death hung over the heads of the 9, and without a moment's thought, they slammed their Dao soldiers against the gigantic palm print. Yet, where the palm print passed, it clearly had no Dao principles, but instead emitted a hazy rhythm of the Dao. The 9 Dao soldiers, upon colliding with the palm print, erupted with explosive sounds. The Dao patterns on the Dao soldiers continuously shattered, countless Dao principles cracking apart, and the 9 Dao soldiers were instantly turned to fragments. The palm print merely paused for a moment before again striking down towards the 9, as if to squash them like ants. Chen Bei, you are outrageous. The commander of the guard army, watching the fight, could no longer remain seated. He rushed under the palm print, extending his awareness to transform the surrounding space into his domain. In an instant, the void seemed to solidify. As he pointed, Chen Bei's palm print was halted in the air, unable to move an inch. Thank you, sir. Seeing this, the 9 Daoist experts finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly bowed in gratitude. The commander of the guard army didn't speak, his brows gradually furrowing. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the sound of explosions erupted, cracks appeared in his domain. The palm print of annihilation moved, pressing down again an inch. Get up there! The commander of the guard army shouted, a violent force of unity surged forth, forcibly pushing the palm print back a yard. But that was all. Bang! 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 The sounds of explosions continued, the Dao rhythm within the palm print flowed, pressing down again. The violent power of annihilation collided with the force of unity, unable to gain an inch under the relentless assault. However, the commander's force of unity also couldn't budge the palm print in the slightest. No! How is this possible? How can this be? Countless exclamations filled the air. The guard army was dumbfounded, the city guard was stunned, and the common people of Qingxian were utterly bewildered. At this point in the battle, everyone could see that Chen Bei's cultivation was merely at the 6th level of the divine power realm. However, he could not only kill over 100 opponents of the same realm, but he also effortlessly slayed Dao realm experts across boundaries. Now, he even stood up to a Unity realm expert without losing ground. Was he still human? What does a realm mean in front of him? Elder brother, did you see that? Is this really little Gio? At this moment, deep within the Imperial City, in the star-picking tower, Emperor Qin Xian was also watching this battle. Beside him stood 2 brothers. They were the 2nd Prince Chen Zhan and the 4th Prince Chen Xiao, the former emperor's sons. Watching Chen Bei's invincible combat power, Chen Zhan and Chen Xiao were filled with shock. They realized that their once prideful cultivation was utterly laughable before Chen Bei. Once, Chen Bei was the most outstanding among the brothers. Now he was so ferociously powerful that they didn't even have the qualification to look up. Chen Xian said nothing. His eyelids trembled slightly, and within his eyes were feelings of comfort, but even more, a sense of helplessness.
Little Gio. You have never let your brother down. If given the chance, the entire northern wilderness will be your legend. But why do you want to come back? Why don't you escape far away?
A light sigh escaped, and Chen Xian's hands began to shake.
Royal brother.
Chen Zhan and Chen Xiao turned to look, their hearts tightening involuntarily. They knew very well that the eldest brother hated nothing more than seeing brothers turn against each other. Facing this scene, he was more pained than anyone else. Humph, I didn't expect this troublesome child to dare come back, and with such supreme combat power.
Shinner, what are you still dawdling for? Why don't you send stronger fighters to kill him?
At this moment, a cold voice echoed. The faces of the three brothers changed slightly, and they turned to look at the forbidden area behind the imperial city. That place was where the ancestors of the Chen clan secluded themselves. Without important matters, even the emperor of Deqian could not casually step in. Ancestor, now that he is here, he is destined not to leave. Why rush?
Chen Xian cupped his hands respectfully.
Hoof.
Are you soft-hearted again? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking? Now that our ancestors have died, Deqian is gravely injured.
If new strong fighters do not rise, in the future, for 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years, Deqian will have to bow to others. And all this is because of this troublesome child. If you don't quickly kill him to quell the chaos, do you want the Chen clan to die out before you are happy? Our ancestors have just died, and the tears in your eyes have yet to dry.
Do you really want to wait for that day to come?
Another voice came, coldly shouting. Chen Xian's heart trembled, and his fists clenched unconsciously. He knew very well that now, with the death of the ancestors, only 3 peak experts of the Chen clan at the Purple Mansion realm remained, Chen Su, and these 2 ancestors, Ouyang Xiao and Tuo Belei. Among the 3, apart from Chen Su, the other 2 were not of the Chen clan's bloodline. They were merely former sons-in-law of the Chen clan. The former ancestors could not bring themselves to kill Chen Bei, but these 2 would not show mercy to Chen Bei. In fact, if they didn't kill Chen Bei to quell the chaos, they might even betray the entire Chen clan. After all, they were not true ancestors of the Chen clan.
Would they willingly die for the Chen clan?
This was also the reason why, with the death of the ancestors, Chen Xian immediately summoned Chen Su back.
Right now, only Chen Su could calm these 2.
Understood, ancestor.
Shinner will kill Xiaojiu to quell the chaos.
Chen Xian slowly closed his eyes, trying to hide the pain in his gaze. Kill Xiaojiu, quell the chaos. Then he suddenly turned around, flicking his sleeves and quickly flying out of the imperial city. Royal brother. Chen Zhan and Chen Xiao felt their hearts clench and hurried to follow. In the next moment, 10 practitioners at the harmony stage flew out, all protectors of this Emperor Chen Xian.
Meanwhile, the battle outside the imperial city was still ongoing.
Half a moment passed, and the true essence in Chen Bei's body flowed, the desolation great hand seal forming and holding steady, even suppressing the commander at the harmony stage.
The commander of the imperial guards looked sullen.
After living for nearly 1,000 years, he had never thought that one day, with the cultivation of the harmony stage, he would be pressured like this by an ant at the divine manifestation stage. He wished he could kill Chen Bei immediately. But at this moment, under the immense pressure, he could only hold on desperately, knowing that one misstep could turn him into minced meat under that great hand seal.
This left him unable to move, struggling painfully.
Kai He, what are you waiting for? Seeing that he could do nothing to Chen Bei, the commander of the Imperial Guards shouted loudly.
Ha ha ha. If you don't seek help, I thought you had a backup plan.
A laughter rang out, and the commander of the city guard stepped forward, his tall figure instantly rushing to Chen Bei's back. As a body refinement practitioner at the harmony stage, he was surrounded by golden light, and he struck Chen Bei's back with a punch.
Get lost!
Chen Bei bellowed, swinging his other fist fiercely. The worldly spirit surged, and that fist rapidly expanded to over 10 feet, colliding with Kai He's fist. Boom! The violent shockwave spread out from the 2 of them, forcing all surrounding practitioners to be thrown backward.
Some couldn't help but cough up blood on the spot.
Many commoners at the body refinement stage on the ground fell down in droves. Blood spurted endlessly. Such a strong physique. Kai He showed shock on his face, not expecting the opponent to suppress the commander of the Imperial Guard while also being able to handle his own attack. And this physique was simply too strong. Clearly only a cultivator of the third realm, yet able to clash with him head-on. However, before he could recover from his astonishment, dozens of Dao principles suddenly burst forth from Chen Bei's fist, with a violent power instantly multiplying several times. Boom! Kai He's face changed dramatically, and his entire body was immediately knocked away. Puff! Even while in the air, he had already spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Wow! Below, everyone was in an uproar, all with shocked expressions looking this way.
No one could believe that Chen Bei, a 6th realm cultivator, was able to make a Unity realm expert spit blood and be defeated while facing 2 opponents? This scene felt like a dream. With such a vast power disparity, Chen Bei's achievement was simply unprecedented. Ha, the Ninth Prince is indeed impressive, I admire you. It's a pity you won't have the chance to grow. Otherwise, it would be my lifelong honor to battle the world with you someday. Now, please go to your death, Your Highness. Kai He was not angry, stabilizing his stance, adjusting his breath, and laughing as he charged at Chen Bei again. Boom! As soon as he reached Chen Bei's side, he saw golden light erupting around him, turning the surrounding void into a golden domain. Within the domain, Chen Bei's body stiffened, even the speed of his true essence operation was suppressed by more than half. Boom! Over there, the profound hand seal lost its necessary true essence support, and instantly dimmed. The commander of the Imperial Guard saw this, his whole body's Dao power running, violently scattering the hand seal. Chen Bei the traitor, die! With a loud roar, the commander of the Imperial Guard quickly charged towards Chen Bei. Chen Bei had no time to spare because Kai He was already right in front of him, a giant golden fist carrying world-destroying power struck at his back. Where the golden fist passed, the void exploded. This punch was unbeatable, capable of destroying everything. Law of Heaven, Principle of Earth, 100 Refinements Emperor Fist. Chen Bei roared, the world's spiritual essence surged, transforming into a battle suit enveloping him. His body instantly grew over 10 zhang, transforming into a towering giant, raising his hand to collide with Kai He's golden giant fist. Bang bang bang! The void twisted, where their fists collided, fissures in space continuously exploded, instantly tearing everything apart. No! The wave of energy spread out, and the surrounding people were once again blasted hundreds of meters away, creating a blank space in the scene. Even the city towers of the royal city shook, nearly being blown away by the shockwave. Only after a layer of halo flashed did the towers stabilize. What kind of divine power is this? Kai He was once again filled with shock. He had used all his strength, yet could not suppress Chen Bei, which made him feel somewhat unbelievable. At this moment, the commander of the Imperial Guard also arrived in front of Chen Bei. Under the cover of his domain, the temperature in the space dropped sharply, and the ground began to freeze, with ice rapidly encasing Chen Bei. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The sound of ice forming kept ringing out, a thick layer of ice starting to cover Chen Bei from his feet up. The commander of the Imperial Guard came close to Chen Bei, a frost spear aimed at his brow. Chen Bei turned his body and punched out again, the violent fist energy colliding with the frost spear. The shockwave spread out, causing the void to constantly explode. A layer of cold ice wildly swept towards Chen Bei, but was continuously shattered by Chen Bei's fist energy carrying dozens of Dao principles. Beside him, Kai He flickered, throwing punches continuously, and the golden Dao principles instantly engulfed Chen Bei. Chen Bei pushed his divine ability to the limit, his whole body's strength erupting, forcefully shattering the chill on the frost spear, sending the commander of the Imperial Guard flying over 100 zhang. Then he turned again, throwing punch after punch, continuously clashing with Kai He's golden giant fist. However, after hundreds of punches, Chen Bei sensed something was wrong. The opponent's punches came one after another. The power of each punch was increasing. When it got to the 500th punch, the opponent's punch strength surged by more than 10 times. At this moment, with every collision of fists, Chen Bei couldn't help but feel his blood and energy surging throughout his body. When it reached the 800th punch, the opponent's power expanded by a full 20 times. At this time, with every punch thrown, Chen Bei's fists were trembling. His whole body was cracking continuously, as if he was about to fall apart. Pooh! At the instant of the 1000th punch, Chen Bei could no longer hold back and sprayed a mouthful of fresh blood. Ka-cha ka-cha! Bang bang bang! His arms twisted, and his whole body instantly burst open with hundreds of blood holes, blood gushing uncontrollably. Ninth Prince, there's only one punch left. Kai He roared, concentrating all his power into one punch, even his own domain quickly contracting, gathering into this punch. At this moment, where his fist passed, the void solidified, then kept cracking open. Its violent strength was like a nuclear bomb about to explode. Chen Bei's true essence surged, shattering the cold ice that covered his feet. At the same time, the 100 tempered power on his fist erupted in brilliant light. Dozens of laws gathered into one punch, clashing once more with Kai He. Boom boom boom. Bang bang bang. Centered around the two of them, the ground was flying sand and stone, the earth being ripped apart layer by layer, instantly blasting out a pit deep enough to be dozens of meters, wide enough to be hundreds of meters. Ugh! Chen Bei let out a muffled groan as many bones in his arm exploded into fragments, his organs rupturing continuously, and he was directly sent flying. Before he could land, the divine power of heaven and earth had already exploded, forced out of its form. Bang! His body crashed heavily to the ground, and Chen Bei spat out another mouthful of blood. The true essence power within him was extinguished, and he was on the brink of death, completely losing the ability to fight back. Chen Bei, you will die for me.
At this point, the commander of the Imperial Guards rushed to Chen Bei's side again, the long spear in his hand pointing straight at Chen Bei's throat. Kai He withdrew his fist, looking complexly toward this side. He had won this battle, but he felt no joy. As a minister of Diqian, now personally striking down Diqian's overlord, this self-destructive scene made him feel powerless. With the power of divine realm, such combat power was well-deserved as a timeless genius. If he were allowed to grow, how glorious would the future of the Chen clan be? But alas, all that glory would be forever buried today. Seeing Chen Bei about to die under the spear of the Imperial Guards commander, he couldn't help but turn around, unable to bear witnessing this self-destructive moment.
So this is how it ends.
Looking at the cold light coming, freezing the heavens and earth, Chen Bei let out a wretched laugh while lying on the ground. With a thought, he was about to summon the holy artifact to suppress the entire scene.
Stop.
At this moment, an extremely cold voice came. As if casting a binding spell, it froze the long spear of the Imperial Guards commander just 3 inches from Chen Bei's chest. Everyone turned their heads at the same time, and saw a group of people walking in the air toward this side.
Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!
In an instant, overwhelming shouts rang out, and everyone, including the commander of the Imperial Guards, put away their spears and bowed deeply to the newcomers. Chen Xian, with an indifferent expression, flew to Chen Bei's side, looking down upon his younger brother.
Brother Emperor, I have returned.
Seeing Chen Xian, Chen Bei felt a pang in his nose, his eyes reddening as he said,
"Humph, you traitor, who is your brother?"
Chen Xian's eyes were full of killing intent as he coldly said, "Heaven had a path, you didn't take it. Hell has no door, you barged in. You should have died when you failed to use zip power back then, yet you dare to appear here now.
Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you?"
Chen Bei's heart trembled. At that moment, it was as if he was back to the day he failed in the struggle for the throne. At that time, his older brother had been so indifferent that he couldn't even believe it.
Just like now.
But he knows very well, his elder brother isn't like this. He can hardly imagine what kind of crisis could push the kindest elder brother to this extent. Wearing such a mask, he must be suffering greatly.
Elder brother, I'm just here to die, why must you pretend to be so indifferent?
Chen Bei chuckled lightly. When he returned this time, he already had the mindset of sacrificing himself. If he couldn't suppress the chaos, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he was willing to die for the Chen clan. But before dying, he really didn't want to see his elder brother's cold mask. What a wonderful way to die.
If you want to die so badly, why not die far away?
Here, take this sword, die for me to see. Chen Xian sneered, throwing a sword to Chen Bei. Elder brother. Beside them, Chen Zhan and Chen Xiao couldn't help but shout. At this moment, Chen Xian was so frightening even they were scared.
Did he not worry about scaring Xiaojiao?
Elder brother, why must you be so hasty?
Don't you want Xiaojiao to understand why he is dying?
Chen Bei bit his lip, heart aching.
Why, do you really not understand why I want to kill you?
Since ancient times, the struggle for royal power has always been, the victor is king, the loser dies.
Do I really have to teach you this?
Chen Xian said coldly. Like the ancestor Chen Su, even at this moment, he was unwilling to reveal the truth to Chen Bei. The emperor had always doted on Xiaojiao the most, and Xiaojiao had always been proud of being the tyrant of Diqian. He resolved since childhood to lead Diqian to new heights, treating the Chen clan as his true home, and he held great respect for his half-brother. If he suddenly found out that he wasn't really a part of the Chen clan, that even his father had nothing to do with him, that he was just an unwanted wild child, how cruel would that be? Perhaps that would hurt him even more than turning brothers against each other and personally killing him. Elder brother, when you were communicating with the ancestor, I was right by the ancestor's side.
The ancestor told me everything, and at this moment, do you still want to hide it?
Chen Bei shook his head, forcing himself to sit up, looking at Chen Xian. Hearing this, the three brothers Chen Xian's pupils contracted, and all felt a tightness in their hearts.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Chen Xian said coldly.
Xiaojiao, what do you mean?
Yes, Xiaojiao, what do you mean?
Where is the ancestor?
Chen Zhan and Chen Xiao couldn't help but feel anxious.
The ancestor is still on the way, likely won't return to the royal capital until tonight.
I came before the ancestor, wanting to see what kind of power the so-called underworld truly is. Chen Bei shook his head, and one sentence made the three brothers Chen Xian stiffen in place. Only the others looked at each other, not understanding what it meant.
Until now, the matter of the underworld was only known to the Chen clan.
Apart from those gathered at the entrance of Taichu Mountain today, no one else knew a thing.
Elder brother, I know everything.
Seeing Chen Xian frozen in place, unable to speak, Chen Bei spoke again.
Chen Xian's heart trembled, the coldness on his face visibly fading.
He stared fixedly at Chen Bei, the killing intent dissipated, replaced by deep pain.
You already know everything.
His voice trembled, and the moment he spoke this, he seemed to lose all strength.
Yes, elder brother, I know everything.
Seeing his elder brother's change, Chen Bei smiled.
Then why did you come back?
Chen Xian quickly squatted down, looking at his brother with pain.
Ha, so many people are willing to die for the Qin clan, why can't I come back? My name is Chen Bei, the tyrant of Deqian, is this not my duty? Chen Bei laughed heartily. Xiao Jiao. Chen Xian's eyes turned red, completely unable to hold back.
He stepped forward and tightly embraced his brother.
Xiao Jiao. Xiao Jiao.
Beside them, Chen Zhan and Chen Xiao also hurried forward, tears rolling down without control. The grudges between the brothers completely vanished at this moment. Hatred was gone, leaving only heartache for one another.
Elder brother, second brother, fourth brother. Chen Bei wore a smile.
Tears gathered in the corners of his eyes, and his voice trembled as he called out.
Your Majesty, this.
Beside him, the commander of the Imperial Guard furrowed his brow, wanting to say something.
But he saw Qin Xian suddenly raise his head and roar, "What are you doing? Quickly pay your respects to the overlord. He is my brother." Upon hearing this, everyone looked shocked. Clearly, he was an enemy who shared the sky with the emperor. How had he become a king of Deqian again?
Of course, confusion aside, the emperor had spoken. These people turned to bow to Chen Bei without hesitation. But at that moment, a cold voice rang out.
Xianer, do you know what you are doing? Since he has come to seek death, why don't you take his life immediately? What are you waiting for? The voice came from the back mountain of the imperial city, instantly capturing everyone's attention.
In front of tens of thousands, everyone revealed a look of awe. This was the ancestor of the Chen clan, a true big shot of the Chen clan. Even the emperor had to be cautious in front of him.
Ancestor, Xiao Jiao is already here, can he really still run away? Now that the disaster has temporarily subsided, do my brothers and I not even have a moment to spend together? Chen Xian looked up and could not help but retort. Arrogant. This matter should be dealt with sooner rather than later, why not immediately bind Chen Bei and kill him? Another voice came, dissatisfied. No, ancestor. 10 days, I want 10 days. Even if I die, I want Xiao Jiao to live for 10 more days.
Chen Xian resisted the ancestors for the first time, shouting loudly. Impossible, if you cannot make a move, then let me, your ancestor, do it personally. The cold voice rang out, and everyone felt their bodies tighten as if they were frozen in place. Immediately, a force lifted Chen Bei, flying him toward the back mountain of the imperial city.
No, ancestor.
Chen Xian exclaimed, wanting to stand up, but it felt as if a great mountain pressed down upon him, making him unable to move.
What are you standing there for? Leave Xiao Jiao for me.
Chen Xian shouted at the others beside him. But at that moment, even the strong who were in the Unity Realm could not budge. How could they keep someone?
Even if they could, they wouldn't dare. That was the ancestor acting personally. Ancestor, I command you in the name of the clan leader of the Chun family, let go of Xiao Jiao.
Seeing this, Chen Xian's eyes turned red as he angrily shouted.
You are being reckless. With a low growl, Chen Xian suddenly felt a tremendous force rush towards him like a tidal wave. Puff!
A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, and his whole body was sent flying backward.
Ancestor! Chen Xian's face turned pale, and he shouted loudly again. Shut your mouth!
That voice rang out again, and Chen Xian felt a tightening around his neck as he was lifted high into the air by an invisible force. A suffocating feeling surged in his heart, and Chen Xian felt as if the world was spinning before him. You foolish thing, do you really think that being an emperor allows you to command the world? The position of emperor is one that I, your ancestor, allow you to sit in. If I do not want you to sit, then what are you? That cold voice echoed in the sky, causing everyone present to shiver in fear. No one dared to speak for Chen Xian, only Chen Zhan and Chen Xiao, the two brothers, clenched their fists, staring red-eyed at the scene. They wanted to resist, but they felt like wooden stakes, only able to watch helplessly.
Ancestor, as far as I know, the Emperor of Deqian has the power to command the entire Deqian, which includes the ancestor. This is the Emperor's supreme authority. Do you really want to ruin the Emperor's dignity in front of so many people?
Kai's eyes were cold, finally breaking the silence in the room.
Arrogant. A mere minor official dares to point fingers at me?
That cold voice came, and a powerful force instantly pressed down upon Kai. Kai felt his true essence freeze, his whole body turned to stone. His bones felt like they were breaking apart, and unbearable pain surged through his organs. Sorry, ancestor, according to the ancestral teachings of Deqian, as a subject, one must prioritize the emperor. I am the emperor's subject, not the ancestor's subject. I request the ancestor to consider the face of Deqian and not to go too far, as it will harm the nation. Kai gritted his teeth. Struggling to suppress the urge to spit blood, he spoke with a flushed face. However, as soon as he uttered these words, the crushing force surged once more. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the ground beneath Kai cracked, layers of earth being flung away around him.
Bang bang bang.
At the same time, countless blood holes erupted all over his body, pressing him down to the ground, barely breathing.
General Kai He. General Kai.
Chen Zhan and Chen Zhao's faces changed drastically as they shouted in unison.
Ancestor, what exactly do you want to do?
The two brothers gritted their teeth and called out loudly.
Treason against authority, die.
As the voice came through, the heavens and earth warped, and an incredible power descended from above, heavily striking down on Kai He. There was no doubt that the moment this force landed, it would be the instant Kai He turned to dust.
Enough, Tuobale, you have gone too far.
Just then, a voice of discontent sounded. A giant hand appeared in the void, striking heavily against the overwhelming power, both annihilating each other.
Chen Wu, if I am teaching a lesson, do you also want to stop me? That icy voice said. As for who you want to teach a lesson, I can't stop you. But if you can't tell loyal from treacherous, and don't know the weight of matters, then I must intervene.
Xian Er is not only the emperor of Deqian but also the leader of my Chen clan. We old folks shouldn't casually deny his decisions. Let those brothers reunite for a few more days. The person who intervened said solemnly.
What if I don't agree? Tuobale said coldly. As he spoke, an invisible killing intent swept across the entire royal city. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Were these two ancestors really going to fight? Chapter 89. Tuobale, do you really want to go against the ancestral teachings?
Another voice came, full of dissatisfaction.
What ancestral teachings?
Right now, I am the ancestor of the Chen clan, my will is the ancestral teaching. The matter with Chen Bei concerns the life and death of Deqian, the survival of the Chen clan.
Killing him for Deqian, am I wrong? Tuobale said coldly. Insolence. Tuobale, do you really think that once my father and the others are gone, the Chen clan won't be able to suppress you?
Release Chen Bei and give those brothers 10 days.
Another voice chimed in.
With the passing of many patriarchs, the current Chen clan, although weakened, only has Chen Su remaining. There were no other peak Purple Mansion experts among them. But this doesn't mean there are no Purple Mansion experts among the Chen. At this moment, more than 30 remaining Purple Mansion experts of the Chen clan emitted their own auras, expressing their dissatisfaction with Tuobale.
Ha ha ha. Everyone, you're all elders here, arguing over a group of children, don't you think it's embarrassing?
I also think time is of the essence, it's better for Chen Bei to die sooner than later.
Just then, a dominating voice rang out.
If Zhou Hai were here, he would recognize that the owner of this voice was none other than the Deqian ancestor who had been scared to death by him before. His name was Ouyang Xiu, one of the last 3 peak Purple Mansion experts of Deqian, just like Tuobale, a son-in-law of the Chen clan. That's right, concerning the safety of my Chen clan, I believe some things are better done sooner rather than later.
I share the same view.
With Ouyang Xiu speaking, many other voices followed. The elders of the Chen clan had always been divided into 2 major factions. One faction was of the Chen bloodline, while the other was composed of maternal relatives. Currently, there were still more than 30 Purple Mansion experts among the Chen bloodline, but among the maternal relatives, besides Ouyang Xiu and Tuobale, there were still more than 20 Purple Mansion cultivators remaining. As they consecutively spoke up, the situation fell into a stalemate. Chen Bei remained silent, allowing that force to drag him through the royal city and into the back mountains. Though called the back mountains, it was actually an endless mountain range where many mountain peaks were the places of quiet cultivation for the elders above the Dao Palace of the Chen clan. As he passed through one peak after another, it seemed that Chen Bei was about to be taken into a ravine. But just then, a loud explosion rang out in the void. An old man stepped in midair, instantly severing that force and lifting Chen Bei in his hand.
Ancestor!
Chen Bei looked at the newcomer and saw that he was dressed in gray. An aged face devoid of any beard, even the top of the head is completely bald. He recognized this old ancestor, who was the cousin of the ancestor of Qinshu, born of the ancestor of Qinshu's uncle. His age was over 200 years more than that of the ancestor of Qinshu, yet his talent was inferior to the ancestor of Qinshu, trapping him in the 8th layer of the Purple Mansion realm for over 800 years, without any progress.
Chen Hai, what do you want to do? Seeing Chen Bei being captured by Chen Hai, Tuobale was furious. What I want to do I still need to explain to you? This child, I want him to live for another 10 days, is there a problem?
Chen Hai stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the distant mountain stream, coldly saying. In that mountain stream, the river flowed beside a thatched cottage, where an old man was fishing. At the sound of this, a sharp killing intent flashed in the old man's eyes, and with a flick of his fishing rod, the sky exploded in an instant.
Boom!
Countless water droplets soared from the river, turning into dark clouds that filled the sky. Where the fishing line passed, lightning intertwined, and thunder cracked. The vast emptiness fell into chaos, as if it were split into another world.
Ancestor! Ancestor! The sky outside the royal city was also engulfed in dark clouds, with an endless pressure attacking, making one feel as if the black clouds were about to crush the city.
Everyone's faces changed greatly, whether they were the subjects of the royal capital or the city guards and elite troops, all couldn't help but scream in terror.
The two ancestors were showing signs of fighting.
No one dared to imagine what would happen if they really fought. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to their fear. Outside the mountain stream and the back mountain, that fishing line transformed into lightning, instantly arriving beside Chenhai, wanting to sweep Chenbei away. Buzz. But then a buzzing sound came, and a black mysterious bell flew out, bursting forth with 10,000 rays of light, instantly cutting off the rolling thunder brought by that fishing line. Splash! At the same time, the sound of tides echoed, and a shocking scene appeared in the sky. Centered on the large bell, a vast blue ocean crazily expanded. 100-foot tsunami swept across the world, and the ocean suspended in the sky seemed to crash down at any moment, destroying everything. The ocean continually pushed back to Tuobalei's thunder realm, forming a standoff between the two sides.
Chenhai, do you really want to fight with me?
Tuobalei's cold voice came, his eyes turning into two sharp lightning bolts, striking directly towards Chenhai.
If you want to fight, I will accompany you. Chenhai was unyielding, resolutely standing in front of Chenbei. Is it worth it for an outsider?
Tuobalei said coldly.
Ha ha ha. Tuobalei, how about I send you to the demon cave first? Chenhai laughed heartily and proudly said.
You?
Tuobalei was enraged.
Remember, this child is named Chenbei, the Chen of the Chen clan. Even if he does not have my Chen clan bloodline, he risks traveling thousands of miles to die for my Chen clan. He is a descendant of my Chen clan.
As an ancestor, I cannot protect him, but can I not fight for this little time? Tuobalei, come and fight.
Chenhai was overwhelming, even though his cultivation was far inferior to Tuobalei. At this moment he still stood tall, refusing to back down. Chenbei floated behind Chenhai, secretly using some pills, and his body quickly recovered, his inner strength greatly replenished. As he recovered, he looked at the old ancestor in front of him, emotion flashing in his eyes. The people of the Chen clan had never given up on him. Although in their hearts he still could not escape death, for him, this was enough. As a member of the Chen clan, he had the responsibility to sacrifice for the Chen clan. It's not that the elders were heartless, they truly tried their best.
Chenhai, you seek death. I will help you.
With a roar, in the mountain stream, Tuobalei transformed into lightning, rushing towards Chenhai. Wherever he passed, the realm crushed everything. Chenhai's ocean realm constantly cracked, being forced to retreat.
Then let's see how much you weigh.
Chenhai coldly snorted, with the Towncy bell above his head, the tidal power surged around him, colliding with that lightning figure with boundless power.
Boom boom boom. In an instant, an earth-shattering explosion echoed endlessly.
In the center of two people, where the airwaves passed, countless mountain peaks collapsed into powder. The thunderous figure wielded the thunder whip, waving it as if lightning transformed into a dragon, each attack carrying the power to destroy heaven and earth. Chenhai was equally impressive, with the sea-calming bell above his head, surrounded by tidal forces like towering waves constantly sweeping, capable of offense and defense. As he deflected the opponent's attacks, he unleashed the overwhelming force, clashing fiercely with the thunderous figure transformed from Tuobalei. The void around both of them continuously exploded, with massive spatial black holes appearing, far beyond the tiny fissures seen in battles of merging realm cultivators. These black holes unleashed turbulent spatial currents, even powerful Dao Palace realm strongholds would be instantly swallowed and torn apart. Yet the two remained steady as a mountain, firmly withstanding the tugging forces bursting from each black hole. In their battle, the order of heaven and earth had no time to repair the space damaged by their fight.
Chenhai, how dare you try to stop me? You seek death.
Suddenly, Tuobalei roared, the thunder transforming into a sea, sweeping out towering waves that smashed down on Chenhai with destructive fury.
Not good. Chenbei's face changed. In that thunder sea, the violent Dao laws of the Purple Palace were unstoppable. Although Chenhai's tidal laws were powerful, they were nowhere near the full force of Tuobalei's attack. He wanted to intervene, but it was already too late. In battles of strong experts, timing is crucial, and attacks often happen in a flash. Under his watchful gaze, the thunder sea came crashing down. Bang, 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 bang.
A series of explosion sounds rang out as Chenhai's tidal laws instantly shattered, and he was engulfed by the thunder sea. Moments later, the sea-calming bell flew out, and Chenhai's figure shot like a cannonball from the thunder sea. Puff! While still in the void, Chenhai spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His clothes had long vanished, his entire body charred and flesh torn, not a single good spot to be found. Boom! The moment his body hit the ground, Chenhai smashed down another hill, lying there barely alive.
Ancestor! Chenbei moved swiftly, rushing towards Chenhai.
Stop right there! But he heard Tuobalei's cold voice, a thunder dragon sweeping over, about to take him away. Old thief, you seek death. Killing intent flickered in Chenbei's eyes. After all, this man was also one of the ancestors of the Chen clan, and he had already been patient long enough.
Even if the opponent wanted him dead, he didn't resist at all. He only wanted to get closer to the so-called disaster magic cave to see what the underworld was about before planning his next move. But the opponent was too much. He was merely a son-in-law of the Chun clan, yet dared to act so arrogantly, disregarding the others in the Chun clan. Did he truly think that with the passing of several ancestors, no one in the Chun clan could hold them down? Furious, Chen Bei was about to summon the holy artifact to crush them. But at that moment, streaks of light flashed, and dozens of figures appeared in front of him in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Sounds of explosions came forth as the thunder dragon shattered, and the thunder sea was forcefully pushed back by the joint efforts of dozens. Enough, to obey. Do you want to rebel? A cold voice sounded, and an elderly man in an earth-toned robe stepped out. It was Chen Wu, an 8th realm expert of the Purple Palace. He was the son of Chen Hai's second uncle. Rebel? You group of old fools, are you determined to stop me? Tuoba Lei emerged from the thunder, wearing a raincoat, spoke coldly. Try moving again. Chen Wu pointed at Tuoba Lei, showing no respect whatsoever. And just as he finished speaking, without giving the external relatives any chance to act, divine light surged into the sky as a great seal flew out from the imperial city, hovering above his head. In an instant, the dark clouds dispersed. Under this great seal, the sky regained its clarity, and everything returned to peace. The holy light shrouded, and Tuoba Lei's thunderous domain vanished into thin air. Tuoba Lei's expression changed, all his arrogance involuntarily subsided. At the same time, the noble outsiders, who were ready to take action, also lowered their flags, no one stepping forward. Dakian is ultimately the Dakian of the Chun clan, even without a peak Zifu realm expert. With the Chun clan's foundation, not everyone can run wild. The ancestral weapon of Dakian will forever only heed the command of the Chun clan's bloodline. Chen Wu, you. Tuoba Lei gritted his teeth, his expression shifting between dark and light. In this moment, if he were to withdraw, he would surely lose face. But if he continued to act recklessly, looking at these people's expressions, he might be the one getting the knife, killing the chicken to scare the monkey. He never thought that the Chun clan would be in such a situation, that these old stubborn folks would dare to be so aggressive. Aren't they afraid of causing internal strife? Get lost. At this moment, Tuoba Lei really needed a way out, but obviously, Chen Wu wouldn't provide him with that. A single word "get lost" rang out like thunder in the void, almost making him spit out old blood. Fine, Chen Wu, you won't regret it. A shadow flickered into Tuoba Lei's eyes as he left in anger, shaking his hand. Ancestral master. On the other side, Chen Bei seized the opportunity to fly to Chen Hai's side, hurriedly pouring recovery pills and rejuvenation pills into Chen Hai's mouth. Boom! In an instant, the essence of heaven and earth surged, turning into tides that rushed towards Chen Hai's body, greatly replenishing his cultivation power. At the same time, the effect of the rejuvenation pill took effect, and Chen Hai's injuries visibly healed. Hair grew back on his head, and his aged face gradually became youthful. What's going on? Chen Wu and the other ancestors turned their heads, while the noble outsiders also extended their consciousness toward here, all displaying surprise. Under their watch, in just a short while, Chen Wu's injuries had fully healed. Moreover, he had even returned to his middle-aged appearance. His once depleted lifespan was now brimming with vitality. What a comfortable feeling. Chen Hai jumped up, putting on a piece of clothing, and was completely stunned. In his view, he thought he might find it hard to live for another 100 years. But now, he felt he could live for another 1,000 years without any problem. Child, what did you feed me? He turned and looked at Chen Bei incredulously. Rejuvenation pill, it not only restores injuries but can also extend the ancestor's lifespan by 1,000 years. Chen Bei replied truthfully. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone showed astonishment. Rejuvenation pill, this is truly a heavenly grade pill. Looking at the Qin clan, it would be hard to find 3 heavenly grade pills, especially a rejuvenation pill for extending life. There wasn't even one. Chen Bei actually took one out and gave it to someone. This kid, could it be that he experienced an escape and gained great fortune? Oh dear, such a precious pill, how can you waste it on this old man? It breaks my heart. If this pill were given to Chen Su, how great would that be? Old ancestor Chen Hai wailed. Previously so domineering and defiant, he now looked like a child, pounding his chest in pain. Chen Hai was stunned and couldn't help but laugh. The ancestor is still the ancestor, he seems dignified, but in reality, he is always a cheeky old man, disregarding his image. That's right, buyer, giving this pill to this old guy is truly a waste. If you had given it to me, such abundant vitality would surely help me advance further and achieve the peak of Zifu, that would also be a great strength for our Qin clan. Chen Wu also felt a bit envious and complained. Pa, you bastard, are you speaking human words? I'm about to die, and you give it to me instead of using it for yourself, what are you thinking? I said give it to Chen Su, thinking that guy has hoped to break into the Holy Realm, you are merely wasting it. But you've reminded me. Having been reborn, I feel full of power.
breaking through the 9th level of the Zifu realm at this moment.
No way, I must go into seclusion.
Chen Hai spat at Chen Wu, and as he spoke, he transformed into a streak of light and left this place.
To obey, wait until I break through, and then we shall have a competition. Chen Hai was clearly unwilling, flying far away while shouting loudly. Oomph, a defeated opponent like you thinks you are worthy.
Tuobalei's unwilling voice came back. He never expected that this time, not only did he fail to kill Chen Bei, but instead gave Chen Hai a chance to break through.
If the Chen family had one more peak expert at the Purple Mansion stage, could their faction still suppress them then? They would probably lose their say again.
Chen clan, oh Chen clan, since you lack kindness, don't blame me for being unkind. The destruction of the Chen clan begins here. In the ruins of the gorge, a glint of murder flashed into Obalei's eyes, and he flew away from this place.
Chapter 91.
Xiaojiao, how have you been these days? Yes, Xiaojiao, I heard the cultivators of the entire North Wilderness are hunting you down, even the academies that usually do not interfere have taken action against you.
You must be suffering a lot, right?
Xiaojiao, I'm sorry, Big Brother shouldn't have treated you that way. I never expected that after knowing the truth, you would still be willing to come back. In the evening, Chen Bei and his brothers gathered in the Qinshu Palace of the Imperial City, with Chen Xian, Chen Zhan, and Chen Xiao all showing concern for Chen Bei. There's no need to worry, 3 royal brothers, Xiaojiao is fine.
Shall we go take a look at the underworld demon cave?
Chen Bei smiled, his eyes full of gratitude.
No need.
Xiaojiao, you should rest for these 2 days, do not approach that place. It's hard to gain these 10 days, let's walk around the royal capital first, and then we will go.
Otherwise, if we go there, I am afraid. Chen Xian rejected Chen Bei.
He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood his meaning. Chen Bei lowered his head in thought. Although he wanted to clarify everything, he also knew that his brother was right. If there was no other way to resolve the situation, he feared he would not come back. Rather than that, it would be better to spend a few days with his brothers, at least to relax before facing death.
Alright, I will listen to Big Brother.
Thinking of this, Chen Bei nodded and said. At this moment, on the road from the Taichu Mountains to the Qianwang capital, ancestor Chen Su and others, having traveled nearly 10 million miles, were about to reach the Dechen dynasty. However, as they passed through a small country called Wu, a sudden change occurred. Wu country, covering an area of 800,000 square kilometers, is equivalent to a state in Dechen, being one of the 72 countries controlled by the Qiangyao Holy Land. Within it, there is a large source stone mining vein, for the purpose of supplying the cultivation needs of the Qiangyao Holy Land. Wu country's 500 million population must ensure that over 100 million people are mining at all times.
Usually, this mining area over 1 million square kilometers is bustling with the noise of miners.
But at this moment, when Chen Su and others passed through here, they found it terrifyingly quiet. While everyone was puzzled, they saw a deathly aura shrouding the area, thick and unbroken. In front, 100 miles away, was a grayish area, filled with a large amount of toxic mist. Ancestor, look, a mountain of corpses, that is a mountain of corpses.
A surprised exclamation came, pointing to the below from the spirit ship. Chen Su stopped the spirit ship, frowning tightly. He also saw it, a towering mountain of corpses, grand and terrifying. Countless deceased faces were purple and swollen, unable to close their eyes.
They obviously struggled before death, and after death, their faces twisted in agony, revealing how painful their last moments were. And aside from this mountain of corpses, looking left, Chen Su gazed at the horizon, and saw farther away a river, within which floated countless corpses, the number also terrifying. It was hard to imagine how many lives had been lost in this area.
Could it be that everyone is dead? What kind of person is so insane, to kill such a vast number of beings? Doesn't he fear heavenly wrath? The sixth prince, Chen Lei, couldn't help but spoke.
Chen Su did not reply, turning the spirit ship to leave this place. An inexplicable sense of crisis surged in his heart. He knew that his group might encounter trouble.
Ha ha ha. Daoist Qinshu, where are you headed, not returning to Qianwang City?
Indeed, as soon as he turned around, he heard a loud laugh. From the poisonous barrier ahead, a group of strong beings flew out, amounting to over 100. Among them, there were more than 20 at the Purple Palace realm, and the rest were all at the Dao Palace cultivation level. The appearance of this group made ancestor Qinshu's pupils constrict sharply. The other members of the Chen clan on the spirit ship couldn't help but tense up, their adrenaline surging. Including ancestor Qinshu, many people had just used their spiritual senses to probe that area of poisonous barrier and found no one, yet in an instant, so many strong beings had rushed out.
Who are you?
Ancestor Qinshu frowned tightly, speaking coldly. There was no doubt that the people from this mine were all killed by these individuals. This was a group of demons, destined to come with ill intentions.
Ah, a dying man, Daoist Qinshu need not be so curious.
One among the group, a peak Purple Palace expert, laughed loudly.
You wiped out the entire mine, do you not fear the Qianyao sect coming after you? Now daring to block my path, Do you intend to make an enemy of Diqian?
Ancestor Qinshu spoke coldly.
Ha ha ha, what is the mere Qiangyao sect?
Not to mention your Diqian Shen clan.
Do you still have the strength to protect yourselves?
I heard that today, Taoist, you have quite a fortune, even living to your second life. This life, perhaps there is hope for you to break through that realm. I originally didn't plan to let you live, and since someone requested to encircle and kill you, I can only send you on your way. That person laughed heartily, as over 100 eyes looked mockingly at Ancestor Qinshu. Ancestor Qinshu's gaze was icy, he never considered escaping. With so many juniors with him, being besieged by so many strong foes, their group was destined to be unable to fly away.
Isn't it too rash to say this without a fight?
Chen Yin, you lead everyone to leave first, I will hold them back.
Ancestor Qinshu's figure moved, rushing out in an instant. Boom boom boom.
In a moment, in the area of thousands of miles, countless mountains were uprooted, flying towards Ancestor Qinshu. A great seal flew from Ancestor Qinshu's hand, enveloping the mountains, making them become a whole, like a pillar of heaven.
Buzz.
Endless gravity swept forth, and the mountains flew up into the air, crashing heavily down upon that group of strong beings. Even the peak purple palace experts felt their bodies sink, nearly crushed to the ground from the sky.
Dozens of people found it difficult to move an inch under the mountains. Father! The elder named Chen Yan could not help but call out. Go! Ancestor Qinshu shouted angrily.
Hearing this, Chen Yan did not dare hesitate, urging the spirit ship to take the other Chen clan members around here, fleeing towards the Diqian dynasty.
Old man Qinshu, do you really think you can suppress us?
Beneath the towering mountain, the peak purple palace expert roared.
Whether I can suppress or not, it depends on whether you have that strength.
Qinshu's gaze was sharp, stepping on the mountain towering over tens of thousands of feet.
You are seeking death. Kill.
The peak purple palace expert roared, and everyone urged their Dao weapons at once. In an instant, hundreds of domains rose to the sky, poisonous gas engulfing everything, as the attacks from the purple palace Dao weapons shook the great mountains, seeming on the verge of shattering.
Submit to me.
With a loud shout, Ancestor Qinshu desperately operated all his true essence, merging himself with the mountains, firmly suppressing everyone. Such a move, though effective, made it hard for these people to break through the suppression. But the backlash was also severe. Each attack from these beings could cause great harm to his body. And while the battle broke out here, on the other side, after a day of travel, Yi Haoren finally brought Qin Shio and others to the Taichu mountain range.
What's going on? Today's Taichu mountain range should be bustling, why is it so quiet? As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the Taichu mountain range, Yi Haoren was stunned, furrowing his brow. But at that moment, a group of hundreds rushed over, instantly grabbing their attention. Elder Yi. I heard you plan to stay in the Dajo branch for quiet meditation, why did you come? And you brought so many disciples.
A hearty laugh rang out, and the speaker was a middle-aged man dressed in fine clothes. He looked youthful, he had only 1,000 years of age, but possessed the cultivation of the Purple Mansion realm, making him hard to underestimate.
You brought disciples from the other 3 branches, didn't you? Are they allowed to come and not the disciples of Dajo Academy?
Yi Haoren glanced sideways at him and sneered. This middle-aged man was named Zhao Yan, the headmaster of the Jisha Academy and the true power holder of the Holy Land of the Academy. This time, he brought nearly 1,000 people. Not only were there many disciples from the main academy, but even those from the 3 dynasties, Great Qian, Great Yuan, and Great Tang branches added up to nearly 200, far more than Dajo Academy's total. At this moment, the many disciples behind him were sizing up Chu Chen and the others. The disciples from the main academy always held themselves high, as if they were born superior to those from the branches. As for the disciples from the other 3 branches, their disdain was even more naked. Some wore provocative expressions, while others plainly looked down upon the disciples of Dajo Academy. Having been ranked last for 100 consecutive years in debates, Dajo Academy had long become a laughingstock among the 4 major branches.
Damn it, what do these people mean? Their looks are really unpleasant. Yuan Bupo, a disciple of Elder Woyang from Dajo Academy, frowned in dissatisfaction. Yeah, do they really think their nostrils look good? They just have to stare down at others?
Wu Ming, the direct disciple of Su Xingyang from the Formation Palace, couldn't help but grumble. Just get used to it, these people have long developed this disgusting nature. Just ignore them. Lu Danyang, the chief disciple of Elder Dan Chitzi from the Dan Palace, said coldly. Exactly, summer insects cannot speak of ice, a group of self-righteous beings have long strayed from the original intent.
A mere provocation cannot disturb my heart of the Tao. Bai Shushu scoffed.
As a disciple of Li Changqing, he had been raised with the teachings of the sage Confucian Tao and always took the welfare of all beings as his duty, looking down upon those who had betrayed the original intentions of the sage. At this moment, Yi Haoren was talking with Zhao Yan. Hearing their conversation, the disciples over there erupted in anger.
Chu Chen, as the senior brother of the Dazhou Dynasty Academy, can't you even discipline your own junior brothers and sisters? Do you need me to step in and teach them?
A cold voice rang out, and a burly young man stepped forward, looking down from above at the disciples of Dazhou.
Sun Buwan? What are you? Is your brain healed? You want to replace me in teaching my juniors?
Chu Chen usually had a good temper, but upon hearing this, he showed no good face to the other party.
You're looking for death.
Hearing this, Sun Buwang became furious, his aura surged violently, blood energy skyrocketing, revealing the cultivation of the 7th level of the Death Realm on the spot.
Chu Chen, I've tolerated you long enough, come out and fight if you dare.
Sun Buwang pointed at Chu Chen, shouting angrily.
Ha ha ha, did I say something wrong?
Others have memories like steel traps, you're the only one who forgets in the blink of an eye.
Your master even named you Sun Buwang for it, who doesn't know this?
Chu Chen laughed heartily, openly exposing the other party's sore spot, yet inwardly he was shocked. He hadn't expected that after 6 years, the other party's cultivation would skyrocket so quickly. 6 years ago, he was already at the 2nd level of the Death Realm, while Sun Buwan was only at the 9th level of the Innate Realm. Now, he had just broken through to the 6th level of the Death Realm, yet the other party's cultivation had already surpassed him. He had to admit that the strength of the Great Qian Academy was indeed far superior to that of the Dazhou Academy. Just the chief disciple of the martial arts palace was already this strong. It was unimaginable what kind of power the chief senior brother of the Great Qian Academy held. Thinking of this, Chu Chen secretly observed a young man among the crowd. Seeing that the other party's breath was restrained, making it impossible to discern his cultivation level, he couldn't help but feel bitter inside. It seemed that this time, in the debate among the 4 academies, another joke is about to unfold for the Great Zhou. At this moment, not only was Chu Chen shocked, but also Ling Ruoxue and the others had serious expressions, knowing trouble was brewing for this discussion.
Chu Chen, I'm going to kill you.
Sun Buwan let out a roar, repeatedly mocked by the opponent. Remembering the humiliation from 6 years ago when Chu Chen defeated him, he charged at Chu Chen in a frenzy.
Big brother master.
Bai Shushu and the others' expressions changed, unable to suppress their shock. Chu Chen frowned deeply. Although he wanted to avoid the fight, he couldn't just turn and run when the opponent attacked.
Stop, what are you doing?
Just as Chu Chen was preparing to confront, a cold voice interrupted, and Sun Buwan's body was instantly frozen in the air.
Yi Haoran looked icily over, showing no goodwill towards these disciples of the Deqian Academy.
He, elder, what are you doing? It's just a group of young people having a spar, what's wrong with that? Zhao Yan said with a smile.
What nonsense! Bullying the weak, is this what the Academy's disciples should do?
The Great Zhou Academy may lack skill, but that doesn't give anyone the right to bully us. Yi Haoran snapped back, giving no face to the sect leader.
Alright, no fighting.
All disciples listen up, starting now. If anyone dares to spar with the Great Zhou Academy's disciples without permission, don't blame me for the severe punishment. Zhao Yan said with a wry smile, waving his hands to calm the situation.
Elder Yi, is this acceptable?
He turned around with a helpless look towards Yi Haoran. In the whole academy, the one he felt the most helpless about was Yi Haoran. There was no other choice. Other elders cared about face, talking with reserve, striking without hitting hard. But Elder Yi didn't care for any of this, he would just speak his mind without hesitation. If he had something to say, it would be impossible to maintain peace afterward. Seeing that Yi Haoran was ready to protect them, the Great Zhou disciples looked moved. But hearing their conversation, including Chu Chen, all disciples felt quite uncomfortable inside.
What does it mean to bully the weak, to lack skill? This fundamentally denied their strength as a group. Though it was true, it was still hard for them to accept. That's more like it. And what are you all sulking about? If you can't win, you can't win, what's there to be ashamed of? Not even daring to face the facts, how can you achieve great things in the future? Remember, strength isn't the standard of being a person. If your heart is dark, what good is it to be strong? You are not weaker than others, it's just that the resources are too few, making it hard to compare. If you were to deviate from the will of the sages like them, burning, killing, plundering, and acting recklessly, your cultivation wouldn't necessarily be lower than theirs. The key is, can you do it? Yi Haoran satisfactorily nodded at Zhao Yan and then scolded Chu Chen and the others. Everyone was taken aback, and then they laughed. We can't do it. Chu Chen and the others quickly responded. Among them, the loudest was Zheng Qiankuan.
During this time in the academy, he had been quite suffocated, isolated, and seeing others take all the good opportunities while getting nothing himself. He never expected to come out and face disdain from the other disciples. Now, he certainly wouldn't miss the chance to turn the ridicule back at them. You all! Sun Buwan's expression drastically changed along with the other disciples who came with Zhao Yan, their faces looking very ugly. They certainly knew that Yi Haoran disliked them, they wanted to refute but dared not, only holding it back.
Enough, enough. Elder Yi, you are getting old, why quarrel with a bunch of kids? We've come this far, let's go in together and see, perhaps the opportunity is on our academy's side, and we might find that demon ape. Zhao Yan said with a pained expression, hurrying to smooth things over to stop Yi Haoren from continuing. Chapter 93 Searching for the demon ape is your business, I won't get involved. I came here just to take the disciples of the Great Zhou Academy for trials. For too many years, the main academy has neglected them, and it's time to give these kids some proper experience. Yi Haoren waved his hand, not waiting for Zhao Yan to speak again, he turned to look at Qin Shio and the others.